No wonder she was called the ice goddess. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. The piercing chill forced Su Luo to reluctantly open his eyes. Instinctively, he tried to raise his hand to rub his throbbing temples, only to find his wrists tightly bound by something completely immobile. He frowned about to snap, when suddenly a realization struck him. His wrists were slender and fair, the nails neatly trimmed and delicately shaped, painted with a pale pink polish. These were not his hands. Su Luo's gaze traveled downward, only to see a body wrapped in black lace lingerie. He reached under the blanket, and the touch sent a jolt of darkness before his eyes, his ears buzzing. This is Shun Liking's body. A cold, slightly seductive cry escaped his lips. He jerked his head up and met a familiar face, his own face. Now with eyes closed and a satisfied smile on his lips, his arm possessively wrapped around her waist. Su Luo's body went rigid as last night's memories flooded back. Monster Invasion Class Awakening. Using his Awaken Master class, he had bound the coveted school beauty Shun Liqing, who had awakened the Ice Goddess class. The aloof beauty initially refused, but under his earnest persuasion, she finally agreed. Last night, he remembered, he had fallen asleep exhausted holding Shun Liqing in his arms. Then waking up. A soul swap. Cold sweat instantly soaked Su Luo's back. Clutching at the last thread of hope, he stubbornly walked to the mirror, a cold, icy face, skin white as snow, with a faint blush, long lashes, trembling cherry lips, slightly bitten. Long legs wrapped in black stockings, now trembling slightly. A perfect figure, even the picky system had rated it 95 at the time. But now this body that had haunted his dreams was fully his, yet he couldn't feel any joy. She now remembered what he had done to Shun Liqing before. Now she had become the maid, and Shun Liqing the master. She tried to activate the maid system, but as expected there was no response. It's over, she wailed inwardly. She knew the maid's system's tyrannical functions all too well. The collar and bracelet couldn't be removed. A single thought from the master could make the maid suffer excruciating pain. The bracelet sealed her power, preventing even suicide. An endless torment awaited her. Don't panic. Absolutely don't panic. Su Luo forced herself to calm down, rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. Shun Liqing was still asleep. This was her chance. Running was impossible, no matter how far the master could punish the maid with a thought. Counterattack was out of the question. Her hands were cuffed, and without the master's permission, she couldn't use even a shred of power. Su Luo was frantic, but helpless. Can't run, can't fight, and seeking forgiveness from the enemy was a pipe dream. Just then the person beside her stirred. Su Luo's delicate body trembled. She instantly adjusted her expression, lowering her eyes to appear submissive. Su Luo, or rather Shun Liqing now in Su Luo's body, slowly opened her eyes. He looked around blankly, his gaze finally falling on the person in his arms. Is this me? Su Luo's heart pounded like thunder, but her face showed nothing. Shun Liqing was stunned. He looked down at his own hands, then touched his face, his pupils contracting. I've become Su Luo. Su Luo looked up with feigned confusion. Master, what are you talking about? It didn't take long for Shun Liqing to figure out what had happened. He must have soul transferred into Su Luo's body. Then, where did Su Luo's soul go? He looked at the self before him, trying to find any flaw. But Su Luo's acting was perfect. Her eyes were innocent, her posture submissive, even carrying a hint of the fragility Shun Liqing had once been forced to feign. Shun Liqing grew more puzzled. Could his soul have split in two, occupying both bodies? Seeing Shun Liking's confusion, Su Luo felt a surge of joy. This was exactly the effect she wanted. But her face showed a hurt expression. Master, don't you recognize me? Yet the next second, she almost lost her composure. Shun Liqing seemed to instinctively summon and vaguely understand the maid's system she had both hated and feared. Su Luo's heart sank. She could clearly see Shun Liking's fingers sliding and tapping on that light screen. Though she couldn't see the content, she knew exactly what was displayed. It was the panel information of Maid Shun Liqing. Please don't show my name. She tightly pressed her knees together, her rounded toes curling forcefully. Her palms hidden behind her back were drenched in sweat. Even her cherry lips, usually tightly sealed with an air of stay away, were now fiercely bitten by her white teeth, leaving shallow marks, radiating a fragile, brittle quality. Master. The address struck Su Luo's ears like a thunderbolt, interrupting her thoughts. The voice was male, yet carried Shun Liking's characteristic cold tone. Huh. Ow. Su Luo jerked her head up, her eyes instantly switching to a carefully maintained obedience and a hint of well-timed bewilderment. Master, do you have any orders? Her voice was soft and delicate with a barely perceptible tremor. Did he find out? Massive fear washed over her like ice water, nearly breaking her. She knew her reaction had almost given her away. Shun Liqing was testing her. Definitely testing. No, she absolutely could not admit it. Admitting would mean the end. Shun Liqing had been observing her reaction without blinking. He looked at her, then at the detailed panel, and suddenly laughed. A laugh that made Su Luo's blood run cold. Maid 1 Shun Liqing, Su Luo's soul height 168 centimeters, 36, D, level LV. 3 Class S, Ice Goddess, overall score 95. You look very scared. Shun Liqing had been observing her reaction without blinking. He looked at her, then at the detailed panel, and suddenly laughed. A laugh that made Su Luo's blood run cold. Maid 1 Shun Liching Su Luo's soul height 168 centimeters, 36, D level LV. 3 Class S Ice Goddess overall score 95. You look very scared. Hearing Shun Liching's words, Su Luo's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. You taught me to always maintain reverence toward my master. She forced a smile, the small hands behind her back tightly clutching the hem of her skirt. Shun Liching let out a cold laugh. Had the maid code he himself had drafted. He remembered it quite clearly. Su Luo, now inhabiting his body, was kneeling on the bed with Shun Liching's face feigning pitiful charm. That delicate cry of "Master" made his anger surge up instantly. The anger, accumulated from days of humiliation, erupted like a volcano. Revenge. He must have revenge. Shun Liching's eyes instantly turned cold, sending a shiver through Su Luo. He pressed down on Su Luo's head, forcing her to meet his gaze, their foreheads touching. Seeing the fear that Su Luo desperately tried to hide, but couldn't, Shun Liching sneered inwardly. This look was a begging. So you can be afraid too, he said, and with a clench of his hand activated the punishment function of the maid system. I trusted you so much, and you were having fun. Su Luo felt the suffocating pressure on her neck and fell into despair. Shun Liching's Yandere-like behavior didn't seem like a test. He definitely knew everything. He was just playing with her. She bit her lower lip hard, swallowing back her whimpers, forcing herself to squeeze out a more obedient, more innocent expression. Master. Liching doesn't understand. What wrong did I do? Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's, thick with tears. He never expected a man could make the most of this bodish charm. Shun Liching looked at the face before him, drenched in tears and pitifully endearing, and suddenly recalled when the monster tide erupted, seawater submerged the city, and despair filled the streets. It was this bastard who, using that so-called equal contract, tricked her into this safe house. It was also this safe house with its endless supplies that allowed them to survive the most chaotic 7 days. Though the means were despicable and the motives vile, it still saved her life. And most crucially, Shun Liching's gaze swept over his current body. He was now the master class. It sounded impressive, but in reality early on it was just a support role with combat power near zero. Outside, danger lurked everywhere, while Su Luo's current class was the Shrank Ice Goddess. Kill her. It would be satisfying. But then what? A weakling like him carrying the corpse of an ice goddess in this deserted low-tide zone, waiting to die. Shun Liching suddenly understood. Letting her die so easily would be too merciful. First use her, well, humiliate her, drain her of all value, and watch her fall from hope to despair. That would be the most beautiful revenge. He shifted his thought. The collar loosened and Su Luo immediately gasped for air, her chest heaving violently. So close to dying. Before, when she used this on Shun Liching, she only found it effective and enjoyable. Now that it was being used on herself, she truly understood what it meant to be worse than dead. Hands cuffed behind her back, not even a chance to struggle. Shun Liching averted his gaze, muttering inwardly, this bastard's taste is truly venomous. Get up. His voice regained calm. Thank you, master. Su Luo, as if granted a pardon, struggled to stand, but her legs were too weak. Having knelt for too long, plus the shock and punishment, her calves were cramping. Ugh. She groaned, her body swaying, almost falling. Shun Liching watched her clumsily support herself with her cuffed hands, inching to the edge of the bed to stand. The way she desperately maintained balance while pretending to be calm. Shun Liching's inner Catan mouse sadistic urge stirred again. Fine, you want to play, play along. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Go get some food. Shun Liching turned around and walked toward the sofa in the room, trying to adapt to the stride of this male body. I'm hungry. Yes. Master. Su Luo's voice still carried the weakness of a near-death escape. She lowered her head and hurried toward the small kitchen area in the safe house. With her back to Shun Liching, her expression instantly collapsed, and she let out a long sigh of relief. She had bet correctly. Shun Liching hadn't killed her. The safe house's time limit was approaching, and she was now the ice goddess, still useful. In fact, if she had dared to show any resistance, just now Shun Liching would have been blinded by rage. She must be more obedient, must not provoke Shun Liching. She walked to the open kitchen counter, her hands still cuffed behind her. How could she manage? Master. She turned back timidly, her eyes full of helplessness and request. My hands. Shun Liching was leaning on the sofa, eyes closed, as if absorbing information from the master class. Hearing this, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Figure it out yourself. Before he fully mastered the maid system, untying her was out of the question. Article 3 of the Maid Code: under any circumstances the master's needs must be prioritized. If you cannot, he added lazily. Su Luo. How satisfying it was to set this damn code back, then how frustrating it was now. With her back to Shun Liching, she tried to use her cuffed hands to reach for bread and milk in the cabinet. Her movements were extremely awkward. Shun Liching had opened his eyes at some point and happened to see this. His Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. This damn charm. Even he couldn't resist it. No wonder this bastard had targeted her. Unaware of this, Su Luo was struggling with a sealed milk carton. Her hands were cuffed, making it impossible to exert force. She poked several times, but couldn't get the straw and sweat beading on her nose. Damn hands use some strength. Shen Liqing said punishment, and he wouldn't be joking. What are you doing? Shen Liqing's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Su Luo was so startled, she almost jumped. When had he come over? He pressed close behind her, his tall male body radiating an intense pressure. Can't get it in. Su Luo's cuffed hands tried again, but the opening of the milk carton was too small to align. Shen Liqing slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on her profile and earlobe. His eyes were as deep as a pool. He slowly brought the straw-inserted milk to Su Luo's lips. The tip of the straw almost touched her trembling lips. Thirsty? Want some milk? His voice was low with a hint of probing. Su Luo kept her mouth tightly shut, afraid to open it, terrified of making any strange sound. She could only shake her head desperately. Shen Liqing looked at her tightly closed lips, which had become even redder from the effort. He remembered last night. You'll have to drink it sooner or later, he said softly. Su Luo, hearing this, looked up at him in disbelief. Cold school beauty, you are so innocent and aloof. You must mean that literally, right? Tell me there's no other meaning, right? Before Su Luo could think further, Shen Liqing spoke again. Tear the bread and feed me. He sat back on the sofa looking at her leisurely. A sense of humiliation overwhelmed her, but she looked at Shen Liqing's cold, mocking eyes as if he was expecting her to resist. Su Luo knelt down, holding the toast in her mouth and offering it. He reached out, but instead of taking the toast, his fingertips gently brushed her lowered eyelashes. Close your eyes. Su Luo obediently closed her eyes. Her long lashes trembled slightly, and Shen Liqing's fingers slid down her cheek, carrying a hint of coldness. The bowtie's body trembled uncontrollably from fright. Shen Liqing reached out and took the slightly deformed toast from her mouth, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Su Luo, do you really think men know more than women? Since you like this body so much and it suits you so well, then use it to please me properly. Add a rule to the maid code, must be clean and tidy in front of the master. Go tidy yourself up. His voice returned to its previous calmness. We should think about how to leave this damned place next. The handcuff finally loosened, and the energy of the ice-type ability began to circulate again in Su Luo's body, automatically healing the bruises on her neck and knees. Thank you, master. Su Luo flexed her wrist, then scrambled to her feet and rushed toward the bathroom. Without looking back, her figure flustered. In the safe house, only the faint, suppressed sound of water from the bathroom remained. Su Luo, while washing, was plotting mischief. The maid system was domineering, but not without flaws. It couldn't control the maid's thoughts, nor would it automatically punish a maid who wanted to kill her master. Therefore, she had plenty of opportunities to kill Shen Liqing as long as she did it before he sealed her power with the handcuff. Although that little brother was never coming back, this exquisite body was not bad, pleasing to the eye, and strong enough. When the time came, he could invite a few beauties to mine and still have a blast. Thinking of this, she unconsciously hummed a song, Little Bunny White and White Two Ears Standing Up. Shen Liqing was studying the panel master Su Luo Shen Liqing's soul level LV. 2 class rank upgradable masterbound made slots 11 available, experience 4926. He decisively used all the experience to level up himself, instantly reaching level 5, and could clearly feel his physique enhance. In addition, he also obtained one of the bound maid's normal skills, Ice Storm. Although it could only exert half its power, it was enough to deal with low-level monsters. As for Su Luo, allocating it to her would indeed be more cost-effective. He knew better than anyone how powerful the ice goddess was. But first, he wasn't mentally prepared to transfer the experience. After all, the method of transfer. These past few days, they had been constantly transferring experience. Second, he didn't believe Su Luo would stay obedient forever, so maintaining a relative balance of strength between them. Not being killed instantly by Su Luo was particularly important. Hearing the cheerful singing from the bathroom, Shen Liqing sneered. He wanted to see what tricks Su Luo could still pull. The safe house had a 3-day limit. He needed to quickly find out the situation outside and escape this no man's land. He picked a long blade from the weapons provided by the safe house. High quality, not easily damaged. It was perfect for his profession, which had no other specialty besides that one. When he arrived at the clothing area, Shen Liqing was dazzled by the various multifunctional combat suits. But one set caught his eyes again and again, even eliciting an evil grin. Su Luo, you'll surely like this. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Su Luo wrapped herself in a large bath towel, her wet hair still dripping, and schemed how to give Shen Liqing a chilling surprise. As soon as she stepped out of the bathroom door, her footsteps came to a halt. On the sofa in the center of the living room, Shen Liqing was sitting cross-legged, playing with a piece of clothing. No, that was definitely not just a piece of clothing. Su Luo's eyes almost popped out. On the armrest of the sofa, a set of black and white items was neatly folded. A sense of foreboding immediately rose in her heart. Finished washing. Shen Liqing looked up, his eyes swept over her towel-wrapped body, and he smiled maliciously. Perfect, put this on. He pointed with his chin at the equipment on the sofa. Change into this. Su Luo pointed at the pile, her fingertips trembling. And master, you must be joking. How can I wear this out? There are monsters everywhere. Who's joking with you? The smile on Shen Liqing's face instantly vanished. A sense of oppression hit her, and Su Luo's neck seemed to start aching again. Can't fight back. Absolutely not. Li Qing is not questioning your order. It's just, this clothes, it's not convenient for battle. She had a flash of inspiration and brought out the combat power, lifesaver. Look at this skirt so short, the stockings so thin, the shoes so high. If danger comes I can't even run fast. How can I protect you, master? Even if Li Qing dies it's fine, your safety is most important, master. As she spoke she looked at Shun Liqing with apparent sincerity, while her mind was calculating furiously. Shun Liqing naturally knew what she was up to. He chuckled lightly, picking up the furry cat ear headpiece and shaking it in front of Su Luo. You think I asked you to wear this for fun? Su Luo, isn't it? This is the Battle Maid set of bound equipment rewarded by the system, he said, picking up each embarrassing piece one by one, and following the system's display introduced with a serious expression. Cat ear headpiece mental amplification increases the speed and accuracy of ice-type ability condensation. Lace collar physical defense enhancement can offset some impact, automatically adjust tightness. Punishment function retained. Maid dress made of special memory material, strong toughness, not easily damaged, comes with self-cleaning, constant temperature, and weak energy shield functions. Over thinny white stockings increase leg strength and agility. Matching garter energy stabilizer reduces spell consumption. Cat tail. Shun Liqing picked up the furry black tail, glanced at Su Luo, and smirked. Balance enhancement improves body coordination, comes with emotional perception assistance, probably making you more acutely aware of danger. High heels energy collector allows you to gather elemental energy with every step you take on the ground. The platform sole and stiletto heel design are for better energy conduction and to kick monsters more powerfully. Bracelet. It's the Maid bracelet itself, just an appearance-matched accessory. Shun Liqing finished in one breath, tossed the headpiece back onto the sofa, and looked at the petrified Su Luo. Now tell me, does it still affect your combat ability? Su Luo's mouth opened and closed, but she couldn't utter a single word. Her mind was buzzing. Thighs. Is this even possible? System, are you messing with me? Su Luo forgot that the system had been tailored based on her previous preferences. That is to say, it was she herself who wanted to see Shun Liqing wear this outfit. Now, well, at least it was her own body that wore it. She looked at those sky-high heels, imagining herself wearing them and kicking a monster away with one foot. The scene was too beautiful to behold. Shun Liqing appreciated the colorful expressions on her face and slowly added, most importantly, all parts are bound to the owner, not easily damaged, and can self-repair and self-clean. Where it once lasts a lifetime. If you get tired of it, you can change the appearance. Want to see the bunny girl version? No need. Su Luo quickly waved her hand, all excuses blocked. What else could she say? If she bargained further, the collar would deprive her of the right to use air. Resign yourself to fate. Su Luo closed her eyes in grief and indignation. Isn't it just wearing a maid outfit? Anyway, it's for improving combat power. Wear it. To survive to one day, turn the tables, and kill Shun Liqing. Endure. Everything else was fine but the tail. That was the hardest. But with the grit of her teeth, she got through it. There was only one last step left. Su Luo took a deep breath and shoved her jade feet into the shoes. The heels were ridiculously high, and as soon as she stood up her body swayed violently, and she nearly fell. She cried out softly, instinctively reaching out to grab something, but only grasped air. The previous Shun Liqing had no habit of wearing high heels, so naturally, she could not adapt to such high heels. However, something even more difficult for her to adapt to was still to come. How despicable she had been before, perhaps she herself didn't know, but Shun Liqing had kept a tally. One by one he would slowly collect the debts. Shun Liqing was quick with his eyes and hands, grabbing Su Luo, who was about to have an intimate encounter with the carpet. Still shaken, Su Luo relied on his support to avoid further embarrassment. Standing on the sky-high heels, it felt like stepping on two chopsticks that could break at any moment, her ankles aching terribly. Her tender soles also hurt. Thank you, master. Her voice trembled. Once steady, she immediately tried to break free, but Shun Liqing held her in place. Only the last step remains. Shun Liqing's gaze fell on the cat ear headpiece. The sense of ritual is very important. Su Luo followed his gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. Su Luo followed his gaze, her heart skipping a beat. Afraid. Shun Liqing chuckled lightly, finally picking up the pair of cat ears. Su Luo's body went rigid. She could clearly feel Shun Liqing's breath brushing past the top of her head. That damned cat tail was now pressed flat against the ground, not daring to move an inch, its fur even clinging tightly, desperately minimizing its presence. Shun Liqing seemed satisfied with her docility. He picked up the white cat ear headband and gently placed it on Su Luo's head. His movements were not exactly gentle, even carrying a deliberate press to make the headband fit more snugly. The moment the headband was secured, Su Luo felt a slight tingling on her scalp, as if a faint electric current had connected. Don't move, Shun Liqing commanded, his gaze scanning her like a searchlight. It looks quite fitting. Turn around, let me see. Shun Liqing released his hands and crossed his arms to admire. Su Luo dared not defy. She took a deep breath and carefully, with the smallest possible movement, turned around in place. The high heels clicked against the floor with a crisp da-da sound. Edge. The skirt seems to have adjusted itself. Su Luo was surprised to find that the waistline, which had been a bit loose moments ago, now perfectly hugged her curves. It felt like a second skin moving without any restriction. System product auto-fit. Shun Liqing nodded with satisfaction. Su Luo tried to take a step, and something strange happened. The stiletto heels felt as stable as flat shoes on the ground. She attempted a few light steps, incredibly agile, her legs brimming with power. Really? So steady, she couldn't help exclaiming. Was the energy conduction effect of these heels so immediate? Try running, Shun Liqing said with interest. Su Luo concentrated exerted force from her legs and lunged forward. Swish! The speed startled even herself. Her body felt so light it seemed ready to fly. The moment the heels hit the ground, a faint icy aura seemed to travel through the soles to the floor, leaving a thin trace of frost. The thigh band was also warming slightly, making the consumption of her ability feel noticeably reduced. Huh, it really works. Su Luo was a bit excited, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment. She made a sudden stop and turned the movement perfectly fluid, the cat tail steadily helping her maintain balance. It seems the balance enhancement and agility boost are not empty words. A spark of fascination flickered in Shun Liqing's eyes. This bastard wearing this outfit had indeed visibly increased in combat power. The thought that this outfit was originally meant for him made his expression darken again. These ears, they seem to hear farther. Su Luo wondered. As if to confirm her words, the tips of the ears turned toward the window, as if capturing the subtle sounds of the outside wind. Also, her balance was better, but there was something odd. Whenever she felt nervous, her tail would involuntarily flick. Shun Liqing seemed to have noticed that too. Su Luo. She felt like dying. How was this an emotional perception aid? It was clearly an emotional exposure device. Whatever she was thinking, this damn tail completely revealed it. Full features, outstanding effects. Shun Liqing stroked his chin, suddenly revealing an extremely benevolent smile. I suddenly think the bunny girl outfit might work well too. Longer ears, rounder tail. Want to give it a try? Su Luo's mind buzzed. The catgirl outfit was already enough to make her die of shame. Adding a bunny girl costume would be the end of her dignity. Wait, she wasn't even human anymore. She was a catgirl now. No, please, master, I beg you. Su Luo, abandoning all pretense of poise and dignity, clutched Shun Liqing's calf. Her movement was so fierce that her cat tail stood straight up like an antenna in sheer terror. Liqing. Liqing is fine, just as she is. Very, very practical. The combat boost is obvious. She looked up, tears welling in her eyes, her cat ears perked up from tension. A bunny girl outfit is definitely not suited for battle. The tail is too short for balance, the ears too long and obstructing vision, I swear. Master, you must believe me. Clinging to Shun Liqing's leg, she rattled off the flaws of the bunny girl ensemble in a panic, terrified that any delay would conjure an even more humiliating outfit. Her frantic demeanor, coupled with her bristling tail and tearful face, made her the spitting image of a frightened house cat. Shun Liqing looked down at the oversized catgirl accessory, hanging from his leg, feeling her trembling and genuine fear. A wave of sadistic satisfaction washed over him. Su Luo, weren't you the one who enjoyed humbling lofty flowers? I'm far more adept at this game than you. This is only the beginning. Our accounts will be settled slowly. He suppressed a smirk, deliberately putting on a stern face. Oh, is that so? I have a feeling you're just humoring me. No, absolutely not. Master, please see clearly. Su Luo shook her head like a rattledrum, her cat ears swaying along. Liqing's loyalty to her master is as clear as the sun and moon. This outfit, this catgirl getup is more than enough, I assure you. It's perfect for protecting you. To bolster her argument, she thumped her chest emphatically. Her pitiful, frantic, and embarrassed look finally broke Shun Liqing's composure, and he burst out laughing. All right, for the sake of your loyalty. He released his grip, watching her cat ears twitch and flatten back. I'll let you off for now. Remember your words. Protect me well. If you underperform. He let his voice trail off, his gaze deliberately sweeping over her cat tail. They'll find you something more practical. Su Luo let out a sigh of relief, her grip on Shun Liqing's calf going limp. She collapsed onto the carpet, gasping for air. Su Luo finally couldn't help but laugh at her reflection in the mirror. Her smile was more bitter than tears. What the hell was this all about? In the living room, Shun Liqing was wiping down a gleaming long blade with somewhat clumsy movements. Hearing the commotion from the bathroom, he didn't look up, his voice dripping with his usual cold mockery. Done admiring yourself? Satisfied, my head maid. Master flatters me, Su Luo replied, instantly donning a docile expression as she stepped out in towering heels. The heels made no sound on the carpet, and the sensation of energy conduction made each step feel ethereally light, yet the psychological discomfort lingered. Especially that tail, which wagged restlessly whenever she tried to maintain balance, as if it had a mind of its own. Come here, let's discuss business. He tapped the city maps spread on the coffee table with the tip of his blade. Su Luo quickly trotted over thanks to the agility boost from the heels, and knelt at the edge of the carpet. Her hands rested demurely on her knees, her cat tail lying obediently behind her, at least on the surface. Inside, she was raging. One day, I'll make you kneel before me. Shen Liqing saw through her thoughts, but he wasn't worried, having fully grasped the Maid system. All the experience Su Luo gained from killing enemies would converge to him. In other words, if she wanted to level up, she'd have to seek his approval and satisfy him first. Moreover, Su Luo might find it far from easy to claim that experience. Whether she could even accept it was another question. Shen Liqing's voice was flat. The safe house expires in 3 days. We can't stay here anymore. You take the east and south sides, good visibility. They'll go to the west where the ruins have many blind spots. Su Luo was about to nod, but then something occurred to her, and her cat ears twitched alertly. Master, you're going to the west. Shen Liqing was now a weakling with the master profession. What? Shen Liqing raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Worried about your master's safety? Or afraid that before I die I'll use that little thing around your neck to go snap and take you with me? He made a tightening gesture. Su Luo's neck went cold, and she quickly lowered her head. Liqing wouldn't dare. Master is wise and mighty. A mere reconnaissance is a piece of cake. Shen Liqing ignored her insincerity, mimicking her earlier smugness, and said calmly, add another rule to the maid's code. When kneeling, hands must be behind your back straight, knees slightly apart. Yes, Liqing understands. Su Luo quickly straightened her back and placed her hands properly behind her. She quickly accepted and adapted to the new rules, her movements flawless. She was a model maid. Su Luo had to admit. It was still a bit embarrassing. But she was always an optimist. Since things had come to this, crying was useless. Crying also counted as time. So far she hadn't been severely punished, which was the reason for her obedience. As long as she didn't give Shen Liqing any leverage, he probably wouldn't bite like a mad dog. Right? Shen Liqing's gaze lingered on her chest for half a second, then moved away nonchalantly. Quite composed, huh? Let's see if you can keep it up. He looked at Su Luo and asked suspiciously, this gear of yours is fine for running and jumping, but driving. Can you handle it? Su Luo was choked by the question. She was now in Shen Liqing's body, and although her soul was Su Luo, this body had never driven before. And wearing these suffocating stockings and high heels. Of course I can. Why not? Su Luo stiffened her neck, determined not to show weakness. Master, rest assured, Liqing will deliver you safely. Shen Liqing seemed to see through her nervousness and suddenly leaned in close. Su Luo's breath caught as the masculine scent mixed with a faint hint of sweat rushed toward her. Almost touching. Shen Liqing looked satisfied at her instantly flushed cheeks. Remember what you said, or I'll punish you on the spot. Su Luo's heart tightened, and she lowered her head in acknowledgement. Shen Liqing sat up straight. That's the plan. Now go get some food. We need energy to work. Yes. Master. Su Luo's voice still trembled. She fled to the kitchen, her high heels clicking rapidly on the floor. These damn ears and tail were nothing but an emotional amplifier and weakness revealer. Shen Liqing leaned back on the sofa, watching the figure clumsily struggling with the instant food packaging, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Soon Su Luo finished a simple meal. But of course she wasn't allowed to sit at the table. Not only could she not sit, she even had to kneel beside the table, serving the master while he ate. Only when the master was in a good mood would he offer her a bite. Whatever it was, the maid had to look up, open her mouth to receive it, eat it cleanly, and then thank him. Could Shen Liqing have come up with all these tricks on his own? Clearly not. He was just copying someone else's methods. And that someone remembered it quite clearly herself. Su Luo showed nothing on the surface, but inwardly she was crying. She kept cursing her past self from a few days ago. What a bitch, why did she have to mess with him? Several times she had the urge to explode at Shen Liqing, but she suppressed it. No choice. Shen Liqing was on the verge of exploding. Only her obedience kept him from venting. If she tried to negotiate using her usefulness, it would only add fuel to the fire. Forget it, shed, endure for now, and slowly look for an opportunity. With her super long cast time and zero frame initiation, she didn't believe Shen Liqing could react in time. The safe house was still well stocked, but an invisible tension hung in the air, along with a faint dangerous ambiguity. 3 days, then leave this temporary nest and step into the perilous mudlands. Boom! The heavy safe door slowly closed behind them, sealing off the comfortable temperature-controlled environment and ample food supplies. Su Luo took one last glance at this turtle shell she had lived in for 7 days, feeling somewhat reassured. There were still 3 days of usage left, and at least they had a fallback. Shen Liqing had already settled into the driver's seat. The modified off-road vehicle from the safe house garage, completely black, with an absurdly high chassis and tires as wide as small tanks. It was clearly a beast built for rough terrain. Su Luo pulled open the door and was about to climb into the passenger seat when a very faint hum sound came from behind her. As if some energy was rapidly dissipating. She instinctively turned around. Then she saw a sight she would never forget for the rest of her life. That indestructible silver-white safe house, which even catastrophe-level monsters couldn't gnaw through silently, vanished before her eyes like a popped soap bubble. It didn't collapse, it didn't sink, it simply disappeared, in the literal sense. All that remained was the awakening square ground covered in mud, not even a brick left. Su Luo, Shen Liqing. The two instantly froze. Su Luo's mouth hung open, her eyes wider than the cat ears on her head, still holding the car, door handle frozen in place. Shin Liking's hand on the steering wheel also stiffened, and for the first time a clear twitch appeared on his calm face, his pupils trembling. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Fuck! A sharp, piercing cry suddenly erupted, shattering the silence. Su Luo leaped up entirely, almost twisting her ankle in her high heels, her bristled cat tail pointing straight at the heavens. Where's the house? Where's my safe house? A safe house that big gone just like that? She pointed at the empty, muddy ground, her fingers trembling as if afflicted with Parkinson's. Didn't you bother to read the system's description of the safe house before you came out? Su Luo was completely enraged. All pretense of docility and caution had been blasted to the 9 heavens by this sudden thunderbolt. She paced frantically in circles, her tail whipping the air with sharp cracks. 3 days. It was supposed to be 3 days. And we've only just stepped out. It's gone just like that. Supplies, weapons, everything. Oh, a classic battle cry to start. She clawed at her own cat ears in exasperation, stomping her feet in fury, her stiletto heels digging small pits into the mud. Shin Liking's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. The disappearance of the safe house was completely beyond his expectations. He swiftly called up the system panel, his fingers racing across the holographic screen in search of the safe house description. When he spotted the obscure, almost invisible note tucked away in a corner, a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Note: the safe house is a one-time binding reward and will automatically dissolve upon the contract owner's first departure from its range. First departure. Shin Liqing. He slowly raised his head to look at the cat-eared maid outside the car, still hopping and cursing under her breath, 2 eggs under the eyebrows, only blinking but not seeing. A surge of icy, murderous fury instantly replaced his shock. Su Luo was in the middle of her rant when she suddenly felt the sunlight overhead blocked by a tall shadow. She jerked her head up and met Shin Liking's frigid gaze. Su Luo's curses ceased abruptly like a duck whose neck had been wrung. A tremendous sense of danger made her hair stand on end, her bristled tail stiffened instantly, and her ears flattened into alert airplane ears. Oh no, she'd gone too far. You, Shin Liking's voice was terrifyingly calm. A maid, how could you know so much about the master's system functions? Even I missed that system note, but you're quite familiar with it. A buzzing sound came from his neck, and a faint sense of suffocation gripped her. Su Luo's mind went blank in an instant, cold sweat pouring down. The soul swap, though both of them knew it well, was a window paper that must never be torn. Once torn, Shin Liqing would have no reason not to kill her. Bound as a maid to a male classmate, didn't the school beauty need to save face? Su Luo's face flushed red and pale, her lips trembling as she tried to explain, but not a single word came out. Fear and the lingering anger intertwined, making her body cold and her knees weak. Master, I was wrong. She decisively knelt down to admit her fault, her cat tail drooping motionless. Her face, flushed with anger, was now even more delicate and tempting. She conceded defeat. Damn this safe house. Damn this system note. Damn this Shin Liqing. And damn these cat ears and cat tail. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Shin Liqing watched her adorable angry look as she was forced to kneel and apologize. His anger dissipated, and he almost wanted to laugh. He slowly withdrew his hand, and the buzzing inside the collar ceased. Get up. Shin Liqing suppressed the smile at the corners of his mouth. You're filthy. Su Luo was relieved to have escaped once more. She didn't dare stand immediately, only lifting her head. Her face was flushed with anger and smudged with mud paired with drooping cat ears. Pitiful, yet endearing. Thank you for your magnanimity, master. She struggled to stand, but her legs gave way and she nearly knelt back down. Shin Liqing didn't look at her again. He turned and walked toward the driver's seat. At least we drove the car out. There are some emergency supplies and weapons inside. He pulled open the car door, pausing for a moment before adding, proceed as planned. After reconnaissance, rendezvous back here. Yes, master. Su Luo quickly responded. The mud stains on her skirt had already been automatically cleaned. Through the rearview mirror, Shin Liqing glanced at the figure outside the car diligently, trying to compose herself. Her cat ears still drooping, her tail listlessly dragging in the mud. The safe house was gone. So be it. Without a fallback, this restless cat would better understand her place and fight even harder to protect her master. He stepped on the accelerator. The black steel beast rolled through the mud, heading toward the dead commercial ruins to the west, leaving 2 deep tire tracks. Su Luo watched the car disappear around the corner, exhaled a long, foul breath, and nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Damn. Scared me to death. She patted her chest, feeling the restless bounce of her breasts beneath the maid's dress. She looked around. This deathly land, overrun by mud and monsters, seemed even more savage and empty without the safe house's protection. A cold wind blew, carrying the stench of sea and rot, giving her goosebumps, and her cat ears twitched. What are you staring at? She snapped at the air, not even sure who she was cursing. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, especially recalling the scene of being forced to kneel in the mud and admit defeat. Her ears burned. An inexplicable fury shot straight to her skull. Just then she spotted a few creatures resembling mutated slime slugs crawling out of the mud ahead, slowly inching toward her. Scram! Su Luo shouted crossly, not even glancing at them. She waved her slender hand casually. Extreme cold instantly froze them into hard ice chunks. Oomph. Su Luo didn't even look at the result, continuing forward on her stiletto heels. So this was the power of the ice goddess. Even though she was only level 3, it felt damn good. If she could reach level 10, killing Shinliching would be as easy as killing those slime slugs. She clearly forgot the conditions for a maid to level up. The novelty of wielding immense power slightly diluted the frustration in Su Luo's heart. She began to consciously attempt to channel the icy energy within her body. With a mere flicker of thought, she activated the ice armor spell, consuming minimal energy while effectively shielding against low-level monster attacks. How that's interesting. Su Luo could barely suppress the smirk tugging at her lips. This was far superior to her awakened master profession, which initially only enhanced physical constitution. She threw caution to the wind, turning this reconnaissance mission into a live combat training ground. Several acid spitters lurking behind the wreckage of a car stirred restlessly. Su Luo sidestepped with effortless grace, her high heels etching a delicate icy trail across the ground as she easily dodged the net of acid. Simultaneously, she brought her hands together before her chest, unleashing a sudden burst of biting cold. Ice ring bloom. A rapidly expanding halo of ice blue radiance swept outward from her center. The entire sequence flowed like a seamless dance, her movements ethereal yet lethally sharp. Her black ruffled skirt billowed in the frigid air, her cat ears tilted forward slightly in concentration, and her feline tail unconsciously swayed in small arcs behind her, as if keeping time to a rhythm. Stunning and formidable. Su Luo almost wanted to applaud herself. This maid outfit provided an exceptional boost in power. It was as if it were tailor-made for the snow goddess. The only downsides being the embarrassing appearance and the chilly draft beneath the skirt. No other flaws. She deliberately lured a giant bone turtle, a creature the size of a small car, its body covered in thick bone armor with razor-sharp fangs. This beast was thick-skinned and possessed terrifying strength, easily ranking among the elite of the servant class. According to theory lessons, ordinary combat professions can only handle such monsters at level 10. A glint of excitement flashed in Su Luo's eyes, and instead of retreating, she advanced. The giant bone turtle charged with a roar, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble. But Su Luo remained calm, and just as it was about to crash into her, she leaped lightly into the air as if weightless. Her high heels found a fleeting foothold on its hard bone armor, propelling her into a graceful somersault, her skirt fluttering and revealing a splendid view. Midair, she swiftly formed hand seals, and the surrounding temperature plummeted abruptly. Ice seal path. A sheet of smooth mirror-like ice instantly formed. The giant bone turtle, unable to halt its momentum, fell onto its back, struggling clumsily. It's over. Su Luo landed steadily, her cat tail curving upward. She extended her pale hand toward the struggling giant monster and clenched her 5 fingers. Ice explosion. A deafening blast reduced the massive corpse to a heap of ice shards and debris. Su Luo lightly patted her hands, the lingering chill around her fingertips gradually dissipating, her breathing barely disrupted. Her cat ears perked up victoriously, and the tip of her tail curled into a cheerful little loop. Too easy. It was as effortless as slicing vegetables. In Sclass profession combined with a custom-tailored amplifying equipment set, she could probably handle even a general-level monster with ease, perhaps even counterattack. Su Luo felt an unprecedented surge of power and confidence. Yet this confidence and joy lasted less than 3 seconds. The moment the giant bone turtle died, Su Luo distinctly sensed a stream of pure energy, forcibly torn from within her body, hurtling westward toward where Shinliching was stationed. Ding. Maid defeated, giant bone turtle, elite servant level. Experience 1750A credited to master's account. A cold mechanical system notification echoed in her mind. One only she could hear. The smugness on Su Luo's face instantly froze, as if petrified by her own ice powers. Damn, she had forgotten about this. She was the one fighting monsters, sweating and bleeding, though not yet. And all the experience went straight into Shinliching's pocket. This infuriated her even more than losing the safe house earlier. What was this? She was out here fighting tooth and nail, while Shinliching lay there soaking up experience. Once he leveled up, she would have even less chance of killing him. Shinliching. Aye. Su Luo kicked a half-collapsed wall beside her in fury, her delicate foot clad in a stiletto delivering immense force. A loud crash echoed as the wall collapsed halfway, dust billowing. Worst of all, she finally remembered how to reclaim experience from the master. Oh. Su Luo covered her face, letting out a silent scream, wishing she could bash her head against a frozen tofu. Back then, when she set up this distribution method, what filthy thoughts had she harbored? Her mind had been full of schemes to humiliate the aloof campus beauty and force her into submission. And now, what goes around comes around. She was the one paying the price. This body had been the object of her long-coveted desire, but now it belonged to her. Yet this distribution method, it was like a bottomless pit of hell she had dug for herself. Su Luo, you idiot, you utter fool. She raised her hand ready to slap her own stunning face, but stopped midair, hitting Shinliching's face. Wouldn't that be a waste? And what if she damaged it? She pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling the world darken. No, absolutely not. Begging Shen Liqing to level up in that way. She would rather freeze to death in this muddy swamp. Kill him. She had to find a way to kill him. Before he could seal her power with the bracelet, before he could force her. Shen Liqing. Su Luo lowered her hand, her gaze instantly turning icy and dangerous, 10 times colder than when she had frozen the demon. Just you wait. Su Luo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shame and murderous intent within her, her cat ears twitching, alertly capturing the sounds around her. She still had a mission. The main road to the east had not yet been fully scouted. She cast one last glance at the giant bone turtle reduced to a pile of ice shards, all that experience of hers. Gritting her teeth, she turned and continued exploring forward. The commercial ruins to the west were even more desolate and dangerous than Shen Liqing had imagined. Shen Liqing gripped his long sword tightly, each step taken with extraordinary caution. He was now a master class, having reached level 5, with a physique far beyond ordinary humans, but his combat skills and ability usage were far inferior to Su Luo, that cheating ice goddess. The foundation of a top theory student played a huge role at this moment. He perfectly avoided several layers where large demons were clearly lurking. The pressure emanating from those places made his scalp tingle. He only chose to engage when encountering lone low-level demons. His movements were not exactly graceful, even a bit clumsy. He gripped the long sword and relied on brute force to hack or use the terrain to create height differences for ambushes. Occasionally, when faced with a tough opponent, he would mobilize the stolen blizzard skill. Ding! Killed corrosive beetle X30 experience 150. The system's prompt rang in his mind. Shen Liqing caught his breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead. This meager experience was a drop in the bucket. Just then, a surge of energy far larger and purer than what he had just gained from killing the beetles poured into his body without warning. That energy carried a familiar biting chill of ice and snow instantly washing through his body. Ding! Your maid Shen Liqing Su Luo Soul has killed Giant Bone Turtle Elite Servant Level Experience 1750 credited to your account. Shen Liqing's movements abruptly halted. Giant Bone Turtle Elite Servant Level. He imagined Su Luo dressed in that humiliating cat-eared-made outfit, wearing Shen Liqing's stunning face, leaping and weaving through the ruins, freezing demons with a wave of her hand, her posture beautiful and dashing. Then, after all her hard work killing an elite monster, the experience whoosh flew straight into the master's pocket. Uff! Shen Liqing couldn't help but let out a low laugh. Serves her right. Let her set up such a devious rule. Let her force me to be a maid. Let her call me 2 eggs under the eyebrows. This feeling of reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. Damn satisfying. Shen Liqing's mood improved greatly, and even the gloomy ruins looked a bit more pleasant. When he got back, he would have to give his meritorious servant a proper reward. He dismissed the panel and continued cautiously deeper into the ruins. The further he went, the more eerie the atmosphere became. Earlier, he could avoid most demons, but after entering this area, the number of low-level demons he encountered increased significantly. They didn't seem to be foraging, they looked more like patrolling. This was not right. Shen Liqing frowned, held his breath, and observed carefully. The stench of blood in the air grew stronger, mingled with a faint, peculiar Swedish smell. It smelled like some kind of secretion. The demons seemed to be guarding that entrance intentionally or not. A spawning chamber. A thought flashed through Shen Liqing's mind like lightning. In theory class, they had learned that certain gregarious or social demons would during specific periods seek safe and hidden locations to establish spawning chambers for concentrated hatching. High-level demons could even drive low-level ones to guard them. If it really was a spawning chamber, the value would be enormous. Shen Liqing's heart began to race uncontrollably, but his mind remained calm. He carefully observed the distribution and strength of the demons near the entrance. Just from what he could see with his naked eyes, no fewer than 20 low-level demons of various types were roaming near the entrance, and who knew how many were hiding in the shadows. Moreover, for a spawning chamber to be established and so many demons to be driven to guard it, there had to be at least one chieftain-level mother inside, possibly more than one. With his current strength charging, in would be suicide. He needed to level up. Shen Liqing made a decision instantly. He called up the system panel again, looking at his nearly full experience bar and the large amount of experience Su Luo had just contributed. Available experience, 2540. Shen Liqing's fingertip hovered over the light screen for a moment. Level up himself or level up Su Luo. Leveling up himself master class would enhance his physique and unlock more support and control skills. For example, stronger contract bindings or inspire to temporarily boost the maid's combat power. Most importantly, it would increase the maximum number of bound maids, which was the foundation for long-term development. Though he had no interest in taking on other maids. Leveling up Su Luo Ice Goddess would immediately grant powerful combat strength, greatly beneficial for exploring the spawning chamber and the subsequent escape. But the risk was also high. The more powerful that hot-tempered cat-eared girl became, the greater the chance of backlash. Shen Liqing hardly hesitated. With a thought, the experience pool was instantly drained. A warm current accompanied by a surge of power washed over his entire body. Master level up. LV. 5 LV. 6. Physique strengthened again. Passive skill acquired charm LV. 1. Shun Liqing withdrew from the commercial ruins, his mood relatively good. Although the spawning chamber was temporarily untouchable, he felt he could now kill a low-level monster with one punch. While cautiously scanning his surroundings, he habitually called up the system panel to check the changes after the upgrade. Master level LV. 6 new passive skill charm effect passively increases the favorability and obedience of bound maids toward the master over time. The effect strengthens with level. Charm. Shun Liqing halted mid-step, raising an eyebrow. The name of this skill sounded a bit improper. Increasing maid favorability. By relying on good looks. He subconsciously touched his current face, Su Luo's face. Objectively speaking, that kid Su Luo wasn't bad-looking. High-nose bridge, sharp features, barely considered handsome. But handsome enough to make an aloof campus belle fall head over heels. Shun Liqing himself was the first to doubt it. He stopped, pulled a small palm-sized mirror from his tactical waist pouch, safe house supplies made of stainless steel sturdy, and examined himself left and right. Still the same face. The skin was a bit rougher from the tension and battles of the past few days, with a hint of stubble on the chin. As for the eyes, Shun Liqing tried to adjust, attempting to appear more charming. Maybe with a deeper gaze. A faint, enigmatic smile at the corners of his mouth. Where is the charm supposed to be? Shun Liqing muttered under his breath, putting away the mirror. He believed that after the soul swap controlling Su Luo's body, he had forcibly transformed Su Luo's original roguish and cynical demeanor into a cold, aloof style that kept others at a distance, exuding an imposing aura. Didn't that count as a charm upgrade? Just like that bastard Su Luo using Shun Liqing's body had turned that icy, aloof aura into a pure, yet seductive allure. Could it be that the effect worked on the soul level, subtly influencing the maid's subconscious, making her think even the master's farts smelled like roses? Shun Liqing shuddered at his own thought. Forget it, can't figure it out. Anyway, as long as it works on Su Luo, who cares how it works? Shun Liqing shook his head, stopped dwelling on it, and prepared to quicken his pace back to the rendezvous point. He had to get back before Su Luo to seize the initiative. Just as he took a step, he suddenly felt something off. His combat pants had shrunk. Realizing the truth, the corner of Shun Liqing's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. Tangible. Su Luo, you win. Your system is truly invincible, even too outrageous for the fetish category. Shun Liqing stood there, his expression shifting from initial shock and indignation to utter contempt and disdain for Su Luo's taste. Finally, he oddly calmed down, even a hint of amusement. Though the method was absurd and filled with vulgarity, he had to admit it was effective at boosting charm. Good looks and temperament were intangible, tangible strength was what mattered. Especially for controlling and shrank Maid, who was deeply rebellious and constantly plotting mutiny. Which Maid could resist a master whose? Shun Liqing glanced down again at the glaringly obvious enhancement of charm, a wicked smile curling on his lips. It seemed someone was in for a treat. What the campus belle didn't know was that the system customized its growth based on the new master's preferences. Shun Liqing silently retreated to the area near the hidden vehicle. The modified off-road sat quietly behind several large concrete slabs, completely intact. He leaned against the body, scanning the surroundings warily. Su Luo wasn't back yet. So slow, he muttered, fingers drumming absently on the cold door. The news about the spawning chamber made him impatient, his mind already scheming how to trick Su Luo into being the main fighter. Just then a sudden change occurred. Not far to the left, a half-collapsed low wall exploded, and a massive creature charged at him. Shun Liqing's pupils contracted sharply. It was a giant crab-like monster over 3 meters in diameter. A warrior-level power-type, iron-armored, giant crab. Damn. Shun Liqing's scalp tingled. He had no time to think why this thing had suddenly targeted him so precisely. His body instinctively retreated while drawing the long blade strapped to his back. The giant crab's charge signaled the attack, and from the surrounding ruins countless shrimp-like monsters swarmed out. Arrow shrimp. They aimed at Shun Liqing, spitting highly corrosive green acid arrows. With the giant crab crushing down from the front and a barrage of acid from the flanks and rear, Shun Liqing swung his blade to deflect several acid shots aimed at vital points. The blade instantly corroded. Even worse, the iron-armored giant crab was already upon him, its massive pincer cleaving through the air with tremendous force, crashing down from above. The terrifying might could surely crush him into a meat patty. A true dead end. Not far from the battlefield, behind a broken wall, Su Luo was covering her mouth, her pretty cat ears perked up with excitement, her tail tip twitching lightly in delight. Only after confirming that Shun Liqing had no hope of survival did she turn gracefully, her smile fading into coldness. Farewell, Shun Liqing. I won't miss you. A glint of ruthlessness and madness flashed in Shun Liqing's eyes. He abruptly raised his head and, mustering all his strength, let out a hoarse roar toward the desolate ruins. Su Luo. If I die here, I will definitely drag you down with me to the grave. You won't survive either. The roar echoed through the deathly silent ruins, filled with hysterical despair and the madness of mutual destruction. Su Luo paused mid-step, her cold, beautiful face showing a hint of confusion. Had he already guessed it? Her mind raced, analyzing the situation. If the master died, the contract would be severed, and the maid could regain her freedom. But she knew the collar around her neck indeed possessed the power to execute a maid regardless of distance. Should she gamble on it? Or take matters into her own hands? A trace of cruelty flickered deep in her beautiful eyes as Su Luo silently conjured an ice spike ready to deliver a fatal strike the moment Shun Liqing was hit. However, just as the giant pincer crab's claw was about to smash down on Shun Liqing's head, the delicate lace collar around Su Luo's neck tightened by a fraction. An intense sensation of suffocation and constriction instantly overwhelmed her. Ugh! Su Luo gasped, caught off guard, and the ice spike she was forming nearly dissipated. True terror appeared in her eyes, just like the first time Shun Liqing had punished her. This madman really intended to drag her to death with him. A surge of immense resentment and unwillingness flooded her heart. Shun Liqing, do you hate me that much? Even when you're about to die, you still think about me. If I die, won't this strength body go to waste? Damn it! Madman, madman! Su Luo cursed, inwardly trembling with rage. But the tangible, death-threatening tightness around her neck shattered all her calculations and ambush plans. If she didn't save him, she would die too. This lunatic simply didn't care about the consequences. I owe you, old hag, Su Luo muttered under her breath, instantly switching her expression to one of panic and desperation. She quickly smeared mud on her face, tousled her hair and clothes, and deliberately cut her arm. Then with a tearful voice and a desperate scream, she dashed out, "Master!" A shrill yet passionate cry pierced the battlefield. Su Luo's figure shot out from behind the broken wall like an arrow from a bow. Ignoring the spitting acid projectiles, she aimed directly at the giant claw about to smash Shun Liqing's head. Ice Wall, absolute guard. She pressed both hands to the ground, unleashing her ice-based ability without reservation. A colossal ice wall rose from the earth, shielding Shun Liqing from the terrifying claw. Boom! A deafening explosion. The claw slammed into the ice wall, instantly covering the solid ice with spiderweb-like cracks. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Luo's mouth as she staggered backward, her face deathly pale. Even her cat ears drooped weakly from the exhaustion. "Master, run!" she screamed at Shun Liqing, full of despair. "Don't worry about me. Go now." The scene was truly touching. A frail maid willing to sacrifice her life to save her master, blocking a fatal blow. How loyal, how tragic. Shun Liqing watched Su Luo's blood-lipped, tottering, pitiful state. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, then he quickly regained his composure. "Opportunity. Good." Shun Liqing roared back, not hesitating for a moment, nor showing any sense of shared hardship. He turned and ran, heading straight for the modified off-road vehicle, sprinting with such decisiveness and without a backward glance. His speed rivaled that of a weasel that had stolen a chicken. Su Luo. She was still tragically blocking the crab claw, preparing her next line of "Master, take care," when she turned her head. Where was he? Shun Liqing had already dashed more than 10 meters away, his back so resolute he didn't even leave a speck of dust for her. The immense shock and fury of being abandoned ignited Su Luo's killing intent even stronger than when she was threatened by the collar. Fine, fine, fine. Shun Liqing, you're ruthless enough. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes. With his back turned, fleeing without any guard. This was the perfect moment to ambush him, kill him, and then flee far away. Murderous intent surged. Su Luo maintained the ice wall with her left hand, while condensing an ice spike in her right palm. She aimed directly at Shun Liqing's unprotected back, seeking a single lethal strike. However, roar! The iron-armored giant pincer crab, thoroughly enraged, swept its other claw across. The ice wall finally shattered under the strain. At the same time, the arrow shrimp's second barrage arrived. Damn it! Su Luo was forced to abort her ambush and rolled awkwardly to dodge. In that brief delay, Shun Liqing had run even farther. Moreover, he was running in a zigzag pattern, using the ruins for cover, leaving no chance for Su Luo to lock on and strike. These two had never trusted each other from the start. Worse, the giant pincer crab and arrow shrimp had completely fixed their hatred on her. She was pinned down, barely able to escape, let alone chase Shun Liqing. Su Luo's vision went dark with fury, and she could only frantically curse while clumsily dealing with the monster's siege. But fortunately, she still had a backup plan. Just then, Virum. The roaring engine drowned out the monster's cries as the modified off-road vehicle burst out of its hiding spot. It didn't slow down, instead it floored the accelerator, charging with unstoppable momentum toward the gap between Su Luo and the giant pincer crab. The front of the car was aimed directly at the relatively vulnerable abdomen of the giant pincer crab. In the driver's seat, Shun Liqing's eyes were cold, his grip tight on the steering wheel, a mad grin on his face. Su Luo was completely dumbfounded. This madman had come back. The giant pincer crab was slammed off the ground, flying through the air, yet the off-road vehicle remained unscathed. Safe House Products truly lived up to their reputation. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Luo's eyes. All the pent-up frustration and killing intent found an outlet in that moment. She gritted her teeth, suppressing the overwhelming weakness from her nearly depleted supernatural ability, and pressed her palms together. Die, you bitch. Ice soul heart-piercing thorn. The ice spike pierced through the giant pincer crab, driving into its demon core. Uffed. The creature convulsed its 8 legs, twitching feebly, the fierce gleam in its eyes swiftly fading until it lay still. Ding. Slain, iron-armored, giant pincer crab, commander-level experience points, 7,500 credited to your account. The cold voice echoed in Su Luo's and Shun Liking's minds simultaneously. Darkness clouded Su Luo's vision, and the intense fatigue nearly made her collapse to her knees. But she knew this was not the time to rest. Swarms of arrow shrimp were still closing in. Get in. Shun Liqing spun the steering wheel, the modified off-road vehicle executing a sliding drift, its heavy tires crushing several cannon shrimp, blocking the way. The car pulled up smoothly beside Su Luo, and the passenger door swung open. Su Luo clenched her teeth, mustering her last shred of strength to hurl herself into the passenger seat. The ice mist on her high heels had dimmed. Close the door. The moment the door shut, several globs of viscous acid splattered against the bulletproof glass, hissing white smoke. Hold tight. Shun Liking's eyes turned icy as he floored the accelerator. Only when the vehicle reached a relatively open road and confirmed temporary safety did he brake. The car had barely stopped when before Su Luo could even catch her breath or form the thought of strike. While he's off guard, the Maid bracelet on her wrist glowed faintly, locking her slender wrists and binding her arms behind her back. A surge of sealing power flooded into her body, completely suppressing and sealing the faint trace of ice ability that had just begun to recover. The familiar sense of helplessness engulfed her again. You. Su Luo twisted her head, glaring at Shun Liqing with a mix of shock and fury, the murderous aura from the recent life-and-death struggle still lingering. This bastard turned on her the moment he was saved. She cursed Shun Liking's entire lineage in her mind, but on the surface, she switched to a pitiful, tearful expression, her cat ears drooping weakly. Master, why? Why have you locked Liqing again? What did Liqing do wrong? Liqing just risked her life to. Her voice carried the weakness of a narrow escape and profound confusion. Shun Liqing ignored her act, turning around, his voice calm but cold. That iron-armored giant pincer crab and those arrow shrimp. The timing and location of their appearance were far too coincidental. Especially, it seemed to only chase me. He leaned slightly forward. Could it be? You deliberately lured them here. Su Luo's heart skipped a beat, but she intensified her expression of grievance, her eyes immediately reddening. Master, how can you suspect Liqing like that? Liqing was scouting to the east at the time, and only rushed back desperately after hearing your call. Look. She struggled to turn, showing the wounds she had scratched on her arm and the dried mud on her face and dress. To hurry back and save you, Liqing was chased by monsters and ended up in this state. If you don't believe me, Liqing can swear if I lured those monsters to harm you, may lightning strike me, and may I die a miserable death. Her voice choked with sincerity, as if suffering a great injustice. Shun Liqing watched her flawless performance, sneering inwardly, then abruptly changed the subject. Is that so? Then there's one more thing. He spoke slowly. From the moment you killed that giant bone turtle until just before you took down the iron-armored giant pincer crab, quite some time passed. Why didn't I receive any experience points during that period? His gaze sharpened. Were you afraid that if I leveled up you'd have a harder time making a move? Su Luo's heart pounded wildly. That was indeed her intention. She had deliberately avoided monsters, or only driven them away without killing them, not wanting to give Shun Liqing any more experience. Letting him level up too fast would only make it harder for her to turn the tables. I. She was momentarily speechless, her mind racing for an excuse, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her cat tail, taut with tension, coiled tightly around the edge of the seat. Shun Liking's expression grew more ominous, his fingers idly stroking the knife at his waist. Also, he added slowly, his voice low and dangerous. When I was running earlier, it felt like someone was aiming at me from behind. Damn, even that had been noticed. In a flash of inspiration, Su Luo had an idea. Master, you mean the experience points? She feigned sudden realization, explaining hastily with a note of urgency and self-reproach. It's my fault, I was careless. It's not that I didn't want to kill monsters to give you experience, but the situation was too complicated. Her eyes were sincere and filled with afterthought. When I scouted that area, I discovered the place was swarming with monsters, and there seemed to be a commander-level aura. I was afraid that attracting attention would draw in the big one, exposing our location and plan, so I had to carefully skirt around, never daring to engage. That wasted time, and I couldn't earn any experience for you. It's Liking's incompetence, please punish me. She lowered her head, assuming a posture of willing submission. The southern neighborhood. A commander level. Shun Liqing frowned, weighing the truth of her words. Really, absolutely true. Su Luo recalled something and hurriedly added. By the way, while scouting the perimeter there, I found a pendant. It looked quite unusual, probably left behind by a fallen high-level supernatural. I picked it up and wanted to offer it to you to prove I wasn't slacking off. She straightened her chest, indicating the pendant's location. It's hanging around my neck, master, look. Shun Liking's gaze followed her neckline downward. A thin silver chain was faintly visible, with something seemingly dangling at its end. The air inside the car grew subtly tense. Shun Liqing remained silent for 2 seconds, then reached out and retrieved a silver pendant of archaic craftsmanship. Holding the pendant, which carried a faint cool scent of her body, he steadied himself, brought it before his eyes, and summoned the system panel for scanning. Item: Starlight Pendant. Quality: Purple. Epic effect: moderately increases spiritual energy recovery speed, slightly enhances elemental affinity for psychic abilities. A flicker of surprise and understanding crossed Shun Liqing's eyes. This pendant was indeed no ordinary piece. Within the safe house, aside from the maid outfit Su Luo wore, the highest quality item was the long blade in his hand, which was of blue fine quality. This purple epic item likely originated from a powerful awakener, one who had unfortunately perished in the tsunami, his remains scattered to unknown shores. Finding this trinket proved that Su Luo had indeed ventured into dangerous territory. Her words held a measure of credibility. He gazed at her exquisite face, then at the pendant in his hand. After a long pause, he let out an ambiguous chuckle and fastened the pendant back around her neck, causing the beauty to shudder once more. It suits you. Keep it on. He did not press further about the experience points or the aiming sensation. Remember, if you intend to make a move, it's best to finish me off in one go. Otherwise, Shun Liqing leaned close to Su Luo's earlobe, revealing a cruel smile. Even if we never escape this godforsaken place, I'll make sure you taste every torment from the interrogation course. The air seemed to congeal. Upon hearing this, Su Luo, instead of her usual submissive demeanor, lifted her head and met his gaze calmly. The distance between them was so close they could feel each other's breath. One was a tall, robust male body radiating absolute control and reckless desperation. The other was a delicate, graceful maid, hands cuffed behind her back, her power sealed. Seemingly weak and helpless, yet her eyes were equally cold and sharp, carrying the forbearance of a viper and an equally unyielding will to survive. The sole difference was that Shun Liqing seemed genuinely less afraid of death. Or rather, his hatred and desire to control Su Luo outweighed his fear of mortality. This slight lack of regard for life granted him a subtle upper hand in the delicate balance. After a long moment, Su Luo finally broke into a smile. All right. Shun Liqing's eyes flickered at her smile. A soft click sounded. The metal ring around Su Luo's wrist clicked open, reverting to a lace bracelet. The sealed ice-type ability within her began to flow once more. Shun Liqing sat upright, as if the tense near-death standoff had never occurred. He picked up a bottle of water, unscrewed it, took a few gulps, then tossed another bottle to Su Luo. Drink some water. Recover. His voice had returned to a calm, even consultative tone. We made too much noise. Can't stay here long. Tell me what you found. Su Luo flexed her slightly numb wrist, caught the bottle and drank as if nothing had happened. The coldness and the strange smile had vanished, replaced by a docile expression and a hint of post-escape fragility. Yes, master, she said in a soft, sweet voice. According to Su Luo, the southern district of the residential area housed no fewer than 3 commander-level monsters, seemingly vying for something. Perhaps it was a treasure left by that terrifying deep-sea overlord. But given their current strength, encountering a commander-level monster meant only one option: flee. If it was a speed-type monster, escape might not even be possible. Let alone coveting the treasure, they wouldn't even be worthy of a glance. So the plan to flee through the south was decisively abandoned. The main road, aside from the general-level monster they had killed, showed no other dangers. Moreover, the main road led to the temporary shelter, Panshur Base, where they might replenish necessary supplies. It remained the optimal route. The two studied the map, discussing the path, monster distribution, and potential risks in low voices, their focus and coordination seamless. Shun Liqing summoned the system panel, glancing at the experience points that had skyrocketed from slaying the giant pincer crab and arrow shrimp. Master level LV 9. He was just one step away from level 10, the first threshold. Sensing the surge of power within him, he looked at Su Luo, who was tending to her scraped arm. She was only LV 3. Though her class and outfit amplified her strength, her level was a glaring weakness. A mischievous grin spread across Shun Liqing's face, tinged with malice. He turned his head, gazing at her unusually serene profile and the twitching cat ears atop her head. Hey! Su Luo paused, looking up with confusion. Master. Shun Liqing waved the system panel's light screen, his smile benevolent. I'm almost at level 10. You fancy a level up? Su Luo was stunned. Did she wanna? Of course she did. No matter how powerful the LV 3 snow goddess was, there were limits. The basic attribute boosts, skill enhancements, and increased energy reserves from leveling up were all tangible. Who wouldn't want to grow stronger? Especially in this perilous place. But how? She opened her mouth, throat dry, eyes darting away from his mocking face. I think I'm fine as I am. Her voice was nearly inaudible, utterly unconvincing. Oh. Shun Liqing raised an eyebrow, leaning lazily into the driver's seat, savoring her flustered expression. Fine. Who was it that nearly screamed for help when chased by a bunch of cannon fodder shrimp? And who couldn't even find a chance to ambush? He deliberately paused, casting a meaningful glance at the cattail wrapped around Su Luo's calf. Her exquisite face flushed and paled alternately, and he found it utterly amusing. Now she knew how pathetic she had been. He put on a serious expression. Actually, I have a better proposal. ITLL save you from suffering a few more lessons. What proposal? Su Luo clutched at it like a lifeline, lifting her head hastily. Shin Liqing opened the map, zooming in on the commercial ruin he had explored earlier. There's a spawning chamber here. Su Luo's heart skipped a beat as a foreboding feeling washed over her. You mean a monster's spawning chamber? Yes. Shin Liqing pointed at the map. And now it's almost certain that what's guarding inside are the eggs of a deep, swamp giant crocodile. He looked at Su Luo, a hint of excitement in his voice. Right now that spawning chamber likely only contains eggs and a few guarding monsters. The mother crocodile should have returned to the sea to soak. Su Luo's eyes widened. So you're taking me to cause trouble. How can you be sure the mother crocodile is gone? Sent monster distribution, and... Shin Liqing pointed at the system panel. I found a huge piece of shed skin near the entrance. It's from the last couple of days. She's definitely left. Why is there a crocodile in the sea? Never mind. Seawater is still water, and a crocodile is a fish. Where there's water there are fish. Su Luo fell silent, her mind racing as she weighed her options. Shin Liqing had said he would level up to 10 first, and then transfer the excess experience to her. The light that had just flickered in Su Luo's eyes dimmed again. No matter how she twisted it, she couldn't escape that trap. What scared? Shin Liqing taunted. Or would you rather choose the efficiency-maximizing method? Su Luo gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, her high heels nearly piercing the accelerator pedal. Let's do it. She puffed out her chest. It's just raiding a crocodile den. What den haven't I been in? But... She shifted her tone, her eyes turning wary as she looked at Shin Liqing. Deal's a deal. The experience inside you level up to 10 first, and the rest. All goes to me. Watching her fierce yet timid demeanor bargaining with a hint of embarrassment, Shin Liqing almost burst out laughing. He suppressed his mirth and nodded solemnly. All right, deal. The experience is yours. He deliberately paused, catching the relief on Su Luo's face before adding. As for being gentle, that depends on your performance. You? Su Luo fumed, her tail bristling upright like an antenna. Shin Liqing stopped teasing her, his smile fading. Enough, no more idle talk. Focus on recovering. Before dark we're raiding that crocodile nest. He started the engine, and the black off-road vehicle turned and sped off. Su Luo sat fuming in the passenger seat, struggling to calm her racing heart and burning cheeks as she channeled her ice abilities to hasten recovery. She gazed at the desolate scenery rushing past the window, then stole a glance at Shin Liqing's cold profile. She bit her silver teeth, vowing fiercely in her mind, Shin Liqing, just wait until my level is up. I'll freeze you. The car stopped near the ruins. Su Luo's cat ears twitched, alertly catching the sounds around them. Remember, Shin Liqing gave his final instructions, there are definitely tough guards inside. Don't get greedy. If something feels off, pull out immediately. And if you hear my signal, retreat at once. Got it, Master So Nagi. Su Luo replied dutifully, but inside she was already scheming how to snatch more. The operation began. Shin Liqing vanished into the shadows of the ruins. Seconds later, several massive explosions erupted near the western entrance. Instantly, the monsters loitering near the entrance, including a few formidable warlord-level iron-spined thorn lizards, and a swarm of toxic toads, were drawn by the audacious commotion, croaking as they gave chase. Su Luo watched from the shadows as Shin Liqing weaved nimbly through the ruins, his movements as precise as a textbook. Though his raw strength was inferior to those warlord-level monsters, he skillfully led them on a wild goose chase, luring them farther away. Su Luo's eyes sharpened. Crouching low, she tiptoed silently into the entrance in her sky-high heels. A thick, nauseatingly sweet stench slammed into her. The sight of the spawning chamber made Su Luo's stomach churn. Countless eggs were piled densely together, most of them a grayish-green or dark brown. Crocodiles laid so many eggs, it must be a massive beast. Since becoming a catgirl, her germophobia seemed to have worsened. Su Luo fought back her disgust, her cat tail curling up in aversion as she tried not to touch the liquid on the ground. She quickly scanned her surroundings. Shin Liqing's judgment was correct. Aside from the mountain of eggs, the guarding force was indeed sparse. Only one massive heavy armor battlebug at the mid-warlord level, and a dozen or so servant-level worker worms tasked with cleaning and carrying slime. Jackpot! Su Luo's eyes blazed with dazzling light. Disgust, germophobia, all took a back seat in the face of experience. Sorry, little darlings. Su Luo flashed a cruel smile, spreading her hands as her ice abilities erupted without reservation. Ice burst feast. For the sake of sparing me more suffering, offer up your lives. Countless sharp ice spikes shot out frantically in all directions from her like a storm of pear blossom needles. Ding. Destroyed deep swamp giant crocodile egg. X1 experience 150. Ding. Destroyed deep swamp giant crocodile egg. X1 experience 150. The system notification sounds were like heavenly music, flooding her mind in a frenzy. Su Luo's cat ears trembled with excitement. Moving at high speed, she dodged the armored war worm while waving her hands, unleashing ice spikes, ice rings, and small-scale ice blasts as if they cost nothing. Ice goddess, just strike a post. If you can't cast spells, I lose. Awesome. So awesome. Su Luo darted and wove among the piles of eggs half-heartedly, watching the stream of experience. Ding. Maid, Shun leeching Su Luo's soul, destroyed the egg cluster experience points have been credited to the master's account. Ding master's level increased LV. 10. Dun Shun leeching is now level 10. Su Luo's spirits lifted. From now on the bulk of the experience from destruction would be hers. As long as she destroyed enough, the experience she gained this time would be enough to level her up several times. Drop the gold coins for me, she cried out, her movements faster and more ruthless. Her skirt fluttered and her cat tail raised high in excitement looked like a conductor's baton. The sounds of battle outside seemed to grow more intense and urgent. The general level monsters that Shun leeching had led away had clearly sensed the catastrophe in the egg-laying chamber. They let out earth-shaking roars, abandoning the chase of that slippery human and turned back madly. If all the eggs were destroyed when the mother crocodile returned, they would all become snacks. Tisk, they're fast. Su Luo sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching, and also saw that the armored war worm had become even more furious due to the return of its companions. Almost done, she had gotten enough. She decisively stopped and prepared to retreat according to plan. Just as she turned, her gaze swept across the deepest corner of the egg-laying chamber. A faint yet exceptionally pure red light, like a firefly in the darkness, instantly caught her attention. What is that? Su Luo paused, her curiosity overriding the urgency of retreat. Dodging the beetle's attack, she rushed to the deepest part of the egg-laying chamber. A peculiar egg lay quietly there. It was smaller than the surrounding ones, only the size of a ping-pong ball, with a dark red shell covered in patterns. A pure and warm energy emanated from the red egg. Su Luo's eyes widened. A treasure, definitely a super treasure. At the moment of reaching level 10, a torrent of energy far more violent and pure than any previous upgrades surged into Shun Liking's body. The stamina consumed by luring and maneuvering the monsters was fully restored, and his mind was clearer than ever. The more crucial change came from the System Panel Master's class rank Pseudo, a rank. He felt the surging power within him and tried to invoke Su Luo's skills. In his palm, a ball of ice-blue whirlwind, far more condensed and colder than before, gathered. Ice Storm. Its power almost reached 70% of what Su Luo could unleash, and the cooldown time was significantly shortened. However, the commotion from the egg-laying chamber made his heart tighten. The roars of monsters coming from inside did not diminish. Instead, they grew more ferocious and dense. The battle was clearly extremely intense. Su Luo, Shun leeching frowned. This commotion was wrong. According to the plan, she should have destroyed a wave and immediately retreated. Was she entangled by the guardian monsters inside? Or had she become greedy? Thinking of that bristling catgirl's obsession with drinking less milk, Shun leeching felt the latter was more likely. Troublesome, he cursed under his breath, no longer bothering with the peripheral monsters. The explosive power from his pseudo-rank physique drastically increased his speed. In a few bounds, he shook off the pursuers and charged toward the entrance. Kicking open the iron door blocking the way, Shun leeching rushed into the egg-laying chamber, which was filled with the smell of blood and icy cold. The sight before him made his pupils contract and his steps faltered. The anticipated scene of Su Luo being besieged and in danger did not appear. Instead, the figure in the catgirl maid outfit was dancing like a dragon in the midst of the chaotic battlefield. This fighting style could only be described as elegant violence. 3 general-level monsters. 1 armored war worm they had seen before, 2 lightning-fast, iron-spined thorn lizards, plus dozens of fearless servant-level worker worms and arrow shrimp swarming around. Such a lineup was enough to instantly kill any professional below level 11. But what about Su Luo? She was walking on those sky-high heels as if on flat ground, her movements incredibly light. Her black puffy skirt traced graceful arcs as she dodged. Facing the charge of the armored war worm, she simply sidestepped, lightly dodging by a hair's breadth. She was not fighting Hedon, instead she maximized the control and slowing effects of her ice ability along with her own agility. Ice rings to restrain groups, ice spikes to precisely target weak points, ice armor to defend against ranged attacks. Her movements were fluid, her rhythm masterfully controlled. Occasionally cornered, a flexible ice slide would create distance. Even Shun leeching keenly noticed that while dodging a pounce from the thorn lizard, she still had time to glance in his direction. Her cat tail wagged left and right as if mocking the clumsiness of these monsters. Where was the shadow of her earlier panic when chased by the shrimp swarm, or her feigned weakness before him? Her previous fragility, fluster, and clumsiness. All in act, this bastard had been hiding her true strength. A chill rose in his heart. His danger assessment of Su Luo had to be raised again. This person's strength and cunning far exceeded his previous estimates. If Su Luo knew what Shun leeching was thinking, she would certainly cry out in grievance. Hiding her strength. Clearly she had been choked by the collar at that time, almost suffocating and barely able to use. Shun leeching moved like lightning, cutting into the battlefield. Are you done playing around? Ice Storm enhanced. The upgraded ice blue whirlwind howled forth with greater power and wider range. It was not aimed at the monsters, but at the sapperworm swarm attempting to flank Su Luo from behind. The extreme cold froze them into stiff ice sculptures. At the same time, the long blade in his hand whistled through the air, slashing heavily at the spiny lizard that was ambushing Su Luo. A faint layer of frost aura clung to the blade. Though it could not inflict serious injury, it successfully forced it back. A flicker of surprise flashed in Su Luo's eyes, then turned into a sly smile. Taking the opportunity, she executed a light backflip, landing steadily not far from Shun, leeching her high heels touching the ground silently. "Oh my master, why have you come in?" She feigned surprise, her voice sugary, as if she hadn't been dancing among the monsters just now. Leeching was about to retreat, but these little darlings were so enthusiastic they just wouldn't let me go. As she spoke, she casually flung several ice blades, pinning a few leaping arrow shrimp onto eggshells, her movements relaxed and effortless. Shun Leeching ignored her nonsense, his gaze sweeping over her entire body, pausing for a moment on her bulging area. It seemed even more outrageous than when she went in. "Got any loot?" he asked in a low voice while swinging his blade to block a heavy strike from an armored battle beetle, the immense force numbing his arm. But his upgraded physique allowed him to withstand it steadily, and he even left a clear ice scar on the opponent's hard carapace with a backhand slash. "Just a little souvenir." Su Luo evaded the question, her cat tail flicking up proudly. "Master, this is no place for chatting. That big guy is about to come back right." As if to confirm her words, an extremely distant, yet furious and terrifying pressure was rapidly approaching from the direction of the ocean. The mother crocodile sensed its nest had been raided and flew into a rage. Shin Liking's expression changed, and he abandoned the interrogation. "Go," he roared, unleashing another ice storm to temporarily drive back the surrounding monsters. Su Luo understood, and with perfect synchronization, they both turned and sprinted toward the nearest exit. Behind them, the furious roars of the monsters and the terrifying pressure of the mother crocodile. Meanwhile, Su Luo's hand instinctively guarded her chest. Virum, the modified off-road vehicle, roared as it burst out of the commercial ruins. Left ice wall. Shin Leeching gripped the steering wheel tightly, nearly flooring the gas pedal, and shouted to the passenger seat. "Got it." Su Luo leaned half her body out of the window, her cat ears pressed flat against the wind. Her hands quickly formed seals, and without looking she conjured a thick ice wall that sealed off the shrimp soldiers and crab generals pouring out of the alley. Bang! The ice wall successfully blocked the pursuers. Broken beam ahead, lift. Ice path, rise. A smooth ice ramp condensed in front of the vehicle. The off-road vehicle charged up the slope, leaping over the broken giant bridge. The landing was violently bumpy, and Su Luo was thrown back into her seat, hitting something hard, causing her to hiss in pain. Shin Leeching glanced at the rearview mirror. The terrifying pressure was getting closer. His eyes calm, he yanked the steering wheel, and the car executed a risky drift, scraping past a billboard and diving into another side road. Behind poison fog, Shin Leeching warned again. Without turning around, Su Luo flung a blast of ice blue frost behind the car. Where the frost passed, the emerald green poison fog in the air crystallized into icy snowflakes. The two coordinated flawlessly, as if they were longtime comrades. Shin Leeching handled the driving and overall warning, while Su Luo transformed into a mobile turret, holding back, freezing, and repelling the flying monsters chasing from behind, the acid-spitting shrimp soldiers, and the monsters attempting to flank from the sides. They raced all the way until they had covered dozens of kilometers and delved into a relatively intact abandoned factory area. The suffocating pressure behind them finally began to fade and disappear. "We lost them." Su Luo collapsed into the passenger seat, panting heavily, her face slightly pale. The high-intensity ability output just now, even with the suit's amplification, had drained her greatly. Shin Leeching turned off the engine, and the only sound in the car was their slightly hurried breathing. He turned around and reached out to Su Luo. "The item, show it to me." Su Luo pouted, somewhat reluctant, but still took out the dark red egg. Its warm, moist luster shone brightly in the dim car, emitting pure life energy. Shin Leeching took the egg, which felt cool to the touch, yet warm, and could faintly sense the vigorous life within. He called up the system panel to scan item: unknown monster egg, extremely rare, special status, extremely high life activity, requires stable warm environment for continuous incubation. Current ambient temperature insufficient, egg activity slowly decreasing. Warning: forced contract or destruction may cause energy rampage. Indeed extraordinary. A glint of sharp light flashed in Shun Liking's eyes. But where to find a warm environment? Looking Su Luo up and down, he already had an idea. Night fell in perfect unison. Shin Leeching leaned back in his chair leisurely, saying, "All right, what was I supposed to do?" Su Luo's body stiffened, her heart, which had just calmed a little, began to race uncontrollably again. "Here it comes, the unavoidable part. I'll give you a chance to choose." Shun Leeching's voice carried a hint of playfulness. "Which one do you want to use?" Su Luo was furious. If she weren't certain that the soul was Shun Leeching's, she would have suspected her own soul had split in two and occupied both bodies. It was exactly the same as her previous shamelessness. She abruptly shook her head, swallowing the rest of the words, and retorted indignantly, "Mind your own business. I'll choose whatever I want." "Fine." Shin Leeching didn't push her, but slowly extended his hand. Buzz. The Maid bracelets locked around Su Luo's wrists, sealing her power. "You." Su Luo was both shocked and embarrassed. Aren't we here to transfer experience? Why lock me up again? I don't trust you. Shen Liqing said without changing his expression, his reason perfectly high-sounding. Your level has increased. What if your power goes out of control during the transfer? Hurting me is one thing, but failing the experience transfer would be a huge loss. The mockery in his eyes was undisguised. Su Luo was so angry her teeth itched, but she couldn't refute him. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Getting personal revenge under the guise of official duty. The maid outfit was designed with an MT design, which was very user-friendly. Shen Liqing's deep voice sounded in her ear. What did you say before? Oh, Liqing destined to lose your innocence, right? Su Luo trembled all over, her cat ears instantly flattening against her scalp and her tail went rigid. He still remembered that. Women's grudges truly were etched into the soul. Ding. Made Shen Liqing Su Luo's soul level up. LV. 8 LV. 9. Experience transfer complete. Current maid level LV. 9. Su Luo, lying in Shen Liqing's arms, began to question her life. Shen Liqing looked at her stunning sweat-drenched face and let out a low laugh. See how much experience you devoured. He pulled up the system panel and pointed at the nearly empty experience bar. A full 68,000 points of experience all dumped on you. And you only went from level 3 to level 9. 68,000. Su Luo was also shocked, her cat ears twitching spiritedly. She knew that the experience needed to level up in class profession was several times, even dozens of times, that of ordinary professions. But she hadn't expected it to be this exaggerated. No wonder Shen Liqing had leveled up so slowly before. A wave of shame washed over her again, not just because of the transfer, but also because of her own wasteful constitution. She blushed and muttered then, "Can I help it? That's how the system is set. If a traitor were discovered in a male dormitory, the other guys would definitely cover their own asses tightly first, then hold an emergency meeting determined to root out the mole in their midst. They would rather the knife stab them in the back be a real one." And coincidentally, Su Luo used to be a guy? Su Luo wanted to retort, but didn't even have the strength to speak, having been thoroughly disciplined. Seeing her silence, Shen Liqing continued, "You performed terribly. Next time you need to prepare and maybe practice a bit." Hearing this, Su Luo's limp body jolted, and she struggled to sit up from his arms. "No, I don't agree. It was too humiliating." She had her dignity, even if it was already shattered. She was now level 9, and reaching level 10 required a massive amount of experience. It would be a long time before she needed another transfer. So there was absolutely no way she would accept it. Yes, absolutely not. Shen Liqing couldn't be bothered to argue with her. She would eventually need to level up, and there would be plenty of times when she'd have to beg him. He wasn't worried about her not submitting. As her consciousness sank into the system panel, Su Luo finally felt a glimmer of solace upon seeing the newly acquired passive skill. Passive skill Frost Eye LV. 1. Description: it is said to be the eye of the ice goddess perceiving the world. Effect: ignores all mental attacks and illusions. When gazing at a target, it can impose a frost gaze effect. Frost gaze causes the target to be covered in frost from the inside out, slowing thoughts and actions, suppressing ability operation. It was akin to tossing an opponent into a slow-motion domain and then layering a weakness aura upon them. Su Luo could almost envision the delightful scene of future enemies turning into sluggish ice blocks after a single glare from her. She let out a satisfied sigh, her cat tail unconsciously curling around Shen Liqing's calf, as if claiming ownership. But then she frowned slightly, a hint of discomfort crossing her face. Shen Liqing's arm was wrapped around her waist, his thigh pressed against her back, and he was dozing with his eyes closed, appearing utterly defenseless. Su Luo's heart skipped an uncontrollable beat, then suddenly raced faster. An extremely dangerous, profoundly tempting thought crept quietly into her mind. Though she was now depleted, the foundation of her ice goddess LV 9 remained. The Frost Eye, a newly acquired and unexpected trump card, was still available, and Shen Liqing's handcuffs had not yet been locked onto her, leaving her powers unsealed. What if she struck suddenly now? Using the Frost Eye to slow his thoughts and movements, even if only for a fraction of a second. Then in an instant she would condense the most powerful ice spike aimed directly at his unprotected heart. The success rate would be very high. No matter how strong Shen Liqing's constitution was, he was only a pseudo-rank master class. Piercing through his vital point would still kill him, as long as she acted before he could react. Kill him. Completely rid herself of that damned collar and handcuffs, and escape the humiliating maid identity. This strength body and all its secrets would belong entirely to her. Fierce determination swallowed Su Luo's languor. Her lowered gaze turned sharp and icy, an almost imperceptible trace of coldness gathering at her fingertips. The power of the Frost Eye flowed subtly in her eyes, a flash of icy blue light flickering and vanishing, locking onto Shen Liqing's nearby neck, the vital point. Yet just as the killing intent was about to burst forth, Su Luo slammed on the brakes. A cold truth doused her like icy water. Shen Liqing had voluntarily removed her handcuffs. He clearly knew she had leveled up, grown stronger, and become more dangerous. Why, when they were so close, would he grant her such freedom? Why remove the most direct restraint? Trust. He would probably trust those giant crocodiles whose eggs had been stolen before he trusted her. Could it be that leveling up to 10 unlocked some new more covert means of control? The immense uncertainty, the deep fear of Shun Liking's mutual destruction warning, and the sixth sense from this female body all told her. She couldn't afford to gamble. If she failed, what awaited her would not be simple punishment. Shun Liqing had said he would make her wish she were dead, and that lunatic would certainly do it, and in creative ways. Thinking of the unimaginable torment and humiliation that might befall her, Su Luo's newly kindled killing intent and courage drained away completely. A cold sweat even broke out on her back. The internal struggle lasted only the blink of an eye. In the end, extreme self-interest and survival instinct thoroughly crushed the risky impulse. Phew. Su Luo quietly let out a breath, her tense body relaxing again, the icy blue light in her eyes fading away. Forget it. She comforted herself inwardly. I'm too weak now. The success rate is at most 50%. Not safe. He'll wait until I have a better chance. She wouldn't admit it was actually her being a coward. Having resolved this, Su Luo fully let go, and a wave of intense fatigue surged over her like a tide. She even snuggled deeper into Shun Liking's embrace, finding a more comfortable position. Being a maid, did it have its upsides after all? At least one thing was clear. She didn't need to worry about Shun Liqing backstabbing her while she slept. Her life was already in his hands. If he truly wanted to kill her or torture her, he wouldn't need to do it sneakily. Worrying about him striking from behind was entirely superfluous. Since her life or death depended on his mood, why bother worrying? Better to take advantage of this safety, get a good sleep, and regain her strength. Su Luo simply closed her eyes, resting her head on Shun Liking's sturdy arm, her breathing gradually becoming steady and long. Her cat ears drooped softly, and the tip of her tail unconsciously brushed against his leg like a cat finding a warm nest. Shun Liqing seemed to sense her relaxation. His arm around her waist tightened slightly, a possessive force in the just before sinking into deep sleep. The last thought in Su Luo's mind was, strangely, I forgot to take some safety measures. Could I end up having kittens? Her cheeks seemed to flush again, and she quickly buried her face deeper, as if that could block out the untimely shame. Su Luo's caution had unknowingly saved her life once more. Shun Liqing quietly opened his eyes, confirming she was asleep, and felt a hint of surprise. A new skill on the panel glowed faintly, obtained just now as he transmitted experience. Semi-active skill, life, contract share LV. 1. Effect: when the master receives fatal damage, 50 of the damage can be forcibly distributed to a nearby bound maid. The master can also actively choose to share 50 of the damage for the maid. Cooldown depends on the damage, no less than 7 days. A very practical life-saving skill. In other words, as long as Su Luo wore the collar and remained his maid, she was his sturdiest meat shield. If she dared to strike to kill, Shun Liqing had absolute confidence in activating the skill before death, dragging her into severe injury together. Then someone would have to face his wrath. One could say the system had pulled all its dirty tricks on the maid, truly living up to the essence of the master class. The fishing for a backstab attempt had failed, and Shun Liqing couldn't tell if he was pleased or not. He looked down at the peaceful, sleeping face of the person in his arms. Her long lashes trembled slightly with each breath, her slightly parted rosy lips exhaling warm air that brushed against his chest. Even though he didn't want to kill her now, he couldn't resist fishing to see if she would betray him. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile of ambiguous meaning. There was mockery, and perhaps also a trace of ease that he himself was unwilling to admit. The string that had been taut for too long seemed to relax slightly with the slumber of the person in his arms. Shun Liqing adjusted his position, letting Su Luo rest more comfortably, and slowly closed his own eyes. He'll kill you after we escape. The engine had long been turned off, the windows tightly shut, isolating the desolation of the ruins and the howls of monsters. In the cramped cabin, only the steady, deep breaths of the two intertwined, mingling together. Early the next morning, Su Luo, like a languid cat finally basking in the sun, stretched luxuriously in the passenger seat. Her slender waist arched into a surprising curve, her long legs extended, and her heel tapped a crisp sound against the window. She let out a satisfied hum, her cat ears twitching contentedly atop her head, and the tip of her tail curling into a pleased little loop. A night of deep sleep coupled with her upgraded physique's recovery left her feeling unparalleled. Her complexion rosy, and even the ruins seemed more tolerable. That's enough, said Shun Liqing from the driver's seat, eyes fixed ahead, his voice raspy with sleep. Stop posturing. Time to move. Su Luo paused in her movements, pouted and muttered under her breath, TCH playing the saint. If someone hadn't blown up the safe house, we wouldn't be out scavenging supplies now. That safe house had everything. Her voice was just loud enough for Shun Liqing to hear. Shun Liking's fingers tightened on the steering wheel, but he didn't even glance her way. Su Luo grabbed her collar, crying out in mock surrender. Hey friend, let's argue all you want, but give my neck some air, okay? One more word, and the collar tightens for 10 seconds. Su Luo instantly fell silent, sitting obediently still, her cat ears wisely drooping, though her eyes still held a hint of defiance. Target: rock base. They drove along the main road Su Luo had scouted the day before. To avoid alerting any potential big threats, both chose to take detours steering clear of monster-infested areas. For the low-level monsters that couldn't be bypassed, Su Luo rolled down the window, flicked her fingers, and several swift silent ice spikes precisely took them out as effortlessly as playing whack-a-mole. The journey was uneventful until the outline of rock base finally appeared on the horizon. A temporary fortification built upon a natural high ground. Scattered near the base were the remains of cleared monsters. Almost there. Su Luo's spirits lifted. Food gasoline. With these, their chances of escaping this death zone would be much greater. However, just as they were less than 2 kilometers from the base entrance in a relatively open depression, the car screeched to a halt. TCH trouble. Su Luo frowned at the scene ahead. There in the muddy water of the depression lurked a group of monsters. Leading them was a humanoid creature, nearly 3 meters tall, its upper body covered in deep green scales with distinct muscle lines and sharp claws. Its lower half, however, was a thick, ugly fish tail submerged in the murky mud. It was chewing on the limb of some unknown creature. Mid-level general rank, deep swamp merman warrior. Around it were a dozen smaller, varied merman minions radiating servant-level aura armed with crude bone spears or stone axes, snarling provocatively toward the base. Looks like it's blocked the base entrance, Shun Liqing said, pushing open the car door. Let's finish this quickly. Don't want to attract more. Both got out at the same time. Su Luo flexed her wrists while Shun Liqing drew his long blade, the steel gleaming coldly in the morning light. Roar! The deep swamp merman warrior spotted them, its murky fish eyes locking on, issuing a threatening growl. It clearly didn't take these little ones seriously. Go! Shun Liqing barked, charging ahead. He didn't head straight for the merman warrior, but cut into the flank of the merman minions. Slowed by the ice storm, the minions were like lambs to the slaughter. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 were cut down. Your turn. Shun Liqing called out without looking back. Got it. A cold smile curled at the corner of Su Luo's mouth. She didn't even move her feet, merely raising her slender hand and lightly pointing at the roaring, deep swamp merman warrior charging toward her. Frost eye freeze. Her eyes instantly veiled over with an icy blue glow, deep and frigid. The massive body of the deep swamp merman warrior locked in her gaze, stiffened abruptly. Its charge seemed to hit a slow-motion button. A flicker of extreme shock and confusion passed through its eyes, its thoughts seemingly frozen, and even the flow of its violent water element energy became sluggish. Ice soul-piercing kill. Su Luo seized that fleeting opportunity. A condensed arm-thick, deep blue ice spike shot precisely into the merman warrior's gaping mouth, frozen in surprise. Thud! The ice spike pierced through its relatively vulnerable oral cavity, without resistance, driving deep into its brain. Ow! The distorted, agonized howl cut short. The merman warrior's massive body crashed to the ground, splashing a wave of mud, twitching unconsciously as its life force rapidly faded. Shun Liqing swiftly dispatched the remaining minions like chopping vegetables. The battle ended cleanly, taking less than a minute. Ding. Killed deep swamp merman warrior, mid-level general, 8800 EXP credited to master's account. Ding. Killed servant-level merman. The system's chime echoed in both their minds. Su Luo dispelled the ice blue from her eyes, satisfied with her handiwork. Frost Eye combined with ice element precision strikes was exceptionally effective. Shun Liqing flicked the blood off his blade, glanced at the merman warrior's corpse, his expression calm and unruffled. Such a creature posed no threat to them now. Just as they were about to get back in the car and continue, the merman warrior, seemingly dead, suddenly emitted a strange grating he sound from its throat. It stared fixedly at Su Luo and Shun Liqing, its cracked mouth twisting into an extremely distorted, malicious grin. In a broken, eerie accent from the deep sea, it uttered its final curse. Heh, foolish. Land, insects. The sea calls. The tide will, again, drown everything. You and those insects in the walls. All will die. With that, the last glimmer of light in its eyes extinguished completely. The ease on Su Luo and Shun Liqing's faces instantly froze. The tide was rising again. Both snapped their heads up, staring at the great distant sea horizon, as if sensing the wrath of the deep-sea emperor. Then they looked at the base, so close now. According to the merman, there were still people inside. Truly worthy of the name, rock. The sea had swallowed everything, yet left it standing. Supplies might be secured, perhaps. Bang, bang, bang. Su Luo stood on tiptoe, her stiletto-clad feet kicking impatiently at the heavy iron door of the Panshur base. Hey, anyone there? Open up. She pitched, her voice high, sweet enough to make one's teeth ache. We're survivors passing through. We want to trade for supplies. She shouted for a long while, but there was no response from inside. What the hell? Su Luo turned and rolled her eyes at Shun Liqing, who was leaning against the car door with his eyes closed. Are they all dead? Shun Liqing didn't even lift his eyelids. If they don't open, break it down. Su Luo pursed her lips and was about to condense an ice spike to punch a hole in the door when, creak, the grating sound of metal scraping metal echoed as the door opened a crack just wide enough for one person to slip through. A haggard, sallow-faced woman peered out, her eyes filled with exhaustion and deep weariness. She scrutinized the two oddly dressed figures outside, especially Su Luo's eye-catching catgirl maid outfit and the ears atop her head. "You are." The woman's voice was hoarse, thick with caution. Su Luo instantly switched to her sweet mode, her smile flawless. She even tilted her head, making her cat ears twitch playfully. "Hello sister, we're not bad people. There are so many monsters outside, it's terrifying. Would like to trade for some food and gasoline, is that okay?" As she spoke, she naturally sidestepped to reveal Shen Liqing behind her. "This is my boyfriend Liqing. He doesn't talk much, but he's very capable." Shen Liqing gave a timely as if confirming the boyfriend identity, his expression still unchanged. He merely glanced through the crack in the door. The woman's gaze seemed to accept the explanation, or perhaps she simply lacked the energy to probe further. A flicker of hope emerged in her eyes. "Do you know if there's any rescue outside?" Su Luo's smile froze for a moment, then she wore a sympathetic and helpless expression, shaking her head. "Sister, I'm sorry. We don't know. We escaped on our own and our supplies are almost gone, so." Her voice trailed off, sounding guilty. The light in the woman's eyes instantly dimmed, thick disappointment almost spilling over. She was silent for a few seconds, then finally stepped aside to let them in, her voice even more weary. "Come in. There's still some food inside." Her tone held no warmth, more like a numb routine. Just then Shen Liqing's hand resting on Su Luo's waist moved, his fingers seemingly casually gently pinched her wrist. Su Luo stole a glance at him, her eyes asking what's wrong. Following his gaze, she saw the earpiece hidden in the woman's ear. Shen Liqing stepped inside first, with Su Luo following closely. Her high heels clicked crisply on the rough concrete floor. As soon as she entered the base, a wave of air mixed with sweat, mold, and a faint metallic scent of blood assaulted her. Su Luo wrinkled her nose instinctively, the cat ears on her head perking up alertly. The interior of the base was even more dilapidated than it appeared from outside. A few low concrete buildings surrounded a courtyard with piles of debris and discarded vehicle parts in the corners. Most striking were the women sitting or standing in the yard, about a dozen of them. Their ages varied widely from teenage girls to elderly women in their 60s. But they all shared one thing: blank, numb eyes, unhealthy sallow complexions, and emaciated bodies. What made Su Luo and Shen Liqing's eyes narrow was that almost every one of them bore fresh or old scars. Bruises, scratch marks, even cigarette burns. They were like lifeless puppets with their strings cut, glancing at the newcomers with dull indifference before looking away, showing no reaction. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Just then a middle-aged man with a slight paunch, wearing a grease-stained work jacket, came out of one of the buildings with a beaming smile. "Oh, welcome, welcome." He rubbed his hands together, his face plastered with an overly enthusiastic grin. But his eyes roved over Su Luo like hooks, lingering especially on her full chest and long white stocking legs for several seconds before turning to Shen Liqing. "My name is Zhang Dishing, temporary head of the shelter. What might your names be?" "I'm Su Luo, and this is my boyfriend Shen Liqing." Su Luo answered first, her voice still sweet. Yet she subtly moved closer to Shen Liqing, linking her arm through his in a dependent manner. "Good names, good names." Zhang Dishing nodded repeatedly, warmly ushering them toward the building he had come from. Come, don't stand outside. Sit inside, have some water, eat something. It's not easy to meet living people these days." He led them into a room that looked like a converted warehouse. Inside were piles of odds and ends, with a battered table and a few chairs in the middle. On the table sat several ceramic cups and a plate of black, unidentifiable patties, along with a small dish of pickled vegetables. "It's a bit rough, don't mind it. Have a little something to tide you over." Zhang Dishing eagerly picked up a patty and tried to press it into Su Luo's hand. Su Luo looked at the black thing, her stomach churning. Suppressing her nausea, she forced a reluctant expression and gently pushed it away. "Thanks, brother Zhang, but we're not hungry. We just ate." She discreetly squeezed Shen Liqing's arm. Shen Liqing didn't even glance at the food. He stood expressionless, scanning every corner of the room. Zhang Disheng's smile froze for a moment, then he recovered his enthusiasm, sat down, took a bite of the patty, and began to complain while chewing. "You two have no idea. Life is so hard these days. When the sea rose, the whole city was flooded. We lucky ones were near this base and scrambled in just in time to save our lives." He sighed heavily, spittle flying. "But what's the use of holing up here? Outside are man-eating monsters, and those damned fishmen at the gate block us every day. Trying to go out for food, harder than reaching the sky. We've been surviving on the meager supplies stored here before, but they've long run out. Look at those people outside, sigh. Starved to the bone." He pointed at the numb women in the yard, his tone heavy. Then he shifted his tone, his eyes probing and curious as he looked at Su Luo and Shen Liqing. "Speaking of which, you two are really blessed. With monsters everywhere out there, how did you manage to get here safely? Did you run into those fishmen blocking the gate on the way?" He asked casually, but his gaze was fixed on their expressions. Su Luo continued to wear that sweet, naive, and ignorant smile, her tone light, as she replied, "Fishmen? No, not at all." She blinked her big eyes. "We might have been lucky. When the tide came in, we hid in a particularly sturdy little warehouse, and nothing happened at all. Later, when the water receded, we drove along the main road, and everything went smoothly. We didn't see any fishmen. What do these fishmen Brother Zhang mentioned look like? Are they very scary? As she spoke, she patted her chest in lingering fear, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of dread. Zhang Debaio's smile deepened, carrying an unsettling sense of scrutiny, as his gaze swept back and forth between Su Luo and Shun Liqing. He slapped his thigh, his tone exaggerated. To survive out there and make it here, you two must be no ordinary people. Both of you are combat-type awakeners, right? Your levels must be quite high. He asked casually, yet his body leaned forward slightly, exuding an invisible pressure. Su Luo sneered inwardly, but on the surface, she looked down with a hint of embarrassment, pinching the hem of her skirt, her voice soft and sweet. Brother Zhang flatters me. I'm just a small crank support class, only level 3, not much combat power. She looked up, her gaze filled with admiration toward Shun Liqing. It's all thanks to my boyfriend. He's a Brank combat class level 5. He's really strong. As she spoke, she leaned dependently closer to Shun Liqing, her cat ears twitching slightly. Brank. Level 5. A gleam of sharp light flashed in Zhang Debaio's eyes, as if confirming something. He nodded thoughtfully, his smile suddenly turning extremely eerie, even carrying a hint of greed and cruelty. Brank level 5. Indeed. Quite formidable. He said slowly, then his voice suddenly rose, laced with a triumphant and ferocious glee as the pretense was torn away. But what a pity. Not enough. Brothers, come out and greet our guests. With a shout, over a dozen men surged from every corner of the warehouse and even the courtyard. They were all burly, with fierce eyes exuding a heavy aura of bloodlust and brutality, instantly encircling Su Luo and Shun Liqing. The weakest aura fluctuations among them were unmistakably at level 5 awakeners. Several leaders among them had even reached level 6, or were close to level 7. Their gazes at Su Luo and Shun Liqing were filled with mockery, cruelty, and undisguised lust. So it was escaped convicts from the prison who had taken over the base. Su Luo let out a frightened scream like a startled rabbit and threw herself into Shun Liqing's arms. Her body trembled violently as she buried her face in his chest. Liqing. It's so scary. What are they going to do? Her gaze, however, swept quickly over the numb women in the courtyard. The moment the men appeared, their bodies visibly flinched. Their eyes filled with even deeper terror and despair as some lowered their heads, others covered their ears, as if foreseeing the impending tragedy. Clearly they had long been completely subjugated by this terror. What are we going to do? A burly man with a scar on his face, the strongest at level 6, stepped forward with a lecherous grin. His eyes roamed over Su Luo's catgirl maid outfit and her slender figure, lingering longest on the glimpse of her black-stockinged legs beneath her skirt. Hee, little beauty, dressing up like this is just for us big brothers to see, right? Don't worry, we'll be gentle. Exactly. That face, that figure, a top-tier piece. Another man with triangular eyes licked his lips, his gaze lecherous, a million times better than those wooden dolls in the base. Boss, what do we do with that kid? A tall, skinny man pointed at the expressionless Shun Liqing. The scar-faced man grinned savagely and made a throat-slitting gesture. Brank level 5. Cripple his hands and feet, make him watch. Let him see how we enjoy his girl. Damn it, I've never seen such a gem in my life. Today we feast. Huh. Great idea. The boss is wise. The gang of thugs burst into raucous laughter, their obscene words unbearable to hear. Su Luo, buried in Shun Liqing's chest, had her cat ears pressed flat against her head in fear, but the tip of her tail swayed dangerously and silently from side to side. Liqing. They're so bad. She said, her voice trembling with tears. Don't be afraid, little beauty, big brother will take care of you. The scar-faced man leered impatiently, reaching out his greasy, rough hand, aiming straight for Su Luo's pert bottom. Just as that filthy hand was about to touch the black fluffy skirt, Su Luo lifted her head abruptly. The fear and fragility on her face vanished without a trace. An invisible, bone-chilling cold instantly locked onto the scar-faced man, freezing his movements midair. The lecherous smile on his face froze, his eyes instantly replaced by extreme shock and bewilderment. His thoughts seemed to be frozen, his outstretched hand hung in the air, and even the flow of energy within him came to a complete halt. Who allowed you to touch me? Su Luo's voice was crisp and pleasant, yet it carried a piercing chill. Without any unnecessary movement, she simply flicked her finger lightly toward that frozen, dirty hand. A barely perceptible thread of ice blue light shot from her fingertip and instantly vanished into the scar-faced man's wrist. The next moment, crash. In the horrified gazes of everyone present, the burly level 6 man who had been so arrogant just moments ago, along with his outstretched arm and entire upper body, was instantly encased in a thick layer of crystal-clear ice. He became an ice sculpture, his expression frozen in shock and terror. The movement was so swift that no one could react. Su Luo even playfully tapped the knee of the ice sculpture with the toe of her stiletto heel. Ting, a crisp sound. The entire ice sculpture shattered and collapsed like a toppled glass ornament, scattering into a pile of glittering ice shards. Not a single drop of blood was spilled. Dead silence. Inside and outside the warehouse, it was instantly plunged into utter silence. All the laughter and obscenities ceased abruptly. The lecherous and cruel smiles on the faces of the thugs who had been so arrogant moments before froze completely. They stared at the pile of steaming ice shards on the ground, then at the stunning girl in the cat girl, Maid outfit, a faint trace of regret on her face. Su Luo clapped her hands, her cat tail swaying cheerfully in a small arc as she stretched. She glanced around at the thugs whose faces had turned ashen with fear, and a devilish smile curled at the corner of her mouth. All right, one piece of trash cleaned up. Next, whose turn is it? Her voice was still sweet, yet it sent every man present into an icy abyss. Attack! Kill her! All together! Zhang de Biao finally snapped out of his extreme terror, letting out a hysterical shriek. The fat on his face quivered violently with fear. Su Luo's eyes turned cold, and she was about to strike again. Wait! A calm voice suddenly rang out. It was Shun Liqing. Su Luo paused, looking back at him in surprise. What? A sudden attack of conscience. Thinking these scumbags don't deserve death. Or does he want to do it himself? A few thoughts flashed through her mind. Shun Liqing's gaze calmly swept over the thugs who had hesitated and looked uncertain at the sound of his voice, and finally settled on Zhang de Biao, who was on the verge of soiling himself. His voice was low but clear to everyone. Killing them like this would be letting them off too easy. Shun Liqing's movements were swift, precise, and ruthless, like a tiger descending upon a flock of sheep. The muffled crunch of breaking bones and agonizing screams instantly filled the entire warehouse. He gave those thugs no chance to react. His fists and feet, laden with immense force, landed accurately on their joints and vital points. The movements were crisp and efficient, carrying an almost brutal effectiveness. In the blink of an eye, the 5 brawny men who had been so arrogant moments ago, including their leader Zhang Disheng, were all on the ground. They lay sprawled on the floor, limbs twisted into grotesque angles, letting out only anguished, despairing wails, completely incapacitated. Shun Liqing flicked the blood droplets from his wrist, his gaze indifferent. He felt a flicker of surprise at the sudden surge of inexplicable brutality within him. Was it because of their heinous acts? Or was it because of that remark about having his way with his woman? A sense of possessiveness. Shun Liqing frowned slightly. He knew, of course, that Su Luo was not his woman. She was merely a body he temporarily controlled, housing a cunning soul constantly plotting his demise. But hearing those scum leering and speaking of her with such filthy words, an inexplicable seething rage surged straight to his head. It was as if she were an object within his own territory. He could toy with it as he pleased, but no stray dog from outside would ever be allowed to covet or defile it. He took a deep breath, suppressing that unfamiliar restlessness within him. With an impassive expression, he dragged the 5 completely crippled thugs out of the warehouse, one in each hand, like hauling dead dogs. He then roughly discarded them in the open space at the base's entrance, leaving them to struggle in the mud and blood. Wait for the demon beasts to feed. Shun Liqing said, his voice colder than the muddy water on the ground. Inside the warehouse, Su Luo watched Shun Liqing's back as he cleanly crippled the men and tossed them away. Her cat ears perked up slightly in astonishment. TCH. She pursed her lips and muttered, he's pretty ruthless. By comparison, did that make her a saint? No, she had to be even more ruthless than him. Looking at the women in the yard, still trembling, their eyes numb with a hint of bewilderment and fear, Su Luo felt that same seething anger flare up inside her. It had always been her who backstabbed others. Oh, no one had ever backstabbed her. Well, maybe there was one. But that one was special and didn't count. Since these women had dared to trick them into coming here, she didn't care if they were forced or not. Hey you. Su Luo's crisp voice instantly drew the attention of all the women. She walked to the edge of the open space, looking down at the 5 writhing bodies on the ground, then sweeping her gaze over the women. A smile suddenly bloomed on her face. Extremely sweet, yet chilling to the bone. These scum treated you like livestock, beat you, starved you, used you as bait. Now they can't move anymore. She waved a delicate hand. A dozen sharp icicles radiating chilling cold materialized out of thin air and plunged into the muddy ground at the women's feet. Here the tools are for you. Su Luo's smile grew even sweeter. Settle your scores, repay your grudges. Go ahead. The women looked at the bitingly cold icicles at their feet, then at the wailing thugs on the ground. Their eyes were filled with deep-seated hatred. Yet their bodies seemed rooted to the spot, trembling violently. No one dared to move. They were accustomed to submission, to fear. The very thought of resistance seemed to have been extinguished long ago. Huh. Su Luo let out a sneer dripping with mockery. What's this? When you tricked us 2 innocent people into coming here, you had plenty of guts and put on quite a show. Now with your enemies right in front of you, just a finger's move away from vengeance, you're chickening out. Her voice suddenly rose, laced with sharp, killing intent, since you refused the chance I'm giving you. Su Luo slowly raised her right hand. A highly dangerous, rapidly spinning ball of ice blue energy gathered in her palm, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Then go to hell with them. Her final words were spoken in a whisper. The energy ball blazed with light, and the chilling aura of death instantly enveloped the entire yard. The women let out despairing sobs and collapsed completely. Just then, thud. A sudden jarring sound of a sharp object piercing flesh broke the deathly silence. Everyone whipped their heads around. There stood the youngest girl, tears still streaking her face, but her eyes were like venom-dipped daggers fixed on Zhang Dishing. At some point she had tightly grasped the thickest, sharpest icicle at her feet. Using all her strength, she viciously stabbed it into the belly of a nearby thug. This act was like a spark to a powder keg. Aya, a woman with disheveled hair and a scarred face, let out a howl, grabbed an icicle, and lunged at another thug. You beast! Give me back my daughter's life. My leg. They broke my leg. Another woman, now nearly insane with rage, also picked up an icicle. Kill them. Revenge. Tear these animals apart. The hatred and humiliation that had been suppressed for too long exploded forth in a torrent once the first outlet appeared. The women who had been trembling and numb moments ago now had bloodshot eyes transformed into vengeful demons. They screamed, wept, and cursed, scrambling to grab the icicles from the ground, and throwing themselves at the thugs who had once been so overbearing and now could only whimper and writhe. Su Luo nodded with satisfaction, retracting the ice explosion orb in her palm. She crossed her arms and watched the revenge play she had orchestrated with keen interest. The hem of her maid dress swayed gently amidst the chaos. Pretty efficient, she commented inwardly. They were scared stiff a moment ago, but now they're really getting into the swing of it. In less than a minute the screams died down. For thugs were dead without a doubt. In the center of the yard, only Zhang Dishing remained, twitching weakly. TCH, still one left. Su Luo pouted, her voice sweet but icy. She moved gracefully over to stand before Zhang Dishing, elegantly, raising her delicate hand. A cold mist swirled between her fingers. In your next life, remember to keep your filthy hands to yourself. Shen Liqing raised an eyebrow, unsure if the remark was directed at the thug or someone else. Wait. A voice rang out abruptly. It wasn't loud nor soft, but it carried a strange, penetrating power that instantly overpowered the sounds in the yard, reaching everyone's ears clearly. The voice was very young. Su Luo's movement halted suddenly. Her cat ears swiveled alertly toward the source of the voice, and her tail stiffened instantly. Everyone's gaze followed. In the shadows near the warehouse entrance, a figure had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The person was tall and slender, wrapped in a dark gray cloak. A wide hood obscured most of their face, revealing only a cold, hard jawline. He stood there silently, as if merged with the shadows, exuding an air of keep away, unfathomably deep. This one, the voice under the cloak, was utterly flat, but carried a clear directive aimed directly at Su Luo. Spare his life. His tone was not a request nor a negotiation. It was a command. As if what he spoke was an unchangeable law, all eyes converged upon the enigmatic figure who had suddenly appeared in the cloak. Su Luo remained silent, merely tilting her head as she scrutinized him with a cold, detached gaze. At that moment the cloaked man, Zhang Hao, abruptly lifted his head. Beneath the hood, half of his face was revealed, exceptionally youthful, even pallid and effeminate, yet his eyes blazed with sudden intensity. An intangible wave of spiritual force laced with potent allure and compulsion lashed fiercely into Su Luo's mind. Come here. Zhang Hao barked in a low voice. He had succeeded. Su Luo's delicate frame quivered, and her beautiful eyes instantly lost focus, becoming vacant and hollow. As if tugged by invisible threads, she actually released her lock on Zhang Dishing, taking a small half-step forward with her left foot, her body leaning slightly. Like an exquisite marionette, she seemed on the verge of walking uncontrollably toward Zhang Hao. Shen Liqing had somehow already positioned himself slightly behind and to the side of Su Luo, his right hand resting steadily on the hilt of the long blade at his waist. Though he suspected that given Su Luo's cunning fox-like nature, she was unlikely to truly be controlled, what if she was? The cloaked figure's appearance was too eerie, and his aura exuded a sinister quality. Su Luo, Shen Liqing's heart tightened, and the long blade was half drawn from its sheath, in an instant ready to spring into action to rescue her at any moment. Zhang Hao's eyes gleamed brighter, a hint of triumphant control flashing within them. His technique, mental pull, was a surprise attack aimed at weak spiritual defenses. Even those of a higher level would be dazed for several seconds if caught off guard. If he could just seize this terrifyingly powerful woman as a hostage. However, just as Su Luo took that half-step, leaning forward to the limit, on the verge of losing balance and lunging forward, deep within her vacant, hollow, ice-blue eyes a glimmer of fox-like cunning emerged. Instead of planting her forward-leaning left foot to support herself, she leveraged the forward momentum, twisting her slender waist with a burst of force. Thud! A muffled yet crisp sound rang out. It was not the piercing of an ice spike, nor the eruption of energy. It was a heel. The last faint twitches of Zhang Dishing ceased abruptly, as if he had no idea what had happened. Shen Liqing's hand on the blade hilt released instantly, and he almost felt like rubbing his forehead. All his earlier tension had been for nothing. This damned woman. She had faked it so convincingly. Even he had nearly been fooled. The corner of his mouth twitched as he silently exhaled and slid the long blade back into its sheath. Zhang Hao staggered violently, the triumph and effeminacy on his face freezing, instantly replaced by sheer disbelief and horror. You? How can you? Zhang Hao's voice cracked, turning shrill and piercing. My mental pull. I'm a level 7 psychic. How can you be unaffected? His proud and ever-reliable trump card had proved as laughable as a child's trick before this woman. He hadn't even sensed any sign of his mental force being shaken. Thoughts of his uncle of maintaining an enigmatic image were all cast aside. All he wanted now was to flee, immediately right this instant. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhang Hao stumbled back a step, his movements so frantic he nearly tripped over his own cloak. He hastily clasped his hands in a vague bow towards Su Luo, and Shun, leeching his words tumbling out like rapid fire. This old man is indeed my uncle, but he was never good to me. Dead is dead. Serves him right. I have nothing to do with him. He'll leave now, and won't disturb you too. With that he turned to dive into the shadows as if wishing he could sprout extra legs. Leaving, Su Luo leisurely withdrew her deadly long leg, her movements as graceful as if she had just crushed an annoying cockroach. The slender heel stained with filth was cleaned in an instant, with a light tap of her foot becoming as shiny and spotless as new. Without even glancing at the lifeless Zhang dushing on the ground, she locked onto the panicking Zhang Hao. Who allowed you to touch my mind with that filthy thing? Su Luo's voice remained crisp and sweet. Without even raising a hand, she merely moved a thought, and in an instant a layer of ice encased Zhang Hao's calves. Up. Zhang Hao let out a terrified scream, crashing heavily onto the cold, muddy ground, his cloak in disarray, utterly pathetic. He struggled desperately, but could not budge an inch, the biting cold searing into his very bones. Su Luo crossed her arms, her delicate chin slightly raised, a surge of smug satisfaction bubbling up inside her hoof. A sewer rat playing with mental tricks dares to touch my spiritual domain. If you dare to strike at your Su grandpa, you'd better be ready to become an ice sculpture. She was lost in a moment of petty pride and self-admiration, the tip of her tail flicking joyfully. Su Luo, a flat, emotionless voice sounded behind her. The little triumph she had just felt about handling the trouble so neatly vanished in an instant. Her body reacted faster than her mind. The moment the voice fell, she reined in the icy, sharp, and forbidding queenly aura around her, switching to the gentle, obedient demeanor of a maid standing beside her master. Master. She turned her head at the sound, her voice naturally softening, carrying a soothing gentleness. The coldness of the ice goddess, and the decisiveness she had shown while dealing with the enemy quickly faded, replaced by a perfectly appropriate warm smile. Under the stunned, almost petrified gazes of all the survivors in the warehouse, Su Luo turned around fluidly, her steps light, and in a few paces she stood at Shun Liking's side. She crouched down slightly, rubbing her cat ears against her master's hand. She looked up at Shun, leeching her tone gentle, as if seeking his opinion. That troublesome nuisance has been dealt with. Is this acceptable to you? Her voice remained clear, and her eyes appeared exceptionally sincere, as if the one who had just acted so ruthlessly and frozen a formidable enemy had nothing to do with her. In the warehouse, only heavy breathing and the chattering of Zhang Hao's teeth could be heard. All eyes were fixed on the man and woman standing side by side, filled with utter bewilderment and disbelief. Su Luo could feel those burning gazes, and her cheeks flushed almost imperceptibly. Being stared at like a freak, even with her strong mental fortitude, made her a little uncomfortable. But there was no choice. Until Shun Liqing signaled an end, she had to continue. According to the Maid's Code, Etiquette Section Article 3. Drafter Su Luo. Executor Su Luo. Shun Liking's hand gently landed on Su Luo's head, ruffling the soft strands beneath her katir headband just slightly. The gesture was brief, more like a silent affirmation before he withdrew his hand. Neatly done. His voice was low, betraying little emotion. The subtle awkwardness Su Luo felt from being publicly head-patted instantly dissipated with that simple acknowledgement. The corner of her mouth involuntarily twitched upward, then quickly suppressed as she maintained the facade of a gentle girlfriend, though a trace of barely concealed smugness flickered in her eyes. Shun Liqing didn't spare her another glance. He strode directly to Zhang Hao, who was shivering violently, his face pale blue. The ice only reached his calves, but the bone-chilling cold had already numbed him to near senselessness. Zhang Hao looked up at Shun Liking's expressionless face. He knew that begging for mercy or feigning misery would be useless against this man. He had to offer real value. Don't kill me. Zhang Hao's voice quivered uncontrollably from cold and terror, his teeth chattering. He craned his neck, desperately speaking in a rush. "I'm useful, I really am." Shun Liqing felt a hint of disdain. Birds of a feather flock together. What use could someone who mingled with this gang of thugs possibly be? Zhang Hao blurted out quickly, "My spiritual power can sniff out the presence of monsters, strong ones, weak ones, approximate distance and direction. I can sense them vaguely. I can help you avoid the big ones you can't handle. I know which routes have fewer monsters and can get you out faster. Take me with you, and it'll be your living map." Shun Liqing paused in his tracks, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Avoiding powerful monsters and planning a safe route. This ability was indeed valuable, given the impending tide crisis. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if assessing the credibility of Zhang Hao's words. Just then a slightly cool hand gently patted Shun Liking's shoulder. Liqing, Su Luo's voice rang out softly as she naturally stepped up beside him, a warm, perfectly appropriate girl-friendly smile on her face. But her eyes turned to Zhang Hao on the ground, the depths of her gaze icy cold. Why don't I handle the interrogation? Don't dirty your hands. Shen Liqing glanced at her, raising no objection, a tacit approval. Su Luo's smile remained unchanged, even growing softer. She crouched down, meeting Zhang Hao's terrified eyes, her voice still gentle and sweet. So you can sense monsters. Sounds pretty useful. Just as Zhang Hao tried to force a fawning smile, Su Luo's tone shifted with a hint of careless cruelty. But you know, this ability isn't all that necessary for my leeching. We can handle small troubles together. As for big ones. She tilted her head, her smile sweet. We can just go around them. Why bother dragging along a burden? Her voice was as soft as if discussing the weather, but Zhang Hao felt it colder than the ice that had frozen him. This woman. She didn't care about his value at all. She just wanted him dead. And besides, Su Luo continued in that terrifyingly gentle tone, her ice-blue pupils clearly reflecting Zhang Hao's despairing face. I have a bad memory, but my sense of revenge is pretty strong. That little trick you tried to use on me, I won't forget it. She slowly raised her right hand, a wisp of barely visible cold air swirling around her fingertips, making the surrounding temperature drop another degree. No. Wait. I'm still useful. Zhang Hao's soul nearly fled in terror. The fear of death crushed the last shred of hope. He saw the chill at Su Luo's fingertips. It was no bluff. She would really kill him. He dared not hold anything back anymore, nearly screaming. Not just monsters. I can also vaguely sense energy fluctuations. He spoke frantically, terrified that the cold air would pierce his skull if he was even a second slower. Nearby, not far from here, is the old Awakener Registration Center. Many people died inside and outside too. I can feel several decent energy reactions. There must be good stuff. They'll take you there to loot. Free high-level equipment. With good gear, isn't it easier to kill monsters and survive? The wisp of dancing cold air at Su Luo's fingertips dissipated silently. The feigned tenderness on her face faded, as well, replaced by a calm, scrutinizing expression. She said nothing, simply stood up and looked at Shen Liqing. He was looking back at her. Their eyes exchanged a quick understanding. Zhang Hao's mention of the Awakener Registration Center and high-level equipment had indeed struck a nerve. Equipment, especially powerful gear, was a second profession for Awakeners, and it was right nearby. The temptation was immense. The tide is coming. Shen Liqing's voice broke the brief silence, highlighting the crucial constraint. We don't have time to go far. The tide again. No problem, Zhang Hao exclaimed after a moment of surprise, seeing a glimmer of hope. It's just behind this base, a small park. I can sense the energy there. Round trip. Half an hour at most. Half an hour. Shen Liqing frowned. Time was extremely tight. He made a quick decision, split into two teams. Su Luo, take him to get the gear. Be quick. No matter what you find, be back in half an hour. Meet at the base gate. He looked at Su Luo. If he tries anything, just eliminate him. Understood. Su Luo nodded, curtly, wasting no words. They'll handle the supplies. Shen Liqing's gaze swept toward the warehouse. There should still be usable stuff here. Got it. Su Luo replied, then looked down at Zhang Hao on the ground. You heard him. Half an hour. Lead the way, find the stuff you live. Fail, or try any tricks. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. He'll lead the way now. Just take me with you when you escape. Zhang Hao was terrified out of his wits, promising frantically. Shen Liqing wasted no more time. He turned and strode toward the depths of the warehouse, beginning to search for any food, medicine, or other useful supplies. Su Luo, meanwhile, kicked the ice, encasing Zhang Hao's calves. Crack. The solid ice shattered on impact. The biting cold dissipated, and Zhang Hao could feel some sensation return to his frozen legs, though they were still numb and painful. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring his disheveled state, and pointed shakily toward the back door of the warehouse. Out the back. Through that small courtyard. There's a path leading to the back. Lead the way. Su Luo followed half a step behind Zhang Hao, keeping him locked in her sights. Her spiritual power quietly spread out, alert to any possible movement around them. Shen Liqing had a clear objective. He strode across the warehouse, paying no heed to the women still huddled in shock in the corner, and walked directly towards the deepest part of the warehouse, where miscellaneous items were piled. Gasoline. What they needed most now was gasoline. Without fuel, the car in the safe house was just a heap of scrap metal, unable to go far. He lifted the tattered canvas, revealing several rusted iron barrels underneath. His fingers tapped them, producing a dull, hollow echo. Empty. He kicked open a few more toppled wooden crates, finding only moldy rags and discarded parts. Nothing, still nothing. Shen Liqing's gaze darkened. He had searched almost every possible spot in the warehouse where fuel might be hidden, even opening the dusty oil drums in the corner. It seemed the thugs who had previously occupied this place had either used up most of the gasoline, or it had been washed away by the seawater. All hope was dashed. The shadow of the rising tide loomed closer every minute, and second, precious beyond measure. Without gasoline, their travel distance was extremely limited. Relying solely on the little fuel left in the car's tank, it would be difficult to reach the next shelter. They would have to take it one step at a time. Shen Liqing suppressed his irritation, forcing himself to stay calm. At least they still had a car, which was better than trekking through the monster-infested ruins on foot. At that moment, his gaze swept over the women in the warehouse. They were still huddled together, their eyes numb and filled with deep terror. The youngest girl, with tear stains still fresh on her face, was now secretly looking up at him. In her eyes, besides fear, there seemed to be something else, something indescribable. Shin Liking's gaze lingered on her face for less than a second before shifting away. It wasn't that he felt no pity for them, but in the face of survival, such pity was insignificant. He couldn't possibly take so many burdens with him. Just as he averted his eyes, the translucent holographic panel before him automatically popped up, updating its information level LV. 10 Class Master Pseudo, A rank bindable, Maid's 12 distributable experience, 130561. Unlock new permission, Maid slot 1 current 12-2. Unlock new information class advancement clue, collect and bind a second Maid with a comprehensive score 80 to unlock the next stage of advancement. Shin Liking's pupils contracted slightly. The conditions for leveling up to LV 11 had appeared. Increased Maid slots, binding a second high-scoring Maid. He subconsciously looked again at the women in the warehouse. The holographic screen faithfully displayed data as his gaze swept across target unknown survivor, 1 comprehensive score 42, unqualified evaluation, no class, awakening, weak constitution, mentally traumatized. No cultivation value. Target unknown survivor, 2 comprehensive score 58, unqualified evaluation, no class, awakening, malnourished. No cultivation value. Target unknown survivor, young female, comprehensive score 68, unqualified evaluation, suspected weak mental potential, unawakened, acceptable willpower, limited potential. A string of data flashed rapidly across the screen. The highest score was the young girl's 68, still far from the system's required passing line of 80. Shin Liking's brows furrowed tightly. 68 points. This was the highest among this group, and it was still this far off. He couldn't help but think of his original body, the one now occupied by Su Luo, which had awakened the Shrank, Ice Snow Goddess class. When it was bound as a Maid, what score had the system given? 95 points. A glaring near-perfect score. The class level and potential alone crushed countless others, not to mention the appearance of that body. A trace of imperceptible pride quietly rose in Shin Liking's heart. As expected of himself, the value of 95 points was indeed beyond comparison with this motley crew. But this pride lasted less than a second before being replaced by deeper frustration. Finding a woman with a score above 80 or not too far behind his own. Why was it so difficult? Could he blame himself for being too outstanding? How troublesome. Shin Liking's gaze swept again over the girl with a score of 68. 68 points. Still too low. Even if he forcibly bound her, it would probably not help with advancement and would only waste a precious Maid slot. Shin Liqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing thoughts about Maid's scores and advancement. The immediate priority was to wait for Su Luo to return and then leave this place of trouble immediately. He stopped looking at the women, turned, and walked toward the warehouse entrance, his gaze fixed on the direction of the back door, where Su Luo and Zhang Hao had disappeared. Just as Shin Liqing estimated that the half hour was nearly up, the back door of the warehouse creaked open. Su Luo's figure slipped in first, her steps still brisk, but with a hint of post-task relaxation in her eyes. Behind her followed Zhang Hao, pale-faced and limping slightly like a frostbitten eggplant, not daring to breathe loudly. Liqing. Su Luo walked up to Shin Liqing and directly dropped the items in her hands onto the ground. A black leather coat with a peculiar texture and deep luster, a wide metal belt radiating a sense of power, a silver-white hairband inlaid with a small blue gem, and a simple obsidian earring with faint flowing light. That's all. Shin Liqing glanced at them, noting the small quantity. The place wasn't far, but time was too tight. I only found these scattered items. Su Luo nodded, pointing at the items on the ground, and explaining quickly, that kid didn't lie, the stuff is indeed good. Too epic, too fine. She bent down first, picked up the obsidian earring, weighed it in her fingers, and directly clipped it onto her left earlobe. Her cat ears even seemed to perk up with spirit. Epic grade swift frost whisper increases casting speed. Mine. Her tone was matter-of-fact. Then she pointed at the remaining 3 items. Epic coat, shadow bulwark, wear it, and you can tank a few heavy hits, boosts physical defense. She paused, then added, fine belt, fury grasp, enhances burst power. Hear this thing. She kicked the belt, a hint of disdain in her voice. That kid pulled it off a skeleton. Zhang Hao shrank his neck, not daring to speak. Fine hairband, mind focus band, can block some mental attacks. Better than nothing. Her tone was matter-of-fact. Then she pointed at the remaining 3 items. Epic coat, shadow bulwark, wear it, and you can tank a few heavy hits, boosts physical defense. She paused, then added, fine belt, fury grasp, enhances burst power. Hear this thing. She kicked the belt, a hint of disdain in her voice. That kid pulled it off a skeleton. Zhang Hao shrank his neck, not daring to speak. Fine hairband, mind focus band, can block some mental attacks. Better than nothing. Hear this thing. She kicked the belt, a hint of disdain in her voice. That kid pulled it off a skeleton. Zhang Hao shrank his neck, not daring to speak. Fine hairband, mind focus band, can block some mental attacks. Better than nothing. Su Luo finished speaking and looked at Shin Liqing. They're all yours. Shin Liqing didn't decline. Every bit of power was precious now. He picked up the shadow bulwark trench coat. The leather was exceptionally tough, and the lining seemed to pulse with a slow flow of energy. He shook it open and draped it over his shoulders with swift precision. The coat fit him unexpectedly well, accentuating his tall, lean figure and amplifying the cold, aloof aura that kept others at a distance. He took the hair tie and casually gathered his slightly tousled short hair with his hands, then tied it into a neat little ponytail at the back of his head. A few strands of hair fell across his forehead, and paired with his stern gaze, his entire demeanor instantly sharpened, exuding a cold, tough, and capable handsomeness. Su Luo watched from the side, her expression somewhat complicated. It was clearly her original face and body, but why did it feel so different when used by Shen Liqing? Gone was the roguishness and scheming, replaced by a calm sharpness. With that outfit, he did look somewhat presentable. She pursed her lips, feeling a bit sour inside, but quickly suppressed the thought. Could handsome be eaten? Could it fight monsters? Zhang Hao was even more stunned, his eyes fixed on the man, muttering inwardly, this guy was already scary enough, and now in this getup, he looked even more like a god of death. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look further. After the equipment was distributed, Shen Liqing turned to Su Luo and said in a low voice, gasoline none found. What? Su Luo's expression froze instantly, her brows knitting tightly. Not a drop left. The bottom of the tank might get us maybe a few dozen kilometers. Shen Liqing estimated, his tone flat, but the gravity of the situation was clear to everyone. A few dozen kilometers. Su Luo's heart sank. That distance in the monster-infested ruins was no different from having no fuel at all. This meant they would likely have to abandon the vehicle and walk not long after leaving Pancher Base. Not only would it be as slow as a snail, but it would also drain their stamina severely. In a perilous environment, stamina was the lifeline. TSK. Su Luo couldn't help but curse under her breath, irritably scratching the cat ears on top of her head. Without gasoline, all plans were thrown into disarray. Shen Liqing's face was equally grave. He was also rapidly thinking of countermeasures. Walking was the worst option, but at the moment there seemed to be no better choice. They had to decide on a direction quickly, one that was relatively safe and could lead to a supply point. Just as the gasoline problem weighed heavily on both of them, and the warehouse atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, Zhang Hao, who had been shrinking back, trying to minimize his presence, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if he sensed something. Wait, he said, looking at Shen Liqing and Su Luo, something's coming. Su Luo's ice blue eyes suddenly lit up. Her gaze pierced through the warehouse walls, ignoring distance, and locked onto the direction Zhang Hao indicated. The view rapidly zoomed in like a hawk surveying the earth. The next second, Su Luo's tense expression relaxed, and the corner of her mouth lifted with a hint of playfulness and surprise. Hey, she withdrew her gaze, the frosty white fading from her eyes as she turned to Shen Liqing. It seems our new ride has delivered itself to us. Almost as she finished speaking, a low thunderous roar approached from afar, growing louder, shaking the warehouse until it trembled. Then came a violent gust of wind. Oh, help! The women in the warehouse, already terrified, were caught off guard. They were thrown off balance by the sudden gale, screaming and tumbling into a heap. Su Luo, Shen Liqing, and even Zhang Hao, who staggered from the wind, stood firm like three rooted nails. Su Luo's cat ears were pressed flat against her hair by the wind, and her maid dress flapped noisily, but her body didn't sway even an inch. Shen Liqing's loose strands from his ponytail were tousled by the wind as he stared straight at the sky outside the warehouse gate. A gray, powerfully built armed helicopter hovered above the entrance to Pancher Base. The cabin door opened. Several figures, without hesitation, leaped directly from the helicopter, which was over a dozen meters above the ground. Their landings were heavy and crisp, displaying exceptional physical fitness and equipment support. The leader was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He wore a dark gray combat suit devoid of any insignia, but the craftsmanship was fine, clearly not ordinary gear. He looked more like a high-ranking elite from some large corporation than a soldier. 5 others jumped down behind him, their movements equally clean and sharp. They wore more uniform combat suits, fully equipped, exuding a cold, hard aura, clearly well-trained elite mercenaries. After landing, the leading man quickly scanned the chaotic base. However, when his gaze fell on the 3 figures standing upright at the warehouse entrance, each with a distinct expression under the helicopter's downdraft, his eyes lit up. A friendly smile immediately spread across his face as he walked unhurriedly towards Su Luo, Shen Liqing, and Zhang Hao, completely ignoring the bloodstains and the corpses of the thugs on the ground. Friends, the man said in a clear, steady voice, allow me to introduce myself. I am Peng Jing. We are a search and rescue team from the Survivor Rescue Association. He smiled, his gaze sweeping over Su Luo, Shen Liqing, and Zhang Hao, lingering a moment on Su Luo. Her appearance and attire were hard to ignore. The 3 of you are awakened, I presume. Shen Liqing remained expressionless, neither confirming nor denying. Su Luo wore a feigned smile, but deep in her ice blue eyes a faint touch of frosty white quietly reappeared. Frost Eye activated. Her gaze pierced the thick paint of the armed helicopter, spotting a tiny, intricately designed hidden emblem on the underside of the fuselage. The moment she saw that emblem, a flicker of solemnity and contemplation passed through the depths of Su Luo's eyes. Peng Jing took Shen Liqing's silence and Su Luo's gentle smile as confirmation. His smile, becoming even more sincere. Excellent. We have come specifically to search for and protect valuable talents like you. Rescue. Are you here to rescue us? A helicopter. We're saved. Quick. Land the helicopter. Let us on. Peng Jing's words instantly ignited hope among the women, making them forget their earlier fear and misery. Some scrambled toward the entrance, waving and screaming excitedly at the helicopter above. Save us. Please save us. Why did you come so late? So many people have died. Can you land the helicopter closer? We can't climb up. Send more helicopters. One is not enough for so many. My child is waiting for me. Let me go first. Why you? I was here first. The lifeless warehouse instantly turned into a chaotic market. The women rushed toward Peng Jing and his men, chattering and pleading, even pushing and shoving each other, all vying to be the first to board the helicopter that symbolized survival. Peng Jing's smile remained on his face, but deep in his eyes there was no warmth left. Only cold indifference and a barely perceptible trace of annoyance. He looked at these women who swarmed around him like flies, incessantly chattering, and raised his right hand with utmost casualness. Rat-a-tat-tat. The piercing gunfire instantly drowned out the roar of the helicopter rotors and the women's screams. The plump woman standing at the front, who had been shouting the loudest, and a woman who was trying to pull her companion, shuddered violently. The expressions on their faces were still frozen in excitement or anger, yet their bodies had already collapsed limply, blood quickly staining the ground. The gunfire came swiftly and vanished even faster. Behind Peng Jing, the two mercenaries expressionlessly lowered their still smoking muzzles. Although Awakeners did not think highly of firearms, they were still immensely intimidating to ordinary people. All the women ceased their screaming and arguing, their faces ashen as paper. They stared in disbelief at their companions who had died instantly on the ground, then fearfully at the man who still wore a pleasant smile. Peng Jing's voice remained steady, yet carried a cruel edge. I'm sorry, everyone. Our rescue resources are extremely precious and are only open to valuable Awakeners. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two still warm bodies on the ground. Ordinary survivors are not within our rescue sequence. After saying that, he no longer looked at the women who had fallen into utter despair and turned his gentle gaze back to Su Luo, Shun Liqing, and Zhang Hao. Well then, my three Awakener friends, Peng Jing smiled, making an inviting gesture. Time is pressing. Can we perhaps talk somewhere else? I haven't awakened yet. A voice, trembling yet extraordinarily firm, rang out. It was the young girl. Her face was still streaked with tears, but at this moment, she forcefully bit her lower lip and stood up from the corner. She avoided the two horrifying corpses on the ground, gathered all her courage, staggered forward a few steps, and stared straight at Peng Jing. But I feel like I'm a little different. Can you test me? What if I can awaken? Her voice carried a desperate plea. Peng Jing's brow furrowed, almost imperceptibly, a flicker of impatience passing through his eyes. He had seen plenty of these last-minute aspirants. 9 out of 10 were useless. But in front of the three valuable targets before him, he couldn't appear too heartless. Oh, he drew out the tone, forcing a gentlemanly smile. Having the will to awaken is a good thing. He casually tilted his head toward a nearby mercenary. Test her. The mercenary stepped forward expressionlessly, pulling out a palm-sized device resembling a tablet from his bag. He walked up to the girl, his movements neither rough nor gentle, and directly aimed the sensor at the front of the device at the girl's forehead. Don't move. The mercenary's voice was cold and hard. The girl tensely closed her eyes, her body rigid. Hum. The device emitted a low hum, the sensor area glowing with a faint blue light, quickly scanning the girl's head and body. After a few seconds, a clear line of text and data appeared on the device's screen. Detection target unknown, vital signs, normal mental fluctuation, abnormally active weak energy reaction, not activated, potential assessment C-grade, conclusion, meets Awakener definition, C-grade potential, C-grade, not activated. The mercenary put away the device and reported in a flat tone. A flicker of surprise passed through Peng Jing's eyes, then turned into an indifferent, better-than-nothing expression. C-grade. Only C-grade potential. Such trash. However, since the instrument had detected it, and in front of those three, he couldn't directly go back on his word. Congratulations, ma'am. Peng Jing's smile reappeared. You do have the potential to awaken, though the grade is not high. It still meets our rescue criteria. He pointed at the helicopter hovering in midair. You can go up. Overwhelming joy instantly shattered the girl's tension. She was so excited she almost cried, bowing repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. She practically scrambled on all fours toward the rope ladder hanging from the helicopter, her face full of the relief of surviving a disaster. However, as soon as her foot touched the first rung of the rope ladder, Peng Jing, what are you dawdling down there? An extremely sharp, discontented, and imperious female voice rang out from the helicopter's loudspeaker. The voice itself was actually quite pleasant even through the loudspeaker. Its crispness was undeniable, but the tone of acrimony and condescension was extremely unpleasant. For a C-grade and an unactivated waste at that, is it worth your time to make this stop? This damn place stinks, filled with disgusting monster aura everywhere. I feel like I'm suffocating if I stay one more second. Are the Rescue Association's resources to be wasted like this? Hurry up and take me away from this garbage dump. The female voice kept complaining, full of contempt and impatience toward everyone below, as if staying one more second was an insult to her. She even deliberately emphasized her A-grade status, her superiority palpable. The young girl's hand gripping the rope ladder froze the joy on her face, instantly fading, leaving only embarrassment and pallor. The other women in the warehouse bowed their heads, even lower, not daring to breathe. The smile completely vanished from Peng Jing's face, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. He quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie at his waist, his tone instantly becoming extremely humble, even fawning. "Miss Wu, please calm down, it will be done immediately. I found a few Awakener friends with good potential down here. Sorry for delaying your precious time. We'll handle it immediately and take off at once. Please be patient." After appeasing the young lady on the other end of the walkie-talkie, Peng Jing took a deep breath. "My apologies to you three for this embarrassing scene." He smiled apologetically, then changed the subject. "However, in order to arrange the most suitable follow-up placement for you, I wonder, could you kindly disclose your professional ranks? Or we can quickly scan you with our portable detector. It's fast." He gestured toward the instrument in the hand of the mercenary who had just tested the girl. Shen Liqing's eyes instantly turned cold. "Since we are rescuing Awakeners, it's enough to safely leave this place. What do you need to know our professional ranks for?" He acutely sensed the probing intent hidden under the excuse of resource allocation. Peng Jing seemed to have anticipated this question. His smile unchanged, he patiently explained, "My friend, don't misunderstand. The higher the rank, the greater the potential. Just like Miss Wu just now, she is a precious A-grade Awakener, so the association has assigned her a personal guard." His tone was sincere, as if every word was reasonable. Su Luo stood beside Shen Liqing, silent throughout, and even felt a bit amused. "What rescue association? They are nothing but ability traffickers." Noticing that the three were all quite young, Peng Jing casually inquired, and learned that they actually attended the same university as that Miss Wu on the helicopter, and might even be acquainted. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could use this connection to ease the tension. He politely requested her to come down and persuade them, so that these promising individuals would accept the rescue without resistance. Miss Wu complained over the loudspeaker, clearly reluctant, but eventually shuffled down, eager to leave what she called this dump. When the cabin door opened again, and the rope ladder was lowered, a graceful figure in a cream-white short skirt flanked by two hired guards stepped onto the ground, with some disdain, her high heels clicking against the surface. Shen Liqing's gaze fell on the newcomer's face, and he finally understood why that harsh voice had sounded vaguely familiar. Wu Yufei. Throughout their university years, she had always regarded Shen Liqing as her greatest rival. Shen Liqing's unapproachable aura and firm hold on the title of campus beauty had nearly eclipsed every other girl, which deeply irked the privileged and arrogant Wu Yufei. She had openly and covertly challenged Shen Liqing many times, pulling petty tricks, but Shen Liqing had never paid her any mind. Most of the time, he didn't even spare her a glance, let alone engage with her. The grudge between them was almost entirely Wu Yufei's one-sided provocation. During this tsunami, Wu Yufei was undoubtedly among the extremely lucky few. Not only did she survive, but she was promptly found and protected by the so-called Survivor Rescue Association. Judging by her current outfit and the faint scratches on her face, she had been rescued not long ago. Now Wu Yufei steadied herself, her gaze habitually critical and scrutinizing as it fell on the three people at the warehouse entrance. When her eyes landed on Su Luo, who stood beside Shen Liqing in a black and white Maid dress with Katir headband, still strikingly beautiful, yet utterly different in demeanor. Wu Yufei's eyebrows first shot up in disbelief, then a thick, undisguised sneer laced with years of resentment and superiority spread across her face. She strode over in her high heels. "Oh, if it isn't." Wu Yufei's voice was sharp and loud, dripping with contempt. "Our pure, aloof, peerless campus beauty Shen. TSK, TSK, TSK. She drew out the last syllable, dripping with schadenfreude. "I never imagined that Miss Shen's taste would become so special." She deliberately looked Su Luo up and down, her scorn almost overflowing. "Dressed like that? Are you playing some role-playing game? Or," she paused maliciously, a cruel smile curling her lips, "have you found some new special way to survive?" Su Luo was momentarily stunned by the scathing mockery. Her memory of Wu Yufei was vague. She only dimly recalled that this woman always seemed to have it in for Shen Liqing. Faced with this sudden attack, she instinctively kept silent, not responding immediately. She just frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes, as she turned to Shen Liqing beside her, her gaze inquiring, "Who is this? Is she insane?" Shen Liqing pressed his lips tight, his eyes icy as he stared at Wu Yufei, also remaining silent. The chaotic situation made him unwilling to explain, and he disdained wasting words on someone like Wu Yufei. Su Luo's silence, and the way she looked to the man beside her for confirmation in Wu Yufei's eyes, was nothing but a sign of weakness and dependence after a fall. This immensely gratified Wu Yufei's twisted vanity. It was as if she had finally found an outlet for years of suppressed resentment, and she unleashed her full force. "How pretending you don't know me?" Wu Yufei gave a derisive laugh, arms crossed, her posture even more arrogant. "Shen Liqing, where's that lofty attitude of yours now? Didn't you think anyone was good enough for you? So now you've learned to rely on a man." Her gaze deliberately swept between Shen Liqing and Su Luo. I always said no matter how good-looking you are without real skills relying on just a pretty face, how can you survive? Probably using some special methods to find a backer, right? Su Luo felt a ringing in her head. Oh no, what was this stupid woman babbling about? Her heart pounded wildly, nearly leaping out of her throat. She wasn't afraid of Wu Yufei's mockery, she was terrified that these words would touch Shun Liqing's sore spot and strike a nerve. What Wu Yufei meant by special methods might be merely insinuations about clinging to a man or selling her body. But both Su Luo and Shun Liqing knew exactly what the real special methods between them were. It was Su Luo who, using her master profession, forcibly bound Shun Liqing, turned him into a maid, and subjected him to utter humiliation and control. Su Luo's scalp tingled. She dared not even look at Shun Liqing's expression beside her. Damn it, if Shun Liqing was provoked into a towering rage by these words recalling the dirty deeds she had done before the soul swap, Su Luo shuddered to think what would become of her. Would she be strangled by the collar, punished on the spot in the most brutal way, or executed right then and there? The cunning and smugness she had felt facing Zhang Hao vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer panic. She could even feel the cat ears on her head stiffening slightly from tension and fear. She had to stop Wu Yufei from speaking any further, not a single word more. Su Luo suddenly looked up, her ice blue eyes locked onto Wu Yufei. But before she could open her mouth to interrupt or do anything, shut up. It was Shun Liqing, who had been silent all along, who spoke. His gaze sent a chill through Wu Yufei, who was reveling in her victorious moment, and she instinctively stepped back half a pace. The venomous taunts that followed got stuck in her throat. The atmosphere at the warehouse entrance plummeted to freezing point. The man's tone and eyes were so familiar. After recovering her composure, Wu Yufei quickly straightened her back and looked over the man who had stepped in to defend Shun Liqing. Ha, Wu Yufei sneered, regaining her sharp tongue. Quite protective of her, aren't you? But since you're too afraid to even state your occupation level openly, let alone take a test, I'd say you three can't even reach rank. The more she spoke, the more convinced she became of her own guess, her superiority swelling again. Especially when she saw Su Luo's cold, pretty face and the taciturn man beside her wearing a trench coat with a small ponytail. A malicious thought suddenly leaped into her mind. Wu Yufei turned to Peng Jing, her chin slightly raised, speaking with a condescending tone. Captain Peng, since they are so ungrateful and won't even cooperate in the most basic way, I see no need to waste any more time. She paused, a flicker of malicious delight flashing in her eyes as she pointed a finger at Su Luo's face, the visage that had been the source of her envy for years. However, if you want me to join your association and go with you, it's not impossible. But I have a small request. Wu Yufei enunciated each word clearly. Right now, cripple her ability and hand her over to me. I want her to be a dog by my side, crawling on her knees from now on. Zhang Hao's heart screamed, inwardly a lunatic. This woman has no idea how terrifying the pair of demons before her truly are. Su Luo's breath caught not from fear, but from the sheer viciousness of Wu Yufei's demand. She could clearly sense the aura of Shun Liqing beside her turning extremely dangerous. The icy, killing intent sent a chill down her spine. Peng Jing's face contorted into an extremely ugly expression the moment Wu Yufei made her demand. Suppressing the irritation and contempt within him, he was about to speak and mediate, trying to pacify both sides. After all, his goal was to reclaim all valuable resources, including the 3 potential stocks before him and Wu Yufei in a rank. A direct conflict would be the worst outcome. Just then a special communicator at his waist vibrated, its signal light blinking. Peng Jing swiftly turned his back, using his body as cover, and pressed the answer button with extreme stealth, inserting a tiny earpiece into his ear. During the brief instructions coming through the earpiece, the expression on his face underwent a subtle, yet earth-shattering change. The initial gravity and impatience rapidly faded, replaced by a relieved ease and even a hint of cruel amusement. His furrowed brow relaxed, and the last vestiges of concern deep in his eyes vanished entirely. Understood, Peng Jing muttered into the communicator. He cut the connection and slowly turned around. Only this time his smile no longer held any trace of humility or caution, just a condescending hypocrisy and a Catan mouse mockery. Still immersed in her own world, Wu Yufei remained completely unaware of Peng Jing's transformation. Impatiently she urged, Captain Peng, have you made up your mind? My request is simple. I just can't stand that face. If you do, it'll leave immediately. Peng Jing spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Miss Wu's request is indeed a bit sudden, and it goes beyond our rescue team's standard procedures. He shifted his tone, his gaze falling on Shun Liqing and the other two, his voice still courteous. However, Miss Wu is of noble status, and her wishes are something our association must take seriously. 3 friends, as you can see, Miss Wu has spoken and put forward such a specific condition. He deliberately paused, savoring the wary looks of Shun Liqing's group, then continued slowly. So I'd kindly ask the 3 of you to cooperate. If you can prove that your value far exceeds Miss Wu's little personal issue, then her small request will naturally be voided. How about that? Of course, Peng Jing's voice turned cold, laced with naked threat. If you 3 still insist on refusing to cooperate, then he'll be in a difficult position. The mercenaries behind him silently stepped half a pace forward, their hands already resting on the weapons at their waists. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Wu Yufei raised her chin triumphantly, believing that Peng Jing was using the association's power to back her up, forcing Shun Liqing to submit. The look she cast at Su Luo was filled with malicious anticipation, as if she could already see that breathtakingly beautiful face slashed to pieces. Shun Liqing's hand on the hilt of his blade tightened. He did not respond to Peng Jing's words, but merely uttered two cold syllables, his voice soft, yet clearly audible in the silent warehouse. Dream on. The fake smile on Peng Jing's face vanished completely, his eyes as cold and venomous as a serpent's. He nodded, as if having anticipated the reaction. Very well, then there's nothing more to discuss. He turned to Wu Yufei, and miraculously a smile laced with apology appeared on his face once more. Miss Wu, to ensure your safety and your swift departure, I'm afraid we'll have to temporarily put you in an inconvenient position. Wu Yufei was taken aback. For a moment, she didn't grasp Peng Jing's meaning. Inconvenient? What do you mean? My request. Miss Wu's request is certainly noted. Peng Jing interrupted, his tone carrying a hint of coaxing. But perhaps you're not quite familiar with our association's true business. What true business? Wu Yufei frowned. Even she could sense something amiss at this point. Peng Jing smiled. Simply put, our rescue association, or rather the Special Reclamation Department under Panacea Biotech Corporation, is dedicated to providing, well, a thoughtful service for those honored clients who can afford a high price, but unfortunately failed to awaken. Using special technical means, we can safely reclaim the core abilities of certain awakened individuals. Although the effect may be somewhat diminished, it's still a priceless treasure for those clients yearning for power. This process naturally requires the cooperation of the awakened person themselves, so bringing them back is necessary. Wu Yufei's eyes flew wide open, the color draining from her face as an incredulous terror took hold. You're ability traffickers. Ability extraction. You want to strip my ability? She shrieked, her voice cracking. No, Miss Wu, you misunderstand. Peng Jing quickly soothed, his smile false. You are a noble, a rank, a precious source of merchandise, just alone. As for that little request of yours, Peng Jing glanced at the pale, trembling Wu Yufei, then at Su Luo. Once we safely return to the base and ensure the reclamation process goes smoothly, I personally can arrange for you to fulfill that little wish of yours. After all, once her ability is reclaimed, she won't be of much use. Handing her over to Miss Wu would be no loss. He spoke casually, as if discussing how to dispose of a trivial piece of cargo. The mercenaries behind him had already subdued the shouting, spoiled young lady. Although she was in a rank, she was not a combat type, and after awakening she had been hiding, never leveling up. Not to mention the mercenaries, even a low-level slave-type monster could easily tear her apart. Peng Jing stood outside the encirclement, the charade of the young lady playing house with Wu Yufei, now that the call had come telling him to ignore status, was finally over. The true hunt had only just begun. Zhang Hao's legs trembled uncontrollably within the encirclement, and in his heart, he cursed Peng Jing's ancestors for 18 generations. Su Luo seemed utterly terrified by Peng Jing's words, her body suddenly shrinking as she let out a short, sharp cry. She crouched down, hugging her knees, burying her face deep in her arms, her shoulders heaving violently. No, please. A tearful, trembling voice filled with fear and helplessness came intermittently from her buried face. I beg you, don't take away my ability. I only just got it. Her voice choked with despairing pleas. I'll do anything. Just spare me. She lifted her head slightly, revealing her beautiful eyes now brimming with tears, her nose red, her long lashes clumped together, wetly, looking pitifully fragile. She looked up at Peng Jing, her gaze full of humble supplication. I have other ways to compensate you. Truly, let me go. This pitiful, helpless, and frightened rabbit-like demeanor combined with her delicate face and maid costume was overwhelmingly striking. The women in the warehouse corner felt their hearts clench, adding to their despair. Wu Yufei froze for a moment, then her face twisted into a sneer of contempt and satisfaction. Shen Liqing, to save your own skin you'd say such things. How despicable. Peng Jing's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He was not a man unfamiliar with women, nor a greenhorn easily swayed by tears. Climbing to the position of recovery team leader required ruthlessness and absolute caution. His vigilance instantly heightened, and the energy of his ability quietly began to circulate within him, ready to respond to any sudden situation. He even took a slight half-step back, placing himself deeper within the protection of the mercenaries. Oh. Peng Jing's voice carried a hint of amusement, his eyes fixed on Su Luo, who was trembling on the ground. Little girl, before we talk about compensation, shouldn't you stand up and show us your sincerity? For instance, stop the little tricks with your hands. Before his words faded, a sudden change occurred. Peng Jing's expression froze instantly, and his eyes flashed with immense shock. He felt the pseudo-class ability energy he had just summoned within his body freeze, as if struck by an invisible icy cold current. The flow became sluggish and sticky like thick glue, completely unresponsive. What was happening? Alarm bells rang in his mind. Almost at the same moment, Peng Jing's ability stalled. Su Luo crouching on the ground, a frost-white gleam flashed deep in her ice-blue eyes, which had just been filled with tears. Ice spike raging surge. Su Luo's crisp voice rang out cold and clear. She flung her arms wide to both sides. Violent ice-blue energy exploded from her center. Countless sharp, massive ice spikes erupted without warning from the frozen ground walls and even the air of the warehouse. The attack targeted all the mercenaries clustered nearby. The range was vast, the speed swift, and the density beyond imagination. These mercenaries were indeed elite, reacting with incredible speed. The moment Su Luo erupted, the three mercenaries closest to Peng Jing instinctively abandoned their attack stances without hesitation. Simultaneously, they unleashed their class ability-enhanced strength and speed, crashing into Peng Jing with their bodies. Protect the captain. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Dense ice spikes pierced flesh. The three fearless mercenaries were instantly pierced and torn apart by a dozen huge ice spikes. Blood and shredded flesh splattered. They used their bodies to form a brief barrier of flesh and blood in front of Peng Jing. Peng Jing was knocked staggering backward by the immense impact, narrowly avoiding several deadly ice spikes that grazed past him. Three level 11 class ability mercenaries faced with this class, Ice Goddess's unreasonably explosive AoE didn't even put up a decent fight. They were instantaneously killed. In the face of absolute talent and skill power, the pitiful advantage of level was as fragile as paper. But it wasn't over. At the same moment Su Luo erupted, a black figure burst through the icy mist, lunging at the shaken Peng Jing. Shen Liqing had been waiting for this chance, the opportunity Su Luo created. With the blade whistling through the air, Shen Liqing's fine longsword infused with all his strength struck, with no flourish, only the most direct fatal decapitation blow. Target, Peng Jing's neck. Peng Jing's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. The shadow of death enveloped him, but as a level 15 pseudo-class awakener with rich combat experience, although his ability was severely disrupted by Su Luo's frost pupil, his powerful physique remained. He let out a roar, forcibly channeling the viscous glue-like ability within him. Though he couldn't condense it into an invisible shield or attack, as usual, he managed to form a chaotic invisible force field in front of his body. At the same time, he leaned back, desperately trying to evade the blade. Ryup. The moment Shen Liqing's longsword cut into the force field, its speed visibly slowed. But the power in the blade and the boost from Shen Liqing's equipment gave him explosive force far beyond an ordinary level 10 awakener, allowing him to break through the obstruction. The blade grazed past Peng Jing's throat, not severing it, but leaving a gruesome wound that exposed the bone. Blood gushed out instantly. Peng Jing let out a harrowing scream of pain, the agony and fear of death, leaving his mind blank. He clutched his spurting neck, stumbling backward in panic. How was this possible? He was level 15, a pseudo-class. Facing two awakeners who were at most level 10, he should have absolutely crushed them. Why couldn't he even fight back? Why was that woman's ice ability so terrifying? Why was that man's blade so fast? The remaining few mercenaries finally snapped out of their initial shock. Seeing their captain gravely wounded, they tried to focus fire on Shen Liqing, while some drew military knives to rush in and rescue him. Damn it, let's fight. Zhang Hao, who had been frozen in fear, now found his savage side forced out. He knew that if he didn't act now, neither side would spare him. His eyes bulged, and he concentrated all his mental power, unleashing his strongest psychic assault on the nearest mercenary charging at Shen Liqing. The level 11 mercenary's body stiffened, his eyes turning vacant and hollow. That momentary pause was all it took. Su Luo didn't even turn around. She simply raised her right hand casually in the direction of the briefly controlled mercenary. A finger-thick ice spike pierced the mercenary's forehead without obstruction, leaving a ghastly blood hole. The dullness in the mercenary's eyes instantly turned to ash, and he fell stiffly to the ground. Zhang Hao slumped to the floor, gasping for air. That last move had nearly drained his spiritual energy. Peng Jing, clutching his neck with blood-soaked hands, stumbled backward frantically until he hit the cold wall, with nowhere left to retreat. He raised his head in terror, meeting Su Luo's gaze once more. Without employing any flashy techniques, she merely moved her mind. A sharp icicle, silently materializing from the wall behind Peng Jing, pierced precisely through the back of his neck and emerged from his throat. Peng Jing's body stiffened, all his movements, all his fears, all his schemes froze in that instant. His wide eyes were filled with extreme shock, resentment, and confusion. He was level 15 pseudo-rank, leading an elite squad, and held the secret of ability extraction. He thought he was the supreme being in this monster-infested ruin, facing these newly awakened newbies. Only when the frigid icicle pierced his throat in the final moment of his life did he understand, with his fading consciousness in this hellish ruin, not every awakened one like Wu Yufei survived by luck or hiding. The two young people he encountered were far from being easily manipulated, wild resources. They were a level 3 and a level 9 who dared to provoke swarms of warrior level, even suspected commander level monsters, and managed to escape. The male-female duo of calamity. Alas, he realized it too late. The light in Peng Jing's eyes rapidly dimmed, and his body slowly slid down against the wall, leaving a trail of blood on the cold floor. The entire process, from Su Luo feigning weakness and unleashing her power to Peng Jing's death, and finally the incapacitation of the last two mercenaries, took only a dozen seconds. Zhang Hao watched as Su Luo disposed of the enemies as if squashing ants, then glanced at Peng Jing's corpse, staring unblinkingly, and swallowed hard. Shen Liqing flicked the blood off her long blade and sheathed it. The armed helicopter still hovered midair with the gale from its rotors howling. At that moment it became Wu Yufei's last lifeline. Take me away now. Wu Yufei screamed at the helicopter with a heart-wrenching cry. She even used her awakened ability, Sonic Wave. The sound pierced the air sharply, carrying intense panic and a commanding tone straight into the cockpit. The helicopter pilot had obviously witnessed the horrific massacre at the warehouse entrance below. Seeing Wu Yufei rushing out screaming, he didn't hesitate. The massive armed helicopter immediately began to turn descending while a rope ladder descended. Wu Yufei's eyes blazed with ecstatic light. She hurled herself recklessly at the dangling ladder. Her high heels had long since been kicked off somewhere. However, just as her feet left the ground less than a meter and the ladder began to rise slowly. Trying to run. Su Luo's voice was not loud, but it cut through the roar of the rotors clearly. She simply raised her right hand calmly toward the helicopter in the air. Her 5 fingers were slender, her skin fair. In the dim light, this hand was almost unrealistically beautiful. At the same time, deep within her ice blue eyes, a frosty white light suddenly blazed. Frost Eye Freeze. This time the target was not a living being, but that massive roaring cold steel beast. A wave imbued with the law of absolute cold enveloped the entire armed helicopter with pinpoint precision. The helicopter's engine roared loudly, and the indicator lights on the dashboard flashed red wildly. A layer of visible crystalline white frost began to spread from the helicopter's rotors at an astonishing speed. Then came the tail rotor engine cowling fuselage. The massive rotor's speed plummeted sharply, and the wind it generated weakened significantly. Warning. Engine temperature too low. System is freezing. The piercing alarm blared wildly in the cockpit. The pilot stared in terror at the dashboard, and windshield instantly covered in frost, frantically manipulating the controls. He tried to stabilize the aircraft, but felt as if he were piloting a giant block of ice. This absurd yet supremely cool scene was clearly presented before everyone. A young woman in a black and white maid dress wearing a cat ear headband with a face of breathtaking beauty. She merely raised one Ferris jade hand calmly with frost-white light gleaming in the depths of her eyes. In midair, a massive armed helicopter was being covered, frozen, and suppressed by rapidly spreading frost. The pinnacle of human ingenuity seemed like a toy to her. Wu Yufei, who had just climbed onto the helicopter thinking she had escaped, was stunned. Knowing her only escape was about to be cut off, she unleashed her strongest attack ability without hesitation. A rank class, Bard. She opened her mouth and from her throat erupted a terrifying sonic wave, far beyond human limits, sharp enough to pierce eardrums. This was not a song but a pure sonic attack. Its target was Su Luo below. In the warehouse, the women huddled in the corners were swept by the terrifying sonic shockwave, instantly struck, as if by a heavy hammer. They covered their ears, blood oozing from their mouths, noses, and ears. Many fainted on the spot. Zhang Hao also felt his head buzzing so nauseous, he almost vomited. However, Su Luo, the core target of the sonic attack, didn't even furrow her brow. Frost Eye passive, immune to mental attacks. Wu Yufei's prideful rank sonic attack was utterly useless against Su Luo. Su Luo tilted her head slightly, her cat ears twitching gently under the sonic impact. Wu Yufei's desperate lethal sonic attack now seemed more like adding accompaniment to the scene. Shen Liqing had also walked to the back door of the warehouse, standing beside Su Luo, and reminded, "Take it easy. Don't break it." "Understood." Bang! A dull thud, the cabin door was dented inward. The pilot had chosen the most drastic way out at the last moment. After a brief silence, the cockpit door was pushed open from the inside with force. A figure tumbled out, rolling and crawling. It was Wu Yufei. Her curly hair was a mess, her beige skirt covered in mud and ice, shavings her bare feet on the gravel ground. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Wu Yufei frantically knocked her head against the muddy ground. "I was wrong, Shen Liqing, no miss. Miss Shen, spare me, it was my mouth." She screamed incoherently, tears and snot smearing her face, utterly wretched. She finally crawled to a spot not far from Su Luo's feet, not daring to approach further, just prostrating. "As long as you spare me, I'll do anything my ability. And my family can give you any resources you want, or let me be a beast of burden, a slave, anything, just don't kill me. I don't want to die." This sudden abject plea for mercy, humble to the dust, stunned the women still awake in the warehouse. The 11th awakener, who had just moments ago looked down on them as if they were nothing, was now even more pathetic than they were. Zhang Hao tried to make himself inconspicuous, but his eyes were filled with shock and uncertainty. He clearly heard Wu Yufei call Shen Liqing to Su Luo several times. His heart skipped a beat. What's with this form of address? But whatever, as long as I can survive. The more you know, the faster you die. Shen Liqing, I'm sorry, I was jealous of you. Please, for the sake of our old classmates. Spare my life. She kowtowed to Su Luo with a thudding sound, blood and mud from her forehead mingling and flowing down, making her look even more miserable and pitiful. Yes, a classmate. Shen Liqing frowned deeply as he looked at the woman at his feet, who was crying and begging, her body covered in mud. He knew Wu Yufei from their university days, wealthy, spoiled, and willful, like a proud peacock always trying to compete with him. He remembered her childish provocations and the jealousy she couldn't hide in her eyes. But to him, they were just harmless, even laughable little squabbles. He had never truly taken them to heart, and couldn't be bothered to react. He simply couldn't understand what kind of hatred could drive Wu Yufei in that situation just now to make such malicious demands of a former classmate, cripple their ability, and crawl like a dog. Was it just because she couldn't stand the face of Shen Liqing? Or was it that her hatred for him had already twisted to such an extent that merely seeing a Shen Liqing with a similar face but different temperament made her lose control and want to completely destroy the other? When had such a deep, irreconcilable hatred developed between them? Shen Liqing thought back carefully, but only found vague fragments of memories where she had unilaterally competed with him. This hatred came so fiercely and inexplicably. He stepped forward, and Wu Yufei flinched violently, thinking he was going to strike. Shen Liqing did not draw his blade. Instead, he used the scabbard in his hand to gently lift Wu Yufei's chin, which was covered in mud and tears, forcing her to raise her head. The scabbard was cold and hard. Wu Yufei was forced to look up, revealing her disheveled face etched with fear and pleading. Her carefully groomed eyebrows were smudged into a mess, and her eyeliner had mixed with tears, creating black smears. This appearance. Was this the A-level young lady who minutes ago had been striding in high heels, ordering people around, and shouting about crippling others' abilities? When Wu Yufei's eyes met Shen Liqing's, she was scared out of her wits. She thought he was standing up for Shen Liqing, that the man of that maid was going to settle accounts with her on her behalf. At that moment, at the corner of Shen Liqing's vision, the familiar translucent screen suddenly, and without warning, appeared, overlaying Wu Yufei's disheveled figure. Target: Wu Yufei, body 165 cm, 34C level LV. 1 occupation, musician. A rank, overall score 82. Qualified evaluation. A rank, potential occupation, ungrown, weak willpower, low mental resistance, above average potential. Has some cultivation value. 82 points. Shen Liqing's gaze instantly locked onto that bright red number. The condition for him to level up to LV 11 clearly surfaced in his mind. Collect and bind a second maid with an overall score 80 to unlock the next stage of advancement. Su Luo keenly sensed the subtle change in Shen Liqing's aura. The cat ears atop her head twitched slightly in confusion as her ice blue eyes glanced at Shen Liqing, lost in thought. The advancement condition was clearly laid out before Shen Liqing. This woman, though despicable, had unexpectedly met the score requirement. With a thought, he sank his consciousness into the system panel that only he could see. He issued a command: condense a maid contract. Instantly, he felt a sliver of energy belonging to the master occupation being drawn from within him. A translucent pale golden paper materialized out of thin air. Its style, material, and even the special aura were all terribly familiar. Shen Liqing stared at the contract paper floating above his palm, his expression indescribably complex. This very paper. 10 days ago, in the chaos of the monster invasion, that bastard Su Luo had used this seemingly harmless contract to trick him into pressing his fingerprint on it. This very paper had instantly turned him, the school beauty who had awakened and shrank occupation, into a maid at others' mercy. The unforgettable humiliation and suffocating feeling of being controlled felt like yesterday. Now the same contract paper was in his hands. Their roles were completely reversed. The shackles once imposed on him had now become his tool to control others. Fate's joke was both ironic and cruel. But the past humiliation was motivation, and the immediate benefit was reality. He needed power, he needed to advance, and this woman happened to be the key. Sign it. Shen Liqing suspended the contract paper in front of Wu Yufei, throwing down a pen condensed from energy. Wu Yufei shuddered, staring in terror at the paper emanating a mysterious aura. She didn't understand what it was, but instinctively felt fear. She just wanted to survive. Sign. If I sign, I won't die. Her voice trembled terribly with a final shred of humble confirmation. Sign, and you won't die for now. Shen Liqing gave no further explanation. The word "for now" pricked Wu Yufei like a needle, but she had no choice. Trembling, she grabbed the ethereal pen, not even daring to look closely at the dense runic clauses on the contract. Even if she looked, she wouldn't understand. The instinct to survive overpowered everything. She only saw a glimmer of hope. Gritting her teeth, she used all her strength to scrawl her name, Wu Yufei, on the designated spot of the contract. The moment the last stroke fell, the contract paper burst into dazzling golden light, instantly disintegrating into countless tiny golden specks that surged into Wu Yufei's body. Wu Yufei let out a short cry, feeling a surge of icy energy flow through her body, followed by a strong sense of constriction around her neck and wrists. A silver glowing metal collar materialized around her slender neck, fitting perfectly. At the same time, a pair of simple bracelets made of the same material locked onto her wrists. The The panel in Shun Liking's vision instantly refreshed Master Su Luo Shun Liking's soul level LV. 10 LV. 11. Occupation rating Master Pseudo, a rank bindable, Maid's 22, full distributable, EXP 13506, unlocked new passive skill, Maid's Kiss basic effect, gain 20 of the basic attributes strength, agility, constitution, spirit, of the strongest bound Maid. Acquired Maid skill War Song Inspiration LV. 1. Effect chant a war song of a specific melody, the more devoted the singing the greater the buff to allied units. At the instant of advancement Shun Liching perceived a remarkable enhancement in his physical strength, bodily lightness, and mental clarity. Simultaneously, the rudimentary application method of battle hymn inspiration was directly imprinted upon his consciousness. This skill was likely castrated and extracted from Wu Yufei's musician class. Standing aside, Su Luo's pupils contracted sharply the moment Shun Liching condensed that familiar contract paper. How could she ever forget? 10 days ago it was with this very paper that she had turned Shun Liching into her maid. That was the beginning of her proudest achievement, and also the source of all her current humiliation. Seeing Shun Liching expressionlessly make Wu Yufei sign, witnessing the golden light of the contract taking effect, watching the identical collar and bracelet instantly appear on Wu Yufei's neck and wrist. Su Luo's heart sank completely. Indeed, Shun Liking's advancement was truly tied to the number of maids he bound. He had bound a second maid solely for the purpose of leveling up. An uncontrollable icy killing intent surged within Su Luo, so intense it nearly shattered her reason. One more maid. What did this mean? It meant that the experience points originally allocated between her and Shun Liching would now be shared with another person. Shun Liching needed experience to level up, and Su Luo needed an even greater amount. One more person meant one more mouth to leech experience. Worse, it meant that to regain her freedom, she would have to deal with not just Shun Liching, but Shun Liching plus a new maid. The difficulty had doubled. Though Wu Yufei seemed useless now, she was still in her rank potential. Who knew what she would become later? This was absolutely intolerable. Wu Yufei must die. Wu Yufei, on the other hand, was completely bewildered. She stared at the cold bracelet on her wrist and touched the unremovable collar around her neck, a wave of immense humiliation flooding her heart. What had she become? A slave? A pet? Though she wouldn't die immediately, this felt little better than death. Her face turned pale and her body trembled slightly. Yet as her heart was filled with humiliation, another emotion quietly sprouted, the relief of surviving a disaster. The collar and bracelet were cold, but at least her life was temporarily spared. However, Shun Liking's next words chilled her to the bone. Get rid of her. This command directed at Su Luo struck like a thunderbolt, scattering the soul of Wu Yufei, who had just signed the contract and was struggling to force a submissive expression. No, you promised you wouldn't kill me if I signed. You liar. Wu Yufei's shriek turned shrill and distorted. Su Luo was also stunned. She had been pondering how to secretly eliminate this new sister to avoid sharing experience and becoming an eyesore, but Shun Liking's order came too abruptly. She looked at Shun Liching in disbelief. What did he mean? Was he testing her? Or was this really happening? Shun Liching didn't even glance at the collapsed Wu Yufei on the ground. His gaze fell on Su Luo's face, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. I have no interest in tormenting two people at once. The momentary shock in Su Luo's heart was instantly drowned by overwhelming joy. It wasn't a test. He truly wanted her to do it. She could legitimately eliminate this new nuisance and also prove herself before Shun Liching. Su Luo felt her tail tip quiver with excitement, almost wanting to curl upward. Understood. Su Luo's voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying a trace of barely perceptible delight. She bent her knees slightly, lifted the hem of her black and white maid dress, and performed a standard curtsy to Shun Liching. A sweet yet slightly wicked curve formed on her lips. At your service, master. Wu Yufei went completely mad. The hope of survival had just been kindled, only to be snuffed out. Massive fear and rage shattered her last shred of reason. You liar, you beast. May you die a horrible death. It'll haunt you even as a ghost. And you, Shun Liching, you vile wretch. Dressed like a whore. Her curses were cut short. Su Luo didn't even raise a hand. Only a point of frosty white light flickered deep in her ice blue eyes, more brilliant and frigid than ever before. Wu Yufei's mouth remained open in the shape of her unfinished curse. Instantly her hair, eyebrows, and lashes were covered with white frost. Her skin lost all color, turning pale and translucent. The expression on her face was forever frozen in a twisted curse and ultimate terror. The moment Wu Yufei was completely turned into an ice sculpture, a translucent screen automatically popped up in Su Luo's vision. Information rapidly refreshing. Detectable devour target. Made. Wu Yufei deceased. Devour mechanism triggered. Absorbing target's residual life, energy, and class origin. Absorption complete. Passive skill acquired. Deep Frost Suck LV. One description legend says it is the kiss of grace bestowed by the snow goddess upon her favored ones, using lips as the medium passive effect. Through deep lip contact, both parties permanently gain a slight increase in mental strength and vitality. Cooldown 15 days. Voice optimization. Speech inherently carries a faint affinity. Active effect after focused chanting summon an ice crystal giant. Cooldown 24 hours. Overall rating increased 95-96. A stream of cold and pure energy surged into Su Luo's body, refreshing her spirit like a parched land receiving nourishment. She unconsciously licked her icy lips, a faint, elusive suction lingering between her teeth. This feeling was very strange and also dangerous. Su Luo felt like crying, not from emotion but from the miserable fate that awaited her in the near future. Deep frost sucked deep contact. Snow goddess, do you play like this in private? Is this proper? For the first time she wished the skill's cooldown could be longer. Change 15 days to 15 years please. Almost simultaneously, with Su Luo's panel update, Shen Liking's screen also refreshed, detected that bound Maid Wu Yufei has been devoured by core Maid Su Luo. Devour feedback mechanism activated. Master receives Devour amplification Maiden's Kiss basic LV. 2 gain 25 of the bound Maid with the highest overall combat power as basic attribute bonus. Battle Hymn Inspiration LV. 1 LV. 2 The amplifying effect of chanting battle hymns on friendly units is enhanced and the range is slightly expanded. Life Contract Sharing LV. 2 Damage sharing ratio increased to 60, cooldown reduced to 5 days. Ice Storm LV. 1 LV. 2 Damage moderately increased, consumption slightly reduced. Class rank advancement pseudo A rank. Maid slot status currently bindable. Maid's 11 Wu Yufei's slot permanently cleared. The energy core of the master class within his body became more condensed and active. He could clearly sense the invisible bond between him and Su Luo becoming even more resilient. He could even faintly perceive the subtle energy fluctuation from her side, brought by the new skill. Shen Liqing slowly clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. A rank and 4 key skills upgraded simultaneously. The amplification brought by devouring far exceeded his expectations, and the cost was merely losing a level 1 rank Maid. He glanced at the ice sculpture of Wu Yufei on the ground, frozen in an ugly posture with no ripple in his eyes. When he had made Wu Yufei sign just now, he had indeed considered temporarily keeping this 82-point Maid. After all, one more Maid meant one more source of power and one more bargaining chip to control Su Luo. But the moment the contract took effect, the new information about the Devour mechanism that popped up on the system screen instantly changed his mind. Wu Yufei, a woman who had just awakened to the first level, bearing only the hollow title of a rank, with willpower so fragile it could shatter at a touch, and a character both foolish and malicious. Keeping her around would mean nothing more than adding another mouth to drain experience, another ticking time bomb that required constant vigilance. With her stupidity, she could stir up massive trouble at any moment. What other use could she possibly serve? On the other hand, Su Luo, though equally wicked, cunning, and cowardly, was not foolish. She knew how to read the situation, could bend and adapt, and her combat talent was top-notch. More importantly, she was currently his irreplaceable, most powerful combat core, transforming Wu Yufei, this inferior resource, into a direct enhancement for both Su Luo and himself. No matter how he calculated the cost, it was exceedingly advantageous. 1 slot in exchange for a comprehensive leap in strength. Worth it. Shen Liqing even felt that this hidden mechanism of the system was tailor-made for his current predicament. How do you feel? Shen Liqing looked at Su Luo, who was still immersed in the sensation of power surge and new skill comprehension, his tone unreadable. MML. Su Luo snapped back to reality, couldn't help but lick her lips again, and stammered without answering. Relieving, Shen Liking's voice returned to its usual cold sharpness. These people. His gaze swept over the women in the corner. Leave some supplies. They're on their own. Yes. Su Luo walked toward the hovering, unstable helicopter, retracting part of the cold aura to try and revive the engine. Su Luo quickly dealt with the helicopter, withdrawing most of the cold aura. The engine, though still a bit unsteady, could barely fly. She cast a disdainful glance at the pilot, who had committed suicide, leaving the cabin a mess. As for those women, Su Luo had no interest in them. She casually tossed down a few packs of compressed biscuits she had found in the warehouse, considering that more than enough. Shen Liqing held a small first aid kit he had just found, his only gain. Let's go. The two walked one after another toward the back door, ready to leave this place of trouble. Zhang Hao scrambled to follow, terrified of being left behind. In the small yard behind the warehouse, the night wind carried the scent of sea and faint blood. Shen Liqing stopped, turning back to look at Su Luo. Su Luo felt a chill under his gaze. The excitement from her recent power boost subsided, and her vigilance rose again. What is it? Shen Liqing said nothing, simply extended his hand toward her. Su Luo looked at the hand, then at his expressionless face. A flicker of hesitation passed through her ice-blue cat eyes, but eventually she slowly placed her own hand in his. The slightly cool fingers touched the warmth of his palm, and a faint yet distinct energy link pulsed through them, the attribute boost from the upgraded Maid's Kiss flowing between them. Shen Liqing held her hand, his grip neither too firm nor too light, yet carrying an absolute sense of control. He pulled her toward the armed helicopter, which had barely resumed operation, its rotors beginning to spin faster. Who's flying? Shen Liking's voice cut through the roar, his gaze sweeping over Su Luo and Zhang Hao. Su Luo immediately replied, I studied the theory. Should. Before she could finish, Zhang Hao lunged forward. I'll fly it. I took an elective have enough simulator hours and even handled real controls a few times. Absolutely no problem. He patted his chest, but his eyes dared not meet Shen Liqing's nor glance at Su Luo beside him. He knew all too well that these two fierce figures were the key. He was just a nobody who had to show some utility. Shen Liqing glanced at Zhang Hao, asked no further questions, and simply nodded. All right, you're up. Got it. Zhang Hao, as if pardoned, pulled open the cockpit door and climbed in. Su Luo was so angry her cat ears stood on end, shooting a vicious glare at the back of Zhang Hao's head, cursing him inwardly. She wished she had killed that fool earlier. She would rather fly the damn plane herself than sit alone in the back with Shen Liqing, especially after she had just acquired a new skill that sounded quite dangerous. Unfortunately, Shen Liqing had already opened the rear cabin door and gestured for her to get in. Su Luo had no choice but to steel herself, lift her skirt, and climb in with her high heels, her movement stiff. The rear cabin was more spacious than she had imagined, with 2 rows of metal seats facing each other and several hooks for securing equipment. But to Su Luo the space still felt too small, so small it made it hard to breathe. She chose a seat by the window, curling up as much as possible, staring outside, pretending to be fascinated by the ruins below. Shen Liqing sat opposite her, his long legs casually stretched out, his trench coat accentuating his tall, sharp silhouette. He said nothing, merely gazing calmly at Su Luo. The engine roar grew louder, the helicopter began to tremble violently, then suddenly lifted off the ground. Zhang Hao's piloting skills were somewhat exaggerated. The helicopter swayed left and right like a drunkard as it ascended. Su Luo nervously bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her black and white Maid dress, creasing the fabric. Her mind was a chaotic mess, that frigid drain. Does Shen Liqing know? Will he ask? Should I confess voluntarily or wait for him to interrogate? This skill. And when we find a safe place to land, will he get rid of me now that I've served my purpose? After all, Wu Yufei was a precedent. In his eyes, Su Luo probably deserved to die, even more than Wu Yufei. But then why did he voluntarily help her onto the helicopter? A gesture of goodwill? Or simply to keep her under control? Could his hatred be fading? Impossible. With his vengeful nature. Maybe I should gamble. Take advantage of the unstable flight. Fate must be in my own hands. All kinds of thoughts spun wildly in her mind, like a carousel. Fear, calculation, hope, and despair intertwined, leaving her palms drenched in cold sweat. The tyranny of the Maid system made her feel like an ancient general who had to split his forces 5 ways. Any dirty trick would ultimately backfire on herself. It seems you're adapting to this body faster than I expected, Shen Liqing suddenly remarked. Su Luo quickly adjusted her expression, forcing a stiff smile, trying to make her voice sound natural. What can I do? To survive, I have to learn to use it. Shen Liqing didn't respond to her words, just watched her forced composure. Just as Su Luo thought she had passed this test, Shen Liqing's left index finger resting on his knee moved ever so slightly. Buzz. The Maid bracelet on Su Luo's wrist instantly glowed faintly, forcibly binding her hands behind her back, tightly cuffed together. The familiar sealing power surged through her body. Oh. Su Luo let out a muffled groan, feeling the ice energy that had been so active from the devouring drain away. The powerful strength vanished without a trace, leaving only the weakness of an ordinary person. Power-sealed hands bound behind her back. Su Luo's face instantly turned pale as she stared at Shen Liqing in shock. You. She didn't understand why he had suddenly turned on her. She had performed so well this time. Shen Liqing leaned forward slightly, drawing closer, looking into Su Luo's eyes wide with fear and confusion. There was no anger on his face, but rather a playful smile. He spoke slowly back, then, in front of all those outsiders, you called me Liqing. I didn't call you out on it. Now what should you call me? Su Luo's knees hit the ground, emitting a faint sound. She bowed her head slightly, a few strands of jet black hair slipping from her ears, partially veiling her cheeks. Master, she said, her voice not loud, but clear enough, carrying a resigned calmness. Uttering those 2 words while kneeling didn't seem as difficult as she had imagined. In fact, it had become somewhat habitual. Compared to death or more terrifying punishments, verbal submission was the lightest burden. Shen Liqing did not respond immediately, merely gazing down at her kneeling posture, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of the chair. From now on, Shen Liqing announced the long-planned new rule with a mischievous grin. You are no longer allowed to refer to yourself as I use Luoer. Luoer. Su Luo repeated unconsciously. The 2 syllables rolled off her tongue with an unfamiliar softness, making her cheeks flush slightly. It was somewhat humiliating, as if a more fragile disguise had been forcibly imposed on her. Yet she did not hesitate or show any sign of refusal, merely lowering her head again. Luoer understands, master. Though her cheeks burned, Su Luo inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. This new rule, compared to the tightening of the collar or the sealing of her power, was as gentle as a reward. More importantly, it seemed to send a signal. Shen Liqing had no immediate intention of killing the donkey once it had finished grinding. He still needed her, this Luoer, and the Slevel power within her body. As long as she remained useful, there was still room for maneuvering. Her guess was correct. Shun Liqing, watching her accept the new title with docility, at least on the surface, glimpsed a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Humiliating her, avenging the disgrace Su Luo's soul had inflicted upon him. That was certainly part of the reason. But the deeper layer was a warning. The changes in the Maid's system, the power boost from the Maid's kiss, had multiplied the value of Su Luo's body. Kill her. Too wasteful. He wanted her to always remember who bestowed her power and who could take it away with a single thought. Shun Liqing was forever her master, the key to the cage of her soul and power. This control tormented the cunning soul far more than mere slaughter. Seeing Su Luo obedient enough, not bristling or attempting any tricks, Shun Liqing raised his right hand and casually pointed his index finger in the air. A soft white light instantly enveloped Su Luo's body. She felt a lightness, and the cat-eared battle-made outfit she both loved and hated vanished. Immediately new clothes materialized, clinging to her skin. She looked down, and immense joy burst in her eyes, overwhelming even her previous shame. The upper garment was a clean white short-sleeved sailor uniform with a classic sailor collar and a delicate blue bow tie. The lower part was a black pleated skirt that reached her knees, swaying gently with her movements. Her legs were encased in pure black thigh-high stockings with a fine texture extending to the middle of her thighs. On her feet were simple wedge-heeled leather shoes with low heels that promised comfortable walking, refreshing and proper. Though still containing Maid elements compared to the previous set with cat ears and tail, this outfit was practically conservative school style. The cat ears, which always betrayed her emotions, and the sensitive cat tail had vanished completely, leaving her feeling utterly relaxed. The stark contrast left Su Luo momentarily stunned. Amid the surprise, confusion arose. Had Shun Liqing changed? This is the Maid outfit the system originally prepared for Wu Yufei. Shun Liqing's voice sounded, answering her bewilderment. He picked up the final accessory, a silver snowflake-shaped hair ornament, and personally pinned it into her waist-length hair. She dyed so it naturally goes to you. Its effects have been merged with the bonuses from your original set. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Su Luo's renewed attire. We're about to return to the safe zone. You with this face, his original face, wearing that previous outfit, would be inappropriate. Su Luo understood instantly. So that was it. This bastard was concerned about his own image. After all, to outsiders this body was still Shun Liqing himself. Letting school belle Shun Liqing parade around the safe zone in a catgirl Maid outfit. That was something Shun Liqing absolutely could not tolerate. This sailor-style JK skirt, though still maidish, at least looked normal and could barely be classified as slightly peculiar daily wear. Luo. Thanks, master. This time Su Luo's gratitude carried a hint of sincerity. Being rid of that catgirl attire, even if temporarily, felt like a huge relief. Shun Liqing naturally knew what Su Luo was relieved about. Don't thank me, he said, curving his lips into a smile devoid of warmth. This outfit is just a limited edition. When we find a place to settle down, when it's just the two of us. He deliberately paused, watching her just relaxed nerves tighten again before adding teasingly, you'll have to change back. Cat-ear outfits, bun-ear outfits. Oh, and after devouring Wu Yufei, the system unlocked a swimsuit set too. The one with a single thigh-high stocking. We can try that next time. Since he now had the one-click outfit change function, which set to use was entirely up to his mood. Su Luo's just relaxed heart tightened again, and the blush that had faded threatened to return. Indeed, this man's mercy had limits. He had merely put away that set for the sake of his own face, and could put it back on her at any time. And had he actually unlocked even more flamboyant ones? Su Luo lowered her head, looking at the plain black thigh-highs and wedge heels on her legs, her emotions tangled. This outfit was a temporary sanctuary while the Pandora's box, containing various ears and tails, remained firmly in the hands of the man across from her. After the brief dignity of the safe zone, what awaited her might be even deeper, more intimate provocations. That was fine, she had anticipated it. But could someone tell her why was the Maid outfit prepared for Wu Yufei so proper, while hers was so? Apparently someone had forgotten again. The system followed her previous preferences. Shun Liqing didn't care what she thought. The new set's effects combined all the bonuses of the old cat-ear outfit, plus the new skills and boosted rating from Su Luo's devouring of Wu Yufei, making her combat power even stronger. Bringing such a presentable and powerful Maid back to the safe zone was far more convenient than one in a catgirl outfit, and would reduce unnecessary trouble and scrutiny. As for private moments, he glanced at Su Luo's lowered profile. That touch of shame and humiliation was exactly the spice he needed. Wu Yufei's legacy had been put to good use. By the way, what exactly is the effect of the new skill you acquired? Shun Liqing asked maliciously. Here it comes. Su Luo's heart skipped a beat. She knew she couldn't escape it. That damn deep frost sucking. I can. Summon an ice giant. Su Luo blurted out, her voice trembling and hurried, trying to steer the focus toward the giant. That's impressive, with the Onei cooldown definitely useful in a fight. She finished speaking quickly, lowered her gaze, and her little hands behind her back pretended to adjust the folds of her JK skirt. The new fabric was soft, and the thigh-high stockings felt comfortable, but right now she felt utterly uneasy. Shun Liqing remained silent, simply watching her with a heavy gaze. And oi. Su Luo's scalp tingled, and she forced herself to play dumb. Oh, maybe my voice sounds a bit nicer too. Perhaps. More pleasant to hear. What do you think, master? She added dryly, silently cursing the ice goddess 1,000 times. It does sound much more pleasant. Shun Liqing actually nodded, seemingly in agreement. A hint of softness amidst the cold with an indescribable trace of charm. He paused, his gaze falling on Su Luo's tightly pressed lips. Her mouth seemed even more beautiful now. Su Luo's cheeks flushed crimson, burning fiercely. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. He must have known the details and was just toying with her. Her last shred of hope was extinguished. There was no way to bluff through. And oi. Shun Liqing asked again, his tone unchanged, but the invisible pressure intensified. Su Luo closed her eyes in despair. If she kept playing dumb, this petty man might torment her even more. Would he tighten the collar? Or directly command her to speak? She took a deep breath, resigned, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and, I can't. She felt her tongue tying itself in knots. Permanently slightly enhance. Both parties' mental strength and vitality. Every word felt like rolling over nails. Especially the last few words, which made the tips of her ears burn. The playful smile on Shun Liqing's face instantly transformed into a blatant wicked smirk. Oh. He deliberately dragged out the word, leaning forward slightly, his oppressive presence palpable. What kind of contact? Tell me in detail. Su Luo was on the verge of tears. How could she possibly say it? Master. Her voice trembled with a sobbing tone as she looked up, her ice blue eyes filled with pleading. Could we wait until we return to the safe zone? It's inconvenient here. She cast a panicked glance toward the cockpit. Zhang Hao was still there. Though the rotor noise was loud, what if he heard? Shun Liqing let out a scoff, directly rejecting. What's inconvenient? There's a door between us, he can't hear. He completely dismissed Zhang Hao. Besides, humiliating Su Luo was far more entertaining when done in someone else's presence. But Su Luo tried to resist. No buts, Shun Liqing cut her off, his tone resolute. This enhancement has a 15-day cooldown, so the sooner we use it, the sooner it resets. Once the cooldown is over, it can be used again, understand? Someone once tricked me into signing the contract with a whole bunch of excuses. Anything that boosts strength is never too much. He stared at her lips, which trembled from tension and shame. While enhancing strength was important, watching her backed into a corner, humiliated and desperate, yet forced to submit, was the greatest pleasure at this moment. Luoer, he drawled, deliberately emphasizing the new nickname. Tell me, is it enough to just touch briefly, or does it have to be? Like last time. He deliberately brought up that upgrade, and Su Luo's face drained of color, then flushed crimson, her entire body frozen on the ground. She saw the malicious grin on Shun Liqing's face, and understood he was savoring the process. An explanation. He didn't need her to detail the specifics, he just wanted to see her humiliated to make her admit it aloud. No. It's not like the conduction. She forced out a few words, her throat dry. The skill description says. Her voice grew softer, almost swallowed by the engine noise. Meaning? Shun Liqing's voice dropped low, carrying a dangerous allure. His fingertip pressed faintly against her lips. Su Luo bit her lower lip hard, her ice blue eyes instantly glistening with tears glaring at the face before her. That wicked smile on a visage that had once belonged to her. The helicopter swayed through the night, the cabin filled only with the roar of the engine. Luoer, serve your master. Came from the 4th article of the Maid Code. Request permission before serving the master. Mental power slightly increased. Vitality slightly increased. Almost simultaneously, additional notifications appeared in Su Luo's vision. Experience gained. Level up LV. 9 LV. 10. When that strange suction vanished from between her lips, Su Luo jerked backward as if burned. A pure warm current flowed down her throat, quietly circulating within her, her mind clearer than ever, and the fatigue in her body seemed to dissipate. Level 10. Su Luo murmured, unconsciously feeling the surging ice energy within her, now more powerful and turbulent. The enhancement from each level up of its class profession was immense. Then another crucial piece of information emerged. Ice Goddess Advanced Clue unlocked Divine Body Part 23. Currently unlocked Frost II Deep Frost Sucking Mouth. Eyes. Su Luo stared at the message, momentarily forgetting her earlier shame. So that was how the unlocked parts connected. Frost, I was the eye, Deep Frost sucking the mouth. Then one more was missing. What would it be? Her mind raced through various possibilities. Hands, feet, ears, something else. In the cockpit, Zhang Hao's palms were sweating as he gripped the control stick. He hadn't meant to see. As a mentalist, he was exceptionally sensitive to energy fluctuations and emotional states. When the two big shots in the rear cabin had their conflict, the intense mental waves and icy aura pierced through the door like needles. After the conflict subsided, an even weirder, more tense atmosphere spread. He swore he hadn't deliberately perceived the specific details, but the faint and the sudden burst of powerful energy that quickly receded. The pieces of information were enough for someone from the information explosion era to instantly grasp what had happened. Holy crap. They're going that far. Zhang Hao screamed inwardly, his jaw nearly dropping. That cold, ruthless female demon in front of her master actually Zhang Hao dared not think further, especially when that extremely peculiar icy-sucking energy wave violently erupted from the rear cabin. He flinched so hard, he nearly pushed the control stick too far. He reflexively, immediately, and completely severed all his mental tendrils extending toward the rear cabin. See no evil, hear no evil. This is deadly, deadly. Zhang Hao chanted to himself 100 times. He was all too aware of his current predicament. If he accidentally glimpsed something forbidden, and that lady in the back found out, with her temperament, she would absolutely freeze him into an ice sculpture and shatter it in anger. He forced himself to focus on the instrument panel and the pitch-black night ahead, eyes on the gauge's nose on the instruments, pretending to be blind and deaf. Aft cabin. Su Luo was still immersed in the shock of the upgrade and the new clues. But soon, the more she thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved she became. Ice blue eyes quickly filled with tears, and she glared fiercely at Shun Liqing. You're too much. Her voice was thick with a nasal tone, sounding soft and pitiful as she accused. Shun Liqing looked at her on the verge of tears, both angry and upset, and the satisfaction of revenge and control in his heart reached its peak. He wasn't angry at all, instead in a good mood. He reached out and wiped the corner of Su Luo's mouth. That was a bit too much, he admitted, but his tone showed no trace of apology, only a hint of teasing laziness. With his other hand, he casually pointed in the air, and the bracelet restraining Su Luo's power on her wrist instantly dissolved into specks of light. Power returned, and Su Luo felt a bit more confident. She immediately tried to push away the hand still holding her chin, and her body struggled to break free from his half-encircling arms. Let me go. Don't move. Shun Liqing not only didn't let go but tightened his arm, pulling the struggling Su Luo closer into his embrace, making her sit sideways on his lap. Su Luo's body stiffened, making her even more uncomfortable than before. She pushed hard against his firm chest, the sailor uniform's bow tie getting askew. Shun Liqing, you. Let go. Shun Liqing ignored her struggles, his arms like iron hoops, unmoving. He even adjusted his position to make her sit more comfortably. Stay still. You just got a benefit and leveled up, so don't be ungrateful. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Su Luo's pushing motion paused. Struggling was futile. Besides, the benefit he mentioned was indeed undeniable. Level up, permanent stat increase, and knowledge of the key clue for advancement. But the price? Su Luo felt so aggrieved she could explode. She dared not fight and couldn't break free. A strong sense of grievance and frustration overwhelmed her instantly. She gave up the futile struggle, her body went limp, and she buried her face in Shun Liqing's solid thigh in self-abandonment. The black and white JK skirt spread out, and her legs and overknee socks hung limply. She was like a small beast that had been provoked, but had no choice, only able to protest by sulking. Shun Liqing looked down at Su Luo, who was lying on his lap, leaving him only a glimpse of her black hair and trembling shoulders. He didn't speak again, one hand still dominantly around her waist, the other casually resting on her back, patting her gently now and then. It was like a soothing gesture or a silent declaration. Control remained in his hands. As for what the next unlocked part would be, he was also looking forward to seeing how many surprises she could bring him. Su Luo was sulking on Shun Liqing's lap, wishing she could bite him, when the cabin suddenly tilted sharply to the left without warning. Su Luo, caught off guard, nearly rolled off Shun Liqing's lap, but he grabbed her swiftly. Then came more violent shaking and turbulence, the entire helicopter swaying in the air. What's going on? Shun Liqing barked sharply, pushing Su Luo away instantly, and standing up with a grave expression. Su Luo also forgot her grievance, scrambling to grab the seat armrest to steady herself, her heart in her throat. The previous atmosphere vanished, replaced by a sudden sense of crisis. Up front, Shun Liqing had already pulled open the cockpit door. The two squeezed into the narrow cockpit. There Zhang Hao was gripping the control stick with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead, face covered in sweat, struggling with all his might against the out-of-control aircraft. Several red lights on the dashboard were flashing wildly, emitting piercing alarm sounds. Damn, we've been hit, Zhang Hao shouted without turning around. A huge swarm of servant-level moth monsters, pitch black. The sonar seems to have failed. They just rammed into us. The helicopter jolted violently up and down again, and Su Luo nearly hit the ceiling. What the hell were you doing earlier? Su Luo, already furious, burst out cursing. I told you earlier to let me fly. Watching Zhang Hao's obviously strained operations, she wished she could kick him away and take over. Talking about it now is useless. Zhang Hao was also panicked. The right engine seems to be failing. We're going to crash. Prepare to bail out. Crash. Su Luo and Shun Liqing's hearts both sank. Jumping from this height, even if they were awakened, they would be severely injured if not killed, let alone not knowing what kind of hellish place was below. Hold the direction and find a place to crash land. Shun Liqing's voice was unusually calm as he quickly scanned the ruins shrouded in darkness below. I'm looking. Damn it, the visibility is too poor. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth desperately, trying to stabilize the shaking aircraft, searching for a relatively flat area. Su Luo took a deep breath and activated Frost Eyes. The vision instantly pierced through the thick night and the faint mist below. Twisted streets collapsed, buildings waterlogged, depressions, writhing shadows. Every detail was clearly reflected in her eyes. Found it. Left front. 10 o'clock. Su Luo's voice was quick and urgent. That half-collapsed shopping mall. The rooftop parking lot relatively flat. Quick. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao almost by instinct used all his strength to jerk the control stick to the left. The helicopter let out a groaning whine of strain, diving crookedly towards the direction Su Luo indicated. The altitude plummeted rapidly. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. No, I can't control it. Bail out. Zhang Hao yelled in despair. Shen Liqing forcefully elbowed the helicopter door open, grabbed the fragile Zhang Hao and jumped down, with Su Luo following closely. The helicopter, like a heavy stone, crashed diagonally into the open-air parking lot on the mall's rooftop. Boom. The deafening crash was ear-splitting. Fortunately, the bailing out succeeded. Although the helicopter was completely wrecked, the three of them seemed alive with all limbs intact. Cough, cough. Thick smoke and dust choked Shen Liqing, making him cough. He looked around warily, already holding a long blade. Su Luo also crawled out, clutching her shoulder, quickly scanning the surroundings. The rooftop of the mall was in ruins with cracks and fallen concrete chunks everywhere. From afar, the faint roars of monsters could be heard, evidently stirred up by the huge commotion. Zhang Hao was the last to come out, his face smeared with blood and dust, looking miserable. He stared at the helicopter, now a pile of scrap metal, feeling like crying, but with no tears. You explain. Shen Liqing's voice was as cold as ice. How did the sonar suddenly fail? How did you check it before? This mistake nearly cost them all. What could I say? Zhang Hao muttered to himself. But facing the two extremely hostile gazes, he shuddered in fear, and cold sweat instantly broke out again. He wore a grimace, pointing at the still-smoking cockpit. No, it's not my fault, boss. It must be that suicidal pilot. He must have tampered with the sonic disruptor that drives away low-level monsters before he died. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He was definitely a loyalist of Peng Jing, trying to drag us down with him on his deathbed. Damn, how insidious. Shen Liqing and Su Luo exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Zhang Hao's speculation was highly likely. That subordinate of Peng Jing had played a dirty trick on them before he died. It was a blatant scheme. Knowing it changed nothing, for they had to use this helicopter. Damn it. Su Luo cursed under her breath, the pain in her shoulder fueling her irritation. She was about to summon ice energy to ease it when her expression abruptly shifted. From all directions, bizarre howling cries drew near, quickly growing distinct. Watch out. Shen Liqing tightened his grip on his blade, scanning the dark stairwell and the shattered gaps in the walls. Zhang Hao's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Clutching his bleeding forehead, his body trembled uncontrollably. No, that's not right. It's not just commander level. I sense it. Very powerful auras, at least commander level. Maybe more than one. As a psychic, his sensitivity to powerful presences far exceeded ordinary people. Now he could clearly smell several terrifying, almost tangible auras filled with brutality and destructive intent. They were rapidly approaching the crash site from different directions. Having barely escaped the crash, an even greater crisis had already descended. Run. Su Luo made the decision without hesitation. The top of the shopping mall was a sitting duck. Staying there meant being slowly overwhelmed by the endless wave of monsters. Shen Liqing and Zhang Hao immediately followed. Like three shadows, they dashed toward a relatively intact corridor, using the rubble for cover. Head down, find complex terrain. Su Luo's voice rang out, brief and commanding amid the rushing wind. Open areas were easy to surround. Narrow, intricate indoor spaces would limit the monsters' numbers and size advantage. Shen Liqing had no objection to Su Luo taking command. Her combat instincts were indeed superior to his. Zhang Hao ran breathlessly, his face still pale, but his psychic power fully extended, nervously sensing the pursuers behind. They're coming fast. Speed type. They're after us. As his words fell, a gale heavy with the stench of sea and blood swept in from the direction they had just fled. A massive black shadow, like an arrow released from a bow, instantly crossed 100 meters and slammed heavily onto the corridor entrance ahead of them. Amid the swirling dust, the ferocious figure slowly straightened. It was a monster over 3 meters tall. Its body resembled a forcibly elongated sailfish, pale fish eyes fixed greedily and savagely on the three before it. Low-level commander-class monster, the spine spearfish. It had used its speed to be the first to catch up. Just as humans could level up by killing monsters, monsters could evolve by devouring awakened humans. And these three fallen meals from the sky were a gift from nature. It had to devour them alone before other stronger kin arrived. But it had chosen the wrong prey. Hey, here comes the XP. Shen Liqing stopped, not panicked, but eager. Su Luo also halted, her sailor uniform skirt swaying slightly. A level 10 glass ice goddess coupled with the dual-boosted Maid outfit plus the epic-level swift ice whisper and starlight pendant. She felt the ice energy surging within her more powerfully than ever. Zhang Hao nervously swallowed, concentrating all his will to lock onto the spine spearfish, ready to disrupt it at any moment. Zhang Hao, hold off the low-level monsters. Master, find an opening to strike. I'll take the lead. Su Luo assigned tasks at rapid speed. She didn't even need complex incantations. Just a thought, and her hands pressed forward toward the space in front of the spine spearfish. Freeze path ice instantly sealed the route of the spearfish's charge. It stumbled, its sharp snout veering sideways, its momentum brutally halted. Seizing the moment, Zhang Hao's eyes bulged as he concentrated all his psychic energy and unleashed a mental shock against the monster's massive head. The invisible force slammed into the creature's relatively weak psyche. The monster visibly froze. Su Luo looked at Zhang Hao in surprise. She never expected his psychic attack to affect a commander-level monster. Zhang Hao clearly suffered backlash, spitting out blood. But that split second of paralysis was enough for Shun Liqing. He lunged at the monster's flank, not directly attacking its hard head and snout, but aiming precisely at the vulnerable underbelly. Ice storm as his long blade swung. Shun Liqing directly borrowed Su Luo's powerful skill. Although its power was somewhat diminished after one upgrade, it still managed to inflict damage. Roar! The spine spearfish let out a shrill howl, dark green blood spurting from the wound. The agony drove it into a frenzy, its terrifying snout stabbing like a giant javelin toward the newly landed Shun Liqing. This vicious strike was the origin of its name. A commander-level monster's wrathful blow, even if Shun Liqing wore an epic-level coat, would pierce him clean through. Su Luo had already anticipated the monster's counterattack. She raised her right hand toward the empty space in front of Shun Liqing. Ice Wall Absolute Guardian, the immense recoil, sent the spine spearfish's head reeling, causing another brief imbalance. Su Luo's eyes flashed coldly as a torrent of ice energy far more violent than any previous skill gathered and compressed in her palm. Ice Ringbloom, the spearfish still dazed from the ice wall, had no time to dodge. Powerful slowdown. Beautiful. Shun Liqing praised his movements, never pausing. He closed in again, this time targeting the monster's vulnerable throat. The blade cut through the air with unwavering resolve. At the same time, Su Luo's attack arrived, giving the monster no chance to catch its breath. Ice Soul Heart piercing thorn, the ice spike launched after Su Luo's gesture, but arrived first, leaving only a faint blue afterimage, striking the monster's fish eye with pinpoint accuracy. Shun Liqing's long blade plunged deep into the monster's throat, while Su Luo's ice spike pierced the fragile eyeball, embedding itself deep into the brain. In just a few exchanges of combat, this low-level commander monster that had been the first to pursue and greedily attempt to devour the feast alone fell under the flawless synergy and absolute power of Su Luo and Shun Liqing. Killed low-level commander-class monster spine spearfish, gained 16,800 experience points. These two, after leveling up, they've become even more monstrous. The corpse of the grim spearbillfish was still emitting cold vapor. Here they come again, 3 of them. Zhang Hao, lying on Shun Liqing's back, exclaimed in terror, their auras are stronger, 2 low-level ones. And another. A mid-level commander right behind us, very close. He pointed in the direction they had come from, his voice distorted by fear. A mid-level commander. This was absolutely not comparable to the newly promoted low-level commander from earlier. The ruins under the night were dead silent, yet from all directions came more and more roars and heavy footsteps. The location they had landed was far from the edge near the safe zone. Instead, it was like poking the center of a monster nest. The number and level of monsters were even more terrifying than the coastline they had fled from. In the blink of an eye, Su Luo made a decision. Instead of immediately following Shun Liqing in escape, she abruptly turned around and rushed to the massive corpse of the grim spearbillfish. What are you doing? Shun Liqing, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, had already taken a few steps forward and shouted sternly at the sight. Su Luo did not reply. With her hands, she condensed sharp ice blades and slashed fiercely at several relatively soft spots on the corpse. Dark green viscous blood gushed out like a fountain, and the thick smell of blood instantly spread through the wind, several times stronger than before. Quick, go! Su Luo only turned around to catch up with Shun Liqing after finishing this. Shun Liqing instantly understood her intention, to divert the trouble, using the corpse of a fellow species to temporarily stall part of the pursuers. Sure enough, they had barely sprinted a kilometer when behind them came even more violent sounds of fighting. The 2 low-level commander-ranked monsters. One resembled a giant bonus spine-covered bone spike hammerhead shark, and the other a poisonous gland crocodile-like creature with 8 tentacles. Almost simultaneously, they pounced on the corpse. The allure of the flesh of a fellow commander of the same rank was too great. Seeing the mid-level commander's aura rapidly approaching, they unhesitatingly abandoned the pursuit of the 3 little snacks and turned to bite and tussle over the big feast in front of them. However, that mid-level commander, a giant electric eel magnified dozens of times with a single erect lightning-flashing eye on its massive head, the thundercloud electric eel, it only cast a disdainful glance at the corpse on the ground. In its view, the flesh of awakened beings containing pure energy was far more delicious and efficient than the corpse of its own kind. Ignoring the 2 low-level kin fighting behind it, it pursued Su Luo and the others with terrifying pressure, the distance rapidly closing. Su Luo halted, turned to face the terrifying figure drawing closer. She took a deep breath, crossing her hands in front of her chest in a strange prayer-like posture. Her lips parted slightly, and an ancient, ethereal chant with a strange rhythm flowed from her mouth. This chant was not a human language, its syllables were strange and beautiful, as if from an ancient temple covered in ice and snow. As she chanted, the temperature around plummeted and tiny ice crystals began to form in the air. Deep Freeze Drain summoned an ice crystal giant. The pursuing thundercloud electric eel was clearly not low in intelligence. Although it could not understand the meaning of the chant, it could clearly sense a powerful, instinctively repulsive, icy energy, frantically gathering on Su Luo. It immediately realized that it must not allow this human to complete her ritual. The thundercloud electric eel let out an earth-shaking roar, and the lightning in its giant eye burst forth. A terrifying beam of lightning was about to shoot from its eye, targeting the chanting Su Luo. No way. Shen Liqing had already set down Zhang Hao and stood in front of Su Luo. He drew his long blade and held it horizontally before him, determined to buy time for Su Luo. As the destructive lightning was about to be unleashed, Shen Liqing made a move that made Zhang Hao's eyes nearly pop out and caused Su Luo's chant to almost go off key. He too opened his mouth, but not to chant some mysterious spell, but to roar. The great river flows eastward, oh. The stars in the sky pay homage to the Big Dipper, oh. Hey, pay homage to the Big Dipper, oh. For a life and death friendship, a bowl of wine, oh. Rough heroic with an unreasonable air of the martial world. More importantly, the tune was horribly off-key and the lyrics were full of bandit-like flavor. Shen Liqing activated his war song Inspiration LV, too. But what he sang was not a holy war song, but the song of the good fellows. The thundercloud electric eel seemed to freeze for a moment from the sudden roar, and a flicker of extremely human-like bewilderment appeared in its single eye. Su Luo couldn't bear to look. The aloof Ice Queen school beauty couldn't even sing a proper song in private. She forcibly steadied her mind, striving to ignore the demonic music filling her ears, and continued to focus on chanting the ethereal sacred ice and snow ballad. Thus, under the night of the ruins filled with blood, death, and monster roars, an extremely eerie scene unfolded. On one side, a girl of exquisite beauty in a sailor skirt, eyes closed in concentration, chanting an ancient, ethereal, heavenly ice and snow ballad surrounded by crystalline ice crystals, holy and awe-inspiring. On the other side, a man in a trench coat with a small ponytail, a cold and stern demeanor, stood before the girl. Facing the terrifying thunder beast, he strained his voice, using a raspy tone, roaring a version of the Song of the Good Fellows that was off-key to the point of reaching Siberia. Two completely different songs, one holy and ethereal, the other rough and off-key, intertwined in the night sky, forming a highly distinctive duet. The thundercloud electric eel's massive body wreathed in violent lightning, charged like a moving thunder mountain, crashing fiercely into the obstructing Shen Liqing. It intended to use the most primal force to crush this noisemaking ant. A fierce light flashed in Shen Liqing's eyes. The boosted power from Warsong inspiration surged within him. Instead of retreating, he faced the charging terror beast, raised his long blade high, and the cold energy from the blade and the power of the shadow barrier trench coat burst forth simultaneously. If we say we go, then we go, oh. What you have, I have, we all have, oh. The roar accompanied the long blade as it swung, without hesitation, at the crushing thunder beast. The next second, PFF, Shen Liqing was hit like a heavy blow, his entire body flying backwards like a kite, with a broken string, spitting a large mouthful of blood. He crashed heavily into a pile of rubble a dozen meters away. His long blade flew far from his hand, his trench coat was torn and charred in many places, and his left arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The defense provided by Shadow Barrier was indeed formidable, withstanding most of the impact, preventing Shen Liqing from being crushed into a pulp. Master! Su Luo's chant carried a hint of trembling crack as she finally completed the last few syllables. The ground shook violently. Just as the thundercloud electric eel was about to pounce on the fallen Shen Liqing, a massive being composed of icy crystals radiating chilling cold rose from the ground. The ice crystal giant stood over 5 meters tall, its stature no less imposing than the thundercloud electric eel. It had no facial features, only thick limbs, and a torso formed of deep blue ice. The ice crystal giant let out a silent roar, its massive icy fist radiating an aura that could freeze all things, slammed heavily toward the thundercloud electric eel that was about to attack Shen Liqing. Ice shards and lightning rays scattered in all directions. The thundercloud electric eel, stunned by the powerful punch, felt dizzy, and its single eye burned with rage. It immediately abandoned Shen Liqing and began grappling with this sudden frosty creation. Su Luo's face was as pale as paper, and her body swayed slightly. Summoning and maintaining this ice crystal giant had drained most of her ice ability. She forced herself to hold on, manipulating the giant to cling tightly to the thundercloud electric eel. Go now. Zhang Hao rushed to Shen Liqing's side, using all his strength to prop him up, and shouted at Su Luo. Su Luo dared not linger. She immediately commanded the ice crystal giant to launch a fierce attack, temporarily driving back the thundercloud electric eel, then turned and ran. The three stumbled into the interior of a half-collapsed mall nearby. Having temporarily shaken off the monster, they hid in a relatively intact shop corner, gasping for air. Shen Liqing leaned against the wall, his face ghastly pale, The excruciating pain from his severed arm made cold sweat bead on his forehead. Su Luo was not much better. Her ability overexertion brought waves of dizziness. Damn. Finally, Zhang Hao was about to rejoice in their survival, but before he could finish, his bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. He pointed outside, his voice completely distorted by extreme terror, shrill and piercing. Tide. Rising tide. Shen Liqing and Su Luo's hearts jolted. They looked up in the direction Zhang Hao was pointing and saw in the distance along the originally pitch-black coastline a white line of water connecting heaven and earth, a line of despair. It was advancing inland at a terrifying speed, silently, yet irresistibly crushing everything. Its height far exceeded that of 10 days ago. The wrath of the Emperor deep in the sea was about to devour this ruin. The same thought flashed through their minds: it's over. In their current state, severely injured, exhausted, they could never escape to high ground before the tsunami arrived. The ice crystal giant would be utterly powerless against such a natural disaster. Despair instantly engulfed them. Su Luo looked at Shen Liqing beside her and said, "Hey, with me." At this critical moment of utter desperation, Zhang Hao's psychic power suddenly detected an extremely faint, yet unusually clear energy fluctuation. It came from the deepest corner of the shop where they were hiding. The fluctuation was strange, not like a monster, nor like an awakened being. It felt more like a spatial node. A faint, almost imperceptible suction emanated from it. There, the corner. Zhang Hao grasped at the last straw. There's a whole energy fluctuation suction. Hurry! Shen Liqing and Su Luo followed his direction. In the corner of the shop's innermost wall, the light seemed to warp slightly. A vortex about 2 meters in diameter was silently rotating. That faint suction came from the center of the vortex. What was it? A trap? Or the only way out? No time to think. The horrifying white line of death was clearly visible in the distance, and the salty smell of seawater was already rushing toward them. Jump! Su Luo made the split-second decision. This was the only variable in the hopeless situation. The three didn't hesitate. Shen Liqing grabbed the nearly collapsing Zhang Hao by the collar with his uninjured right hand, while Su Luo gritted her teeth and supported Shen Liqing's other intact arm. Using their last shred of strength, they leaped toward the eerie, glowing vortex. The very next second after their figures vanished into the vortex, the towering wave carrying the force of utter destruction smashed violently through the mall's glass curtain wall, instantly swallowing the entire area. Only the deep blue vortex quietly disappeared a moment before the seawater submerged it. The moment they were swallowed by the spatial vortex, they felt a dizzying spin as if thrown into a washing machine, their internal organs displaced. The intense weightlessness made them want to vomit, followed by a heavy crash. Bang! Ouch! Hiss! Cough, cough, cough. Su Luo, Shen Liqing, and Zhang Hao landed on a cold, smooth floor, battered and disoriented. Su Luo felt like her tailbone was cracking. Shen Liqing's severed arm throbbed with excruciating pain, making his vision darken, and he let out a muffled groan. Zhang Hao was the worst off. Already bleeding from his head, he now saw stars and lay on the ground retching. After a long moment, the dizziness finally began to subside. Su Luo struggled to sit up, her ice blue eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. They seemed to be inside the ruins of a massive palace. The dome was so high it was impossible to see the top. Faintly visible were broken colossal stone pillars and collapsed architectural debris. The light was dim, coming from strange ores scattered on the walls and floor. Most eerily, the air felt like solidified liquid, carrying a salty, fishy smell of seawater, but breathing was unaffected. Body movements became somewhat stiff, as if moving through deep water. The flow of inner ability was hindered, making it difficult to mobilize. Su Luo tried to condense a bit of ice, but only a faint wisp of cold air emerged from her fingertips, dissipating quickly. Her heart sank. Her ability was already depleted from overuse, and the environmental suppression only made it worse. Gravity is off. Shen Liqing leaned against a broken pillar, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He tried to lift his uninjured right arm, and found it much heavier than usual. And abilities are suppressed too. Zhang Hao finally caught his breath, wiped the blood and grime from his face, said with a trembling voice of survival alive. "We survived. The tsunami didn't catch up. Disaster lagged one step behind them." He looked around the eerie, silent ruins. His psychic power instinctively spread out, but its range was greatly reduced, and the feedback was blurry. So quiet. Seems no danger. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. "Quiet my ass." Shen Liqing snapped at him irritably, the pain from his severed arm making his tone exceptionally harsh. "Who nearly got us killed just now?" Zhang Hao shrank his neck and dared not speak. Su Luo ignored their bickering, struggling to move beside Shen Liqing. "Let me see your hand." Shen Liqing frowned and extended his twisted left arm. Su Luo carefully held at her icy fingertips, gently touching the wound. Shen Liqing gasped sharply from the pain, but gritted his teeth without a sound. "The bone is badly dislocated." Su Luo frowned deeply, channeling the scant remaining ice ability within her, carefully wrapping it around the broken arm. A thin layer of frost covered it, temporarily sealing the wound and providing some immobilization and pain relief. But this was only a temporary measure. The bone was not set and the medical kit was lost. There was no way to fully heal it. We can only stabilize it like this for now to prevent the injury from worsening. You'll have to endure the pain. Her voice was weary. As long as I don't die, it's fine. Shun Liking's words were harsh, but his tense muscles relaxed slightly after the frost covered the wound. Su Luo turned to Zhang Hao again. Bring your head closer. She used her faint ice energy to treat the wound on his forehead, freezing the bleeding area. After finishing, Su Luo felt even weaker, leaning against the cold stone wall to catch her breath. Zhang Hao, sensing no real danger, cautiously spoke. Boss Sister Su, this place is too vast. Maybe we should split up to find a way out. Let's set a time, say an hour, and meet back here. That would be more efficient. He thought about finding an escape quickly, also eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere and the low pressure from the two seniors. No. Su Luo refused without a second thought. Don't even think about it. Split up. Do you want to die young? Look at the state we're in. Shen Liqing also thought Zhang Hao's proposal was foolish. With the three of them together, they might not even be safe. Splitting up was just asking for trouble. He shot a cold glance at Zhang Hao, a look that completely extinguished the latter's resolve. Zhang Hao lowered his head awkwardly. Sister Su is right. I was too hasty. Su Luo ignored him, closed her eyes, and focused on drawing a trace of energy to recover. Shen Liqing also leaned against a broken pillar, eyes closed, enduring the pain to conserve strength. Zhang Hao nervously scanned the surroundings, acting as a temporary lookout. Time passed in a deathly silence. The Dragon Palace ruins were eerily quiet, with only the three's suppressed breathing audible. Suddenly Zhang Hao seemed to notice something. He carefully crept over to a pile of scattered enormous jade-white bones. The bones had strange shapes resembling the remains of some colossal sea beast. Curiously, he crouched down to touch them, wondering what material they were. Don't touch. Su Luo's eyes snapped open as she shouted. But it was half a second too late. The moment Zhang Hao's fingers brushed a rib-like bone, it blazed with blinding light. Instantly, all the bones in the area trembled violently, as if pulled by invisible threads. The scattered giant bones seemed to come alive, rapidly assembling and connecting. In the blink of an eye, a colossal creature took shape before them. Its upper half resembled a male human skeleton, while the lower half was a massive fishtail skeleton. Within its hollow eye sockets, two white flames silently ignited, locking onto the three intruders below. A chilling, deathly aura with an ancient pressure emanated, far surpassing the thundercloud eel they had encountered earlier. Holy crap! Zhang Hao's legs gave way, nearly collapsing. Su Luo and Shun Liking's faces also changed drastically, their hearts pounding. This thing was definitely not something they could handle in their current state. Run! The thought had barely formed when the enormous skeletal mermaid warrior slammed its bone tail against the ground. Its massive skeletal frame charged forward with overwhelming momentum, its giant bone claws outstretched, grabbing fiercely at the trio. Despite the abnormal gravity, its speed was by no means slow. The three fled like startled rabbits, scrambling through the vast palace ruins. Su Luo dragged Zhang Hao while Shun Liqing, enduring the excruciating pain of his broken arm, followed closely. They stumbled through the ruins, their lungs burning. It's still chasing us. Zhang Hao's voice was tinged with tears. Shut up and run. Su Luo growled. If this fool weren't still useful, she would have thrown him away without hesitation. In fact, watching the skeleton draw nearer, she was already considering it. Just then the deathly sound behind them abruptly ceased. The enormous skeletal mermaid warrior stopped 20 meters away, as if an invisible boundary separated it from the three. Su Luo and Shun Liqing exchanged a glance, both seeing the vigilance in each other's eyes. This was too abnormal. Su Luo stared at it intently, an extremely uncomfortable sensation rising within her. She distinctly felt that the fleshless skull face twisted slightly, revealing a sinister, mocking smile. It sent chills down her spine. The skeletal mermaid slowly and silently retreated, its massive frame melding into the shadows of the ruins. The two white flames vanished completely. The suffocating pressure dissipated. Only then did the three dare to breathe, but the chill in their hearts deepened. They looked ahead, the place the skeletal mermaid dared not cross. It was a colossal black door embedded in the equally massive stone wall. An even stronger oppressive force than before swept over them. Su Luo tried to summon her remaining ice ability, but found it even more sluggish, barely able to condense a trace of cold. Shen Liqing also felt the frost on his broken arm, loosening the pain, intensifying. Zhang Hao quickly scanned the giant door and its surroundings, as if confirming a route. The two were about to confront him when another anomaly occurred. The dark golden patterns on the massive black door lit up without warning. The door opened. A faint sound of flowing water arose. A water curtain cascaded down like a waterfall, completely obscuring the scene behind it. Zhang Hao stared at the flowing curtain, his initial fear rapidly replaced by an indescribable fervor, even a hint of barely concealed excitement. Su Luo's heart screamed alarms. This place was too eerie, the door opening made no sense. Zhang Hao stopped. Shen Liqing also sensed something wrong, enduring the pain to reach out with his uninjured right hand. But Zhang Hao's movements were astonishingly fast at that moment. Shen Liking's fingers brushed past the hem of his clothes, grabbing nothing. Under the shocked and furious gazes of the two, Zhang Hao's figure did not hesitate, plunging headlong into the water curtain. They exchanged a look and with no choice followed him in. The moment they passed through the water curtain, an even stronger pressure struck, as if it could pierce the soul. It was not aimed at their abilities, but at their very spirits. This sudden change jolted Su Luo's heart, but she forced down the shock and remained expressionless. They stood in an extraordinarily wide corridor. The walls on both sides were covered with immense ancient murals. The murals were exceptionally complex and archaic, exuding a sense of antiquity. The paintings depicted grand scenes of giant beasts conquering the seas, solemn rituals of offering to the stars, brutal wars, collapsing cities, and colossal sea creatures devouring everything. The style was rough and mysterious, filled with incomprehensible mythological symbols. Su Luo's eyes swept quickly over a few. One showed a terrifying giant beast entwined with countless tentacles, locked in a deadly battle with a tiny figure holding a glowing trident in the depths of the ocean, both perishing together. Another vaguely depicted enormous tidal waves sweeping across the land, not for destruction, but seemingly searching for certain scattered luminous fragments. Zhang Hao. Su Luo immediately hissed, her gaze sweeping forward and backward. There stood Zhang Hao not far ahead, his back to them, head tilted upward. He stared infatuatedly at a mural depicting a massive altar and a luminous orb, muttering incessantly under his breath. Guide. The power is here. Inheritance. Guide me. His voice was low and blurred, filled with fervor and an eerie familiarity, as if he recognized these symbols. Yet just as they approached, Zhang Hao's body, still murmuring before the mural, began to blur and grow transparent. His figure flickered violently several times, then vanished right before their eyes. This cursed place. The space is distorted. Shen Liqing gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. This was beyond mere danger. The rules here defied all comprehension. The two stood rooted, their breathing heavy. However, there was one silver lining: the suppression of their abilities was not as strong here as outside. Deep within Su Luo's ice blue eyes, a faint frost-white light silently ignited. Frost Eye. These eyes, capable of seeing through illusions and resisting mental intrusion, now became a beacon guiding them forward. The phantoms on the mural which sought to provoke fear dissolved in her sight, like clumsy tricks vanishing instantly. She could even faintly see the residual subtle energy trails in the air. Follow me, Su Luo said, her voice carrying a strange calm, no longer the panic of before. She took the lead, walking forward along the corridor. Shen Liqing, clutching his still agonizing severed arm, watched her unusually steady back, his heart filled with uncertainty and suspicion. He suppressed the pain and ill omen, gritting his teeth as he followed. The corridor twisted deep into the shadows. With the aid of Frost Eye, Su Luo could detect in advance when certain seemingly ordinary patterns on the walls would suddenly glow, or when a piece of jade on the floor subtly sank. These were trigger-activated guard mechanisms, ancient in design. Left turn. Su Luo shouted, pivoting sharply. Almost simultaneously, a searing beam of light grazed her shoulders, striking the wall behind and leaving a charred mark. Shen Liqing also rolled clumsily to dodge the agony of his severed arm, nearly forcing a scream from his lips. 3 steps ahead, jump. Su Luo warned again. The moment they leaped, the jade under their feet flipped over, revealing a pitch-black abyss beneath, a narrow escape. Under Su Luo's precise guidance, the two, though battered and having brushed death several times, traversed the perilous corridor without fatal mishap. The deeper they went, the environment subtly changed. The strange force suppressing their abilities seemed to weaken further. Meanwhile, the suppression on soul power steadily increased. Shen Liqing could feel the frost on his severed arms stabilizing, and the chill gathering at Su Luo's fingertips grew denser. At the same time, the air became filled with an immensely comfortable, gentle, and pure energy. The fatigue and pain in their bodies seemed to be slowly healed by this energy. Huff! Shen Liqing let out a long, unconscious sigh. The sharp pain in his severed arm seemed to ease. Is it almost over? He muttered, staring at the darkness ahead that no longer seemed so impenetrable. Su Luo responded, not slowing her pace, her voice unreadable. It's almost over. As Shen Liqing was about to speak, he heard Su Luo suddenly chuckle. A laugh that rang out distinctly in the silent corridor, and eerily. Master, Su Luo stopped, slowly turning to face him. You misunderstood. Her smile widened, carrying a cruel mockery. I mean, between us. This is the end. The moment the words left her lips, a cold glint flashed in Su Luo's eyes. Without any hand seals or incantations, her right hand shot up like lightning, and in her palm instantly condensed an icicle, half a meter long, radiating bone-chilling cold. With lightning speed, she drove it viciously toward Shen Liqing's defenseless heart. Fast, ruthless, decisive. This ambush, concentrated with all of Su Luo's strength, was timed at the moment when Shen Liqing was most wounded and his mind most relaxed by the comforting energy. Shen Liqing's pupil shrank. He had no time for any effective block or dodge. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Up! Shen Liqing let out a blood-curdling scream, his body struck as if by a heavy hammer, flying backward and crashing heavily against the cold jade wall. The icicle pierced his chest, blood instantly staining his coat, the pain darkening his vision. But stranger still, PFF. Almost simultaneously, Su Luo, who had successfully ambushed him, also violently spat out a mouthful of blood. An indescribable agony erupted from her chest and swept through her entire body. The arm that had formed the icicle went limp instantly, and she staggered back several steps. She looked down at her chest where there was no wound, yet the tearing pain in her heart and lungs was utterly real. Life contract sharing. So that was it. Su Luo finally understood why that night after the upgrade Shen Liqing dared to unlock her handcuffs and then approach her so closely. So he had this trump card all along. The maid system truly stopped at nothing to restrain its maids. Su Luo couldn't help but bitter smile. Sharing damage. This was virtually a twisted form of sharing life and death, almost directly controlling the maid's thoughts. Shen Liqing leaned against the wall, coughing up blood, the icicle in his chest causing him unbearable pain. But Su Luo's horrified expression and her sudden severe injury acted like a potent stimulant, igniting a towering rage within him. That rage instantly consumed all his reason and calculation. He struggled, letting out a sinister laugh, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, filled with madness and cruelty. He mentally urged fiercely. The maid bracelet on Su Luo's wrist glowed once more, binding her hands behind her back. Shen Liqing watched Su Luo, who had fallen to her knees in pain from the sealed power and injuries, his twisted smile expanding. I warned you. He struggled, using his uninjured right hand to support himself against the wall, slowly straightening up. Each step tugged at the agony in his chest, but he paid no heed, his eyes locked on his Su Luo, like a predator eyeing its prey. If you strike, better kill me in one blow. He walked up to her. Otherwise, Shen Liqing's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, every word dripping with biting cold. I will make you wish you were dead. Now, his blood-stained fingers almost touched her, his face twisted by betrayal into reckless madness. It's time for me to fulfill my promise. Su Luo knelt weakly on the ground, her eyes filled with terror and despair, as if she had glimpsed the endless torment about to descend. Just as Shen Liqing's fingers were about to touch her icy skin, a cold, contemptuous laugh. The terror in Su Luo's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a chillingly cold smile, laced with biting sarcasm. Then in Shen Liqing's incredulous gaze, the bracelet locking her wrist shattered like fragile glass in an instant. Shen Liqing's mind went blank. The invincible seal had failed. Su Luo's movements were lightning fast, giving Shen Liqing no time to react. Her kneeling body sprang up violently, her right-hand fingers spread apart, coalescing into a sharp ice blade. Though Su Luo's power was diminished due to her injuries, the long-suppressed brutality and murderous intent within her surged to its peak. The ice blade with a piercing whistle stabbed ruthlessly towards Shen Liqing's chest. Its target was precisely the wound still bleeding from the ice spike that had struck him moments ago. She wanted him dead right now. Shen Liqing's soul fled in terror. The instinct to survive overpowered everything. He had no time to think, his only remaining intact right hand instinctively raised to block. He succeeded. The ice blade did not pierce his heart, but it viciously impaled his blocking right arm. Su Luo did not pause after her successful strike. Die, she growled, her left hand condensing another ice blade. This time the target was directly aimed at Shen Liqing's defenseless throat, slightly raised due to the excruciating pain. Shen Liqing leaned against the wall, his body shaking violently from pain and blood loss, his vision beginning to blur. His right arm was pierced, his shoulder blade severely damaged, and his old chest wound burst open. He had almost lost all ability to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the deadly ice blade carrying the resolute killing intent in Su Luo's eyes thrust viciously toward his throat. It's over. The thought flashed through Shen Liqing's mind, filled with boundless fury and unwillingness. He had lost, defeated by this cunning soul and this damned system that had suddenly failed. Just as the ice blade was about to pierce his throat, Shen Liqing's blood-stained left hand, like the last desperate struggle of a dying beast, jerked upward. Not to block the sharp ice blade, but with the last ounce of his strength, he grabbed it fiercely, holding it tight. A piercing pain shot through his palm, but the agony actually jolted his fading consciousness. He used all his strength to resist Su Luo's downward pressure. The tip of the ice blade was less than an inch from the skin of his throat. The freezing cold stung his skin painfully. The two were locked in the most primal, brutal contest of strength. Shen Liqing stared intently at Su Luo's face, so close to his. In those eyes, there was only pure killing intent and madness. Why? The bracelet failed. He forced out broken words through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with incomprehension and overwhelming hatred. This sudden turn of events shattered all his control. Su Luo watched Shen Liqing's death throes and the confusion in his eyes, and couldn't help but smile triumphantly. The force in her hands did not weaken at all. The ice blade pressed down steadily, firmly, its tip moving another fraction closer to his throat. Suppression. Su Luo panted, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. Here, the suppression on soul power is too deep. So deep that she paused, feeling the exhilaration of having no restraints within her body. So deep that even that damned system has temporarily failed. Shen Liqing understood. It was this eerie relic space, the sole deep suppressive force that had cut off the system's control over the Maid bracelet. Su Luo was free. This realization made him feel colder and more despairing than the physical agony. The tip of the ice blade had already touched the skin of Shen Liqing's throat, a faint trace of blood appearing. Su Luo looked at her own blood-stained face twisted with effort and saw the unwillingness and anger in his eyes. Some corner of her heart seemed to be touched ever so slightly. Her movements paused for a moment, a flicker of complexity passing through the depths of her eyes. Shen Liqing, Su Luo's voice grew low, carrying a tone she herself hadn't noticed, almost like a sigh. If I could have another chance. Shen Liqing resisted the ice blade with all his might, his blood-stained eyelashes trembling as he looked at her. After signing that contract, Su Luo looked directly at him, saying each word deliberately, I would not choose to enslave you. These words, like a small pebble thrown into stagnant water, stirred a faint ripple in Shen Liqing's nearly shattered heart. Not enslave, then what? Cooperation. But this thought flashed by and was instantly drowned by the surging hatred and the cold reality. What meaning was there in saying this now? This was merely the hypocritical pity of a victor, or perhaps her final mockery before killing him. Unfortunately, the complexity in Su Luo's eyes was instantly replaced by a sharper resolve. She surged forward with renewed force. There is no if. The tip of the ice blade pierced Shen Liqing's skin. Freedom just a moment away. Su Luo's eyes blazed with fervent light. All hesitation and distracting thoughts were completely cast aside. The desire for freedom surpassed everything. Just at this moment of life and death, the entire Jade Corridor suddenly shook violently, without warning. It was not a localized tremor, but the entire space seemed on the verge of total collapse. What's happening? Su Luo and Shen Liqing's expressions changed simultaneously. The power sustaining this space was rapidly dissipating, or rather being forcibly drained away by some external force. The next second the world spun. Su Luo and Shen Liqing felt a flash before their eyes as their bodies were violently torn and flung by an irresistible spatial force. They didn't even have time to react, still maintaining the exact posture of their life and death struggle. Su Luo gripping the ice blade with both hands, pressing down Shen Liqing's left hand, desperately holding the blade. This was no longer the dark corridor, but a vast, unimaginably spacious hall. At the center of the hall stood two colossal stone statues reaching to the sky. The one on the left was a terrifying giant beast entwined with countless thick tentacles, exactly the deep-sea monster depicted in the murals. The statues were lifelike, as if they could come alive at any moment and devour everything. The one on the right was a human warrior holding a massive trident in a throwing stance. He was tall and imposing, with a resolute face, staring directly at the deep-sea monster opposite. The trident in his hand pointed at the heart of the deep-sea monster. The two statues maintained a final mutually destructive confrontation pose, silently narrating that ancient earth-shattering battle. It was strikingly similar to the stance of Su Luo and Shen Liqing at this moment. Between the two giant statues was a circular altar covered with complex runes. At the center of the altar floated two fist-sized crystals, emitting distinctly different lights. One was a deep ocean blue, radiating a vast, pure, and serene aura that calmed the mind. The other was a dark purple, like an abyss, surging with violent, chaotic, and unsettling energy. And at this moment, standing before the altar was none other than Zhang Hao, who had eerily disappeared earlier. He stood with his back to Su Luo and Shen Liqing, facing the altar and the two floating crystals. His hands were firmly gripping the two suspended crystals. Blood dripped steadily from his palms onto the altar's runes, producing a faint sizzling sound, as if absorbed by the inscriptions. The cloak he had worn when he disappeared was gone, replaced by a form-fitting combat suit of a special material. Sensing the movement behind him, Zhang Hao slowly turned around. When Su Luo and Shen Liqing saw his face, their hearts trembled simultaneously. On that young face, there was no trace of the previous fear, cowardice, or obsequiousness. Instead, it was replaced by a nearly indifferent calmness and an undisguised condescending scrutiny deep in his eyes. A hint of a playful, slightly mocking smile even curled at the corners of his mouth. Oh! Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Su Luo and Shen Liqing, both drenched in blood and in awkward postures. He paused briefly on the ice spike embedded in Shen Liqing's chest, his tone as light as if watching a farce. What's this little drama you two are putting on? Su Luo looked at the two glowing crystals in his hands. The source of the pure, immensely comfortable energy that had permeated the depths of the corridor was right here. Up close, the energy felt even more overwhelming. What struck her even more was that when her gaze fell upon the stone statue of a human warrior holding a trident, the ice-type energy within her belonging to the snow goddess began to stir uncontrollably, albeit faintly. There was an extremely subtle, yet unmistakable resonance from the depths of her bloodline. The identity of that figure instantly flooded into her consciousness. He was the supreme human powerhouse who had awakened the sea god profession. According to historical records, in the darkest era of the last century, wielding the sea god trident, he fought to the death with the deep-sea emperor Kraken, who ravaged the oceans and sought to devour the continent. So this was no legend. It was a heroic epic that truly unfolded in the depths of this sea. Just as Su Luo was briefly distracted by this sudden resonance, Shen Liqing seized the fleeting opportunity. Using the last of his strength, he rolled backward, widening the distance from Su Luo. Disturbed by Shen Liqing's movement, Su Luo instantly snapped back to attention. Her eyes sharpened, and she instinctively prepared to summon another ice blade to pursue. However, just as she was about to act, a gentle and vast energy continuously emanated from the blue crystal in Zhang Hao's hand. This pure energy automatically converged towards Su Luo, quietly merging into her body. Su Luo clearly felt that her severe injuries were rapidly healing and mending under the nourishment of this energy. Her depleted ice-type abilities also began to recover and fill quickly. Freedom was within reach, and Shen Liqing was gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death, a golden opportunity. But now this completely unfamiliar Zhang Hao, the two crystals containing terrifying power in his hands, and the two stone statues radiating ancient pressure. The situation had become unprecedentedly complex and dangerous. Zhang Hao, however, seemed utterly indifferent to the two intruders. He simply used the blue crystal to erect a protective barrier. While opening an exit passage, he even had the leisure to share the victor's joy. "Tisk, this place has been suffocating me." Zhang Hao's voice was calm. "Playing the meek fool for so long hasn't been easy." The altar's runes began to glow, and a blurry, swirling spatial passage slowly coalesced above the altar. "Let me reintroduce myself," Zhang Hao said, tilting his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the two, as if examining interesting specimens. Zhang Hao, codename Grey Nether, affiliated with the great organization True God's Descent, a level psychic. Under orders from the organization, I am here to retrieve the twin crystals. As for the plan, Zhang Hao continued as if narrating someone else's story. I was originally just a helper, but the big shots weren't so lucky. They all drowned in the tide. Fortunately, I met you. First, I hitched a ride on your boat, then destroyed the helicopter's sonar, guiding you to crash near this vortex entrance. Then I accidentally triggered that skeleton to open the palace door. He glanced at the crystal, emitting a dim purple light. This emperor's heart is a fragment of that giant octopus core power, but it no longer needs it. As for this sea god's tear, his gaze shifted to the human stone statue holding the trident. It's a fragment of the sea god trident used by this sea god to seal the octopus. That foolish octopus who stupidly triggered the tidal surge refused to cooperate with the Great Descent and insisted on acting on its own. Zhang Hao sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. It might have forgotten that humans aren't as weak as it thought. Those bunch of stupid monsters gathered around here couldn't even find the entrance after all this time. Utterly useless. But we don't hold grudges, we're happy to give it a hand. The spatial passage above the altar grew clearer, and the spatial fluctuations intensified. Speaking of which, Zhang Hao seemed to have completed his final operation, turning around to face Su Luo and Shen Liqing directly. He now stood completely exposed without any defensive stance. Your relationship does pique my curiosity. His gaze swept back and forth between Su Luo's stunning face and Shen Liqing's bloodstained body, finally settling on Su Luo. First it's boyfriend and girlfriend, then master and servant, and now you're trying to kill each other. He lifted his chin, nodding toward the spatial passage that was about to stabilize above the altar, and taunted, "Aren't you going to make a move? Once I leave this godforsaken place, you'll really be stuck here buried with these two ancient powerhouses. How about it? Wanna give it a try?" Zhang Hao's smile exuded absolute confidence. Their sudden entry had indeed startled him, because he hadn't yet gained control over the crystals, causing energy to leak out and heal their injuries. Although both were severely wounded, that woman was strange. She could ignore mental attacks. So he decided to put on a bluff, successfully buying time and intimidating them. Now they had completely lost their chance. Su Luo could no longer restrain herself. She vaguely realized that Zhang Hao's storytelling was just buying time. There was no time to regret, and she had to act. The passage was right in front of her, and she absolutely could not let him leave with the crystal and then be trapped here to die. Deep within her ice blue eyes, the frost-white radiance blazed to its utmost intensity. Frost Eye Freeze. Target Zhang Hao. She wanted to freeze his mind and abilities, even if only for a moment. However, just as Su Luo activated her skill, a glint of silver light flickered in Zhang Hao's eyes. Huh. Zhang Hao let out a contemptuous snort, which directly echoed in Su Luo's mind. Playing this trick in front of me. A formidable spiritual power far stronger and more refined than Su Luo's slammed back fiercely. It dissipated the moment it entered Su Luo's mind. Frost Eye was completely ignored by the opponent due to absolute spiritual superiority. Surprise flickered in Zhang Hao's eyes. He was actually a level 14 psychic spiritualist, and now with the amplification of the blue crystal, he still couldn't harm this woman's mind. Su Luo's attack being ineffective, she immediately changed her strategy. She thrust both hands forward, unleashing the ice-type ability that had mostly recovered within her body. Obstinate and unmovable, Zhang Hao said with a flicker of impatience in his eyes. He made no move to dodge or block. He merely waved his hand holding the purple crystal, casually with extreme nonchalance, toward the incoming ice spears. A violent, chaotic purple energy filled with a destructive aura surged forth instantly. The massive ice spear capable of piercing a commander-level demon couldn't hold up for even a second upon contact with the purple energy. The purple energy pressed on with undiminished momentum, smashing with devastating force against the ice armor shield that Su Luo had hastily summoned. The ice armor shattered like paper. Su Luo was struck as if by lightning, sent flying backwards by the violent purple energy. Blood gushed from her mouth as if it were free, instantly worsening her newly healed wounds. Her ice-type ability was once again thrown into chaotic disarray. Tisk! Zhang Hao clicked his tongue as he watched Su Luo gravely injured from a single blow. He frowned slightly, eyeing the fading glow of the purple crystal in his hand with dissatisfaction. Still not enough mastery. Can't even instantly kill a level 10 awakened one. He shook his hand as if merely swatting a fly. Then he glanced at Shun Liqing, who was staring at him with eyes fixed in the distance. It wasn't that he didn't finish the kill, it was simply that the purple crystal needed recharging. Really? Zhang Hao shook his head, a look of confusion and curiosity appearing on his face. I truly can't figure you two out. You clearly want each other dead, yet now, when I beat her like this, the look in your eyes. Tisk, tisk, it's as if you want to devour me. He pointed at the severely injured Su Luo, then at Shun, Liqing, his tone full of curiosity. By the way, you two. Who exactly is who? Seeing the two remain silent, Zhang Hao found it rather dull. The Catan mouse game had reached its end. The spatial passage was now completely stable, and the energy consumed by the purple crystal in his hand was quickly recovering. Boring. The mockery on Zhang Hao's face vanished completely, leaving only cold indifference. It seems your story ends here. You two. Stay here and keep company with these two statues. The purple crystal was taking too long to recharge. He couldn't wait to finish them off. To him, these two were already dead or soon to be dead, not worth wasting another second. Just as Zhang Hao turned around, a voice shouted, "Explode." A cold, resolute female voice filled with final desperation suddenly echoed in the silent hall. It was Su Luo. She lay on the ground, blood still flowing from her mouth, but her ice-blue eyes were locked onto the back of Zhang Hao's head. She had been waiting for this moment. The only chance. A light sound of ice crystal shattering rang out abruptly at the back of Zhang Hao's head. An ice-blue glow flickered at the roots of his hair, instantly forming a tiny fingernail-sized ice flower. The ice flower attempted to burst and release its chilling cold. However, the tiny ice flower lasted less than half a second, not even a shred of cold escaping before it completely dissipated. Moi. Zhang Hao's steps halted. He slowly turned around, an exaggerated feigned surprise on his face, even reaching up to touch the back of his head and pinching the tiny ice shards. Oh dear, Zhang Hao's voice dripped with heavy sarcasm. I almost forgot about this little trick of yours, the little gift you secretly planted while healing me. Tisk tisk for a psychic. He shook his head, a contemptuous smile on his face. It's really childish. Your energy fluctuations are like fireflies in the night under my psychic perception. He watched the despair fade from Su Luo's eyes, feeling inexplicably pleased. This feeling of total control, watching the enemy's last hope shatter, felt wonderful. Heh. Unexpectedly, Su Luo, lying on the ground, also curled her lips into a sneering smile. Is that so? Psychic seems all you know is to protect your head. Zhang Hao's brow furrowed slightly, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Explode. Su Luo's voice rang out again, even sharper than before. This time the explosion sound did not come from the head. Two muffled sounds of flesh tearing exploded almost simultaneously from Zhang Hao's back and left chest. Caught off guard, Zhang Hao let out a sharp, agonized cry. He lowered his head sharply, seeing a hole in his chest slightly to the side of his heart, and another below his right shoulder blade. Blood mixed with ice shards gushed out instantly, as terrifying cold energy madly invaded his body. His proud psychic barrier had failed to completely block it. Or rather, he had never noticed when or where Su Luo had planted the second and third ice explosion seeds. Her energy manipulation had actually managed to evade his perception. Zhang Hao was both shocked and furious, his eyes showing disbelief for the first time. From the very beginning, this woman had been wary of him. She had not only planted more than one explosive seed, but done so with such concealment. These two injuries, especially the one near the heart, though avoiding the vital spot, were still fatal enough. However, the blue crystal in his hand was no mere decoration. A gentle, yet surging energy quickly began healing the wounds, which visibly started to close. Su Luo's heart sank. She was completely spent, with no strength left to stop his healing. Oomph! A cold snort came from the side. Shun Liqing, who had been leaning against the stone wall, raised his right hand. Not aimed at Zhang Hao, but at the blue crystal in Zhang Hao's hand that was radiating energy. Just moments ago, he too had been healing in the pure energy emanating from the blue crystal. Though his injuries were still severe, a faint trace of power was forcibly summoned. A wave of energy bearing the unique imprint of Shun Liqing's master profession instantly shot from his palm, precisely entering the blue crystal in Zhang Hao's hand. The blue crystal's light trembled violently. Then a bizarre event occurred. The pure energy that had been flowing gently from the blue crystal healing Zhang Hao's wounds was instantly contaminated and detonated upon contact with the strand of energy from Shun Liqing that carried a sense of plunder and domination. The two healing wounds on Zhang Hao's body erupted in violent energy conflict and secondary explosions. Flesh was torn again, the wounds instantly expanding, and the blue crystal in his hand flew out of his grasp. He struggled to lift his head, his young face completely twisted with extreme pain and fury. Bastard. Zhang Hao's voice was hoarse and venomous. You two bastards. You didn't trust me at all and planted so many traps on me. The moment the blue crystal flew out, Su Luo's eyes lit up. She couldn't care less about Shun Liqing, who was gravely wounded behind her, nor did she pay any attention to Zhang Hao, who was also blasted away and barely breathing. Her eyes were fixed only on the crystal that symbolized a path to survival and the passage above the altar that was slowly shrinking. Mine. Su Luo, enduring the searing pain throughout her body, lunged forward and firmly grasped the blue crystal. A surge of pure gentle energy instantly flooded her nearly depleted body, invigorating her spirit. The passage, the light gate, was right ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, not even a backward glance, Su Luo exerted her last ounce of strength, even beginning to burn her life potential, desperately channeling the meager energy she had just gained. Faster, just a little faster, as long as I can rush in. Freedom within reach. Bitch, don't even think about it. Zhang Hao was like a madman, plunged into hysterical frenzy. Stay here. He struggled to raise the purple crystal in his hand, which had just been recharged and was once again emitting a wild purple light. This time he did not attack Su Luo, but instead hurled all his power viciously at the ancient altar that sustained the entire vortex space. The purple crystal, like a detonated bomb, instantly erupted with devastating purple energy. The entire vortex space was now completely and madly ignited. A terrifying, irresistible suction force centered on the explosion point, like the devouring of a black hole. Its primary target was Su Luo, who held the blue crystal and was about to touch the passage. Su Luo felt an indescribable, tremendous force pulling her back. She was only inches away from the light gate, yet her body was forcibly dragged backward by the terrifying suction at a speed more than 10 times faster than her lunge toward the gate. She exerted all her strength to channel the power of the blue crystal, trying to resist, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of the collapsing space. Ha ha ha, run, why don't you run? Zhang Hao's body was also pulled by the terrifying suction, flying backward toward the explosion core. But he let out a mad laugh. Wanna run? Dream on. Su Luo was instantly filled with despair. She held the blue crystal, but felt no warmth. The path to survival was about to shatter before her eyes. Give me the purple crystal. Unwilling to give up, Su Luo once again threw herself at Zhang Hao, aiming for the purple crystal in his hand. Snatch it, and there might still be a slim chance. Get lost. Zhang Hao sneered, and as Su Luo lunged at him, he swung the purple crystal fiercely. The purple crystal released a final chaotic energy blast, smashing brutally into the blue crystal in Su Luo's hand. A crisp cracking sound rang out. Su Luo felt a violent shock in her palm. The blue crystal she had fought so hard to obtain was shattered, leaving only half. Ha ha ha, broken, finally broken. Zhang Hao, seeing the shattered blue crystal, let out an even more manic laugh, as if he had fulfilled some sacred mission. Mission accomplished, ha ha. Zhang Hao's voice was particularly piercing in the energy storm. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. The core of the tears of the sea god is destroyed. The last shackle of that stupid octopus is gone. It will soon be fully revived. Reign over this ocean once more, sweep across the continent, and cleanse everything. He stared fixedly at Su Luo. This is all your fault, you damned ants. You ruined the organization's great plan. We could have perfectly recovered the crystals. But now destroying it is fine too. The great plan will not stop. The revival of Kraken is the first step. And you, Zhang Hao, with his last strength, seized Su Luo's arm like an iron clamp. You bitch who ruined my plans, don't think you can live. Die with me. Offer a sacrifice to the great, true God. Ha ha. Su Luo was too severely injured. Her struggling grew weaker and weaker. She watched the passage that was about to vanish, feelings of unwillingness and despair filling her heart. This time, there was truly no escape. In the chaos of her dying moments, her gaze inadvertently swept across a relatively calm corner not far away. Shun Liqing leaned against a statue drenched in blood. He was also struck by the shockwaves, but because he was farther from the explosion center, the suction force was far weaker than what Su Luo and Zhang Hao experienced. Even so, he could only watch helplessly at the apocalyptic scene before him. Su Luo's gaze fell upon his face. A male face that originally belonged to her, now covered in blood and dust etched with pain, shock, and fury. Looking at this face, at the mixture of anger, unwillingness, and perhaps a trace of indescribable complex emotions in Shun Liqing's eyes. The surging despair, anger, and unwillingness in Su Luo's heart suddenly, strangely subsided. Only a sense of almost absurd relief remained. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind like a lantern from the chaotic awakening during the monster invasion, to the smugness when she forcibly bound Shun Liqing with a contract. From the terror and humiliation after the soul swap, to the days and nights of struggling to survive under the Maid rules while waiting for revenge. From being forced to cooperate time and again in desperate situations to the desperate fight for life and death just now. All of this was only half a month. In the end, a clear and deeply self-mocking thought settled like a brand, overriding all the chaos. I truly deserve this. After signing the contract back then, if I had just gotten along properly like a normal courtship, even if it was just an ordinary relationship that might have been rejected, it would have been better than using that damned contract to enslave her him. And what was the result? I trapped myself in this body, endured humiliation, and now I'm going to die in this hellish place. How serves me right. Hey! Su Luo suddenly shouted towards Shen Liqing with all her strength. Her voice was somewhat faint in the chaotic energy currents, but it reached Shen Liqing's ears clearly. Shen Liqing struggled to lift his head, looking at Su Luo in the center of the vortex, who was being firmly held by Zhang Hao, also drenched in blood, yet her eyes were unusually calm. His eyes were filled with shock, anger, confusion, and a trace of bewilderment that he himself had not noticed. Su Luo's lips trembled slightly. An uncontrollable thought surfaced after he left occasionally. Just occasionally. Could he visit her parents and see how they were faring? Yet the words lodged in her throat as if something had sealed it tight. The notion struck her as utterly absurd. What had she done? Turning him into a maidservant, subjecting him to endless humiliation, and now expecting him to fulfill her filial duties. The sheer audacity was boundless, utterly shameless. She opened her mouth, but no words escaped. Forget it. Su Luo's gaze fell upon the half-piece of blue crystal in her hand. This shard was her final hope for survival, the only thing she could cling to now. She looked at Shen Liqing, then at the fading light portal. Feeling the increasingly violent pull threatening to tear her apart along with Zhang Hao's venomous curses, a starkly simple thought crystallized in her mind. Marshalling the last dregs of her strength not to resist or strike at Zhang Hao, she hurled the warm blue crystal shard towards Shen Liqing with all her might. Catch it! Simultaneously, she squeezed the last vestiges of her depleted ice-based ability from her being like a wrung sponge. Raising her barely functional left hand, she pressed it against the air in Shen Liqing's direction. Bridge of ice crystals. A crystalline, yet fragile ice bridge instantly formed between the passage entrance and Shen Liqing. Having done this, Su Luo felt utterly drained, her final support gone. She yielded to the terrifying pull, dragging herself and Zhang Hao toward the epicenter of destruction, the swirling purple vortex core like a gaping abyss. Just before her body was consumed and consciousness plunged into darkness, she lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Shen Liqing's stunned, incredulous eyes. With the last vestiges of her soul, she murmured the words that had echoed in her heart countless times, "Shen Liqing, I owe you nothing." The voice was faint amid the roar, yet it imprinted itself indelibly on his mind. The next second, Su Luo and Zhang Hao, along with the maddened roars and venomous curses, were utterly swallowed by the devouring purple vortex, vanishing without a trace. The final flicker of Su Luo's consciousness held a vague, uncertain thought 3 times. First the tsunami, then the giant crab, and now this. The humiliation is repaid. I should owe nothing. Before the thought faded, boundless darkness and agony consumed her. At the core of the hall, the moment Su Luo and Zhang Hao were sucked into the vortex, a final cataclysmic explosion erupted, obliterating the altar and the 2 colossal stone statues. Shen Liqing stared blankly at the purple vortex core, his mind a void. Her last whisper, "I owe you nothing," still echoed in his ears. The half-crystal, glowing with a warm blue light, landed precisely and gently into his limp, open palm. A faint yet pure stream of energy flowed into his nearly lifeless body. Instinctively, he clenched the crystal shard with his last ounce of strength and sprinted along the ice bridge toward the passage. Just then, the fragile bridge forged by Su Luo's final power instantly fissured under the raging energy. Yet it fulfilled its ultimate mission. Crack! The bridge shattered completely, dissolving into a flurry of ice crystals. The vortex core emitted a blinding final flash, and the terrifying pull vanished. In its place, a destructive energy shockwave radiated outward. Shen Liqing barely managed to press the half-crystal to his chest before the shockwave hurled him into the passage entrance. In the deepest abyss of the boundless ocean, beneath eternal darkness and crushing pressure at the trench floor, lay a forbidden zone of life. Yet now a colossal will, dormant for eons, was violently awakened by a tumultuous disturbance. Rumble. At the heart of this absolute darkness, 2 massive molten crimson points blazed to life. Eyes. The eyes of the deep-sea sovereign, Kraken. Roar. A bellow beyond human language, filled with savagery, greed, and liberation, resonated through the deep in a terrifying supersonic wave. An invisible psychic shockwave swept hundreds of nautical miles, pulverizing countless deep-sea creatures into paste. The seal is loosening. It clearly sensed the core shackle of the tears of the sea god, which had suppressed it for ages, breaking. The pure, loathsome power of the sea god was rapidly dissipating. Kraken's unimaginably vast body began to writhe with excitement. It would break free of these final bonds. It would reclaim the endless ocean that birthed it. It would purge those ant-like humans from the land. Yet just as this ecstasy surged, and its colossal will attempted to shatter the last remnants of the seal, gone, Kraken's frenzied excitement was replaced by shock and fury. The presence of the tears of the sea god core fragment, which had just signaled the seal's fracture, had vanished completely. In other words, it had slipped from its vast will's perception. Who took it? Astonished and enraged by this sudden turn, Kraken sought to unleash another tsunami. But another formidable icy presence carrying a clear warning pierced through layers of water like an invisible sword locking onto the newly roused Kraken. The source of this presence was the land, the direction of the human safe zones. Its intensity rivaled Kraken's own state before the seal, even hinting at a sharpness that gave the Leviathan pause. Then a crystal-clear message born on this terrifying aura transmitted directly to Kraken's will core an image. In it lay a colossal mountain-like corpse of a deep-sea monster. The corpse was eerily charred, exuding a top-tier sovereign bloodline aura intimately familiar to Kraken. This was one of its most favored powerful offspring, most likely to advance to the sovereign rank. Dead and slaughtered, the residual energy traces on the corpse, the violent lightning, were left by the human now facing it across the void. Ruer. Kraken's will plunged into unprecedented frenzy. Its molten slit pupils nearly spewed tangible flames, its terrifying roar unleashing a destructive shockwave through the deep cracking nearby submarine mountains. Shame. Utter towering shame. In these long years apart from that detestable human who a century ago wielded a trident and burned his life to severely wound and seal it, never had it, Kraken, the sovereign of the deep, endured such provocation. This human, this audacious, heaven-defying human, daring to use the carcass of its own offspring as a warning to retaliate against its act of submerging the land. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. In a frenzy of rage, Kraken frantically summoned the power of the abyss, determined to unleash a tsunami 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than before, a world-drowning cataclysm. It would erase that sanctuary along with that arrogant human from the face of the earth. It would use the wails and blood of billions to mourn its child and wash away its shame. Yet as its savage will attempted to harness even greater oceanic forces. A golden chain, though weakened, yet still indomitably resilient, emerged from the depths of the trench coiling around its colossal body. The chain burst into blinding radiance, forcibly suppressing and dispersing the terrifying power Kraken had sought to gather. The remnant seal still held. The accursed tear of the sea god had not been completely destroyed. The power it could now wield remained severely restricted, utterly insufficient to unleash a world-destroying tsunami. Kraken let out a roar, even more stifled and furious. The entire deep sea trembled under the Emperor's wrath. But it understood that violently assaulting the residual seal would only cost it the fragile chance of revival it had just gained, perhaps even inviting a greater backlash. That aura, it remembered, that human powerhouse who dared to challenge its majesty, and the one who had taken the core fragment of the tear of the sea god, thwarting its revival plan. No matter where they were, it would find them and grind them to dust. With boundless resentment and towering fury, Kraken's will slowly receded. Its massive body sank once more into the magma and darkness of the deepest trench. It needed time, more power, to break free from these final shackles. Next time, when it fully awakened, that would be the day of the continent's submersion and humanity's extinction. This vendetta it would remember. The tremor of the deep gradually subsided, leaving only the 2 colossal stone statue wrecks, symbols of an ancient war, slowly sinking to the seabed. At that moment, not far from the sanctuary's harbor on the sea surface, a man drenched in blood, barely breathing, clung to a broken piece of driftwood floating with the waves. In his clenched fist, half a crystal, emitting a gentle blue light, silently absorbed energy from the seawater, sustaining his last flicker of life. Endless darkness, heart-wrenching agony. Su Luo felt as if she had been thrown into a meat grinder, every inch of bone and flesh being torn apart. Her consciousness was already blurred, drowning in boundless pain. Only the instinctive twitching of her body proved she was still alive. It hurts. It hurts so much. A faint murmur escaped her pale, bloodless lips, filled with deep grievance and fragility. She feared pain the most, had always feared it since childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have yielded to Shun Liking's threat of tightening the collar back then. This pain was 1,000, 10,000 times worse. In her chaotic consciousness, an absurd, pitiful thought even flashed. If she had known it would hurt this much, she wouldn't have given him the blue crystal. At least it could have blocked a bit. Just as she felt her last shred of consciousness about to be extinguished by the agony, her body on the verge of being torn apart by the spatial turbulence, a surge of warmth, incredibly gentle, imbued with the primordial breath of life, erupted from within her bosom. It came not from outside, but from the thing she had always kept close to her. That unknown monster egg picked up by chance among the ruins of the coastline, radiating a faint warmth. This strange egg, which she had been using as a hand warmer, tucked deep into her chest. Now it began to greedily, actively absorb the surrounding energy. The violent purple imperial power shattered space fragments, even the icy aura leaking from Su Luo's body. All energies became nourishment for the egg. Like a bottomless pit, it devoured them voraciously, rapidly swelling in size. Crack, crack. The crisp, faint sound of shattering echoed from within Su Luo's arms. Amid the destructive turbulence, this sound carried a new, reassuring hope. Then a wave of even more immense, gentle, and pure energy enveloped Su Luo's gravely wounded, dying body. This energy did not clash with the icy origin of the ice goddess. Within her, instead it merged perfectly, like water blending with milk. It tenderly soothed the destruction wrought by the violent energies on her body, nourished her withered meridians, and repaired her shattered organs. The bone-deep agony rapidly subsided, causing her furrowed brow to relax slightly, even in her unconsciousness. A tiny figure clumsily and laboriously crawled out of the broken shell. It was a small mermaid girl. Silver, silky, long-haired, delicate skin, and a fishtail covered in azure scales. Her exquisite little face bore a resemblance to Su Luo's features, especially in those ice-blue eyes. At the corners of her eyes were a few tiny, beautiful scales like ice crystals or snowflakes. The little mermaid curiously examined the person before her, drenched in blood and faintly breathing, yet radiating an inexplicable warmth and attachment. An instinct deep in her blood drove her to stretch out her tiny arms and cautiously wrap them around Su Luo's neck. A word lisping and filled with deep dependence reached Su Luo's consciousness, clearly, "Mom." Su Luo, with her eyes closed, seemed to see it, and her brow, which had relaxed, slightly furrowed again. "I remember. I was digging a crocodile nest." As if sensing the violent currents threatening Mom, the little mermaid released her hold on Su Luo's neck and spread her two chubby little hands outward. A huge azure-blue spherical bubble tightly enveloped both her and the unconscious Su Luo. Inside the bubble, an instant of profound peace and safety descended. Only the gentle life energy and pure ocean essence flowed slowly. The little mermaid seemed to have exhausted her strength, resting her small head lightly on Su Luo's warm, broad chest, her little tail unconsciously swaying softly. Her silver hair brushed against Su Luo's chin, emitting a satisfied, faint purring sound, as if she had found the safest haven, and she fell into a deep sleep. Passive skill acquired: embrace of ice and snow. Description: the ice goddess with her boundless embrace nurtures and sustains life. Passive effect: continuously grants a minor life recovery effect, slightly increasing wound healing speed. A mind as open as a valley, dimensions approaching those of the ice goddess. Active effect: during its duration amplifies all ice-based abilities. Cooldown 12 hours. Divine part unlocked. 33 Frost Eye Eyes Deep Cold Sip Mouth Embrace of Ice and Snow Chest Level Advancement Ice Goddess LV 10 LV 11 Class Promotion Rank S Rank Overall Score 96-97. A month later, at Donghai War Academy, the glass door of the registration office was pushed open, letting in a cool, early autumn breeze. A figure stepped in, his footsteps steady, carrying a composure that belied his age. He walked straight toward the vacant registration window. The receptionist was a young woman who had just finished organizing the materials on her desk. She looked up at the newcomer and paused, startled. It was rare for a student to arrive before the official registration day. He was a strikingly noticeable young man, tall with a neat ponytail, wearing a dark coat. What drew the most attention was his gaze, calm as a lake, revealing no discernible emotion. His face was expressionless, carrying a hint of aloofness. "Hello, I'm here to register." The young man's voice was low and concise. "Oh, okay." The receptionist snapped back to reality, quickly putting on a professional smile. "Please show me your admission letter and identity card." The young man took a sealed plastic bag from his backpack, carefully extracted the documents inside, and handed them through the window. On the back of his hand was a healed scar, slightly darker in color. The upper left corner of the documents bore an official seal, a talent recommended by the authorities. The receptionist took the materials, first checking the admission letter, combat department. She murmured as she inserted the identity card into the card reader beside her. Detailed personal information instantly appeared on the screen. When her eyes fell on the occupation field, the receptionist's mouth stopped. Occupation: Ocean Lord, Pseudo S grade. Level LV 12. Pseudo S grade. Ocean Lord. Level 12. The receptionist's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but look up at the young man again, scrutinizing him. This was extremely rare. A high occupation rating was a matter of talent predetermined from birth. S grade was already as rare as Phoenix Feathers, and Pseudo S grade was undoubtedly top-tier talent. But the level? That was an entirely different matter. All Awakeners underwent their awakening simultaneously at high school graduation just after turning 18. From the awakening to now the university registration period, it had been at most 2 months. 2 months, level 12. What did that mean? For Awakeners to raise their levels, combat department members mainly relied on slaying monsters or completing specific tasks to gain experience points. Non-combat departments relied on cultivation, research, or creation to accumulate experience. Regardless of the method, it required time and accumulation. Especially for the combat department, every level up meant real battles, fighting monsters, walking the edge of life and death to earn experience. Still being a top-tier academy, the receptionist had seen many talented freshmen, so she wasn't entirely incredulous. It wasn't unheard of for core children from major families with all their resources poured into training to reach higher levels before enrollment. By using vast amounts of resources, expensive magic crystals, specialized sparring partners, even family experts escorting them to low-risk experience zones, they could be fed up. She subconsciously flipped through the young man's family background information. The screen showed ordinary data. His father was a pseudo-B-grade engineer, his mother an ordinary person. Her gaze stopped at the eye-catching red mark at the bottom of the information panel. Identity, note, survivor of the tsunami disaster. Awakened at the Binhai Awakening Center. That center was destroyed in the first great tide with almost no survivors. He had come from there. And survived. In an instant, the shock and doubt were replaced by a wave of profound respect. The receptionist's gaze toward the young man outside the window shifted entirely. No resources, yet level 12 in 2 months. The only explanation was that he had crawled out of a pile of monsters. Behind every level up were unimaginably perilous battles. The devastation of that disaster a month ago was so horrific that all humanity should grieve and remain vigilant. To survive a place like that, what willpower and strength must that require? She could even picture the scene. Amid the ruins and surrounded by monsters, a newly awakened youth struggling to live and grow stronger, fighting ceaselessly, struggling in despair, breaking through between life and death. Each level up might have been accompanied by severe injuries and the fall of comrades. That heavy level was filled with blood and tears. The receptionist took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation in her heart. Her movements became meticulously careful and swift, even tinged with a hint of reverence. She double-checked every piece of information, entered it into the system, and processed the registration formalities without any negligence. Student, your dormitory is assigned to room 213, building 7, combat department area A. Here are your room card and all-in-one campus card. The receptionist handed the processed materials and new cards over with both hands, her tone sincere. Welcome to Donghai War Academy. Subsequent course schedules and freshman notices will be pushed through the campus system bound to your all-in-one card. Please keep an eye on it. If you encounter any difficulties in daily life, feel free to contact the Student Affairs Office. The young man calmly took the cards and materials, nodding. Thank you. He carefully stowed away the new cards and documents, then turned and left the registration hall. The receptionist watched the ponytailed youth with his upright, yet lonely back disappear through the door before slowly sinking back into her chair. She silently etched the name on the screen into her memory, Su Luo. Pushing open the dormitory door, a blend of new furniture and disinfectant scent hit him. The ponytailed young man, or rather Shin Liqing inhabiting Su Luo's body, walked in and closed the door behind him. Half a month had passed. From being pulled out of the water onto that dilapidated fishing boat, drenched and barely conscious, lying amid the fishy smell, to now standing in the student dormitory of a top-tier academy in the safe zone. It was like a bizarre, surreal dream. The dormitory was a standard triple room. The other 2 beds were empty, their bare wooden planks indicating the owners had yet to arrive. The room was small but clean and tidy. Through the window, he could see the distant training grounds, also empty. For now he was safe. This realization allowed his long-tensed nerves to relax slightly, but it was followed by a pervasive sense of aimlessness. Homeless. The Shun family. He curled his lips in a silent, cold smile. That place was a rigid hierarchy with human warmth thinner than a glass of plain water. He was merely an insignificant name in the branch family, parents long deceased with no relatives worth caring about. Back when he bore the identity of Shun Liqing, the old fogies of the family were constantly scheming to marry her off to other families for so-called political alliances. It was hard to imagine such things happening in modern times. The Awakening Center. He had gone there on his own accord without telling his family because he couldn't accept it. They probably didn't even know that he was dead. Moreover, now he was Su Luo, a survivor with no connection to the Shin family. Why go back? Here instead was his only temporary foothold. Out of habit, he summoned the system panel with his mind. A translucent screen unfolded before his eyes, but its contents made him furrow his brow even deeper. The panel was clearly divided into 2 columns, left and right. On the left was the familiar Maid system, but at this moment the panel appeared dim and lifeless. Maid's Kiss passive, grayed out, unavailable. Life contract sharing, grayed out, unavailable. Ice Storm, grayed out, unavailable. Bound Maid, 11 disconnected. His finger hovered over the status bar, pausing for a few seconds, but in the end he did not click that disconnect. Disconnect. What did it mean? Was it because of the distance? Or? He forced himself to look away. On the right was a brand new panel, Ocean Lord Pseudo S, with a deep blue border. Tide Force passive, when near a water environment, strength and endurance are greatly enhanced. Deep Sea Pressure passive exerts mental pressure on aquatic monsters and low-level creatures. Shin Liqing clearly remembered that before losing consciousness he had tightly clutched the half-warm blue crystal, the sole reliance for his survival. But now his pocket was completely empty, not even a trace of residue remained. The answer seemed obvious. That crystal fragment containing the power of the sea god had been absorbed by the system, directly transforming into a second class within his body. A pseudo-rank ocean Lord of Combat class. Was this a blessing in disguise? He sensed within himself a new, unfamiliar, yet docile power carrying the breath of the ocean. Calm, yet harboring a surging force capable of engulfing everything. During the official registration, he displayed this new class and level. After all, the master class was hardly something he could reveal. Pseudo-rank level 12, coupled with the identity of a tsunami disaster survivor, was enough to secure him a recommendation to this top-tier academy. A new identity, a new beginning. Everything seemed to be falling into place. But what was that lingering emptiness in his heart? He stood up, placed his backpack into the wardrobe, which contained only a few changes of clothes and some official subsidy money. This was all his worldly possessions. As for the few pieces of equipment he had picked up, they had long been torn to shreds by the spatial turbulence. Closing the wardrobe door, his gaze swept over the two empty beds. Roommates hadn't arrived yet, living under the same roof with two unfamiliar boys for 4 years. This thought made Shun Liqing feel a hint of awkwardness. His understanding of the male group was almost entirely shaped by one person. That person cunning, cowardly, lascivious, full of schemes, yet at the last moment. The dormitory was very quiet, only his own breathing, until a piercing ringtone shattered the silence. He was startled. The original communication device of this body had been lost in the disaster. The authorities had issued him a basic new communicator with a new number known to only a handful of people. Who could it be? School logistics. Or the registration office. He picked up the communicator on the table. The screen displayed a string of unfamiliar numbers. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Hello, he ventured. Su Luo, you little bastard. A middle-aged man's furious roar exploded from the earpiece. The volume was so loud that Shun Liqing instinctively moved the communicator away. He was dumbfounded. Who was this? Not dead, huh? You still know how to breathe, do you? The man on the other end was clearly livid. 2 months, 2 whole months. Do you know how much your mother cried? If you're alive, why didn't you send word? What's with the anonymous money transfer? Trying to cut ties with us, are you? A barrage of scolding rained down, and Shun Liqing held the communicator, completely unable to interject. Su Luo's parents. He had indeed sent the money, but how did they know? How did they find this new number? His mind was a mess, filled with the absurdity and tension of being caught impersonating someone else's son by the real parents. Say less, let me talk to my son. A woman's voice choked with tears cut in urgently. The voice was gentle, yet filled with uncontrollable excitement and trembling. Luo, is that you? Luo. That final cautious, infinitely hopeful Luo pierced Shun Liqing's heart like a needle. He opened his mouth, but his throat seemed to be choked with something. Deny. Or. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the line, only the woman's suppressed rapid breathing, as if awaiting a verdict. Shun Liqing closed his eyes, and when he opened them again his voice was hoarse. It's me. Wah. A suppressed sob burst out from the other end, followed by the sound of crying mixed with joy. Luo, it's really my Luo. Heaven has eyes, I knew you were blessed. It's good you're safe. It's good you're safe. The woman cried incoherently, filled with the ecstasy and heartache of regaining something lost. Shun Liqing gripped the communicator tightly. He had absolutely no idea how to handle this overwhelming familial affection. He was just a counterfeit. Mom, don't cry, he said dryly, the address feeling excruciatingly difficult. Okay, Mom won't cry, Mom is happy. Su's mother tried to calm herself, but the sob in her voice was still clear. Luo, are you? Since you're alive, why didn't you come home? Do you know how worried Dad and Mom were? We almost thought. She couldn't finish, her voice choked again, but she quickly suppressed it, her tone becoming cautious, tinged with a pitiful tentativeness. Is it because you blame Mom and Dad for being useless, for not protecting you? Shun Liqing's heart tightened. He could imagine the mother on the other end of the line, one who had lost her son and then found him again, filled with anxiety, afraid that she might do something wrong and lose this son again. No, he denied immediately, his voice a little urgent. It's not blaming you. It's just after surviving, my mind is a bit muddled. I need some time to sort things out. He found the vaguest excuse. Sort things out. Su's mother repeated, clearly not fully convinced by the answer, but she didn't press further. Her tone became even softer, almost pleading. Luo, can you come home for a visit? Let Mom see you. Just see you. Mom won't ask anything, really. Mom just wants to see you, okay? See what? He has hands and feet, can't he come back himself? Do you have to beg him? From the other end, Su's father's voice rang out again. I'm useless, I couldn't save him. Old Su, shut up. Su's mother's voice rose with a rare firmness, then softened again, speaking into the receiver almost desperately. Luo, don't listen to your father's nonsense, he's just stubborn. These 2 months. His hair has turned so gray. Just come back once, okay? Just once. Mom begs you. That final, Mom begs you, laden with a heavy sob, nearly shattered Shun Liqing's psychological defenses. He leaned against the cold wall, tilting his head back. A person who had never experienced much familial affection found himself utterly at a loss in this situation. He was playing the role of Su Luo, enjoying the safety and resources this identity brought while making the real parents of this identity endure torment. What right did he have to refuse? Moreover, those calls of Luo that humble plea made it impossible for him to harden his heart. He had taken over their son's body. Even if only as a temporary comfort, it seemed to have become a kind of responsibility. After a long silence, so long that the breathing on the other end grew tense. Okay, Shun Liqing finally spoke. He'll come home. Right now. Upon the vast azure sea, a graceful silhouette walked slowly. She wore a short blue and white skirt condensed from ice and snow, the hem swaying gently, with each step accentuating her long fair legs. Her bare feet were slightly raised, and each time they touched the seawater, it instantly froze, blooming into delicate frost lotuses. Her movements seemed unhurried and elegant, yet with each step her figure was already 100 meters away, leaving behind a fleeting trail of ice lotus footprints. The sea breeze swept past, lifting her cascading silver hair. Her profile, illuminated by the light, was nearly perfect, and her ice-blue eyes gazed calmly into the distance. Wholly cold, with an otherworldly asceticism, yet exuding a power that made one hold their breath. In her arms, a tiny figure with silver hair clung tightly to her. The little head nestled in the crook of her neck, revealing only a pair of ice-blue eyes with snowflake-like scales at the corners, timidly peering ahead. Suddenly she paused, and the ice lotus beneath her feet froze more solidly than before. A few thousand meters ahead, the sea surface began to ripple without warning. An immense, suffocating shadow slowly emerged, opening a vast, elongated mouth like a bottomless abyss. A monarch-level sea monster, the abyssal demon crocodile. The little mermaid in her arms stiffened, visibly holding tighter. Su Luo stopped, calmly meeting the giant pupils, the chill radiating from her intensifying. The sea beneath her feet rapidly froze into an ice field dozens of meters in diameter, resisting the terrifying pressure. Yet the vast gap in power was a cold reality. A direct confrontation was hopeless. Instead of retreating, Su Luo shifted slightly, exposing the trembling little mermaid in her arms more clearly to the crocodile's gaze. Her left hand seemed to soothingly pat the mermaid's back, but a glint of cold light gathered at her fingertips, pressed against the little mermaid's slender neck. "Get lost," came the cold yet pleasant voice. "Or I'll crush her." The abyssal demon crocodile's giant vertical pupils contracted, emitting a fierce, killing intent. The little mermaid trembled in fear, tears welling in her watery eyes, her small lips pouting as she let out louder sobs. One side was the terrifying pressure of a colossal beast, the other the desperate threat of a tiny figure. After a stalemate, the crocodile seemed to receive some incredible information, a flicker of astonishment appearing in its eyes. Then it raised its massive head slightly, letting out a meaningless roar, and slowly began to retreat. Just as it was about to fully submerge, it spat out something from its mouth, flying precisely towards Su Luo. Su Luo's free right hand grasped the air. In her palm lay a deep blue scale radiating a pure and vast aura. The abyssal demon crocodile cast a final complex glance at Su Luo and the little mermaid in her arms. The sea calmed again. The little mermaid instantly stopped sobbing, her small face now filled only with curiosity and excitement. Su Luo flicked the little mermaid's forehead lightly. "Nice acting." The little mermaid immediately broke into a smile, her pitiful look vanishing completely, her eyes curving into crescents. Her tail happily patted Su Luo's arm with no trace of the earlier fright. She reached out her chubby little hand, eagerly grabbing at the blue scale in Su Luo's hand, making excited babbling sounds. Su Luo let her take the scale and play with it. The little one seemed to resonate with the scale. It emitted a blue glow in her small hand, enveloping her entirely. In the light, a miraculous scene unfolded. The little mermaid's beautiful sapphire fishtail began to change shape and extend, and after a few seconds the light faded. In Su Luo's arms now appeared a human little girl dressed in a small skirt, with silver white hair and ice blue eyes, exquisitely delicate. Only the few snowflake-shaped scales still at the corners of her eyes hinted at her extraordinary identity. The little mermaid, now perhaps to be called a little girl, looked down in wonder at her newly grown fair and tender legs. Her little feet fidgeted restlessly, as if still unaccustomed. She looked up at Su Luo full of dependence and joy and called out in a babyish voice, "Mom legs." Su Luo, hearing the utterly natural "mom," almost lost her cool composure. She had heard it many times, but each time it was hard to stay composed. But the little one had decided she was her mother, and Su Luo no longer bothered to correct her. She reached out, her movements somewhat awkward, yet gently ruffled the little girl's silver hair. She replied softly, accepting the title. After all, the little one had saved her life, so she had to comply. "Was that just now your birth mother or something else?" Su Luo asked, curious and with a hint of lingering fear. She and Shun Liqing had ransacked that crocodile den, and the terrifying pressure that had chased them was actually from a monarch-level crocodile. Fortunately, they had been far away. The little mermaid shook her head, then hugged Su Luo. "You are my mom. That was Auntie Crocodile. She always spoiled me. As for the rest, I don't know. Annie, Crocodile." It seemed the little one's origins were unusual. Su Luo didn't pry, affectionately tweaking her little nose, and mused, "Since you're coming with me to the human safe zone, I'll give you a name. How about Su Li?" The little mermaid's mind was a bit overwhelmed, but she still answered, okay. As long as the name was given by Mom. Alright then, Mom will take Su Li to meet Grandpa and Grandma, how about that? Su Luo's voice was soft and tender, her talent for coaxing children evident. The cold, stunning beauty half knelt, bending down to stroke the adorable little girl's silver hair, her eyes full of tenderness. 2 months ago, who would have thought that Su Luo, about to become a fresh college boy, would now be a devoted mother radiating maternal warmth from head to toe? She couldn't help but mock herself. Su Luo, what has snow embrace done to you? The wifely aura, after all, could no longer be hidden. Su Li asked in confusion, what are Grandpa and Grandma? Grandpa and Grandma are Mom's mom and dad. Then where is Su Li's dad? Mom doesn't know. The two beauties, one big and one small, hand in hand, continued to tread the sea toward the human safe zone. Following the address, he had looked up. Shen Liqing stood at the foot of an old but tidy apartment building. The sunlight was dazzling. He looked up at the tightly shut window, his palms slick with sweat. This feeling was even more nerve-wracking than facing a commander-level monster. Just a few steps into the neighborhood, a fruit vendor, a middle-aged woman with a suntanned face and a hearty smile, called out enthusiastically, Xiao Luo, is that you? Shen Liqing paused, looking at her. He had no idea who she was. Oh my, it really is you. You've grown taller and sturdier. The woman put down her fan, hurried over, and looked him up and down, her eyes full of delight. I heard you got into a good university. Well done. She picked 2 large red apples from her stall and pressed them into Shen Liqing's hands without waiting for his response. Take them, take them. Hurry home, your parents have been talking about you non-stop. They've been longing for you every day. With the 2 heavy apples forced into his hands, Shen Liqing could only mumble an awkward reply, Thank you, Auntie. He didn't even know how to address her properly. The woman didn't seem to mind his awkwardness, merely assuming he was shy after being away from home for so long. She waved her hand with a smile. Go on back now. Your mom must have made something delicious today. Shen Liqing nodded and quickly walked toward the unit door. Behind him, he could still hear the woman's heartfelt sigh. This child, after surviving that catastrophe, he's really turned out well. Standing in front of the door, Shen Liqing took a deep breath, feeling his heart pound rapidly in his chest. He raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then gently knocked 3 times. The moment the knock sounded, rapid footsteps echoed from inside, growing louder. The door unlocked. Behind it stood a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses. His hair was gray, his build not particularly tall, and his features bore a faint resemblance to Su Luo. This was the furious father from the phone call. But now his face showed none of the anger from that conversation. Behind his glasses, his eyes were wide, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. He simply stood there staring at the sun, before him, his expression impossibly complex. Shen Liqing met his gaze. The greeting he had practiced over and over on the way here was forced out of his throat. Dad. The word was like a key. In an instant, Su's father stepped forward and pulled Shen Liqing into a tight embrace, moving so fast that Shen Liqing didn't even have time to react. The man patted Shen Liqing's back firmly once, then again. It was as if he was confirming this was real, or maybe venting all the worry and fear that had accumulated over the past 2 months. Not a word of reproach. After a few seconds, he loosened his grip, but still held Shen Liqing's shoulders, pulling him back a little to study him from head to toe carefully and thoroughly. His eyes quickly reddened. He patted Shen Liqing's shoulder heavily and nodded vigorously. It's good you're alive. It's good you're alive. He had heard how dangerous the disaster was. To survive and even make a name for oneself, that was the greatest achievement. Luor. A woman's voice choked with tears came from the kitchen. Su's mother nearly stumbled as she rushed over. She pushed her husband aside and cupped Shen Liqing's face with trembling hands. Let Mom see. Let Mom have a good look. She kept examining him as if she could never see enough. When she saw the hideous scar on the back of Shen Liqing's hand, her tears flowed even more freely. Does it hurt, huh? You were always so afraid of pain when you were little. She gently touched the scar as if she could smooth away the past hurt. Compared to the voice on the phone, this raw, emotional impact left Shen Liqing even more flustered. He stood there like a wooden post, letting Su's mother hold his face, and cry, letting Su's father pat his shoulder. This intense, unguarded familial affection was something he had never experienced before. So unfamiliar it made his heart race with unease. Stiffly, he raised his hand and handed over a box of nutritional supplements made from monster materials, which he had bought with the official relief funds on the way. His voice remained dry. Dad, Mom. This. I heard it's good for restoring energy. Su's father took the box and set it on the shoe cabinet nearby. Su's mother wiped her tears and finally noticed that her son had become much more taciturn than she remembered. His eyes were different too. Less playful, more calm, and distant. Luoer, she said, taking his hand and leading him inside, her tone playfully teasing. How come? You feel like a different person. You're so quiet now. Shen Liqing's heart tightened. He struggled to stay calm and quickly came up with an excuse. I've been through a lot. Maybe I haven't fully adjusted yet. Su's father snorted from the side, but his voice had lost its earlier hostility. Nonsense. After crawling out of a hellhole like that, how could you not grow up? It's good to be steady, better than being all restless and impulsive. Despite his words, the look in his eyes as he gazed at his son was clearly approving. Sue's mother too broke into a smile through her tears and nodded repeatedly. Right, steadiness is good. Come and wash your hands and eat. Mom made your favorite braised pork trotters and beef ribs. They'll be ready soon. The small living room was filled with the aroma of food and the warmth of a reunion after a disaster. Shen Liqing sat at the dining table, which was completely unfamiliar to him, listening to Sue's parents' endless questions and concerns. He tried hard to keep a smile on his face and respond to each one. This feeling was very strange, very unfamiliar. It even made him fidgety. He lowered his head and took a mouthful of rice. The sauce on the pork trotters was rich and sweet. Although he wasn't used to it, it wasn't bad really. Also, it turned out that Su Luo's parents called him Luo too. Just then his vision flickered. The translucent system panel automatically opened. The left column labeled Master Maid System was no longer the dim gray it had been. The status bar that read Disconnected had changed to Reconnecting. The grayscale icons also faintly lit up, though they still couldn't be activated, but they were no longer completely lifeless. Maid Shen Liqing Su Luo's soul height, 170 cm 36, E-level LV. 11 class S rank Ice Goddess, overall rating 97. What's wrong, Luo? Sue's mother's voice carried a hint of confusion, her gaze shifting toward the window. Huh, that girl outside. Is she your classmate? She's really pretty. And the child holding her hand is adorable too. Shen Liqing turned his head almost mechanically, his eyes following toward the window. In an instant his mind went blank with a loud buzz. Outside the window, across the green belt and the sidewalk of the neighborhood, stood a figure. Silver hair, a blue and white long dress, a tall and slender silhouette with a cold, otherworldly aura. That face, he knew it all too well. At that moment, those beautiful eyes that once belonged to him, always aloof and distant, were now filled with shock and bewilderment. She held tightly to a little girl of 4 or 5 who wore a pretty dress, her silver white hair tied into 2 small buns, and her ice blue eyes curiously observing the scene before her. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Su Luo, holding Su Li's hand, stood in the afternoon sunlight like a frozen statue. She had only intended to steal a distant glance through the window, yet what she witnessed was this herself, sitting at the familiar dining table at home, having a meal with her parents. Her parents wore genuine smiles and concerned expressions she hadn't seen in ages as they served her food. An indescribable sense of absurdity surged within her, causing her mind to shut down completely. She didn't even notice the pair of cool, exquisitely crafted silver bracelets with ancient patterns that had suddenly appeared on her wrists. Mommy. Su Li tugged at Su Luo's fingers, looking up with curiosity and pointing inside. Are those Grandpa and Grandma? And Daddy? Her perception was sharp, and she felt a familiar sense of Shen Liqing's presence. Inside, Father Su also noticed the striking resemblance between the two figures, but frowned involuntarily. He glanced at the silver-haired woman and the girl she held, then at his son's pale, dazed expression, as if he had seen a ghost. A foreboding sense of dread rose in his heart. Could it be that this boy hadn't come home because he had gotten into trouble with someone else's daughter? And the child was already this big. Luo. Father Su's voice dropped tense. That girl outside. Do you know her? How could she? Dad, Mom. Shen Liqing abruptly stood up. I have something urgent to attend to. I must go now. You two go ahead and eat. Without waiting for his parents' response, he grabbed his jacket from the sofa and rushed out the door. Hey, what's so urgent? Is she your classmate? Ask her to come in and eat. Mother Su called out anxiously. Outside, Shen Liqing's sudden movement snapped Su Luo back to reality. Run. Ignoring Su Li's puzzled question, where's Mommy going? She scooped the girl up and turned to flee. But before she could get far, the silver bracelets on her wrists glowed, and a powerful familiar sealing force spread, instantly suppressing and binding most of the ice-based ability surging within her. Su Luo's face changed dramatically as she looked down at her wrists. The vanished armlet had reappeared in the form of bracelets tightly clasped around her wrists, radiating the characteristic energy fluctuations of the system. It was sealing her power, when had it done so. In that brief moment of delay, Shen Liqing had already caught up to Su Luo, who had just started running with the child in her arms. Stop. Su Luo sighed, helplessly halting her steps. Holding Su Li, she slowly turned around. Her ice blue eyes calmly met Shen Liqing's, now approaching, no longer filled with fear, only a hint of wariness and deep exhaustion. She prepared herself. If Shen Liqing still sought revenge, she would immediately have Su Li use her ability to escape. As for her parents, though she didn't know why Shen Liqing had come to see them, judging from the earlier scene and his proud nature, he probably wouldn't take out his anger on innocent family members. The two of them stood a few paces apart, staring at each other. Occasionally, passers-by in the neighborhood glanced at them, curiously drawn by their extraordinary presence. Shen Liqing's chest was choked with 1,000 words, but in the end he could only utter, "You. Don't you want to see them yourself?" Su Luo was stunned. She had imagined Shen Liqing questioning her, mocking her, even attacking her directly, but never this. See them herself. She instinctively looked toward the familiar window. Through the glass, she could see her parents' anxious, worried figures peering outside. An overwhelming wave of bitterness surged to her nose, and her eyes grew hot uncontrollably. 2 months. She had thought she was dead, and her parents believed she was dead. Now she was only a few dozen meters away from them, but wearing someone else's face, unable to even reveal her identity. A long silence followed, with Shun Liqing not urging her. Su Luo took a deep breath and nodded almost imperceptibly. Shun Liqing also let out a sigh of relief. He quickly whispered, "Just say, you're my classmate passing by, and improvise for the rest." Su Luo nodded again. She looked down and gently squeezed Su Li's little hand. Her voice was soft and tender. "Liar, just now. You have to call me sister, okay?" Su Li blinked, not understanding why, but obediently nodded, "Sister." The moment the name Liar was uttered, Shun Liqing's mouth twitched involuntarily. "Let's go," he said, turning to signal Su Luo to follow. After taking 2 steps, his gaze swept over Su Luo's bare feet, smooth as white jade, and his brow furrowed slightly. Su Luo followed his gaze downward and realized the issue. Her cheeks flushed faintly. She lightly tapped her toes on the ground, and a pair of high heels entirely made of ice crystals wrapped around her feet. The slender heels accentuated her already tall figure, making her height almost equal to Shun Liqing's in his sneakers. Shun Liqing stared at the ice crystal heels, falling into another silence. Such a peculiar taste. He walked ahead, his heart in turmoil. Su Luo followed behind, holding Su Li, her expression much calmer, but her heartbeat quickened involuntarily as she gazed at the increasingly familiar door. The door opened, and Father Su and Mother Su were indeed waiting anxiously at the entrance. "Luo, what's the matter?" Mother Su's words trailed off as she saw Su Luo behind Shun Liqing, her eyes lighting up instantly. "Oh, my young lady, please come in." She greeted warmly, her gaze shifting between Su Luo's face and her son's face, revealing a knowing anti-smile. Shun Liqing cleared his throat, trying to appear natural. "Dad, Mom, this is my classmate Shun Liqing. She was passing by and came to visit." His introduction was stammering and his eyes shifty. "Oh, a passing classmate," Mother Su said with an expression of mom understands, making both Shun Liqing and Su Luo embarrassed. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." Su Luo adjusted her demeanor, speaking gracefully, her voice pleasant and her posture composed. Holding Su Li, she stepped inside, her gaze naturally sweeping over the small living room. "Everything's so familiar. Please sit, don't just stand." Mother Su enthusiastically pulled Su Luo to sit on the sofa and hurried to pour water. "This child is so beautiful, like a painting come to life. Luo, get some fruit for your classmate." "Oh, okay," Shun Liqing replied like a puppet, his clumsy movements making Mother Su frown. Su Luo, however, took an apple and set it aside, then gently set down the curious Su Li to let her play. Turning to Mother Su, she said, "Annie, don't bother. I saw you busy in the kitchen earlier. Were you making braised pork trotters? It smells wonderful. Su Luo always says yours are the best." Su's mother was taken aback, then beamed with joy. "Oh my, this child is so sweet, taunt. Indeed, he's loved eating this since he was little." Her gaze towards Su Luo grew even warmer. "Miss, have you known our Luo for a long time?" Known. For a while now." Su Luo glossed over it vaguely, her gaze falling on Su's father. "Uncle, are you still working as an engineer at the old factory area? I heard the monster material processing line there was recently upgraded. Must be quite busy." She remembered that her father was a pseudo-grade material processing engineer in the midst of a critical project phase. Su's father had been frowning, glaring at Shun Liqing with a look of, "You disappoint me," but upon hearing Su Luo's question, he immediately wore a kindly expression. "You know about this, miss?" His tone was filled with surprise and a hint of excitement at meeting a kindred spirit. "Yes, very busy. New equipment, debugging a pile of problems." Shun Liqing watched from the side, dumbfounded. "Big sister, carry me." Su Li toddled over on her short legs to Su Luo. Su Luo bent down naturally, expertly lifting the little one onto her lap. Su Li immediately nestled comfortably in her arms, her little fingers playing with a strand of Su Luo's silver hair. "Oh my, this child is really clingy to you." Su's mother's heart melted at the sight. "She's so pretty with such long eyelashes. And these little scales. Are they stickers? So beautiful." She curiously looked at the snowflake scales at the corner of Su Li's eyes. She likes them." Su Luo stroked Su Li's hair, offering no explanation about the scales. "Uncle and Auntie are so young." Su Li suddenly lifted her little face and called out sweetly to Su's father and mother. This was what Su Luo had just taught her through telepathic transmission. "Ah, such a good child, so well-spoken." Su's mother grinned from ear to ear, and even Su's father's stern face broke into a rare smile. Shun Liqing watched the harmonious scene of this family of 4, trying hard to blend in and play the role of Su Luo. But as he opened his mouth, he realized that his understanding of this family was far less than that of the person bearing the name Shun Liqing. Luo, Su's mother finally diverted some attention from Su Luo to her own son, chiding, "What are you standing there like a fool for? Pour your classmate some water. You have no sense of propriety. Look at Miss Liqing, so composed and thoughtful." Su's father also snorted, exactly like a wooden post. Not even as perceptive as a little girl. "Oh, it's fine, Uncle and Auntie. I know him. He may seem a bit slow, but he's very kind. His biggest virtue is that he doesn't hold grudges." Su Luo covered her mouth, smiling as she smoothed things over. Right, my Luo. It may seem a bit slow, but he's actually very smart. You have good taste, miss." Su's mother quickly covered for her son. "Shun Liqing. He glared at Su Luo, grinding his teeth, using his own body to play his own girlfriend. She was really enjoying this. Just wait. His way of retaliation was he silently picked up the kettle and poured her a full glass of water. Choked to death. The meal had a strange yet warm atmosphere. Su Luo played the role of Shun Liqing, the classmate and suspected girlfriend, with ease. She remembered that her mother didn't eat scallions, so she casually picked out the scallion garnish dish that her father had placed in her bowl. Knowing that her father ate quickly, she would timely hand him a glass of water. She even helped clear the table after the meal, her movements so deft that Su's mother was full of praise. "Oh, Miss Liqing, you're really troubling yourself. Put it down, put it down. Annie can handle it." Su's mother said this, but the smile on her face was undeniable. "It's nothing, Annie. Just a little help." Su Luo's tone was natural as she carried the dishes into the kitchen. Su's father watched Su Luo helping in the kitchen, then glanced at his son, standing there awkwardly, not knowing what to do with his hands and feet. He couldn't help whispering to Su's mother, "Our silly boy. He's brought back a fairy. Polite, considerate, and knowledgeable about technology. Tisk, where did this brat get such luck?" Su's mother nodded in deep agreement, looking at Su Luo as if she were her own daughter. What they didn't know was that they were acting out a real parenting scene. Shun Liqing sat in the living room listening to their complaints and the faint sound of water from the kitchen. The cup in his hand cracked. The light on the system panel saying "reconnecting" was still flickering. He was in Su Luo's body, in Su Luo's home, being looked down upon by Su Luo's parents as inferior to someone else's daughter. Bizarre, absurd beyond measure. Shun Liqing picked up the glass of water he had poured himself and took a sip. The water was lukewarm, just like his mood at that moment. In the kitchen, Su Luo was washing dishes swiftly. Su's mother stood by holding a cloth, but her eyes never left Su Luo, and the smile never left her face. "Oh, my Miss Liqing, your hands are so skillful. Look how clean you've washed them." Su's mother praised again. Su Luo's mouth twitched. Back when she washed dishes at home, her mother had never praised her like this. Not criticizing was already good. She felt a secret satisfaction and a little smugness. Tisk, indeed, when different people do the same thing, the results are different. "Oh, mother, when you're praising someone else's child so effusively, you never expected it was your own daughter, did you?" Su's mother grew more fond of her with each look and reached out to take the bowl from Su Luo's hands. All right, let Annie handle the rest. You go take a rest. How can we let a guest keep working?" "It's fine, Annie, just a few bowls." Su Luo tried to insist. No, go rest." Su's mother was adamant, physically pushing Su Luo out of the kitchen work area, letting her stand at the door to supervise. Su Luo had no choice but to lean against the doorframe, watching her mother's busy back. This familiar scene warmed her heart. But the next second her heart, like Shun Liqing's, turned lukewarm. "Miss Liqing," Su's mother began, wiping the stove while opening up a conversation, her tone carrying the familiarity of an experienced elder. "You have no idea. Our Luoer was such a rascal as a child. Once she, telling embarrassing stories about one's child in front of others seemed to be a little hobby of many mothers. And once she started, she could go on and on." The smile on Su Luo's face froze. She felt her scalp tingle and her toes curled again and again inside her high heels, wanting to dig a hole in the floor. She could only manage an awkward but polite smile. Su's mother laughed a few times, then seemed to realize she had said too much and quickly added ahem. "Of course, she has her sensible moments too. Though she's mischievous, she has a good heart and knows how to care for others." She struggled to scrape up her son's virtues, trying to salvage the image. In the living room, Shun Liqing sat on the sofa, hearing every word from Su's mother loud and clear. "Good heart, caring. You might not know your son very well." Su Li was lying on the carpet, fully absorbed in playing with her toys. The little one frowned slightly, pouting her lips, looking exceptionally serious and adorable. Shun Liqing felt a flicker of doubt. Though Su's mother couldn't tell, he, with the instinct of an ocean lord, could see at a glance that the scales at the corners of Su Li's eyes were real. And the little one really looked like Su Luo. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Su Li suddenly lifted her head, her big bright eyes meeting Shun Liqing's. He was about to force a friendly smile, but the little girl tilted her head, blinked twice, then flashed a sweet grin, and spoke without warning. "Daddy, do you want to play with me?" A zero-frame start. By the time everyone heard that crisp child's voice, it was too late. The entire room fell into a dead silence. The laughter from Su's mother in the kitchen abruptly stopped, and her words of explanation caught in her throat. The smile frozen on Su Luo's face grew even stiffer. Shun Liqing shuddered, as if feeling the killing intent emanating from Su's father behind him. Su Luo was the first to react. She closed her eyes in despair, took a deep breath, and knew there was no way to explain. Forcing down the urge to die and the burning sensation on her face, she saw the only way out. Escape. "Ah, uncle and aunt." Su Luo pushed open the kitchen door, strode quickly into the living room, and spoke rapidly. She bent down and scooped up Su Li, who was still oblivious to the trouble she had caused. Su Li wanted to speak, but her mother shot her a fierce glare. "I'll deal with you later. I suddenly remembered I have something very important to do and must leave immediately. Thank you for the hospitality, uncle and aunt. The food was delicious and I had a great time. They'll come visit you again." She gave Su's parents no chance to respond or ask questions. At the same time, with her free hand, she naturally grabbed Shen Liqing, who was still in a state of petrification. Go! Su Luo muttered, dragging Shen Liqing as she rushed out. He stumbled as she pulled him, finally snapping out of his daze. Dragging and pulling, carrying a child, they fled in a most awkward yet swift manner. Hey, wait, Liqing Luo, you. Su's mother finally came to her senses, calling out anxiously as she ran to the door. Su Luo. Su Luo's roar chased after their fleeing figures. They froze for a moment, then ran even faster. They sprinted all the way until they turned into a secluded alley, where they finally stopped, panting heavily. Su Luo put Su Li down and leaned against the wall to catch her breath. She looked at the little one who had caused such a big mess, both amused and exasperated. Liar, Su Luo said, trying to sound serious. Why did you call out randomly just now, eh? Su Li's lower lip trembled, her eyes reddened instantly, and her shoulders shook as she sobbed pitifully. But he is Daddy. She pointed a small finger at Shen Liqing beside her. Mommy has Daddy's power. Liar can feel it. He is Daddy. Another shocking statement. Su Luo felt a surge of heat rising in her back, her cheeks burning. She quickly glanced at Shen Liqing and saw his eyes darting away, his expression as if he wished to disappear on the spot. Su Luo cleared her throat awkwardly. How could she explain when the little one's senses were so sharp? Shen Liqing felt even more uncomfortable being called Daddy by a little girl, the person being the very body he once inhabited. Both of them silently recited, children's words are innocent, 100 times in their minds. Seeing Su Li's tearful eyes and pitiful little face, Su Luo's heart instantly softened. After all, the little one had only spoken the truth by instinct. How could she be at fault? There, don't cry. Su Luo crouched down, gently wiping away the tears on Su Li's face, her voice softening. Mommy isn't blaming you. It's just that. Outside you can't call people that randomly, okay? Su Li sniffled, nodding with a nasal tone, her small hands tightly clutching Su Luo's clothes. Good girl. Su Luo patted her head. The alley fell quiet again. Su Li's emotions came and went quickly. Soon she was attracted by a small wildflower growing in a crack in the roadside. She let go of Su Luo's hand and crouched down to look at it curiously. Su Luo stood up, standing a few steps away from Shen Liqing. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Neither spoke. Only the faint sound of Su Li playing with the flower and the crisp clatter of Su Luo's crystal high heels on the stone floor could be heard. Tap, tap, tap. Steady rhythm. Even without the passive effect of the maid outfit that enhanced balance, she had fully adapted to the high heels. She hatched from the egg we found, and she saved me. Su Luo finally broke the silence. Her voice returned to its usual coolness, but with a hint of less distance. She should be a mermaid. On the way back I encountered a monarch-level crocodile, and it gave me a scale. That's how she turned out. Such a legendary tale could be summed up in a few words. Shen Liqing looked at her noncommittal. Su Luo turned her face away, her profile looking softer in the sunset. Thank you. Shen Liqing was slightly startled. Thank you for going to see them in my place. Her voice was very soft. And thank you for today. Shen Liqing frowned and instinctively retorted, I didn't do it for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he paused. If not for her, then why? Compassion, duty, or... He couldn't find the right word, stopping there with an awkward expression. Su Luo didn't mind his rebuttal. Instead, she tilted her head slightly and smiled. Regardless, I still want to thank you for letting me see them again and have a meal together. She paused, then added, and thank you for giving most of the allowance to them. I just heard from Mom. Shen Liqing's unease turned into irritation. He didn't know why, but he didn't want to hear Su Luo's gratitude. That's enough. He interrupted her impatiently. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. He didn't even wait for her reply. He turned around, his pace noticeably quickening, as if eager to escape this place. Just as he turned and took a step, the delicate silver bracelet on Su Luo's wrist flashed, and the force suppressing her power vanished. He had unlocked the seal. Just as he was about to step out of the alley, a translucent panel popped up with new information. Maid Su Luo, requesting to reconnect with you. Maid Su Luo, requesting to re-establish connection with you. Accept. Yes, no. Shen Liqing turned around, and Su Luo was standing at the alley entrance. She wasn't holding Su Li in her arms. The little one was timidly hiding behind her, her small hands tightly clutching Su Luo's skirt. She walked step by step until she stood before Shen Liqing, only a step away. Then, under Shen Liqing's astonished gaze, she slowly, with perfect precision, bent her knees and knelt down. The tips of her high heels touched the ground, emitting a faint clicking sound. Her back was straight, exuding a cold, resolute sense of ritual. She raised her hands high above her head, palms holding an exquisite ice blue collar. Master, Su Luo looked up, her voice choked. Luo begs you to put this collar on, Luo. She lowered her head slightly, offering her graceful neck, and said earnestly, please, Master. Take Luo back. As long as Shen Liqing picked up this collar and put it on her, the master-servant contract would be re-established and the system connection would be fully restored. She would once again return to that position of being under someone's control. Su Luo's emotions were not as calm as they appeared on the surface. Her original plan was to avoid Shen Liqing for life, never to see him again. But fate played tricks. She never expected Shun Liqing to visit her parents on her behalf, nor did she expect to meet him there, causing the system to start reconnecting. Perhaps this was destiny. It was fated that she would spend the rest of her life atoning. She couldn't help but mock herself, but she was also relieved that at least her parents would not have to suffer the pain of losing a child. And destiny was merely the catalyst. What ultimately drove her to make this decision was another more realistic and helpless reason. The moment the seal was lifted just now, she clearly sensed that most of the experience points she had gained from killing monsters during this period. Although the system was not fully connected, it uncontrollably converged towards Shun Liqing. What did this mean? It meant that as long as Shun Liqing still existed, no matter where she fled, her achievements would become nourishment for Shun Liqing. Should she kill Shun Liqing again because of this? 2 months ago she might have struck without hesitation. But now, not to mention whether she could kill him. After seeing her parents, she couldn't bring herself to do something like killing herself. Moreover, she could feel the soul connection slowly deepening, as sooner or later it would return to its original state, so it was better to submit herself to death voluntarily. Of course, there were also some deeper vague thoughts that she herself was unwilling to delve into. Those thoughts must never be known to anyone. Shun Liqing looked at Su Luo's standard kneeling posture at the collar she held high, symbolizing absolute submission and control, at her humble posture with head lowered. A similar image flooded into his mind. That was at the beginning of the soul swap, when he occupied Su Luo's body, and to retaliate for her previous humiliation, forced her to kneel and offer her hair ornament. But at that time his heart was filled with the thrill of revenge. Now, however, what surged in his heart was an indescribable complexity, shock, and even a trace of confusion. Like Su Luo after the rift in the relic space, when he thought she had perished in the whirlpool, he had actually prepared himself to never see her again in this life. Who would have thought that their reunion would come so unexpectedly and unfold in such a dramatic manner? Mommy! A cry with a sobbing tone broke the silence. Su Li, who had been hiding behind Su Luo, saw her mother kneeling before Daddy and holding up a strange collar, and the little one panicked instantly. She thought Daddy was bullying Mommy again. Wah, don't bully Mommy. Su Li rushed to Shun Liqing's leg, her little arms hugging his leg tightly, looking up with her small face and crying out, "Bad Daddy, don't bully Mommy, woo-woo." The little one's cries were heart-wrenching, full of fear and pleading. "Liar, don't talk nonsense." Su Luo immediately scolded, her tone severe. "Come back." Su Li, scolded by her mother, cried even harder, but she didn't let go of Shun Liqing's leg. Instead, sobbing and hiccuping, she imitated her mother's posture and knelt down towards Shun Liqing, whimpering, "Daddy, forgive Mommy. Woo-woo, don't hit Mommy." One big and one small, 2 figures knelt before Shun Liqing. Su Luo remained with her back straight, hands still holding the ice blue collar high. Su Li, on the other hand, was crying with her face flushed red, clinging tightly to Shun Liqing's leg, begging humbly. The setting sun stretched the 3 figures' shadows long intertwined. Shun Liqing's hand hovered above the ice blue collar, his fingertips sensing the unique chill radiating from the object belonging to Su Luo. His mind was a tangled mess. Finally, he took a deep breath, as if making a certain determination, and firmly grasped the ice blue collar. He had figured it out. Accepting her would give him greater control over her, at least no harm. The moment he grasped the collar, Su Luo's raised hands obediently lowered and placed neatly on her own folded knees. She tilted her head back slightly to make it easier for her master to put it on her. Shun Liqing crouched down almost at eye level with the kneeling Su Luo. He could clearly see her tear-laden eyelashes and feel the slight trembling of her body. From this distance, he could even smell the cold, refreshing scent of her body. One end of the collar was pinched in his hand, the other end hanging over Su Luo's fair neck. With just a gentle click. "If you regret it now," Shun Liqing issued his ultimatum, "it's still not too late." Even he couldn't tell whether this was a test or a trace of concession so faint that he himself was unwilling to admit. And Su Luo was waiting for exactly these words. Almost as soon as Shun Liqing finished speaking, Su Luo, who had been keeping her head lowered, raised her lovely face. Her ice blue eyes no longer held the previous calm, her eye sockets were red, her eyes glistening with tears. She bit her lower lip hard, as if restraining herself, yet a glittering teardrop still slid down her cheek. "Master." Her voice was thick with sobs, broken and choked, full of vulnerability and helplessness. Luoer is willing to serve Master for life, with absolute loyalty, the maid's code. Luoer keeps it in heart at all times, dare not forget. She raised her hand and quickly wiped away the tear with her fingertip, trying to force a submissive smile, which only made her look more pitiful. "But Luoer has a request. Beg Master to grant." Her appearance of tears and humble pleading, combined with the well-timed sobs and tears, was extremely impactful. Even though Shun Liqing knew her true nature, his heart trembled at this moment, and he couldn't help asking, "What is it?" "Success." Su Luo felt a secret joy in her heart. A flash of triumphant cunning quickly passed through her eyes. The following words were the real purpose behind her lowering her posture and even performing. She lowered her eyes slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness and reluctance. Since Master is willing to take Luoer back and re-establish the master-servant relationship, then The method of experience transmission. She paused as if summoning immense courage before continuing in a whisper, could it be changed? She even secretly sent a thought to Su Li, who was still sobbing beside her. Su Li, receiving the signal, immediately understood and cried, even louder, clutching Shun Liking's leg and shaking it, her childish voice laced with tears. Daddy, promise mommy. Boo-hoo, liar is begging you to. The two of them, one on the verge of tears, the other wailing loudly, cooperated flawlessly. Shun Liqing looked at the pitiful scene before him, listened to Su Luo's humble plea, and felt the little one's shaking and tears against his leg. The faint hesitation and wavering that had just risen in his heart were instantly magnified. Yes, that method of experience transmission was indeed too shameful. Initially, Su Luo had set it up herself, but now that their roles were reversed, she had to endure it too. Changing, it seemed. He opened his mouth, and the word okay was almost on the tip of his tongue. However, at that very moment, Shun Liking's gaze inadvertently swept across Su Li, who was kneeling by his leg. The little one, while crying earnestly, secretly lifted her small face and quickly glanced at him. In that look there was clearly a hint of curiosity and a glint of sly anticipation, as if observing his reaction. That glance was like a bolt of enlightenment, instantly snapping Shun Liqing back to clarity. Damn it, he had almost been fooled again. All that pitiful charm, humble begging, and tearful appearance. It was all an act. This woman hadn't changed at all. She was still that cunning, deceptive Su Luo, who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Going through all this trouble, humbly offering the collar, even resorting to crying, just to soften his heart and get him to agree to change that shameful experience transmission rule. Heh, he let out a sly smile. Before Su Luo and Su Li could react to what that laughter meant, Shun Liking's hand holding the collar moved forward. Click. The ice blue collar snapped perfectly around Su Luo's slender neck. The runes instantly lit up with a soft glow, and a familiar, irresistible contract force bound the two tightly together. Master-servant contract re-established, system connection restored. Maid Su Luo. Status normal. Obtain bond when defeating monsters together, experience 10. Maid receives 10 experience from Master. A series of system prompts flashed before their eyes. Shun Liqing withdrew his hand, stood up, and said with regret, "Oh, changing it. Seems like it's not possible." He spread his hands, his expression innocent, yet mischievous. System rules are set in stone, and the Master doesn't have the authority to change them. Whoever set it up initially, we just have to abide by it. Su Luo lifted her head abruptly, staring at Shun Liqing, trying to find any trace of deceit in his face. Shun Liqing met her gaze calmly, his eyes carrying a hint of triumph at having just uncovered her scheme, and a roguish "what can you do about it" look. Su Luo's eyes flickered a few times before she finally lowered her head, her long silver hair cascading down, hiding her shifting expression. Yes, Luo understands. Everything. We'll follow Master's arrangements. Inside, waves of regret washed over her. Damn it, a near miss. This bastard didn't fall for it. She still had to use that damn method. Why had she dug such a big pit for herself back then? She unconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her skirt, completely unaware that her perfect performance had been utterly betrayed by her divine assist and mom sabotaging good daughter, all because of a curious glance. Su Li sensed that her mother seemed unhappy, stopped crying, and timidly let go of Shun Liking's leg. She moved to Su Luo's side, carefully tugging at her skirt. Mommy. Shun Liqing looked at Su Luo, who was kneeling on the ground, now meek and submissive again, but radiating an "I'm not happy" aura. Then he glanced at the bewildered little one, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Su Luo, you owe me plenty. Take your time paying it off. Get up. If your parents see us like this, it'll be even harder to explain. At the mention of this, the subtle sense of victory and annoyance between them instantly dissipated, plunging the atmosphere back into silence and awkwardness. Indeed, how could they explain? To Su's father and mother, a daddy address combined with the three of them fleeing in panic was a complete mess. Shun Liqing furrowed his brows deeply, and Su Luo also pressed her lips tight, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. One word: headache. Just as they were racking their brains without finding a solution, a heavy mountain-like pressure descended without warning, violently crushing their bodies and minds. This pressure was far stronger than the thundercloud eel they had encountered before, even surpassing the abyssal crocodile. Wah! Su Li's face turned pale, letting out a pained whimper, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Su Luo's eyes sharpened instinctively, pulling Su Li tightly into her arms. Shun Liqing reacted swiftly, a deep blue water attribute energy surging from within him, forming a water shield that enveloped the three of them. Maid's kiss passive after the effect returned. The power boost from Su Luo's S-grade ice goddess allowed his strength to skyrocket. He barely managed to withstand the terrifying pressure, blocking most of the external force. Su Li immediately felt she could breathe more easily, her face regaining some color, and she clutched Su Luo's clothes tightly. Shun Liqing himself was startled. This boost was so strong. Edge. A surprised voice came from the air, seeming somewhat taken aback that Shun Liqing could hold on. Then the pressure suddenly intensified. The water shield rippled violently. Shun Liking's face paled, and his legs felt weak. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he used water to form a long blade ready to strike back. Don't rush. A delicate hand pressed down on his wrist holding the blade. It was Su Luo. Shen Liqing paused looking at her. Su Luo's expression was calm, even carrying a hint of impatience. The hand still holding Su Li remained still, while her free left hand casually lifted upward. No flashy moves, no complex incantations. Just that simple motion. A burst of pure, biting cold energy, even more intense than the water shield Shen Liqing was struggling to maintain, erupted. The heavy pressure ceased abruptly. Shen Liqing felt his whole body relax, the force that had nearly crushed him vanishing without a trace. The water shield, he maintained, stabilized. Oh, not bad. Well countered, little girl. Two different voices came almost simultaneously from the air, carrying undisguised admiration and appreciation. One was a hearty middle-aged male voice, the other slightly older, but both exuded a cheerful and amused tone. No hostility at all. Young lady, that ice control of yours is remarkable. The middle-aged voice said with a chuckle. Solid foundation, pure energy. This old man was just joking, don't take offense. The aged voice also carried a smile. Shen Liqing was stunned. Human powerhouses coming for Su Luo. The tone sounded like they were just visiting. The impatience on Su Luo's face vanished, replaced by helplessness and a trace of shyness. She looked up toward a certain direction in the sky, her voice still cool and clear, but with less wariness. Two seniors, are you here for me? Smart, an elderly voice chuckled. You've made quite a stir. It's hard for us old fogies to ignore you. Huh? Shen Liqing looked at Su Luo in confusion. Holding Su Luo smiled at him somewhat sheepishly and explained in a low voice, when I returned to the safe zone. I might have done it in a rather distinctive way, and maybe I stirred up some attention. Rather distinctive? Shen Liqing raised an eyebrow, waiting for more. Su Luo's gaze flickered and she gave a light cough. Well, I just froze a few people who were blocking the checkpoint. Don't worry, no one got hurt. I just let them cool off for a bit. Shen Liqing. But it's fine, Su Luo added, seeing his speechless expression. A few words of explanation should do. They're probably here for that reason. As she spoke, she lightly tapped the ground with her crystalline ice-high heels, and an invisible force lifted her and Su Li gently off the ground, hovering in the air. I need to go deal with this little trouble. Her voice carried a hint of apology. As for your parents, I'm afraid you'll have to explain it yourself. She deliberately stressed the word yourself. Shen Liqing found the smile utterly irritating. It was pure schadenfreude. They'll contact you once it's settled, Su Luo said, then disappeared from his sight, without a glance at his instantly darkened face, leaving Shen Liqing alone at the alley entrance, still staring up at the sky. The evening breeze blew, carrying a hint of chill. All that remained in his mind was the light-hearted phrase, explain it yourself. Shen Liqing stood there for a long while before finally squeezing out a single word. Damn. He took a while to suppress the urge to deprive Su Luo of her air supply. He shook his head and had just taken a step. Boom. A sharp needle-like pain stabbed deep in his mind. Shen Liqing grunted, his vision going black instantly, and he quickly grabbed the wall to keep from falling. The pain came and went swiftly, but the lingering dizziness and tinnitus made him almost unable to stand. In the moment of that excruciating pain, he heard vague whispers filled with extreme malice. The voice was vast, icy, and brimming with brutality and greed. An instinctive revulsion told him it came from the deepest ocean. Insect. Crush. It was him. Shen Liqing realized instantly. Kraken, the deep sea emperor. It hadn't given up searching for the one who took the fragment of the tears of the sea god. That feeling just now. It was definitely him. After the intense pain subsided, Shen Liqing gasped for air, cold sweat soaking his back. No, he had to go find the authorities and tell them this new information. However, when he tried to recall what had just happened, his memory became extremely blurry. Like waking from a nightmare, only remembering the overwhelming fear and pressure, but unable to recall any specific details. What was he supposed to do? Alright, he had to figure out how to explain the cabbage snatching incident. 2 days later. Room 213, Building 7, Sector A, Combat Department, EC War Academy. Shen Liqing swiped his new room card to open the door. He had checked in early a few days ago, so the dormitory had been empty except for him. Now that the semester was approaching, his 2 other roommates should have arrived. As the door opened, the scene inside made him pause. The 2 previously empty beds were now made and daily necessities were neatly arranged. The small dormitory now had 2 more people, and the atmosphere was lively. On the lower bunk near the door sat a male student dressed fashionably, with a few striking strands of red hair. He was fiddling with a cool-looking wristwatch that clearly cost a fortune, humming a tuneless song. Hearing the door, he looked up, revealing a rather handsome face with lively brows and eyes. Yo, you're finally back. The red-haired guy grinned, flashing white teeth, his voice booming. You must be Su Luo, right? I'm Linyi. A-class combat profession, flame demon. We're roommates now, nice to meet you. He spoke briskly with an easygoing frankness that, though bold, was not off-putting. Hello, Su Luo. Shen Liqing nodded, offering his current name, then turned his gaze to the other roommate. The other roommate was on the upper bunk near the window, clumsily making his bed. He was stocky, wearing a newly issued training uniform, and had a simple, honest face. Hearing the commotion, he stuck his head out from the upper bunk somewhat awkwardly, wearing a plain smile, his voice also simple. Hello, my name is Zhao Daong. My profession is A-class rock guardian. I just arrived and I haven't finished organizing my things. He seemed unused to dealing with strangers and appeared a bit nervous. Shen Liqing understood. They were both A-class combat professions. One seemed burst-oriented, the other clearly a defensive tank. No rush, take your time. He walked into the dorm and placed his backpack on his own bed. He introduced himself briefly. Su Luo, Pseudo S-class Ocean Lord. Pseudo S-class. Lin Yes' eyes lit up instantly. He jumped off the bed and approached Shen Liqing excited. Awesome, bro. I knew the guys in A sector weren't ordinary. Ocean Lord. Sounds badass. From now on, when we team up for materials, I'll dish out the damage. Just rely on you for crowd control and Daong to tank. He patted Shen Liqing's shoulder enthusiastically and then called up to Zhao Daong. Daong, you hear that? Our dorm's got a solid setup. DPS tank and crowd control, all covered. Zhao Daong nodded from the upper bunk with a smile. Yeah, I heard. He'll do my best to tank. Lin Yi was a restless chatterbox, dragging Shen Liqing into endless questions. Though he clearly came from a wealthy family with the flamboyance of a rich kid, he didn't come off as arrogant. There was a straightforward warmth instead. Zhao Daong was more reserved, spending most of his time organizing his own things and occasionally chiming in with a word or two, but showing he was a genuine down-to-earth person. After finishing his own stuff, he even took the initiative to sweep the common area. Shen Liqing dealt with Lin Yes' enthusiasm while observing his two new roommates. He had heard before that university dormitory relationships were complicated and the odds of getting normal roommates were low. To put it bluntly, not everyone had a mother. But now, it seemed his luck might not be so bad. Lin Yi was enthusiastically recounting his glorious achievements from his last expedition to Shen Liqing and Zhao Daong, his spittle nearly flying, as he gestured wildly, livening up the atmosphere. Shen Liqing leaned against the headboard, listening with a blank expression, silently updating his understanding of male social dynamics. So boys' conversations consisted largely of bragging and self-display. It seemed a bit different from the cunning, cowardly Su Luo he had known before. He felt even more confused. Just then a cheerful electronic ringtone sounded. Lin Yes communicator. Glancing at the screen, Lin Yes' grin instantly shifted from smug arrogance to a tender, foolish smile Shen Liqing had never seen before, his eyes brightening. He answered immediately, his voice dropping an octave into an exaggeratedly husky tone. Hey babe. In the dorm. Just finished chatting with my new roommates. Miss me? I miss you too. Shen Liqing thought, a rich kid playing the simp. Never judge a book by its cover. Shen Liqing knew the Shun family's signs well. Lin Yi was nothing like them. Zhao Daong also stopped wiping the table, looking dazed. Lin Yi, oblivious to his roommate's subtle stares, continued radiating pink bubbles into the communicator. Okay, I'll pack up and head downstairs right now. Wait for me, sweetie. The final sweetie dragged out long and syrupy. After hanging up, the gentleness vanished from Lin Yes' face as he swiftly sprayed cologne and styled his hair. Brothers him off. Girlfriend's calling. Date night. He tidied up, walked to the door, then turned back enthusiastically. Hey, you two really not coming? There's a new monster-themed restaurant near campus. Heard the vibe's awesome. My treat. Shen Liqing and Zhao Daong answered in unison. No. Are you kidding? Eating with a roommate had met just yesterday and his girlfriend. Third wheeling. Fine, knew you'd be shy. Lin Yi shrugged, grinning as he pulled open the door. Next time, I'll introduce you to my girlfriend. She's gorgeous. The topic among boys seemed to inevitably revolve around women. With one foot out the door, Lin Yi turned back with a wink. Oh, by the way, Daong, Su Luo, either of you got a girlfriend? Zhao Daong's face flushed red as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I do. Back home. From the same academy, we grew up together. Mentioning his childhood sweetheart, the honest man's face lit up with the same foolish, happy smile Lin Yi had worn on the phone. Ooh, childhood sweetheart, nice one, Daong. Lin Yes' eyes sparkled as he gave a thumbs up. Deep bond, solid. Then he turned to Shen Liqing, who was leaning on his bunk, and asked nosily, Su Luo, what about you? You're so strong and handsome. Surely you've got one, or are you spoiled for choice with too many admirers? He looked Shen Liqing up and down, taking in his cool ponytailed profile. Shen Liqing was taken aback. Girlfriend? In Su Luo's body, did that count as having a girlfriend? His soul was male, the body female. How did that work? And he couldn't help but flash back to Su Luo kneeling and offering the collar. Did that count? Obviously not. After a few seconds of inner struggle, he decided to avoid the complicated question. No. Huh, really? Lin Yi seemed surprised, then shrugged it off, patting Shen Liqing's shoulder. No worries, bro. With your looks, it'll happen in no time. Want me to set you up with some girls? There are plenty of beauties in the auxiliary department next door. Shen Liqing quickly waved him off. No need, really, thanks. His tone was clearly reluctant. He had zero interest in such matters. In fact, they gave him a headache. Tisk, fine, won't push it. Lin Yi laughed heartily, about to say something else, when Shen Liqing's communicator also rang. He picked it up to see another unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered casually, putting it on speaker, thinking it might be official business from the school or registration office, easier to handle. But then an extremely sweet, coquettish female voice filled the entire dorm. 213, Master, where are you? I miss you. The voice was so seductive and mellifluous it could make one's bones melt. Silence engulfed the dorm. Lin Yi froze with his hand still on Shun Liking's shoulder, his expression shifting from gossipy to utterly shocked and excited. Zhao Daong's rag fell to the floor with a pat. It's a scam, Shen Liqing said, hastily hanging up, trying to act as if nothing had happened. Lin Yi waved his hand. Bro, I get it. No need to explain. You're the highest level player among us. He clicked his tongue, thinking this guy with the ascetic look playing such a contrast in private. Maid roleplay, huh? Interesting. And with that look, he really did have the air of a master. Seeing his expression, Shen Liqing knew it was pointless to explain. Exactly like last time at Su Luo's house. He had struggled so hard that day to convince his parents that they were just ordinary friends, that the little girl was his sister, and they liked playing house. As for why they fled, that was also part of the play. Of course, in the end, what convinced the parents was Su Li's age. It was impossible for her to have such a grown daughter. They were half convinced, and sternly warned him if he dared treat Liqing badly, they'd disown him. Throughout the whole ordeal, the instigator remained perfectly invisible. Seeing Lin Yi about to tease him further, he remarked flatly, your girlfriend is waiting. Lin Yi snapped back to reality. Alright, almost forgot. We'll talk later. This dorm is way too entertaining. After shooing him away, the dorm finally quieted down. But turning to see Zhao Daong's terrified expression, Shen Liqing couldn't help but pinch his forehead. Daong, it's not as exaggerated as you think. Zhao Daong quickly nodded. I know, I believe you. Believed that he wasn't someone who would discipline others in private. Shen Liqing was tired and couldn't be bothered to explain anymore. Who should take the blame? And who should he vent his frustration on? The answer was clear. Su Luo, you're dead. Even Jesus can't save you. He'll make sure of it. On the other end of the line. Listening to the busy tone from the communicator, Su Luo blinked in confusion. She had just finished handling official matters, feeling in fairly good spirits, and thought to report her safety to Shen Liqing. Also, as a small revenge for his rude attitude in the alley earlier, she dialed his number. But after forcing herself to suppress her disgust and calling out Master in a syrupy voice, the other party simply hung up on her. What the hell? Su Luo muttered, a flicker of bewilderment and displeasure flashing in her ice blue eyes. This guy, was he growing a temper? She put away the communicator, and Su Li in her arms was curiously fiddling with the new necklace. Her thoughts drifted back to 2 days ago. That day, after being invited away by several strong individuals, she had expected to face strict interrogations or even a trial. But when she arrived at that heavily guarded official location, the procedure was entirely beyond her expectations. First came identity verification and registration. She was cautious, concealing the fact that she had already advanced to S level. However, when the testing instrument displayed her S-level professional rating, the atmosphere in the entire room shifted. The previously stern-faced official's eyes instantly lit up. S-level and a rare elemental control type. Little girl, come to the Eastern Military District. Resources, equipment, combat opportunities. We've got plenty. The middle-aged man from before, Yang Ming, was the first to slam the table, his aura imposing. He was from the military. Bullshit, Yang Cannon. Sending a girl to your military district to mix with those roughnecks. That's a waste of talent. An elderly scholar in a robe, Wang Xiaojiang, immediately bristled with indignation. Student Shen, come to our research institute. Your abilities need deep development and study. We'll plan the best advancement path for you. No bottlenecks. You know Thunder God Wu Ting, right? He was promoted strictly according to our plan. Research my ass, you old pedant. The earlier elder Feng Zhan retorted unceremoniously. I agree with Young Yang here. Actual combat is the only true test. But unlike the military's brute force or the institute's empty theories, our academy is different. After stepping on both sides, Feng Zhan slowly spoke. Girl, come to our East Sea War Academy. I guarantee you'll make a name for yourself in the safe zone within 3 years. Old Feng, stop your bragging. You're always recruiting pretty girls. I heard you were a flirt in your youth. What, now you want to build a girls' academy? Yang Cannon, you're accusing the innocent. The military recruits so many good talents every year, isn't that enough? Finally, there's a girl. Can't you just stay out of it? Old fossil, don't keep bringing up Wu Ting. That's his own strength. What does it have to do with your institute? You keep shouting I taught a god, but you're only just over level 30 yourself. What real insight do you have? Su Luo, holding Su Li, stood in the center of the room, watching in stunned amazement. Where was the interrogation? Where was the accountability? Several big shots were actually starting a brawl over her, exposing each other's secrets. Wang Xiaojiang, after all, suffered from his low level. Once his weak spot was hit, he fell silent. Yang Ming and Feng Zhan ganged up to knock him out of the competition, then began bombarding her with all sorts of tempting offers. The military district will equip you with a personal battlesuit, priority resource allocation, independent housing, and... Yang Ming paused, then gritted his teeth. One guidance session from Marshal Chenyu. They'll transfer mine to you. Hearing the name Chenyu, Feng Zhan's eyes widened. Well, you're going all out. But our academy never lacks guidance resources. I won't mention the rest. 1 growth type weapon custom made. Little girl, you know the value of that, don't you? Su Luo was inwardly astonished. Marshal Chunyu, whether commoner or awakened, was a name that shook the heavens, practically the protector of the safe zone, the current district leader. To receive his guidance would be immensely beneficial for cultivation, and a growth-type weapon custom-made. If nurtured well, it had the potential to advance into a divine artifact. Not every top-tier powerhouse had a divine artifact, but a top-tier powerhouse definitely wouldn't lack one. This treatment was far better than she had ever imagined. It seemed the weight of S-level awakener in the post-reconstruction safe zone was far heavier than she had thought. Which side to choose? Su Luo hesitated for barely a moment. She glanced at Su Li, who was tugging at a strand of her silver hair, and thought of that bastard still waiting for her contact at the East Sea War Academy. I choose the East Sea War Academy. Su Luo's voice was not loud, but it clearly cut through the argument. Dean Fengzhen's face instantly crinkled into a chrysanthemum-like smile. Haha, good eye. Old Feng really didn't misjudge you. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaojiang wore expressions of disappointment and reluctance. Why, miss? Yang Ming frowned, not understanding. Our military can provide the most direct promotion path and combat honor. Isn't that better than going through the motions at a school, eh? Exactly, Wang Xiaojing also urged. With your abilities, staying at the academy would be a waste. And this little merperson is no ordinary one. I don't know how you got her, but if you let us nurture her, she would surely be no less than that merperson queen. Su Luo's heart stirred. These people could see Su Li's true form at a glance, yet they showed no hostility. It seemed there was no enmity between the merfolk and humans, which relieved her. And, merperson queen, could the little one be related to her? Fengzhen immediately glared at them warily. Hey, poaching right in front of me. Have you no shame? Su Luo calmly explained. I like the school environment, and my boyfriend is also there. She directly used Shun Liqing as a shield. Boyfriend? Yang Ming was startled, then realized, oh, that kid from earlier, what's his name? In no time, Shun Liqing's entire background was exposed by these people. Su Luo as Pseudos-level Ocean Lord, also at the East Sea War Academy. His brow furrowed, even tighter. Hey, old Feng, taking both of them in. You're way too shameless. Wang Xiaojing grew anxious and was about to bring out his most prized 10 core competition theories for awakened individuals to argue with old Feng. Fengzhen, however, was grinning from ear to ear, stroking his beard smugly. Hey, what do you know? This is called fate. Stop trying to break up a loving couple. Just then Yang Ming seemed to think of something, pulled Su Luo aside away from the others, lowered his voice, and his expression turned serious and concerned. Little girl, tell me the truth. He pointed at the exquisitely crafted ice blue collar on the fair skin of Su Luo's neck. Are you being blackmailed by that kid? Coerced? He recalled the scene he had witnessed above the alley just now. Something felt terribly off. If he dares to coerce you using underhanded methods to control you, Yang Ming said with a sharp gaze. Just tell me, and I'll take care of him for you. No one will ever know. Su Luo, upon hearing this, did not secretly rejoice. Instead, a surge of blood rushed to her head, and her pretty face instantly turned crimson. She instinctively covered her face with both hands, her ice blue eyes filled with the embarrassment of wanting to die from shame. Damn it, she had indeed been seen. The entire process of her kneeling to offer the collar and tearfully begging for reconnection had been clearly witnessed by these old geezers high above. It was a massive social death scene. No wonder these guys dared to bicker in front of her and say anything. They simply weren't afraid of her overhearing. However, setting aside the embarrassment, the clear sensation from the depths of her soul told her that Yang Ming's proposal wouldn't work. After advancing to S-level, her perception of soul power had become keener. This master-servant system was a deep-level soul contract bound extremely tightly, and not something that could be easily undone by external forces. Forcibly severing it could cause irreversible damage to both souls. Moreover, she didn't want to get rid of Shun Liqing now. No coercion. Su Luo put down her hands, trying to appear calm, but her red ears betrayed her. Her eyes were evasive and her voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz. We just, usually, like to play some little games. Role-playing. You know. She tried to use kink to cover up the damn truth of the contract. Yang Ming was taken aback, looking at Su Luo's flushed face and awkward eyes, then at the collar around her neck. The seriousness on his face gradually gave way to an expression of sudden realization, mixed with a mixture of amusement and helplessness. He scratched his head, showing a simple smile that conveyed both puzzlement and respect. Oh, I see. Haha, young people. That's fine. As long as it's voluntary and not illegal, haha. Hey, what do you know? Fengzhen somehow appeared beside them. His aged but righteous face was covered with a sly grin that said, I understand everything. He patted Su Luo on the shoulder and winked. Kid, don't mind him. He looks young, but he's actually an old fossil too. Our academy has the most open-minded thinking. As long as you have real skills, I don't care what kind of games you play in private, as long as you don't neglect your duties. It would be best if they spread some good genes. What kind of sparks would fly between its grade and his pseudo-grade? He waved his hand grandly, full of heroic spirit. As long as you come. Plenty of privileges, a growth type weapon, a school district department in the city center, plus Feng Zhan mysteriously lowered his voice, pointing at Su Li and then at the collar on Su Luo's neck. For the three of you, one set of jewelry type epic equipment each. Matching sets. Absolutely stylish. How about it? Jewelry type epic equipment, one set each, and matching. This bold move made even Yang Ming and Wang Xiaojing gasp. Old Monster Feng had really gone all out, clearly intending to bind the family of three to the academy for good. The two of them looked at Feng Zhan's determined expression and Su Luo's clearly academy-leaning attitude. Coupled with Feng Zhan's private promise of some resource compensation, in exchange they could only sigh helplessly and choose to graciously step aside. Even so, Su Luo still took the opportunity to talk to Wang Xiaojing about Su Li, since she didn't know how to raise the little one. According to him, Su Li's talent was extremely high and her future achievements might approach those of the top monarch-level Jiren queen. Using a blood sample from the little one and herself in exchange for a training and diet plan. Worth it. But this diet was too expensive. It was all made from commander-level monsters, really unaffordable. Su Luo cast a pleading look at Feng Zhan, but he pretended not to see. He had already bled enough this time and couldn't afford to support them either. Su Luo grumbled inwardly. Just a moment ago he was calling her kid every other word, but now that she was enrolled, he quickly turned a blind eye. And so a grand grade talent war ended with Dean Fengzhen spending a fortune and successfully taking in this special family. Back to reality, Su Luo glanced at the call record on her communicator, showing Shun Liqing had hung up and pursed her lips. Early the next morning, the freshman orientation. Su Luo carried Su Li as she walked along the tree-lined path of Donghai War Academy. The little one, well-fed and content, leaned in her arms, her little head bobbing, seeming a bit drowsy. Su Luo gently stroked her soft silver hair, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. She lowered her voice and said, "Liar, when we see that person." She pointed at the direction of the grand auditorium ahead, where a large number of freshmen were streaming in. "Remember to call him Big Brother, okay? Just like Mama taught you just now. Be good and Mama will give you a surprise." Big Brother. Su Li lifted her little face, a bit confused, but still nodded obediently. Liar remembers. Call Big Brother. Surprise. The little one's focus clearly landed on the last two words, and her eyes instantly sparkled. That's right, a surprise. Su Luo smiled and took out a small spatial pouch. It was kindly sponsored by Dean Feng, actually shamelessly begged for by a certain mother and daughter. She pulled out a small packet. Opening the oil paper packet, a strange aroma of meat mixed with spices and pure energy wafted out. Inside were several pieces of dark red jerky with an enticing color. These were made from the most essential tenderloin of a servant-level monster, the Wind Rabbit, secretly baked with several mild energy herbs. Not only were they delicious, but they also greatly benefited the growth of a young, awakened constitution. Of course, the price was also extremely beautiful. One piece was worth a whole servant-level magic crystal. Here, have one as a reward first. Su Luo carefully picked up the smallest piece and brought it to Su Li's lips. The little one sniffed, immediately attracted by the fragrance, and opened her small mouth to take a bite within a wool. Her little cheeks puffed up as she chewed quickly, her eyes squinting into crescent moons with happiness. Watching Su Li eat so happily, Su Luo's face also showed a gentle smile. But the next second, as she watched the quickly diminishing high-grade jerky in the oil paper packet and thought about its terrifying price, an indescribable feeling of financial pain surged in her heart. One piece, just this small piece, was a servant-level magic crystal. You see, only monsters above mid-servant level had a chance to drop magic crystals. The meager savings she had accumulated by killing monsters with all her might probably wouldn't even last this little ancestor a few days of snacks. No, absolutely not. Su Luo looked at the little one in her arms, who was focused on chewing the jerky, completely unaware that she was devouring huge wealth, and her eyes turned fierce. Raising a child was too expensive, especially raising a little Jiren with enormous potential and an equally enormous appetite. I can't let Mama bear the cost alone. Su Luo ground her molars, her gaze shifting toward the direction of the freshman orientation auditorium. As if she could see through the walls to the figure with a small ponytail inside, the child's father. Also needs to take the 3 sets of epic-grade jewelry equipment promised by Dean Feng were her dowry, but distant waters couldn't quench the present thirst. The voracious beast's rations for now had to be shared with the master. Otherwise, she would truly have to consider selling the dowry in advance to exchange for magic crystals. Inside the auditorium for the freshman ceremony, the noise was a cacophony of voices. Shun Liqing, Lin Yi, and Zhao Daong found their seats in the combat department section. The ceremony had yet to begin, and the air buzzed with excited chatter among the new students. Lin Yi, still riding the high of the master incident, had barely settled into his chair before leaning in towards Shun Liqing again. He nudged him with his elbow, lowering his voice while wearing a lecherous grin. "Hey Su Luo, that call yesterday. Heh, it wasn't really your girl, was it? That voice. I've never heard anything sweeter in my life. Am I right, Daong?" The guy had been up all night toiling, then rushed back at dawn for the ceremony, looking utterly drained just moments ago. But now, recalling that memory, his spirits perked right up. Zhao Daong blushed and quickly waved his hands. Didn't catch it clearly. Get lost. Shin Liqing couldn't be bothered with his nosy face. Lin Yi rebuffed, but unperturbed chuckled and changed the subject. Alright, won't say another word. Hey, let me tell you too, this year's combat department has a real powerhouse. His voice carried drawing curious glances from nearby freshmen. Lin Yi grew more animated. Initial strength combat department, and a girl at that. In our academy, seems like only that senior about to graduate from combat started as in strength right. Over the past couple of years our combat department's top-tier strength has taken quite a beating in inter-academy competitions. Some professions allowed rank advancement, but the conditions were often harsh, making initial rank crucial. The EC War Academy never lacked strength freshmen each year, but it hadn't recruited in strength for the combat department in 2 years, leaving a gap in succession. This was the main reason Dean Feng, even at great cost, recruited Su Luo to take over when the senior graduated. Shen Liqing's heart stirred. His first thought was of Su Luo's face, which could be as cold and ethereal as a celestial being, or as alluring as to set one's blood ablaze. He knew the woman was S rank. Could she have only registered as rank? Seriously, who is it? Zhao Daiyong, ever the perfect straight man, had impeccable timing in his tone. Don't know the exact name of the info's been kept tight. Lin Yi shrugged. Word is shall be formally introduced at today's ceremony. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. Wonder what she looks like if she's good-tempered, and if I can latch onto her coattails. He mused dreamily. Shen Liqing couldn't help asking no info at all. He had to confirm if it was Su Luo. Lin Yi shot him a glance and smirked mischievously, oh so interested. What the little maid at home isn't enough to keep you busy, and you're already eyeing the strength goddess. Quite the appetite, bro. Screw off. Shen Liqing retorted irritably. Just asking. Just kidding, Lin Yi said, backing off and stroking his chin. No specific details, but well know soon enough. However, he leaned in again, winking, with your looks a pseudo-strength. See, Lord, not bad looking either, and that little ponytail gives you some style. You might just have a shot. He was cut off as a small commotion, and amused chuckles rippled through the crowd, and the flow of people parted to create a path. A tiny figure was struggling to squeeze through. She wore a brand new blue dress, her silver-white hair tied into 2 little buns, looking around with curiosity and a hint of nervousness. What caught the eye most were the snowflake-shaped scales at the corners of her eyes. Her small hand clutched a few pieces of dark red jerky, and she couldn't resist sneaking a bite as she walked. Her carefree and slightly gluttonous demeanor instantly melted the hearts of the surrounding seniors, both male and female. Humans had almost zero resistance to cute little ones. Everyone instinctively slowed their steps, careful not to bump into her, and some whispered reminders, watch out, don't hit the kid. Oh my, whose little darling is this? So adorable. A girl couldn't help exclaiming. Look at those scales. Are they stickers? They're so pretty. The little one was none other than Su Li. She seemed to catch the murmurs around her, shyly lowered her head and quickened her pace. Just then her eyes lit up as she locked onto her target. Big brother. Su Li called out happily. Shen Liqing turned around instinctively. Lin Yi and Zhao Daiyong froze, looking from the running girl to Shen Liqing. Big brother. Su Li ran up to him, tilted her little face up, and called out sweetly again, holding up the jerky in her hand like a treasure. Shen Liqing crouched down, looking at the face that bore a striking resemblance to Su Luo's, and felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. He reached out and picked her up. The little one carried a faint scent of milk and jerky, and she was very light. Why are you here alone? Shen Liqing frowned, quickly scanning the surroundings for a flash of silver hair. Where's your sister? Su Li naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, still chewing on the jerky, and mumbled, sister, was called away by a white-beard grandpa. She told me to come find big brother. After saying that, she looked down at the remaining jerky in her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she picked out what looked like the biggest piece and held it up to Shen Liqing's mouth. Big brother wants some. It's good. Shen Liqing stared at the slightly deformed jerky gripped in her tiny hand, and her expectant eyes, not knowing how to react. He had absolutely no experience with kids. Wait, by that logic Su Luo didn't have any either. How did she manage to get the child so well behaved? Shen Liqing stood up with Su Li in his arms, scanning the depths of the crowd again, trying to catch a glimpse of the familiar figure, but found nothing. A white-bearded old man, Dean Feng. Why was Su Luo called away? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, along with a faint, unnoticed concern. Silence. A booming voice rang out, overpowering all noise, even without a microphone. The entire auditorium fell into complete silence. On the stage, Feng Zhen, wearing a deep blue scholar's robe, walked to the central podium. Though his hair was graying, his spirit was vigorous, and he wore a warm, approachable smile. Students, I am Feng Zhen, Vice Principal and Dean of the Combat Department. His voice was full of vigor. Welcome to the East Sea War Academy. The fact that you're sitting here means you're all outstanding. I won't waste time on boring speeches. You wouldn't listen anyway. They'll just tell you what the Academy can offer. Without any hollow officialese, he directly raised his finger. First, top-tier faculty. That goes without saying. Second, abundant resources, equipment, potions, training grounds, simulation systems. If you have strength and credits, use them freely. Credits are earned by killing monsters, completing missions, and contributing. Third, a real combat environment, he declared resolutely. Field training, cleanup operations, frontline support. If you're assigned, you go. Let me be clear, this is a take-it-or-leave-it clause. If you fear death, leave now. Finally his tone softened, carrying the earnestness of an elder. Remember, power is responsibility. Protect your family and friends, let humanity stand firm. But if misused, his eyes turned fierce. The academy will purge its ranks without mercy. Applause erupted, far more fervent than at the opening. Feng Zhen's blunt, somewhat ruthless speech instantly won over many freshmen. Feng Zhen raised his hand to quiet them, nodding with satisfaction. All right, this old man has rambled enough. According to procedure, the student council president should come up and encourage everyone. He suddenly changed tack, a sly grin spreading across his face. But this year there's a gem among the freshmen. Having them speak on behalf of everyone would be more interesting. Who? Zhao Xinjia. He ranked first in the combat selection assessment. Could be Qin Yao from the support department. She's in grade Holy Light Nun. Murmurs of confusion arose from the audience. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating, a tall figure slowly walked up from the side of the podium. A deep blue long dress, snow-white feet, in nearly transparent stiletto heels. Silver hair cascading over her shoulders, ice blue eyes, a cold and exquisite face. Who else could it be but Su Luo? Shen Liking's eyelid twitched, his suspended heart finally died. Holy shit. Lin Ye's eyes went wide as he grabbed Shen Liking's arm. Su Luo, look, that aura. Stunning, a true goddess, 100 times better than those celebrities. Outwardly a sycophant, but in truth a connoisseur of women, he instantly recognized Su Luo's extraordinary temperament. Shen Liqing felt his scalp tingle and wanted to bury his head under the seat. He had no mind for Lin Ye's excitement, only one thought: don't look over here, please don't look this way. He turned slightly, trying to use Zhao Daong and Lin Ye's bodies as a shield. The bold words he had sworn in his heart yesterday, to teach and train Su Luo severely, had vanished like smoke, at least for now. Why was he afraid of her? He didn't know either. Perhaps it was the same state of mind as when Su Luo had seen him run away back then. On stage, Su Luo's heart was actually full of helplessness. With her personality, such occasions were pure torture. But Feng Zhen had offered too much. The keys to a villa near the school and provisions for Su Li's nutritional meals for a year. A gift horse, they say. She had to bite the bullet and temporarily replace the original student representative. Just read a speech, go through the motions, she supposed. She felt that old fox Feng Zhen never made a losing deal, but there was no reason to refuse. She stepped up to the podium, picked up the speech, cleared her throat, and began. Her voice was melodious and pleasant, with a natural affinity that made people want to listen. This was the passive effect of deep freeze sip. The speech was nothing but cliches about honor, the future struggle. The kind she could have written better, but her proposals about crisis suppression and tactics had been rejected. Quite a few in the audience listened attentively, forming a resonance. The speech was really white, the lecture really big, the voice really long. Shen Liqing kept his head down, forcing calm as he sat, trying to minimize his presence. Beside him, Lin Yu was still poking him, excitedly muttering things like, so awesome, and that voice sounds so familiar. He just wanted the speech to end quickly for time to pass faster. At that moment, Su Li, who had been sitting quietly on his lap nibbling the last bit of jerky, suddenly stopped. The little girl seemed to catch a voice familiar to her bones, and she raised her little head in confusion, looking toward the podium. After recognizing the person, Su Li's eyes lit up like little light bulbs, radiating joy and dependence. Sister. The little girl was obedient. Her voice wasn't very loud, but it was clearly heard by the two roommates beside her. Shen Liqing quickly covered Su Li's little mouth. Shoo, he soothed the excited little one. Don't call out, sister, is working, be good. Lin Yi and Zhao Daong beside him were dumbfounded. They both turned their heads in unison, looking at the little girl in Shen Liking's arms, then at the cold, exquisite Su Luo on stage. Finally their gazes settled on Shen Liking's face, which was trying to maintain calm, but was actually slightly stiff. Lin Yi's mind worked fast. He suddenly understood everything. So that's why the voice was so familiar. Although one was sweet, and the other cold, the timbre was exactly the same. Just then Su Luo on stage paused, precisely locking onto the direction of the sound. The familiar figure with his head down, frantically covering a little girl's mouth. Then she shifted her gaze imperceptibly and continued her speech. Lin Yi saw it clearly. That cold goddess on stage had unmistakably pouted her cherry lips like a young girl. Brief as it was no illusion. And then there was Shen Liking's evasive, wandering eyes beside him. Damn. Incredible. Incredible. To have a top-tier goddess of such cold temperament and great strength kneeling at his feet, willing to call him master in private and transform into a contrasting maid. And even having a child this big. Although the age didn't match, that didn't stop Lin Yi's imagination at the moment. Lin Yi dared not think further, lest he couldn't help but kowtow to Shen Liqing on the spot. He gave Shen Liqing a deep look, not jealous, but full of supreme respect. Silently, he gave this new roommate a huge golden tag in his heart, a model for our generation. Was it because of the braid? Maybe he should grow one too. But come to think of it, this guy seemed a bit of a scumbag. He didn't admit it on the phone yesterday, and now he was still dodging. TSK. Despicable. Lin Yi tagged Shen Liqing with another label. Cheater, but that didn't diminish his admiration for Shen Liking's skills one bit. Men who are bad, women love. This saying held true on this bastard. Both were contrastingly perverted introverts. And if he wasn't mistaken, was that a collar? Were these two playing even more twisted games than he imagined? On stage, Su Luo finally finished the last sentence of her speech. She put down the paper, letting her gaze linger on Shun Liking's direction for another moment, and gave a faint smile. For some reason, she found him more and more agreeable lately. She didn't know that someone's charm skill had already directly risen to level 3, thanks to her active pursuit of connection. Thank you, everyone. She nodded, slightly turned, and prepared to step down. Wait. A voice neither too loud nor too soft suddenly rang out from the combat department freshman area. All eyes were drawn to it. A tall, slender boy with a refined face stood up, staring straight at Su Luo on the stage. Classmate Shen Im Zhao Xinjia, a freshman from the combat department. He maintained a courteous demeanor. I have a few questions I'd like to ask. The entire auditorium fell silent. Even Feng Zhun raised an eyebrow, watching the scene with keen interest. Su Luo said nothing, merely lifting her chin slightly to signal him to speak. Zhao Xinjia, undaunted, straightened his back and asked, as far as I know, the Academy's final assessment for freshmen includes not only class ranking, but more importantly performance in the actual combat examination. That's a real fight against simulated monsters. Although the protection system is sound, injuries and bruises are common. May I ask, classmate Shin, have you participated in the actual combat examination? What was your score? How did you rank? As soon as the question was posed, murmurs rose from the audience, most of them enjoying the spectacle. The actual combat component of the selection exam was a hard metric directly linked to resource allocation and potential evaluation. This Zhao Xinjia was precisely the top scorer in this year's actual combat assessment, and also the originally designated freshman representative. Being replaced at the last minute, he harbored a simmering resentment. Su Luo looked at Feng Zhun on the podium. The latter wore an infuriating smile, even nodding at her encouragingly with no intention of stepping in to save her. Su Luo understood now. This was the trap set for her. The old fox's gifts were never free. He wanted her to take down the arrogance of these proud freshmen, and at the same time naturally parade her out to test her true worth. To see if her level rating was worth the astronomical resources he had invested in her. She had been set up by capital. Su Luo sighed inwardly, knowing there was no escape. She had wanted to lie low, but fate seldom allowed it. When had this started? Probably right after the swap. Complaints aside, she now knew what to do. Gazing at the aggressive Zhao Xinjia, she said bluntly, "You're not convinced." Since he chose this path to humiliate her, there was no need for pleasantries. The freshman buzzed with excitement. Direct confrontation from the start. Zhao Xinjia, obviously not expecting Su Luo to lay bare his intentions so bluntly, was momentarily stunned. But since he dared to stand up and question publicly, he was no coward. After a brief pause, he became even more candid, admitting openly, "That's right. I believe that in the War Academy, especially in the combat department, strength reigns supreme. In the selection exam, Zhao Xinjia ranked first in actual combat. The one who should represent the combat freshman is a true warrior forged in simulated battles, not someone standing here merely because of a talent rating." His words rang out with righteous fervor, instantly resonating with many combat freshmen in the audience. There was no chivalry toward the stunning beauty, only admiration for his own strength and boldness. Or rather, he intended to step on this inexperienced flower vase to rise. Exuding the quintessential Sigma male vibe. After hearing Zhao Xinjia's speech, Su Luo felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. A true warrior forged in simulated battles. Those words strung together seemed incomprehensible to her. Seeing her expression shift and her silence, Zhao Xinjia grew more confident, pressing his advantage. "Classmate Shun, dare you come to the training ground and fight me fair and square? Let strength speak. If you win, Zhao Xinjia will be fully convinced and will never utter another word of objection. If you lose." He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. The atmosphere in the auditorium ignited instantly. The freshman representative being publicly challenged by the top combatant. This was far more exciting than a dull speech. Everyone was eager to see the Ice Beauty fight. All were thrilled. The smile on Feng Zhun's face deepened. Everything was going according to plan. He leisurely spoke up. "Young people's drive is a good thing, but going to the training ground, how troublesome." Before his words faded, without any apparent grand gesture, he simply raised a hand and pressed down lightly. The entire auditorium floor began to tremble violently. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, a circular arena over 20 meters in diameter materialized in the center of the hall. The edge of the arena rose more than a meter above the ground, its surface smooth and sturdy. This miraculous display sent the entire auditorium into a frenzy. Compared to a beautiful woman, power was what they truly admired. Feng Zhun brushed off some dust and said with a grin, "Let's keep it friendly, no hard feelings." Su Luo looked at his ever-smiling old face, wishing she could have lied or tug his beard hard. She regretted taking his gifts. Now she had to be put on display like a monkey. What was the point of this pointless fight? Wait, I have something to say too. She had another idea. She absolutely could not suffer a loss. "Classmate Shun, if you're afraid to fight, I don't necessarily have to go through with it," Zhao Xinjia said, feigning concession, but tightening the pressure. "After all, you're the esteemed level." Su Luo couldn't be bothered to look at him. The more he flaunted disdain for class rankings, the more it showed he cared. Yet in reality, hadn't he achieved first place largely thanks to his pseudo-level class? Dean, he challenges me. If I lose, I'm disgraced. If I win, I just get his reluctant submission. Who cares? Fengjin chuckled. Then what do you want? Let's make a bet. Su Luo's eyes sparkled. For instance, we could follow the example of a certain ancient named Mo and stake all the freshmen's resources. Her smile was radiant. Say yes, come on, say yes. Fengjin and the students were speechless. This was pure tomfoolery. Feeling so belittled, Zhao Xincha's blood rushed to his head. He was about to accept on behalf of the freshmen. I have no objections. The crowd erupted in laughter and curses. You have no objections. Easy for you to say when it's not your money on the line. Fengjin said with exasperation, no, will only allow a private bet between the two of you. And that was exactly what Su Luo wanted. Aim high and you'll hit the middle. The principle of compromise was deeply ingrained. She glanced at the little one still munching on jerky below the stage, recalling a meme child, eat well down there, sleep. When you're tired, let daddy hold you when you're cold. Mommy is fighting her heart out on the stage today, earning your daily bread again. Meanwhile, Zhao Xincha turned the question around. Alright, if I lose, I give you a year's worth of resources. But what if you lose? Su Luo wanted to say if I lose, you'll be fully convinced, but remembered she was now Shen Liqing. Ins-level powerhouse and ice beauty, a pure white moonlight. Maintaining her persona was crucial, and the original owner was watching from below. She didn't want to be held accountable later, so she held back. If I lose, I'll give you all the resources the academy issued to me. Zhao Xincha, hearing this, couldn't help but feel curious. He wondered what price the academy had paid to recruit this decorative vase as a mascot. Unable to resist, he seized the moment of their standoff to ask, could you disclose what exactly you mean by all the resources? Don't tell me it's less than what I get in a year. Su Luo showed no intention of hiding anything. She even began counting on her fingers 3 matching sets of epic-grade jewelry, a custom-made growth-type weapon. She recited, as if listing treasures. Oh, and a villa near the school convenient for raising a child in. This. She lightly patted the unremarkable small spatial pouch at her waist. Before her words faded, murmurs arose around her. Matching epic jewelry. 3 sets. Holy crap. A growth-type weapon. I've only seen those in auction catalog illustrations. A big villa near the school. How many magic crystals must that be worth? Raising a child. What child? She has a child. Everyone focused on different details, but most lamented that this goddess had already been conquered by some rich scion, and even had a child. They despised the wealthy. This was also Su Luo's main goal. She wanted to avoid being secretly investigated or dealing with boring, annoying suitors. In the past, just after gaining this body, she would have exuded charm, captivating those wealthy heirs until they were utterly infatuated and drained of their fortunes. Then she would kick them away, becoming a complete heartbreaker. What was innocence? Could it be Eden? But now it was different, as she was truly taken. Even if someone were to investigate her, it could only be that person. In the stands, even Lin Yi, a rich kid accustomed to find things at home, widened his eyes. Shen Liqing also heard clearly, with his focus similarly on the phrase convenient for raising a child. Though strange, it gave him an inexplicable satisfaction, and he unconsciously curled his lips. While the audience harbored their own thoughts, Zhao Xincha's heart sank. How could he fight now? Even a dog equipped with this gear could slay low-level monsters. His most prized possession was a family-given epic-grade arm guard once used by his father, which was already quite respectable. Matching epic jewelry was something he dared not even imagine. That meant every key point of his body would be enhanced by epic equipment with effects far beyond mere addition. As for growth-type weapons, they were even more unattainable. His family was prominent in the EC, and he was considered the most talented young member. Even with all their efforts, they had only managed to acquire an epic-grade spear, wind-splitting spear. Though its potential was limited, it boosted his combat power by nearly 20% and was his trump card. A truly custom-made growth-type weapon could enhance strength by at least 30% or even more with proper attunement. A strategic-level resource. A surge of resentment welled up in Zhao Xincha. Over the past 2 months, he had fought desperately, achieving the top practical score in the selection trials, while his family poured in massive resources, barely reaching level 12 and gaining the capital to dominate among freshmen. Yet this Shen Liqing, merely because of an initial strength, could obtain what he dreamed of, but could never have. Was this fair? He was about to speak, Dean Feng. This is unfair. But before he could finish, Su Luo interrupted. Relax, Dean Feng's promises haven't been delivered to me yet. As she spoke, her gaze deliberately shifted to the main seat in the stands. Everyone's attention converged on Fengjin, who was sitting there watching the match. Fengjin, holding a teacup, nearly choked, and his face flushed. He coughed dryly and announced loudly, ahem, soon. The logistics department is expediting it. Rest assured, kid, this old man keeps his word. As he spoke, he glared at Su Luo. This little girl was calling him out publicly. Besides the delay in preparation, this was within his considerations. If he issued the equipment too early, even if she was too proud to use it, it might invite accusations of an unfair victory. His concern was valid, though not about gossip. It was because Su Luo would shamelessly equip herself fully and use everything to its fullest. Hearing Feng Zhen's assurance, Zhao Xinche's anger eased slightly, but his unease didn't fully dissipate. Could someone the academy was willing to invest so heavily in truly be just in rank in name only, as some whispered? Zhao Xinche shed his last trace of contempt, his gaze turning serious. He gripped his wind-splitting spear tightly, its tip faintly wrapped in swirling cyan air currents. Forgive my intrusion, Zhao Xinche muttered lowly, his feet seeming to step on an invisible whirlwind. He moved with incredible speed, leaving a trail of afterimages as he charged straight at Su Luo. His pseudo-strength class, Soul of the Hurricane, was an outstanding combat class offering burst harassment and self-speed boosts, excelling in both pursuit and escape. His top rank among the elite freshmen was no accident. Before he even arrived, his wind-splitting spear was already thrusting. This strike was devoid of any flourish, a lethal move honed in real combat. He aimed to force out Su Luo's true abilities. Gasps erupted from the stands. Zhao Xinche's opening move already displayed strength and ruthlessness far beyond ordinary freshmen. He indeed had reason to be proud. Facing this swiftest wind spear thrust, Su Luo's reaction seemed oddly calm. She raised her left hand, her slender fair finger lightly tapping. A thin layer of ice shield condensed before her. The wind-splitting spear struck the ice shield fiercely, which shuddered violently, and instantly became riddled with cracks. Yet it held stubbornly, withstanding this probing but powerful blow from Zhao Xinche. Such strong ice control. The speed and strength of the ice shield's formation exceeded his expectations. Zhao Xinche silently admired. But in that fleeting moment of clash, he keenly caught a detail. As the ice shield trembled, a flicker of panic crossed Su Luo's composed face. More crucially, her fingertip, which had conjured the shield, was trembling, as if barely maintaining a facade. This discovery delighted him, confirming his earlier suspicion. Indeed, her level was low, and her control over her strength power was utterly inadequate, severely lacking in combat experience. She was an empty shell. The academy had likely misjudged this time. His earlier vigilance and gravity vanished, replaced by the thrill of finding a prey's weakness and absolute confidence. Since he had gauged her true capacity, there was no need to tread carefully anymore. Miss Shen, be careful. Zhao Xinche shouted a warning, but his movements became faster and more cunning. He merged into the wind, his figure growing elusive. The speed advantage granted by Soul of the Hurricane was exploited to its fullest. He stopped attacking aggressively, instead circling Su Luo, swiftly stirring up gusts of air that Su Luo was momentarily flustered by his sudden burst of speed and erratic movement. Frowning, she waved her hands rapidly, sending several ice shards hurtling toward Zhao Xinche's path. Yet as if he could foresee her every move, he merely shifted his body with subtle grace, evading each one by a hair's breadth. His demeanor was effortlessly elegant. From the stands, many students who supported Zhao Xinche let out murmurs of admiration. Some who discerned the nuances felt he was deliberately toying with Su Luo. As the ice shards missed their mark one after another, Su Luo's expression darkened, and her breathing grew more labored. Getting anxious, Zhao Xinche sneered inwardly. Seizing the moment of her wind-up, he accelerated, shifted direction with uncanny agility, and appeared at her side rear, unleashing a formidable wind blade. Su Luo, seemingly caught off guard by the flanking attack, scrambled to conjure an ice wall in haste. The wind blade was largely dissipated, but its residual force still grazed Su Luo's calf. A gash tore through her deep blue skirt, revealing the fair skin beneath. Though no blood was drawn, the sting of the impact drew a stifled groan from her. The cheers for Zhao Xinche swelled. In the stands, Shun Liking's brow furrowed deeper, not out of concern for her, but pondering what scheme this woman was plotting. Su Li, nestled in her arms, glanced up briefly before returning her attention to the dried meat in her hands. On the field, Su Luo seemed provoked by the sneak attack. Drawing a deep breath, she spread her arms wide. Ice lances surging fury. A wide-area killing move. Countless ice shards materialized around her, poised to unleash a volley of 1,000 arrows. Gasps erupted from the stands. The ice-based ability was indeed intimidating. But Zhao Xinche shook his head. All show no substance. Such a massive concentration of ice shards consumed an appalling amount of energy. Moreover, despite their numbers, the ice shards lacked precision. This was nothing but brute force energy waste. Shin, you can't win like this. Zhao Xinche rarely trash-talked in battle, but his opponent's clumsy performance compelled him to mock. His form blurred again, moving at high speed around Su Luo, stirring up gusts of wind. Go! Su Luo cried out, and dozens of ice shards shot toward Zhao Xinche, covering a vast area that nearly sealed off all his escape routes. Yet in Zhao Xinche's eyes, this seemingly ferocious assault was too linear in trajectory and not insurmountably fast. With a nimble somersault, the ice shards grazed past him, failing to land a single hit. Huff! Huff! Su Luo panted, her face pale. That last move had clearly drained her. She stared at the unscathed Zhao Xinche, her eyes betraying a mix of reluctance and exhaustion. Zhao Xinche knew the moment had come. Her strength was waning. This was the perfect time to end the fight. He hesitated no more. Gripping his gale-splitter spear, the shaft blazed with cyan light. Wind tornado scattering clouds. A massive, terrifyingly attractive cyan cyclone erupted in the center of the field, hurtling straight towards Su Luo. This wide-range move aimed to seal off her evasion, forcing her to either withstand it or retreat. Simultaneously, Zhao Xinjia himself moved. He followed close behind the tornado, his spear thrusting straight for Su Luo's chest. This was the true killing blow. He would seal the victory with the force of thunder. The cyclone struck first. Its powerful suction tugged at Su Luo's body, making it difficult for her to maintain her stance. She seemed to try to conjure an ice wall, but her movements were visibly sluggish. The cyclone sent her stumbling, her silver hair and skirt flying wildly. In that instant when her old strength was spent and new energy had yet to gather, Zhao Xinjia's Gale-Splitter spear reached Su Luo. Many students in the stands held their breath, and some even gasped. It was over, and shrank. Nothing special. He figured Su Luo would probably renege on the bet, and he certainly wouldn't get the growth-type weapon, so he was already calculating how to maximize his gains. But then a sudden change occurred. The seemingly exhausted Su Luo, who had been suppressed all along, flashed a look of resolve in her eyes. Like a cornered beast fighting desperately. Ea! A battle cry rang out. The vast ice energy within her body erupted fully and without reservation. No technique, no form. Just the simplest, most brutal discharge of power, and Zhao Xinjia, being closest, bore the brunt of it. The smile on his face froze. His spear tip was mere inches from Su Luo's heart, yet it could advance no further. He and his spear were sent flying by the ice explosion shockwave. His body traced a high arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the hard floor of the training ground. He looked utterly disheveled, but thanks to his decent level and quick reflexes, he was not seriously injured. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this astonishing reversal. One moment Zhao Xinjia was charging in with overwhelming momentum, and the next he was blasted out of bounds. The referee, visibly stunned, suppressed his astonishment and announced loudly, "Zhao Xinjia out of bounds. This challenge match, Shen Liqing wins." After a brief silence, the stands erupted. She won. Goddess Shen won. How did she win? That last move. It seemed like pure energy burst. Just blasted Zhao Xinjia away. That works. That's so unfair. What incredible luck. It was so close. Zhao Xinjia struggled to his feet, his face ashen, not from injury, but from frustration and resentment. He had lost, just like that. Lost so inexplicably, so pathetically. He glared at the swaying Su Luo in the arena, his teeth grinding. That woman had relied solely on her brute strength energy the entire time. That final move had no technical finesse whatsoever, pure blind luck blasting him out of bounds with raw power. In a real fight, she would be dead. It was luck in the rules that protected her. But the rule was that being knocked out of bounds meant he lost. Zhao Xinjia took several deep breaths to suppress the urge to rush back and fight again. Under the eyes of the crowd, he couldn't lose his composure. Su Luo, having just caught her breath, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Seeing her like that only fueled Zhao Xinjia's anger. Losing to such a worthless opponent, what a disgrace. He forced a smile uglier than a cry and addressed Su Luo and the stands with sarcasm. "Shan, your strength is formidable, your powers. Astonishing. I, Zhao Xinjia, admit defeat with all due respect. He'll honor the bet. Hats off, hats off." He added two more words and cupped his hands. Then, without another glance at Su Luo or the complex gazes from the stands, he turned and walked toward the exit, his back radiating simmering fury. Su Luo heard the referee announce her victory, her face brimming with joy. She even raised her hand and waved toward Feng Zhen's position like a primary school student who aced an exam and craved praise. Yet before this delight could last 2 seconds, Zhao Xinjia's sneering words reached her ears. Then the buzzing whispers from the stands droned on like flies. The smile on her face gradually crumbled, her excitement fading, leaving only anger and grievance. She had fought so hard to win. Why should she be subjected to such gossip? What did they know about flashy techniques or relying on resources? She lifted her head, flames seeming to ignite in her eyes, filled with provoked stubbornness and indignation. Scanning the whispering students, her voice came out breathless, losing the calmness of her earlier speech. "Who was it? Who was back there bad-mouthing me, thinking I won by luck, that I don't deserve this rank? Fine." She took a deep breath, struggling to suppress her fury, and waved her hand toward the judges' table, where Zhao Xinjia's wagered resources still lay. "I, Shen Liqing, will say this right now." She straightened her back. "Every single one of you out there who doesn't accept it." She paused, then continued provocatively, "Feel free to challenge me. As long as you can put up a stake equal to Zhao Xinjia's. No, just stake the equivalent of 1 year's resources. If you beat me, all the previous bets, including this gift from Zhao Xinjia, will be yours. Cumulative. Understand? Winner takes all." At these words, the entire training ground fell silent instantly. Everyone froze, staring in disbelief at the silver-haired girl in the center, her face pale, yet her neck stiff like an angry little kitten. What did she say? A defense match. Winner takes all the accumulated bets. The only condition was staking 1 year's basic resources. After a brief dead silence, an even greater uproar erupted. Almost everyone instinctively turned their gaze to Feng Zhen, seated in the main position. "This is too big a deal." "Well, Feng Zhun set down his teacup, his expression solemn with a hint of elder's concern. Child, you just had such an intense fight with Xinjia. You've expended a lot. Isn't it a bit rash to challenge on an impulse like this? He tried to offer a way out for both sides. How about we call it a day? Everyone can disperse, go back and digest today's practical experience. No. Su Luo refused without a second thought. She seemed determined, pouting. Dean Feng, you promised before. You wouldn't interfere with students sparring and betting. Feng Zhun was choked by her words, his embarrassment almost spilling over. He stroked his beard, cursing this little fox 100 times in his heart, but still had to maintain his dignity on the surface. Well, that's true, but... He was silent for a few seconds as if engaged in a fierce inner struggle, then finally heaved a heavy sigh, wearing a helpless "I can't do anything about you" expression, and waved his hand. Oh, you girl. Fine, do as you say. Feng Zhun's reluctant nod ignited the enthusiasm of the entire venue. Greed, excitement, and eagerness replaced the earlier contempt and mockery. Su Luo's arduous victory just now and her obviously exhausted state were no longer a symbol of strength in their eyes, but a huge, tantalizing weakness. A golden opportunity to become rich overnight. Half an hour later, at the edge of the arena, dozens of bodies lay scattered like dead dogs. They were in various poses, some curled up, some sprawled on their backs. The only thing in common was that they were all unconscious. The medical staff on the sidelines were frantically carrying stretchers in and out, creating a chaotic scene. And in the center of the arena, the foolishly beautiful Su Luo still stood there. She bent over, hands on her knees, looking so weak she seemed about to collapse any second. Beside the judge's table, not far from her feet, where it had been empty, a small hill now piled up. Energy potions, credit tokens, and all sorts of strange but valuable materials, magic crystals. All had become part of the prize pool. The scale was dizzying and heartbeat quickening, absolutely a terrifying number. However, unlike the initial rush, the audience below was dead silent. The remaining students stared blankly at the swaying figure on the stage, their faces etched with numbness and the look of "I've been had." Half an hour ago she had been in that same state of near exhaustion. And yet, after using all sorts of inexplicable methods to defeat over 30 gamblers, including some pseudo-strength experts, she was still in that same wretched state. Now even fools could see it clearly. On the stage, Su Luo was still calling out weakly, "Next." Who? Who's next? The students were collectively silent, staring at her numbly. No one moved, no one spoke. Su Luo waited for over 10 seconds, and when no one responded, she looked a little disappointed with a hint of grievance, and continued to tempt. Really? No one. The prize pool has accumulated so much. Maybe the next one could be the lucky one to defeat me. She pointed at the little mountain beside her. The audience below remained silent as a tomb. Su Luo pouted and muttered under her breath, "Tch. Boring." Already all chickened out. She straightened up, gently stamped her foot. The tears on her skirt restored to their original state, the paleness and sweat on her face vanished, and even her breathing became steady and deep. She transformed back into that aloof, ethereal snow goddess. Maid's rule no. 6. Keep yourself tidy in the presence of the master. Seeing this rejuvenated Su Luo, the last shred of hope in the students' hearts was shattered. So that's it. Only those 4 words remained in everyone's minds. Su Luo turned to look at the main seat in the stands. "Dean Feng, please help me count the resources I won. He'll be going now." Feng Zhun was now both amused and exasperated. He had only asked her to take down the freshman's arrogance. How had it ended up depressing them? Su Luo clasped her hands behind her back and walked straight toward a certain corner of the stands, her heels clicking a cheerful rhythm on the floor. Shen Liqing was sitting there holding Su Li, who was curiously looking around. Su Luo walked up to him, her smile radiant. She first reached out a finger, affectionately tickling little Su Li's nose in Shen Liqing's arms, making the little one giggle. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes, she naturally and unselfconsciously took hold of Shen Liqing's hand that rested on his knee. Shen Liqing's body stiffened noticeably as if he wanted to pull away, but Su Luo held on tightly. Luo, she tilted her head slightly, and with her other hand she pulled out a set of keys from her spatial pouch, jingling them in front of Shen Liqing. "Let's go. They'll take you to see our new home." Her eyes curved into crescents, her smile brilliant as she pulled the still-dazed Shen Liqing and the curious baby Su Li. Under the baptism of countless complex gazes, like a sly and proud little fox returning to its den after a victory, she walked away with light steps. Lin Yi elbowed Zhao Daong beside him. "Just now, sister-in-law's eyes." Zhao Daong nodded. "Yeah, they were stringing silk." Su Luo, holding Shen Liqing's hand, jogged along the tree-lined avenue. The opening ceremony had not yet ended, and the path was nearly deserted save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Only when she was sure no one was around did she let out a sigh of relief and slow her pace. She quickly withdrew her hand as if burned. Clearing her throat, her gaze wandered, avoiding Shen Liqing's eyes, her voice unnaturally strained. This way we can avoid a lot of trouble. Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything by it. Also, if you want to stay in the dormitory, they'll take Lyre and leave first." As she spoke, a faint blush crept up her cheeks, reaching her delicate earlobes. Shen Liqing halted. He held Su Li securely in one arm, while the other hand, just released, remained suspended in the air, still in the position of having been held. He watched Su Luo, who seemed eager to distance herself, and was slightly embarrassed, and his brow furrowed slightly. A faint, inexplicable pang of discomfort pricked at his heart. This unease came from nowhere. Misunderstanding. What was he supposed to misunderstand? Why was she so eager to explain, as if afraid he might get the wrong idea? Before Su Luo could continue, Shin Liking's suspended hand reached out, and once again precisely grasped her retreating left hand. Huh. Su Luo, completely taken aback by his sudden regrasp, let out a soft gasp, and instinctively tried to pull away. But Shin Liking's grip was strong, his fingers closing like a vice around her slender wrist. Without looking at her, he pulled her forward, his tone flat, "Walk faster." Stumbling slightly under his pull, Su Luo could only follow his pace. Her mind was a blur, a hint of panic creeping and wondering what had gotten into him. But after just a few steps, she sensed something was wrong. Shin Liking's hand gripping her wrist suddenly tightened. The force was not ordinary, it was punishing, a fierce constriction. A sharp intake of breath escaped her as a searing pain shot through her, her face contorting. Instinctively, she wanted to channel her ice-based ability to break free from that hateful hand. But the thought was quickly suppressed. She could only bite her lower lip hard, enduring passively. Shin Liqing continued to pull her forward, his expression unchanged, the pressure on her wrist unwavering, even increasing steadily. Su Luo had always been sensitive to pain, and this body was so delicate, how could it withstand such torment? After a few steps, the pain became unbearable, and she crouched down. "Woo, master. It hurts. So much," she whimpered, looking up at him with tearful eyes. Her ice-blue eyes shimmered with tears, as if she had suffered the greatest injustice, her voice trembling and weak. "Master. Let go. Please. Luo hurts so much." This pitiful, tear-streaked visage would soften anyone's heart. Shin Liqing finally stopped. He looked down at Su Luo, trembling with pain at his feet, and loosened his grip ever so slightly. That tiny slack was like a reprieve for her. Seizing the chance, she took a breath, enduring the lingering pain, and struggled to her feet, leaning on her knee. Around her wrist a red mark had formed, already turning bluish. She dared not rub it, only cradled it gently with her other hand, looking at Shin Liqing with tear-filled eyes. Long lashes still held droplets, as if she might burst into tears again at any moment. Su Li naturally noticed the commotion. The little one blinked, her big eyes looking from her wincing mother to her grim-faced father, her lips moving as if to speak. But having inherited certain genes, her little mind whirred quickly home. Mom once said that sometimes adults play a game called role play which might hurt, but is actually fake, like acting. Sensing no dangerous energy fluctuations, she grew more confident in her judgment. Wisely, she chose to stay quiet, deciding not to disturb the adult's game, and continued to munch on her precious jerky. So delicious. Shin Liking's gaze shifted from Su Li back to Su Luo's pain-filled, bewildered face. He spoke, his voice betraying no emotion. "Do you know what you did wrong?" Su Luo was caught off guard, tears still swirling in her eyes, her mind blank. Wrong? What had she done wrong? She had only explained that holding hands was to avoid trouble. Was that a mistake? She shook her head in confusion. "Master. Luo doesn't know." "You don't know?" Shin Liking's eyes turned cold, and his grip, which had loosened, tightened again. A sharp cry escaped her as the pain, more intense than before, assaulted her. Caught off guard, she screamed, tears streaming down instantly. Her legs gave way, and she sank heavily to the ground. "Luo, master, have mercy. Luo was wrong. Luo truly was wrong." She sobbed uncontrollably, clutching her aching wrist, her apologies tumbling out incoherently. Luo shouldn't have held master's hand in public, letting others misunderstand our relationship. Luo is just a lowly maidservant, unworthy of being master's partner, not even in name. It was Luo's foolish wish, Luo's lack of discretion. "Master, forgive Luo." Woo. As she wept, she stole a glance at Shin Liking's expression. She believed she had guessed correctly. The hand-holding must have displeased him, making him feel embarrassed. Shin Liqing listened to her tearful confession, but his frown deepened. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke slowly, clearly. "Your mistake was not that you held my hand." Su Luo's sobs abruptly ceased. She looked up at him, her face tear-streaked and bewildered. Shin Liqing leaned slightly closer, enunciating each word. "Your mistake was that you held my hand. And then let go." Su Luo was stunned, then a wave of immense grievance washed over her. What did that mean? Just moments ago, when she had grabbed his hand, he had tried to pull away, so she thought he was displeased, and quickly released him to explain. How was that her fault? She opened her mouth to retort. "But you were the one who..." But catching sight of his icy eyes, a chill ran down her spine. A shudder went through Su Luo, and she swallowed back the words. She couldn't say it. This man was inherently proud. If she dared to point out his earlier discomfort, exposing his little thoughts, he would surely fly into a rage. Then she would be the one to suffer, and it might not be as simple as a wrist squeeze. A wise man knows when to yield. And there was also the second rule of the maid's code. The master is always right. Su Luo's mental abacus clicked rapidly. She immediately lowered her eyes and obediently admitted her fault. It's Luo's fault. Luo'er shouldn't have let go of Master's hand. Luo'er will never dare to do it again. As she spoke, she sniffled stealthily, trying hard to hold back her tears, looking utterly pitiful. Shun Liqing watched her display of excellent repentance, and his gaze softened slightly. He said nothing more, but reached out, not too gently, to wipe away the lingering tear stains on her cheek. The pressure stung her face a little. Just then the sound of a car reached them from the end of the road, and a taxi pulled up steadily before them. Shun Liqing straightened up and extended his hand again. This time, instead of grabbing her wrist, he opened his palm, turning it upward in a gesture of invitation. Su Luo's heart trembled slightly, but she dared not hesitate. Obediently and cautiously, she placed her left hand into his palm. Shun Liqing's fingers closed around her hand, immediately enveloping it. His grip was not particularly tight this time, no longer carrying that punishing force, just a natural hold. He opened the car door and gestured for Su Luo to get in first. As she bent down to slide into the back seat, she ranted inwardly, what a tsundere and contradictory guy. He clearly wanted to hold hands, yet he had to find an excuse to punish her first. He'd rather suffer for pride. Except it was her who suffered. The moment she settled into her seat, Shun Liqing climbed in, with Su Li in his arms, closed the door, and gave the address of the villa district. The car started and glided smoothly along the roads of the academy district. Shun Liqing's hand still held Su Luo's, not letting go. Su Luo was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking the punishment was over, when she felt the hand enveloping hers tighten again. The pressure wasn't as unbearable as before, but it was far from comfortable, like being caught in a clamp. Su Luo couldn't help but inhale softly, looking at Shun Liqing beside her with confusion and a hint of reproach. What does this guy want now? Shun Liqing turned his head, leaned slightly closer, and whispered near her ear. The warm breath caressed her sensitive ear, making her tremble. Shun Liqing spoke in a voice only they could hear. The wrist squeeze just now was for letting go after holding. He paused, then tightened his grip on her hand a fraction more, letting Su Luo clearly feel the persistent warning pressure. And this, he continued in a low tone, is for fighting so many matches over those resources. His voice carried little emotion, as if stating a fact. But Su Luo caught a hint of unspoken meaning from his words. Wasn't it supposed to be her, the maid, who worried about earning money and supporting the family? Or was it his responsibility as the master? Su Luo shook her head. She was overthinking it. This guy was lucky if he didn't find new ways to torment her. Still, no matter what, he thought the punishment was real. Su Luo pouted silently, cursing stingy in her heart, but dared not show it on her face. She resignedly tilted her head and leaned it against Shun Liqing's shoulder, looking meek and submissive, as if saying, do what you will. Her right hand was idle, yet she dared not rub her still aching left wrist. Her gaze drifted to Shun Liqing's thigh resting beside him. If you pinch me. The little devil inside Su Luo emerged. Stealthily, she reached her free right hand over and casually placed it on Shun Liqing's thigh. Shun Liqing seemed unfazed, still staring ahead. Su Luo grew bolder. She extended 2 fingers and, using her fingertips gently, with a hint of vengeful spirit, pinched a bit of flesh on his thigh. She didn't dare apply force, truly not. It was a symbolic, childish retaliation, just a tiny nip with her fingernails, an extremely light twist. The force couldn't even kill a mosquito. Shun Liqing's body stiffened almost imperceptibly for a fraction of a second. He tilted his head slightly, lowering his gaze to glance at the delicate hand of Su Luo's that was misbehaving on his leg. That negligible pressure was more like tickling than revenge. Shun Liqing's eyes lingered on that restless hand for a moment, then slowly shifted away, returning to look forward. No one saw that in the instant he turned back, the corner of his tightly pressed lips curled upward once more. The taxi cruised steadily along. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, kept glancing at the startlingly handsome family of 3 in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The man was handsome, with a small ponytail and an aloof demeanor. The woman had silver hair and blue eyes, breathtakingly beautiful. The little girl in her arms was as delicate as a porcelain doll, with glittering scales at the corners of her eyes. This combination was impossible to ignore. The chatty driver couldn't hold back any longer and broke into a smile. Young man, taking your girlfriend and little sister to see your new home. You two are really a perfect match made in heaven. He praised cheerfully, his tone full of envy. The word girlfriend made Su Luo's heart stir. She didn't dare respond immediately, instead instinctively lifting her eyes to cautiously glance at Shun Liqing beside her. Shun Liqing's face showed no expression, neither confirming nor denying, but the hand holding Su Luo's left moved. He released his grip and shifted to a more natural interlocking of fingers. At the same time, a gentle, cool water element energy flowed silently from his intertwined fingers into Su Luo's wrist and palm. Where the energy passed, the burning pain quickly faded. The ring of bruises around her wrist visibly lightened and disappeared, leaving only a faint, almost invisible red mark. A warm, comfortable sensation replaced the pain, and she even let out a tiny hum. Was this healing? Though it wasn't really an injury, the comfort radiating from her hand was real. Just as her thoughts stirred, Shun Liqing met the driver's expectant gaze in the rearview mirror, nodded slightly, and gave a soft mm. He acknowledged it. He acknowledged her as his girlfriend. Su Luo's heart skipped a beat. Although she knew this was probably to handle the situation with an outsider and avoid unnecessary explanations still. When this identity was indirectly confirmed, especially in such a moment, with their fingers intertwined and him having just gently healed her, her hand felt better, and in her heart, there seemed to be a strange floating sensation. Haha, I knew it. The driver, receiving affirmation, laughed even more heartily. Young man, you're lucky. Such a beautiful girlfriend, such an adorable little sister, and both of you studying at top universities. When you have a bouncing baby boy, life will be like a dream that even immortals would envy. Shen Liqing merely smiled faintly in response, not adding anything. Su Luo, even more embarrassed, lowered her head, pretending to watch Su Li happily gnawing on a piece of dried meat in her arms, while the tips of her ears quietly turned red. Fortunately, the villa area was not far from the academy. The car soon stopped in front of an exquisite villa with an independent courtyard. After paying the fare and getting out, a brand new minimalist yet elegant two-story building with a well-tended small garden came into view. Old foam though sly was quite reliable. Su Luo took out the key to open the door. As she entered, a faint scent of a new home filled the air. The interior decoration was minimalist modern, but the details revealed care. The living room was spacious and bright with soft and comfortable sofas. Huge French windows overlooked a lush green courtyard. The open-plan kitchen was fully equipped with cookware and tableware, and the fridge was even stocked with fresh ingredients and drinks. The separate laundry room, dryer, and cleaning tools were also ready. Wow, new home. Su Li poked her head out from Shen Liqing's arms, curiously looking around, her little face full of excitement. Not bad, Shen Liqing commented, giving a neutral assessment. Su Luo took a quick look around. The first floor, besides the living and dining room and kitchen, also had a guest room with an ensuite bathroom and a study. The second floor was mainly the bedroom area. When she reached a spacious room specially set aside on the second floor, Su Luo couldn't help but laugh softly. This was a cultivation room, clearly specially arranged by Fengzhan. Tisk, that old fox, Su Luo teased. He's afraid, well, just enjoy the house, neglect cultivation, and be idle. Shen Liqing said nothing, only pulling her to continue checking the remaining rooms. Soon Su Luo's smile froze, turning into shock and embarrassment. On the second floor, besides the cultivation room, there were only 2 bedrooms left. The door to the first bedroom was open, revealing a small but meticulously designed room. The walls were a soothing blue, decorated with cute starfish shells and little fish. An exquisite small bed was covered with a bedsheet printed with the Little Mermaid pattern, next to which were plush toys in various marine creature shapes. The floor was covered with a soft coral-patterned rug, and by the window was even a small ball pit with a slide. The whole room was filled with a dreamy, oceanic atmosphere. This was clearly a child's room specially prepared for Su Li. The little one let out a wow and cheered, diving into the ball pit and rolling around happily. Then, what about the remaining room? Su Luo looked at the closed door next to it, which was clearly larger and more imposing, the master bedroom. Shen Liqing had already opened it. What met their eyes was an extremely spacious, well-lit large bedroom. A bed of astonishing size, looking incredibly soft and comfortable, was placed in the center of the room. Su Luo was speechless. This configuration, this layout, anyone could see who it was for. Shen Liqing seemed to have no particular reaction, pulling her into the walk-in closet. The closet was large, with one side for men's clothing and the other for women's. Neatly hung were some brand new classic and elegant everyday clothes, with sizes clearly tailored to their figures. Su Luo breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least the everyday clothes were separated. But before she could fully relax, her gaze inadvertently swept to the row of storage cabinets below the women's section. Somehow she pulled open one of the cabinet doors. Then, her face turned red. She dared not open her eyes, hoping it was her imagination. Inside the cabinet were an array of various blush-inducing garments. There were lace-trimmed, skimpy camisole nightgowns of various maid outfits with cat ear headbands and fluffy tails, bold-colored and daringly styled innerwear, and stockings, even various types of high heels. The variety, the bold designs, the minimal fabric usage, all surpassed even her previous battle-made uniform. "Up!" Su Luo let out a short cry, frantically closing the cabinet door. She turned her back to that sinful cabinet, forcing herself to stay calm, absolutely not letting Shen Liqing see. That old fox Fengzhan, he definitely did it on purpose. What school district house? This was clearly a huge trap, a carefully laid out, fine gene, breeding wolf's den. Somehow, after the body swap, she had become increasingly shy. In her previous self, she would have been thrilled to see such things. Meanwhile, in the auditorium of the Donghai War Academy freshman ceremony, on the podium, Fengzhan was fervently encouraging the new students. "If you're bad, just practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play." Achoo! A loud sneeze interrupted his impassioned speech. Fengzhan rubbed his itchy nose, thinking to himself, "Strange, who's talking about me behind my back? Could it be that young Yang?" As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the images of Su Luo and Shen Liqing appeared in his head. Considering the time, those 2 little ancestors should have reached the villa by now, right? A crafty, smug, uniquely old fox-like radiant smile spread across Fengzhan's otherwise stern, righteous face. He could already see the bright prospects of his plan smoothly progressing. He was doing this for the benefit of all humanity. How noble. The freshmen below, watching Feng Zhen's sly grin, were collectively confused. What happy thought had crossed the dean's mind now? Over here, Shen Liqing, hearing Su Luo's exclamation, quickly walked to the walk-in closet door. What's wrong? Su Luo forced a calm expression. Nothing, just saw a big rat scurrying by, gave me a scare. A rat? Shen Liqing raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the spotless new floor and cabinets. In a place like this? He didn't believe a word. He stepped forward, an invisible pressure enveloping Su Luo. If you don't tell the truth, I won't mind resorting to some torture. Su Luo's scalp tingled, knowing she couldn't hide it. She resignedly took a step back, and with a sense of abandon pointed at the cabinet door. See for yourself, it's all old Feng's doing. After seeing it, Shen Liqing's expression shifted several times. Then he looked at Su Luo, who was wearing a pain mask, looking both embarrassed and angry, daring to resent, but not to speak. A very amusing sight. He said playfully, Dean Feng is indeed quite thorough in his considerations. Thinking of what he was about to say next, he wanted to laugh. Since the things are prepared, don't let them go to waste. Go take a shower first. He watched as Su Luo's face instantly fell, then added, then pick a nice one to change into. And come please me. Though she had mentally prepared for it, hearing, please me, still made her grimace as she reluctantly replied, yes, master. After Shen Liqing finished his shower, he changed into comfortable loungewear and sat on the sofa playing with marine animal blocks with Su Li. The little one was very happy, scattering little fish blocks everywhere, making bloop bloop sounds. But child, you really don't need to imitate that. Time ticked by. Shen Liqing waited patiently, watching as Su Li almost built a small coral reef with the blocks, yet the person in the bathroom still hadn't come out, and the water had long stopped. He said slowly, stalling, want help? Do I need to come in and help you choose? In the bathroom, Su Luo was fretting over the pile of instruments of torture when she heard his words. She nearly tore the lace-trimmed nightgown in her hands. Grinding her teeth, she thought, that bastard. He wants to see me in something, but won't say it himself. He has to make me guess. What does he take me for, a dress-up doll, a fashion show? But curse as she might, she dared not actually tear it. She could only reply softly through the door. Almost ready. Steeling herself, she first changed into a relatively modest camisole nightgown. Hesitantly, she opened the door, poking out half her body, her face etched with reluctance. Master, is this acceptable? Shen Liqing looked up, his gaze lingering on her for 2 seconds. The camisole dress was indeed not too revealing, but it still sufficed to outline her graceful curves. He commented expressionlessly, mediocre. Change. Su Luo. She slammed the door shut. Fine, too conservative, huh? She dug out a more figure-hugging bodysuit, its fabric so elastic it clung to her skin. Opening the door again, she fidgeted, tugging at the hem. Shen Liqing glanced at her, his brow not even twitching. Too deliberate. Change. Su Luo was so angry she wanted to stamp her feet. She went all out, changing into an ultra-short bodycon skirt, paired with stockings of the same color. This time Shen Liqing did take a longer look. Just as Su Luo thought he was finally satisfied, he spoke blandly, skirt too short, inconvenient for movement. Change. Su Luo was on the verge of losing it. This won't do, that won't do. This bastard definitely wants to see me in a maid outfit. I won't give him that satisfaction, let him stew. Wait. A flash of inspiration struck her. She recalled that earlier on the helicopter Shen Liqing had seemed to mention something about a fox girl. She immediately pounced back onto the pile of clothes, rummaging through them. Her persistence paid off, and she actually found a set at the very bottom. It wasn't a maid outfit, but a fox girl ensemble centered around a high-slit cheongsam. Su Luo's eyes lit up. This is it. But the slit was far too high in this tail. Why was it like this again? Never mind, she'd get through this first. When Su Luo emerged again, Shen Liqing finally gave her a proper once-over. Even Su Li, who was building blocks, stopped and stared wide-eyed. Wow, mommy is so pretty. Su Luo was wearing a modified cheongsam-style dress. The upper part featured a traditional Mandarin collar, making her neck appear slender with off-shoulder design, accentuating her delicate collarbones and shoulders. The hem was short, barely covering her hips, with slits on both sides, revealing her long, fair legs as she moved. Her silver-white hair cascaded down to her waist, complementing the white fox-ear headpiece on her head. Behind her was a fluffy, soft white foxtail. On her legs were a pair of white, over-thinny socks, thin and sheer, making her feet appear fair with a hint of pink. The overall look was pure white, but the inner layer was a tasteful purple, recognized by a certain notable figure faintly visible. This lent an extra touch of eerie allure to her already cold, stunning features. Su Luo, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, covered the hem and whispered, Master, is this acceptable? He nodded. This set is passable. Su Luo rolled her eyes inwardly. Passable. Your eyes are practically popping out. So this guy didn't like maid outfits after all. It was beast-eared girl outfits. And during this part, Su Li had somehow drifted over, reaching out a small hand to grab the tail behind Su Luo, tugging it gently. Mommy's tail is so soft. Oh. With the tail pulled, Su Luo let out a soft cry, leaning forward and bumping into Shen Liqing's chest. She scrambled to protect her tail. Liar, don't pull. Shen Liqing flicked her forehead lightly, then raised his hand and tapped a few times in the air. A translucent screen visible only to the two of them unfolded before him. It was that damned Maid system panel. Su Luo's internal alarm bells rang loudly, and she watched him warily. What are you up to now? Shen Liqing ignored her tapping to confirm a certain option. Ding. The system notification sounded. Immediately Su Luo felt the fox girl outfit tighten on her. Not a constricting tightness, but every inch of fabric became more form-fitting. The white fox ear headpiece, originally just decoration, tingled with a numbing sensation. Those furry ears came alive again. At the same time, the fluffy fox tail behind her swayed gently with her breath, and she could even control it to curl or flick. The combat enhancement had returned, and it was stronger than before. This feeling was exactly the same as that cat-eared battle maid outfit from before. What's going on? Su Luo wondered. Wasn't this normal clothing? Shen Liqing, having succeeded in his prank, said, "This is a new feature I unlocked upon reaching level 15. Maid outfit illusion." He pinched the tip of her fox ear, feeling the real furry texture. It was quite pleasant to the touch. Not as small as cat ears, making them hard to grab, nor as exaggerated as rabbit ears. Simply put, he explained, while rubbing the adorable ear tip with his fingers. No matter what you're wearing now, I can use the system to transform it into a state with the effects of a maid outfit. The enhancements remain the same, of course. He chuckled slyly. And it will become more form-fitting, and the necessary accessories won't be missing a single one. After hearing this, Su Luo felt completely unsettled. The enhancements were back, the tail was back. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wait. Su Luo suddenly seized on a key point. Level 15. How are you level 15? She distinctly remembered that Shen Liqing's level had been similar to hers before. Shen Liqing released her ear from his torment. Correction, he dropped a bombshell. It's not level 15, it's level 18. The experience from the monsters you killed on your way back to the safe zone converged on me, so I used it casually. Used it casually. Su Luo jumped in fury, her fox tail bristling in a circle. Those were my spoils, my experience. How dare you use them without a word, and even reach level 18. Shen Liqing, you thief. You. This time she was truly angry. Seeing that she wasn't faking it, Shen Liqing gently stroked Su Luo's fox ear while soothing her. Don't worry, I only used a small portion. The bulk is still saved for you. Strangely enough, Su Luo, who had been about to explode with rage, felt much of her fury dissipate as he stroked her ear tip. Her ears gradually softened, even trembling slightly with pleasure. Dazed by his touch, Su Luo heard the bulk is saved and instinctively pressed. Really? You're not lying to me. Shen Liqing replied. Most of the experience is stored for you to level up. Only then did Su Luo feel a bit calmer. She was still annoyed that he had used a small portion without permission, but at least the bulk remained. He had some conscience after all. No. She shook her head violently, trying to shake off the strange sensation brought by his touch on her ears. How could she be so easily pacified? Damn these ears. Just as she was about to put on a stern face and slap his hand away, she heard Shen Liqing laugh. Don't be angry. Tonight I'll pass on the experience to you. Tonight. Pass it on to me. Su Luo's mind buzzed. Shen Liqing withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Right, happy. Happy, then go cook my little maid. Su Luo stood dazed, her fox ears twitching as if not yet fully comprehending. She replied yes. Evening. The kitchen lights were on, the range hood humming. The little fox girl Su Luo, wearing an apron and soft-soled slippers with cartoon fox heads printed on them, was methodically preparing dinner. The slippers were so soft that when she stepped down, the little fox ears on the surface would bounce, looking quite adorable. Back home, the kitchen had always been her domain. Even her mother's culinary skills had to take a back seat. Now, with the spatula flying, her movements were fluid and crisp, exuding a sense of efficiency. She was the very picture of a virtuous wife and good mother, a perfect housewife. She hummed Good Fortune Comes, the tune wildly off-key, but her voice itself was so pleasant that it didn't matter. As for the matter of Shen Liqing saying he would transmit the experience tonight, she temporarily kicked it out of her mind. Things that can't be escaped. Worrying in advance is just a waste of brain cells. Su Luo was always an optimist. Besides, deep down there seemed to be a tiny glimmer of expectation quietly bubbling up. In the living room, the TV was playing Ultraman fighting a monster with loud boom 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 battle sound effects. Su Li sat cross-legged on the sofa, clenching her little fists as she watched, even making cha-cha sound effects with her mouth. Shen Liqing sat beside her. Looking closely, he saw the monster was a mermaid type, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Hearing the singing from the kitchen, he turned his head to glance at the busy silver-haired figure, her fox tail gently swaying with her cooking movements. As if possessed, he stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Need any help? He leaned against the kitchen doorframe and asked. Su Luo was tasting the soup for seasoning. Without turning her head, she said, No, master, your hands are too precious. Go out and rest, it's too smoky in here. Her words were not polite at all, carrying a hint of the disdain unique to a head chef. Shen Liqing was taken aback for a moment, but he wasn't angry. His eyes darted around as he thought of a new sly trick. Turning around, he walked to the refrigerator, picked out a small pudding popsicle, and peeled off the wrapper. Holding the ice pop, he nonchalantly strolled back to the kitchen door. You've been busy for a while, let me reward you. Shen Liqing reached out and brought the ice pop to Su Luo's lips. The next second, Shen Liqing held the bare wooden stick in his hand, stunned for several seconds, then his gloom vanished. Because the problem seemed to have an answer. At this moment Jack realized he had to marry Jenny. What's wrong, master? Is there something? Su Luo panted, breathing out cold air, asking in confusion. Nothing. He waved his hand, his voice gentle, just asking if the food is ready. Almost ready. Su Luo smiled brightly. Just this last soup. Master, go play with Lyre for a bit. At dinner will be served soon. Shen Liqing sat back on the sofa, glanced at the wooden stick again, measured it with his fingers, and smiled contentedly. After a while the sounds from the kitchen finally ceased. Su Luo untied her apron and hung it aside, taking a deep breath. She walked to the living room sofa, knelt naturally on both knees, and sat back looking up at Shen Liqing. Master, dinner is ready. Please move to the dining room to eat. Her voice was clear and bright with a hint of the lightness of completing a task. Shen Liqing stroked her fox ears as a reward. Good work. Lyre wants mommy to hold me. Su Li stepped across the sofa, reaching out her little hands. All right. Su Luo laughed as she stood up and scooped Su Li into her arms. Princess, please dine. The table was set with 4 dishes and a soup looking appetizing and steaming hot. Su Luo, while taking care of Su Li, picking out fish bones for her, secretly observed Shen Liqing's movements. Watching him refill his rice, watching him eat fish with concentration, watching the dishes in his bowl rapidly diminish. The displeasure she felt from being forced to wear the foxgirl outfit and having her tail touched gradually disappeared, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. Mommy's cooking is the best. Su Li ate with her little mouth shiny, not forgetting to praise loudly, her little feet swinging happily under the chair. Shen Liqing still didn't say a word, but he expressed his approval through action. The dishes on the table were visibly diminishing. The meal was quiet and warm. The sky outside darkened and the lamplight enveloped the 3 at the table, creating an illusion of a real family. After finishing the meal, Su Luo was about to get up to clear the dishes, but Shen Liqing stood up first. Let me do it, he said, reaching out to move the empty plates. Su Luo quickly urged Lyre should go to bed now. Master, you go coax her to sleep. Leave this to me, you'll be done soon. It's getting late. Finish up quickly and come over. He left these words and picked up the little one. It was finally coming. Su Luo could no longer pretend to be oblivious. She hugged her own big tail, her face burning hot. Su Li saw her standing there like a boiled shrimp and asked curiously, Mommy, your face is so red like the apple Lyre eats. Su Li's little head touched the pillow, and soon she fell asleep. Shen Liqing sat by the bed, looked at the little one's peaceful sleeping face for a few seconds, and gently tucked the blanket around her. Returning to the master bedroom, he didn't turn on the main light, only letting the night light barely illuminate a small area by the bed. He stretched his neck and wrists, feeling that he was in the right state, and quietly waited for his prey to arrive. Before long there were 2 soft knocks on the bedroom door. Master. Su Luo's voice came through the door, lowered. Enter, Shen Liqing responded. The doorknob turned. Su Luo entered and locked the door behind her, shutting out all sounds from the outside. Only the faint rhythm of their breathing filled the room. She kicked off her soft-soled slippers and stepped silently to the bedside. Without hesitation her knees gave way, and she knelt before Shen, Liqing, her white fox tail lying docilely at her side. Her hands naturally folded behind her back, the posture straightening her spine and tilting her chin upward. There was no other reason. It was simply what Shen Liqing preferred. He remained silent, merely watching her. The room was so quiet that she could hear the pounding of her own heart. After waiting for a moment and receiving no instructions, Su Luo had no choice but to speak first, her voice soft and gentle, careful not to wake Su Li in the next room. Master, shall we upgrade first or enhance vitality and spiritual power first? Shen Liqing pretended to be puzzled. Are those mutually exclusive? I recall last time on the helicopter we did both together, didn't we? He paused, deliberately mimicking Su Luo's bewildered tone from the kitchen. There didn't seem to be any problem then, right? Su Luo nearly choked, gritting her silver teeth. This bastard. He knew exactly what she wanted. But what could she do? Under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. In the dim light, Shen Liqing clearly saw her fair cheeks flush crimson, even the tips of her fox ears turning pinker. This sight of her enduring unbearable shyness, yet forcing herself to articulate clearly, immensely pleased him. Oh, he drawled, as if finally grasping her difficulty. He refrained from teasing her further, knowing that pushing the fox too far might make her bristle. All right, he conceded magnanimously. As I said before, the sooner you use it, the sooner it cools down. Yes. Su Luo replied, her heart growing even more tense. Spiritual power increased slightly. Vitality increased slightly. Not bad, a significant improvement. Shen Liqing praised. Then came the upgrade. Experience distribution complete. Target made Su Luo level up LV. 11 LV. 13. Experience distribution complete. Target made Su Luo level up LV. 13 LV. 15. The next morning Su Luo was awakened by the glaring sunlight streaming through the window. She groggily opened her eyes and instinctively reached out beside her. Empty. Moi. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, her mind still hazy. The previous night had been exhausting. After the mental excitement of leveling up faded, her body was utterly drained, and she had fallen asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. She turned to look beside her. Shin Liqing was indeed gone. She glanced up at the cartoon clock on the wall. It was 9 o'clock. Su Luo sobered up a bit. She had overslept. Where was Lyre? Throwing off the covers, she jumped out of bed, not even bothering with slippers, and rushed to the living room. It was quiet save for the TV playing Ultraman, the volume deliberately lowered. Her little darling Su Li was sitting on the carpet in front of the sofa, clutching a plush starfish, watching intently. Hearing the commotion, the little one turned around. "Mommy's awake," Su Li called out happily, then her small mouth formed a surprised ah shape. "Wow, Mommy's face is all rosy again." Hearing this, Su Luo instinctively touched her cheeks. It did feel a bit warm, probably just from waking up. She walked over, crouched down, and ruffled Su Li's little head. "You little clever one, where's Daddy?" She glanced around the quiet living room, but didn't see Shin Liqing. "Daddy?" Su Li pointed a tiny finger toward the dining area. "Daddy made yummy food, then said he went out to buy stuff. He told Lyre to watch TV nicely and wait for Mommy to wake up." She paused, then added, "Daddy also wrote a note for Mommy. It's on the table." Su Luo followed Su Li's direction to the dining table. It was neatly set with only 2 upturned plates for keeping food warm and a sticky note pressed beside them. She unfolded the note. It bore Shin Liqing's sharp handwriting with a single simple line, "Went to the supermarket to grab a few things, back soon. Breakfast on the table." Ching. Su Luo was taken aback. What did he need to buy so early in the morning? Her eyes swept over the note, then to the breakfast on the table. Simple, but with evident effort in the presentation. Could it be he went to buy feminine products? She recalled last night. That agonizing burst of energy before the upgrade, and the slight bodily discomfort afterward. That bastard. Was he actually quite thoughtful? An indescribable warmth quietly trickled through her heart. Although this bastard usually loved to torment her at a time like this, he still remembered such a trivial detail. Su Luo clutched the small sticky note, feeling her cheeks grow a little warmer. Suddenly a knock came from downstairs. Back already? Did that guy forget his keys? As she thought this, she untied her apron and walked toward the door, a hint of amusement in her heart. Coming. She called out, an involuntary smile spreading across her face, her steps lightening. The moment her hand touched the doorknob, she even habitually took a breath, ready to call out in that sweet, slightly joyful tone, "Moss." The welcome ceremony was abruptly cut short. Standing outside the door was not Shin Liqing at all. Instead, it was a strange old man. His hair was white, meticulously combed, and he wore a dark gray suit, leaning on an ebony cane. His face was deeply lined, his gaze sharp, and he was staring at her intently. The quintessential image of a stubborn old fossil, as if he had just crawled out of a coffin. Su Luo was bewildered. Who was this? Before she could even ask, the old man had already scrutinized her from head to toe. His expression darkened, turning livid. "Shin Liqing," the old man roared, a torrent of rebuke crashing down upon her. "Look at you, what a disgrace. What is this indecent attire you are wearing? It's utterly shameless. You've disgraced the entire Shin family." Su Luo was dumbfounded again. What had she done to deserve this? First thing in the morning, a strange old man blocks the door and yells at her for being improper. How many times was this now? Why did it feel like everyone who recognized Shin Liqing's face harbored inexplicable hostility and malice toward her, or rather toward him? She was not one to suffer losses. She would be submissive before Shin Liqing, but if anyone else dared to ride roughshod over her, she would seal their rear end with superglue. Yet the old man's trembling rage and the undisguised contempt and pain in his eyes did not seem feigned. He seemed to truly know Shin Liqing, and their relationship was far from shallow. Was this old man Shin Liqing's elder, his grandfather, or some other relative? She only then realized that she had indeed heard little from Shin Liqing about his family. Back at school, he had always been a loner with no close companions. The old man ranted for a long while before recalling his true purpose, calming down slightly. Oomph. He thumped his cane heavily on the floor, and without waiting for Su Luo's invitation, pushed past her and strode inside. Su Luo stared at the dent the old man's cane had made in the new floorboards, fighting the urge to pluck out every single one of his beard hairs. He swept his gaze over the warm, but in his eyes likely improper, living room, then walked straight to the sofa and sat down without a hint of courtesy, as if he owned the place. "Go," he ordered without lifting his head, his tone brimming with impatience and disgust. "Change out of this mess you're wearing. Now, immediately. The Shin family cannot afford such disgrace." Su Luo barely resisted the urge to roll her eyes and pursed her lips. Not to mention that without the owner's permission, the fox-eared outfit conjured by the system could not be removed. Even if she could, why should she obey the commands of this foul-mouthed, self-important old man? But this old man was after all Shin Liqing's elder. Though their relationship seemed strained, she had to give him some face. Suppressing her annoyance, Su Luo turned and walked into the adjacent dressing room. She grabbed a long dark coat from the rack and wrapped herself tightly from shoulder to knee. When she reemerged, her expression had been carefully composed, emotionless, exactly like the deadpan face Shin Liqing used to wear. She resolved not to speak first, saying too much would risk mistakes and expose her. The old man on the sofa saw her perfunctory response and opened his mouth to scold again. But the words caught in his throat, and he forced his anger back down. Times had changed. This girl was now in strength treasured by the entire Donghai War Academy. She was no longer the pitiful wretch who could be easily manipulated, who couldn't even get a few drops of the branch family's resources. Moreover, her cold, indifferent, aloof demeanor, though annoying, was familiar. If she had suddenly become warm and polite, he would have suspected she had been swapped. He gave a heavy grunt to express his dissatisfaction, and without expecting her to pour him a glass of water, he began to speak on his own. Oh. He let out a long sigh first, as if to invoke some heavy memories. You child have always been stubborn and unlikable since you were little. Like many elderly, he started by reminiscing about untraceable past events. True to form, the old man rambled on with his nostalgia. Your worthless parents, alas, fated to suffer. They left you an orphan. If not for the Maid family's consideration of old ties taking you in for a while, and pulling strings to get you into a good school, could you have achieved what you have today, eh? The old man grew more agitated, thumping his cane into the carpet several times, spittle nearly flying. He put on a heartbroken expression, as if Shen Liqing was an ungrateful wretch. Su Luo's face remained impassive, but inwardly, she was unconvinced. Although she didn't know the specifics of Shen Liqing's treatment in the Shen family, she wasn't stupid. This old man, who called himself her third granduncle, kept emphasizing the Maid family's kindness, but couldn't even name a single concrete favor they had done. If the debt of gratitude were so great, why would Shen Liqing with his temperament never even mention it? From these few words, she could already roughly gauge Shen Liqing's position in the Shen family within that behemoth. He was an insignificant, distant branch member with thin blood. Low status, no access to resources. Before, no one cared whether he lived or died. Now that he had become enshrank and was useful, they sent an old man to come knocking. They wanted to use intangible family bonds to shackle him, making him serve the Shen family with gratitude. She was in no hurry to expose him. She wanted to see what this old man was really up to after all this build-up. Meanwhile, Shen Liqing walked home carrying several bulging shopping bags. The large bag held fresh vegetables. He had decided to cook lunch and let Su Luo and Su Li taste his culinary skills. The small bag contained several boxes of safety products. Thinking of this, Shen Liqing couldn't help but curse Fengzhen, that old fox. He had prepared everything, even considering Su Li's children's room, but conveniently left out safety products. The intention was clear as day. Of course, there were also anti-inflammatory medicine and sanitary pads specifically for Su Luo. Last night's battle had indeed been brutal. At first it was a matter of urgency, but later, perhaps, because Su Luo had leveled up, it turned into a strategic retreat. He had just reached the door when he found it ajar, and a voice, old and condescending, drifted out. That voice! Shen Liqing frowned deeply. He could recognize it even amid a pig's squeal. It was his so-called third granduncle. How did that old bastard find this place? A cold sneer curled his lips. He could guess the old man's purpose with his duodenum. He decided to stand right at the door and listen to what the old coffin dodger had to say. After all the build-up, the third granduncle finally got to the point. The awakening. The old man sighed again. Speaking of this awakening, it makes me even angrier. The family had already arranged everything, the best guide, the safest plan, just waiting for you to come back. And what did you do? You little girl grew your wings and got bold ideas. Without even a word, you sneaked off to that remote corner of Binhai. And then what? You ran into a tsunami. So dangerous. The family immediately sent people to find you. His tone shifted to relief. Thank the ancestors you were lucky, safe and sound. And from the disaster you awakened as enshrank. A blessing in disguise. This old bones have done right by your deceased parents so they can rest in peace. Su Luo, unaware of the inside story, listened coldly, dismissing his words as nonsense. But Shen Liqing outside the door was different. When the third granduncle mentioned his parents, especially the phrase, done right by your deceased parents, his hands gripping the bag clenched into fists, and his body began to tremble, not from fear, but from overwhelming hatred and fury. He was trembling with rage, the shopping bags crumpling in his grip, veins bulging on his hands. The hatred he had suppressed for so long threatened to burst forth, but he stood frozen at the threshold, his mind a storm of dark memories. He would never forget. It was this sanctimonious old man before him and the lineage he represented. How they had once, like starving wolves, done everything in their power to suppress and marginalize their already vulnerable branch. His parents, two awakened individuals with considerable talent, were forced into taking a monster hunting mission far beyond their capabilities. The result was predictable. Both died tragically. Not even their complete bodies were recovered. The family's explanation was vague, merely stating they had been ambushed by a powerful demon. But Shen Liqing knew it clearly. Behind this, there was definitely the shadow of third granduncle and his clique. They had withheld crucial intelligence. They had deliberately pushed the dangerous mission onto his parents. Of the meager compensation and mission rewards his parents had earned with their lives, less than a tenth actually reached him. And that wasn't the end of it. Before his parents' bodies had even grown cold, this old bastard had already set his sights on him, who was still in high school at the time. Time and again at family meetings he proposed sending him to marry into some powerful clan to find him a good home. If he hadn't been under the legal marriage age at the time, if he hadn't threatened to kill himself. How could he have had the chance to sneak away from everyone and go to the Binhai Awakening Center far from the Shun family's influence to undergo his awakening? And now this old bastard actually dared to stand here, babbling shamelessly about how the family has arranged your awakening, sent people to save you, done right by your parents. How even though he was now strength, the family didn't value him. They couldn't even be bothered to put on a show, otherwise why would they send this old thing to find him? Did they really think he didn't know about the filthy deeds they had done, the blood-soaked schemes they had pulled? Inside Shun, leeching, the once calm and gentle water elemental ability was now violently seething. In the living room, third grand uncle spoke with earnest concern, leeching, "Ah, you've made it now, Shrank. That's the glory of our entire Shin family, bringing honor to our ancestors. The family needs a pillar like you. Look, shouldn't you consider returning to the family? Working for the family is also paving the way for yourself, right?" He paused, then began to paint a rosy picture. "Don't worry, the family won't mistreat you." In short, he wanted to get Shun leeching back to serve as the family's enforcer and showpiece. They wanted to exploit her strength and potential, yet feared she would grow too fast and too strong to control. They even feared she would retaliate for what they had done to her parents and herself back then. A classic case of wanting the horse to run but not giving it grass, and even putting a bridle on it. Seeing that Su Luo just listened without refuting or agreeing, third grand uncle thought his words had taken effect, at least making her reconsider. Delighted, he felt the moment was ripe to bring up some practical demands. He changed his tone, concerned. "Oh, by the way, leeching, I heard that Donghai Academy went all out to recruit you. 3 sets of matching epic accessories, a custom-made growth-type weapon, and plenty of other resources, right?" Su Luo didn't even lift her eyelids. The dog's tail was finally showing. Third grand uncle rubbed his cane and continued his fake smile. "I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you're still young and your rank isn't too high. Getting so many top-tier resources all at once might not be a good thing. It's easy to attract envy and you can't even use them all right. Too many good things actually distract you and aren't conducive to focusing on improving your strength." He revealed his true intentions. "In my opinion, why don't you temporarily hand these resources over to the family for safekeeping? The family will handle them properly, use them where they're needed most, and maximize their value. That's also your contribution to the family. Of course the family won't mistreat you. You can keep 1 set of the 3 accessories to use first. After all, a girl needs some dignity. As for that growth-type weapon," he made a magnanimous gesture, "let it be stored in the family vault first. The family elders will take the trouble to keep it safe for you. When you're stronger and truly able to wield it, the family will naturally return it intact and deliver it to your hands. This arrangement is both safe and stable. What do you think?" Su Luo had almost yawned by then, thinking the old man's rambling was just empty cliched talk. But at this point she instantly perked up. After all that circling, it turned out he was eyeing the treasures she had just obtained. This old man had quite an appetite. From what he meant, he wanted to take all her top-tier resources and only generously leave her 1 set of accessories. And she was supposed to be grateful, thanking him for safekeeping them. Thank him for sharing the risk. Su Luo almost couldn't help laughing. This logic was truly refreshing, even more shameless than hers. Outside the door, Shin leeching, upon hearing third grand uncle's brilliant discourse, found his breathing uneven. This old dog, sure enough, was after the resources. Swallowing the meager resources his parents had earned with their lives wasn't enough for them. Now even the things Su Luo had earned with her strength and risked her life for, they dared to openly snatch. Third grand uncle straightened his back, ready to apply more pressure with family righteousness. "Leeching, you must understand that the Shun family nurtured you and gave you a foundation. Now that you have ability, repaying the family is only natural. One must not forget one's roots, nor be selfish and only care about one's own enjoyment. Think about your parents when they were alive. They also..." "Third grand uncle." Su Luo interrupted him directly, her voice clear and cold, trying to use morality to bind her. "Too bad Su Luo had no morality. I understand everything you've said," Su Luo said with a smile. "You also mentioned that you heard the academy gave me quite a few resources. Then, surely you've also heard some other rumors. For example, that I have a boyfriend. And..." She paused, then added slowly, "I even have a child." Third grand uncle's old face stiffened. He had indeed heard. At the freshman ceremony, it was a big fuss. The combat department kid named Su Luo, holding a little girl who called him Big Brother. Later she even dragged that kid away in public. But he had always thought it was just an excuse Shin leeching made up to fend off unwanted suitors in trouble. He even thought that kid named Su Luo was a toad lusting after a swan, pestering her relentlessly. He never expected Shun leeching to admit it herself. "What did you say?" Third grand uncle jumped up from the sofa, trembling with rage. He pointed at Su Luo, his fingers shaking. "That thug holding a child is really your lover. And you gave birth to his child." Su Luo tilted her head, slightly puzzled. "Lover? Third grand uncle, your choice of words is really unpleasant. He's my boyfriend, my fiancé, Su Luo. The child is called Su Li, very cute, and she's playing upstairs." Her casual and matter-of-fact attitude completely shattered the old man's composure. "Shameless. A brazen harlot. Third uncle could no longer maintain his hypocritical facade of an elder. Like a cornered, dying mongrel, he barked viciously, spittle nearly spraying onto Su Luo's face. The marriage arranged for you by the family is with the legitimate branch of the prestigious Li family, a future full of promise. For a mere girl from a collateral branch like you, that's an honor, a blessing you wouldn't earn in 8 lifetimes. But you ungrateful wretch would rather die than accept it. He trembled with rage and began thumping his cane again. So this is what you've been plotting all along. Instead of walking the proper path of a noble lady and a marriage alliance, you go and seduce some thug from who knows which slum, a man with no background whatsoever. And you even bore him a bastard Shen Liqing. You've disgraced every ancestor of the Shen family. If your parents were alive to see this, they'd die of shame all over again. Su Luo picked at her ear, completely unfazed by third uncle's venomous tirade. She was mentally calculating that once the old fool tired himself out from yelling and ran out of breath, she would immediately kick him out. Her half-truth she had given it, but without a child, seemed to have worked quite well. From now on, this whole mess with the Shen family might finally be off her hands. Peace and quiet. Just then the sound of small footsteps came from the stairwell. Bad old man, don't you dare yell at my mommy. Su Li's crisp voice rang out, fierce and adorable. The little one had somehow been drawn downstairs by the commotion. She clutched her plush starfish, standing on the stairs, glaring furiously at the hideous, twisted old man in the living room. Third uncle's shouting ceased as he turned to look at Su Li on the stairs. That face, those ice blue eyes, those silver-white strands of hair. It was like looking at a miniature copy of the Shen Liqing standing before him. Third uncle's last shred of hope was utterly shattered. The resemblance of blood was undeniable. This little girl really was someone else's child. You. Third uncle's lips quivered. Su Li, however, paid no attention to his anger and continued her tirade with her little mouth. Lily heard everything just now. You wanted to steal mommy's things and even hit her. You're a bad person, a big bad villain. Lily doesn't like you. Go away. A child's innocent words, yet they cut like a sharp dagger, precisely piercing the carefully crafted facade of family elder that third uncle had maintained for decades. They laid bare his greed, hypocrisy, and tyranny for all to see. You little bastard, you're asking for death. Third uncle had completely lost his mind. All his schemes had come to nothing. The shame of being publicly unmasked as a fraud and the fear of losing control over Shen Liqing entirely consumed whatever was left of his sanity. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he unleashed the full pressure of his pseudo-A rank occupation without restraint. Though his talent was only mediocre, the Shen family's vast resources had forcibly pushed his level to nearly 30. Now enraged, he struck. His target was Su Li. His palm shot out, a ball of toxic energy coalescing in his hand, aimed directly at Su Li's throat, a killing blow. Perhaps years of smooth sailing and relying on his seniority had made him forget certain taboos. He cared nothing for where he was, or that his target was merely a child. He only wanted to immediately erase this stain that embarrassed him. Lily. Su Luo's face changed drastically. Though she knew Su Li was no ordinary child, her heart clenched as she moved to intervene. Shen Liqing, who had been watching from the doorway, rushed in. The moment he heard third uncle's curse of little bastard and sensed the killing intent, he moved. Only one thought filled his mind: protect Lily. Shen Liqing's tall frame became a wall, solidly shielding Su Li. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, pushing the power of his pseudo-S rank Ocean Lord to its limit, forming a blue shield. Ugh! Shen Liqing grunted as his back slammed heavily into the stair railing. His clothes were corroded into holes, and the skin on his arms instantly blistered and ulcerated, searing with fiery pain. Daddy! Su Li's face turned pale with fright as she clung tightly to Shen Liqing's leg. So you're Su Luo? Third uncle finally got a clear look at the man who had blocked his killing blow. You? But the words died in his throat. He felt a bone-chilling cold at his back and instinctively dodged to the side. But it was too fast. Far too fast for a master who had merely been boosted by resources to evade. He only felt a chill in his right chest, followed by an indescribable agony. An ice blade pierced through third uncle's back, skewering him clean through. Had he not dodged, it would have struck his heart. Third uncle let out a scream, then looked down in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging out. It was Su Luo. She had somehow appeared behind third uncle, her face utterly expressionless. Do you like it, third uncle? Su Luo taunted, her voice colder than the ice blade itself. Is this the power you crave? She twisted the wrist that held the blade, and the terrifying cold surged violently into third uncle's body through the ice. The blood around his wound began to freeze, and even his screams became intermittent. Attacking Su Li and injuring Shen Liqing had stepped precisely on Su Luo's landmines. They were her beloved little treasure, her untouchable scale. Su Luo was never one for righteous open combat. On the contrary, she was ruthless and venomous. If she could strike from the shadows, she would never confront Hedon. This kind of fake strong, over-leveled, hopped up on pills with less practical combat experience than a street thug. Even if they were several levels above her, they couldn't outplay her. Third uncle, who had spent most of his life being pampered and accustomed to suppressing others with status and resources, never imagined that this junior would be so vicious and decisive. Oh, Any secret arts left? Come on, look into my eyes. A glint of white flashed in Su Luo's eyes. Frost Eye activated. It slowed thought processes and stagnated ability circulation. Third uncle, who had only been surprised, felt the change in his body, his expression shifting drastically to one of terror. In all his years, he had few ways to kill, but countless ways to survive. Even after being run through, he could have escaped. But now he couldn't even activate a secret art. He was truly, just as the third granduncle thought, he was doomed with no time even to utter his last words. The terrifying cold that had been frantically surging into his body suddenly ceased. Not only that, the strange spiritual force that had been suppressing his abilities' operation, rendering him powerless, also vanished. What was going on? The third granduncle's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, but he didn't have time to ponder why that wretched girl had stopped. Flee. He activated his last resort life-saving secret technique. At the same time, the unremarkable jade thumb ring on his finger shattered, transforming into a layer of light that enveloped his entire body. The third granduncle vanished from his spot, reappearing outside the villa a good dozen meters away from Su Luo. The cost was immense. Forcibly activating the secret technique and the life-saving artifact had only worsened his injuries. Without a second thought, he turned and unleashed a violent energy attack. This strike was more intended to drive Su Luo back, preventing her pursuit, and buying himself a moment to breathe and escape. He didn't even expect to harm her. To his surprise, Su Luo stood there motionless like a fool. She made no attempt to dodge or defend. Her cold, clear face was filled with bewilderment and fear. Opportunity. Kill her. The third granduncle's heart leaped with joy. As long as he eliminated this traitor, even if it meant paying a greater price, it would be worth it. Dodge. Shen Liqing saw this, and noticing Su Luo's lack of reaction, was about to activate his life contract to share the damage. Faster than the toxic energy was a brownish energy. In the face of this energy, the toxic energy was as fragile as paper instantly devoured. Even more terrifying, it carried a fierce residual force that viciously backlashed against the third granduncle. His already heavily injured body took another blow, his vitality waning to the extreme. He looked up at the sky in terror, his eyes filled with despair. How dare you lay a hand on my precious student, on my turf? Accompanied by a resonant voice, an old man with graying hair, but a vigorous spirit, materialized from the air. His face was dark, and he radiated a terrifying pressure. It was none other than Feng Zhun, the vice principal of Donghai War Academy and dean of the combat department. Without a word, he raised his hand, and an even more vast power surged from the ground, transforming into countless earth spikes that threatened to skewer the third granduncle into mincemeat. Dean Feng, show mercy. A thick energy barrier enveloped the third granduncle, barely blocking Feng Zhun's furious strike. A middle-aged man in a gray robe with a composed expression also materialized. Shen Liqing's pupils contracted. Shen Pei, one of the core figures of the Shun family's main branch, a pseudo-rank professional who had reportedly just broken through the level 40 threshold and might soon advance to rank. He was the true pillar of the Shun family, nothing like the watered-down third granduncle. Shen Pei blocked Feng Zhun's strike, his expression also turning grave. Clearly, Feng Zhun's strength was greater than he had anticipated. He cupped his hands toward Feng Zhun and said in a tone neither humble nor arrogant, "Dean Feng, please calm your anger. I am Shen Pei, an elder of the Shen family. This one on the ground is Shen Huai, an elder of our Shen family. He acted rashly and offended your academy student. On his behalf, I apologize to you, Dean." Apologize? Feng Zhun laughed in fury, pointing at Shen Huai, who was barely breathing. Shen Pei, right. You came just in time. Let me ask, your Shen family is quite arrogant. This old fool barged into my Donghai Academy's territory, and that blow he just struck was meant to kill, wasn't it? You yourself are an old man, aren't you? Shen Pei thought to himself. Shen Pei grumbled inwardly, about to defend himself. Cough, cough, cough. A weak cough accompanied by the sound of spitting blood rang out. Su Luo, who had been standing there dazed, now appeared, pale, one hand clutching her chest, though she was actually fine. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, giving her the appearance of being severely injured. While gasping for breath, she didn't forget to throw a meaningful glance at the father and daughter beside her. The two understood immediately. Shen Liqing had already been injured from blocking the third granduncle's strike, with burns and decay still on his arm. He wiped his face, let out a muffled groan, and began coughing up blood in large mouthfuls. "Wah, that bad old man hit Daddy and wanted to kill Liar. Grandpa Dean, he called me a little bastard, said our academy is trash, that no one can protect us, boo-hoo." Su Li's little mouth pouted and teardrops fell like pearls, having learned well from someone. Shen Pei. The corner of his mouth twitched. He glanced again at Shen Huai, who was half dead on the ground, confirming that he wasn't acting, but truly on the verge of death. Ahem. Ahem. Shen Pei tried to find a way out. Dean Feng, perhaps the elder's intention was merely to discipline a junior of the family, to handle some family internal matters, but he lost control. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Liqing, who had been coughing blood just a moment ago, suddenly became animated. Elder Shen Pei, Shen Liqing sneered. Isn't the family junior you speak of already unfortunately deceased in the Binhai tsunami? Wasn't she already formally expelled from the Shun family by your main branch under the name of defying the family's marriage arrangement, causing great losses to the family? Shinpei was taken aback. It was true, but upon learning that Shun Liqing was alive and had awakened and shrank profession, the family had immediately rescinded that decision. How did this fellow Su Luo know so clearly? I told him. Su Luo interjected at the right moment. What? After the Shin family did such a chilling thing to me, am I not allowed to tell? My boyfriend. Her words were like knives cutting straight into the Shun family's hypocrisy. Shinpei's face turned extremely ugly. He hadn't expected that this girl already knew and was clearly filled with deep hatred. Shut up. Hearing Su Luo's accusations, the third granduncle, who had been lying on the ground playing dead, had a brief resurgence of energy and started barking again. He pointed at Su Li and cursed loudly. You still have the nerve to mention the family. As a woman of the Shin family, you didn't abide by proper conduct, committed adultery, and gave birth to this. This bastard. Expelling you from the family was only right and proper. It was cleaning house, it was. Enough. Shinpei shouted angrily, cutting off Shin Huai. His face was ashen, cursing this old fool under his breath. This would only push Shin Liqing further away from the family. Sending him to handle such an important matter was the biggest mistake. Shinpei composed himself, intending to offer some benefits to salvage the situation. But he saw Fengzhen land on the ground, grumbling, pretending to heal the three of them. I came here today mainly to bring some small gifts to my precious darlings. It seemed to be directed at the three, but in reality, it was meant for the two Shin family members. He had only come to deliver something, but stumbled upon someone sabotaging his great plan to benefit humanity. How damnable. He resolved to stand up for his students. Shinpei's lips moved, but in the end he remained silent. The situation was stronger than him. Fengzhen was clearly determined to protect his own to the end. With a flash of light in his hand, Fengzhen conjured several exquisite boxes, as if by magic. He first looked at Shun Liqing, a knowing smile curling on his lips. Young Su. Fengzhen opened the first elongated box, revealing a deep blue belt lying within. This is for you. It amplifies water-type abilities. Beside it lay a pendant and a wristwatch. The pendant calms the mind and steadies the spirit, while the watch can generate a small water shield. The man's trifecta, all set. The others are mere trinkets. This enhanced constitution. That's the real deal. After saying this, he winked at Shin Liqing. You know what I mean. Shin Liqing accepted the three items, awkwardly thanking Fengzhen in response to his insinuations. Ah, and here comes our little princess. Fengzhen turned to Su Li, his face beaming with a kind smile, as his tone turned infinitely gentle. He produced an even smaller, more delicate box. Inside were a silver anklet strung with tiny seashells and pearls, a matching bracelet, and a peace lock. Be good, liar. Come, let Grandpa Feng put these on you. Fengzhen crouched down, carefully fastening the anklet, bracelet, and peace lock onto Su Li. The little girl curiously shook her wrists and ankles, the shells and pearls tinkling as she giggled with delight. These are all fine things. They'll keep our little liar safe, healthy, and growing strong. Fengzhen patted Su Li's head, a look of deep satisfaction on his face. Finally, Fengzhen turned to Su Luo. The box held a necklace, a pair of earrings, and a bracelet. Kid, these three are no ordinary items. They're a set called the Ice Soul Triad, Fengzhen announced solemnly. Perfectly matched with your strength, Ice Goddess. You'll understand their power yourself. Su Luo accepted them without hesitation and put them on immediately. The ice blue gems complemented her silver hair and fair skin, adding to her ethereal cold beauty. There was supposed to be a ring too, but I thought that wasn't something I should give, Fengzhen added with a smile. A faint blush crept across Su Luo's face as she stole a glance at Shun Liqing, who was still deeply immersed in feeling the amplification. Until Fengzhen let out a tisk and said, "Don't you think so, young Su?" Only then did Shun Liqing snap back, nodding absent-mindedly with a string of "oh." The display of these epic-grade accessories had already turned Shun Huai, lying nearby, green with envy. Even Shinpei felt a deep sense of helplessness. The Shin family, indeed, couldn't afford such a grand gesture, and even if they could, they wouldn't be willing. But this wasn't the end. This time what Fengzhen produced made even Shinpei let out an involuntary low cry, a growth-type weapon. It was a blade embryo, about 4 feet long, pitch black, its surface covered with silver patterns. The blade was not yet sharpened, lacking a hilt or guard, merely a rough, unformed embryo. Yet lying quietly in Fengzhen's hand, it exuded a heavy, sharp, and overwhelming pressure. It felt as if grasping it could command an entire ocean. Made primarily from deep-sea mystic iron mixed with a bit of whale king's bone powder, Fengzhen introduced the top-tier materials casually enough to drive countless powerhouses mad with desire. This is a true growth-type embryo with an exceptionally solid foundation. Once it's forged and sharpened by a master blacksmith and infused with compatible materials, its potential will be limitless. Miss Shin, take good care of it. It's worth more than those 3 sets of accessories combined. Shinpei, though a formidable figure with his own growth-type weapon, only possessed the lowest grade, acquired at great cost of family resources. The pressure emanating from this blade embryo alone surpassed that of his long-nurtured sword by more than a notch. The Eastern War Academy. was willing to part with something like this. He took a deep breath as if making a monumental decision and forced the most sincere smile of his life onto his face as he addressed Su Luo. Leeching, I was foolish earlier, and the family was deceived. Listen to me. This growth-type blade embryo in your hands is just a rough blank unable to unleash its true power. The Shin family can help you. Our deep family heritage can secure the finest master blacksmiths and the best auxiliary materials to forge and sharpen it for you. I guarantee it will become the divine weapon best suited to you. And, fearing Su Luo would refuse, he upped the ante. If you agree to return to the family now, an elder's seat awaits you. Resources, the family treasury will be open to you. If you don't favor the blade, we can trade for equivalent value, and you won't lose out. This somewhat familiar speech left not only Feng Zhan and the others dumbfounded, but even Shen Huai was stunned momentarily, forgetting his pain. There's another master. Su Luo lowered her head in thought for a long time, finally figuring out how to retort. She lifted her pretty face, revealing the brightest smile. He'll trade you for 8 cents, you old fool. After her outburst, Su Luo gave Shen Pei no chance to speak again. She reached out and grabbed Shen Liking's hand. Before he could understand what she was doing, he felt a sharp pain on his index finger. Su Luo lowered her head and bit his fingertip hard. Bright red blood immediately welled up. What are you doing? Feng Zhan's face changed color, but it was too late to stop her. Su Luo took Shen Liking's bleeding finger and pressed it onto the blade embryo. The embryo began to tremble, the silver patterns on its surface glowing as it greedily absorbed the blood. A surge of energy imbued with the power of an endless ocean spread outward, whipping Su Luo's silver hair into a frenzy. Bonding, and an extremely compatible one at that. Feng Zhan's hand half extended to intervene, frozen midair. This compatibility, he murmured, most of his anger dissipating. He had been pained at the thought of this top-tier embryo being wasted, but it turned out this kid's compatibility with it was quite high. Shen Liqing himself was stunned. This cold, lifeless metal felt as if it had become part of his own body. The power of Ocean Lord within him surged and rejoiced, mingling with the blade embryo's aura. Ocean Lord pseudo shrank. Su Luo released his hand, tilting her chin triumphantly, and laughed. It's yours now. Name it yourself. Much more practical than someone's empty promises, isn't it? Fine, an ungrateful wretch. Shen Pei, snapping back to reality, laughed bitterly in anger. He'll remember today's humiliation from the Shun family. He couldn't bear to look at this despicable family any longer, wanting only to leave this place that had shamed him. Hold on. Feng Zhan, hands clasped behind his back, strolled slowly before the two, his polite smile gone. Elder Shen Pei, did I say you could leave? Have you settled that old man's account yet? Shen Pei could no longer hold back upon hearing this. He had resigned himself to failing to retrieve the person and had endured watching one farce after another. But when third granduncle Shen Huai had been beaten to such a wretched state, and they were still being targeted for trouble, even his good temper reached its boiling point. Feng Zhan, what more do you want? You've beaten our people, you've humiliated us. Do you truly think I, Shen Pei, am made of clay? The aura around him hovered on the verge of eruption, the ground trembling slightly. Even a clay figure has a temper. He wanted Feng Zhan to know that Shen Pei was not someone to be trifled with. Today I, Shen Pei, shall test the mettle of the vice principal of the East Sea War Academy. Feng Zhan picked his ear, annoyed by the repeated mention of vice principal. He waved at Su Luo and the others. Take Xiao Liar back a ways. Elder Shen is not someone you can handle. 2 minutes later, you have picked up Elder Shen Pei's storage pouch. Picked up rare materials, deep sea forbidden gold X1, ancient space, stone X3. That's all it drops. Feng Zhan shook the pouch in dissatisfaction. Well, better than nothing. These should be enough to fuse your blade blank for the first stage. At these words, the bruised and swollen Shen Pei nearly fainted from the shock. Those were the top-tier materials he had spent a fortune to acquire for his own growth-type weapon. They were his most treasured possessions, and now all was lost. Just when Su Luo thought it was over, Feng Zhan mysteriously pulled out a black box and pressed it into her hands. Almost forgot this. It's from those little trinkets you won at the freshman ceremony, converted into something useful. I picked it out specially for you, a good thing. Take it back. In private, look it over slowly, use it well. He signaled Su Luo with his eyes not to make a fuss. Also, that application you submitted last time, I've approved it. You can start work in a few days. With that, he stepped into the air and departed gracefully, leaving behind no trace of deeds. Su Luo knew that her deliberate ploy of feigning resistance had been seen through long ago. That old man had been willing to play along with her for so long. After a moment of hesitation, she called out into the sky, "Hey, you're so good to me, but I won't repay you." A hearty laugh responded. Shen Pei collapsed on the ground, struggled to his feet after a long time. Third granduncle Shen Huai, now that the demon Feng Zhan had truly left, regained some of his courage. He glared at Su Luo, then at Shen Liqing, and cursed venomously, "You little bastard. Your parents. Best watch your step." The blatant threat sent a chill through Shen Liqing's eyes. But Su Luo smiled a radiant smile. She even stepped forward, tilted her head, and with her cool face, made an expression that was both innocent and mischievous. "Yes, my boyfriend has parents, but I, Shen Liqing, also have a clan. She paused, her smile growing even brighter, her words sending a chill down Shenpei and Shun Huai's spines. There are quite a few students surnamed Shun in the academy, aren't there? Probably all elites of the Maid family. What do you two think? If I'm in a bad mood someday, or hit a bottleneck in my cultivation and follow the example of that senior, we'll find some clan members for a sparring session, exchange some affection, and maybe improve my talent. Who knows, S rank might not be out of reach. At these words, Shenpei felt a chill run through his body. Although Su Luo's strength was worlds apart from his, he didn't doubt she was lying. You dare. Shun Huai's eyes bulged with rage, but all he could do was spit out a mouthful of blood. If you fiend, let's go. Shenpei could no longer stay. He grabbed the half-dead Shun Huai from the ground, dragging him like a dead dog. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed, his back haggard and panicked, stripped of the dignity of a Shun family elder. The world finally fell silent. Su Luo let out a long breath, but turned to find Shen Liqing still holding the blade blank, standing in a daze, lost in thought. Hey master. Su Luo waved a hand before his eyes. Shen Liqing snapped back to reality and looked up at her. Why, oi? Huh? Why what? Su Luo was momentarily confused. This blade blank, Shen Liqing weighed it in his hand. Dean Feng gave it to you. Why did you force it to recognize me as its master? Su Luo pouted, her tone matter-of-fact. I can't use a blade anyway. It doesn't suit my ice goddess image at all. She tossed her silver hair. And besides, she shifted her tone, her gaze flicking to the upright stance Shen Liqing subconsciously adopted when holding the blade, a small smile curling at the corner of her mouth. I think you look pretty cool when you use a blade. Anyway, it's mine. I give it to whoever I want. Well, you don't want it. Give it back then. She made a move to take it. Shen Liqing instinctively hid the blade blank behind his back, like a puppy guarding its food. The movement surprised even himself, and his face flushed slightly. Su Luo burst out laughing. Look at you, so pathetic. Keep it, don't worry, I have something better. Shen Liqing looked at her, not short of cash expression, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. He stopped deliberating and nodded. Thanks. Remembering Shun Huai's parting threat, his expression darkened. He added, don't worry too much about that old dog. Shun Huai's words. The authorities should have already arranged people to protect mom and dad secretly. In the safe zone, they won't dare to act too blatantly. Su Luo seemed completely unfazed by the threat. She immediately changed the subject, her eyes sparkling. Hey, did you say earlier that you'd cook lunch? Hurry up, I'm starving. Liar, are you hungry? Hungry. Su Li, who had been quietly hiding behind Shen Liqing's leg, immediately raised her little hand and chirped. Liar wants to eat daddy's cooking. All right. Shen Liqing, warmed by the expectant looks of the two, felt the gloom lift somewhat. He'll go cook. You two wait. Su Luo picked up Su Li and trotted into the house cheerfully. Shen Liqing reached for the items in the shopping bag, but paused. Strange. He muttered to himself. Seems like something's missing. This morning, besides vegetables and meat, he had specifically gone to the pharmacy to buy anti-inflammatory medicine and something else very important. What was it? Lost or taken by someone? While he was puzzled, Su Luo had settled Su Li in the living room with building blocks and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The sunlight outside was perfect, illuminating the quiet garden. Deep within Su Luo's ice-blue pupils, a flash of frosty white flickered. If Shen Liqing had noticed her gaze, he would have been shocked. Because even on the day she had betrayed him, Su Luo's eyes had never held such intense murderous intent. Frost eye. Her vision ignored obstacles, looking toward a certain direction. After a moment, the frosty white dissipated. Su Luo smiled a smile that sent chills. She lightly snapped her fingers with a casual gesture. Having done that, the coldness on her face vanished, replaced by her usual relaxed demeanor. She casually took off her dark coat, revealing the foxgirl dress underneath. Her fluffy white tail swayed gently behind her. She walked with light steps, humming a disjointed tune, heading toward the kitchen. At the kitchen doorway, she leaned against the frame, her voice switching to a sweet tone, dragging out the words, Mas, Ter. Does Luo need any help? Chopping vegetables? Washing? Or a shoulder rub? Shenpei flew low, his face dark as he dragged third great-uncle Shun Huai along. Even with only half a breath left in him, Shun Huai's foul mouth refused to rest. Between spitting blood, he managed to curse and rail in broken phrases. Whore, little bastard. You'll die a horrible death. Foam. That old dog foam sooner or later. They'll skin you alive. Shenpei grew even more agitated, tempted to simply drop the old wretch to his death. If it weren't for the old man's arrogance and his aggressive approach that had thoroughly offended Shen Liqing, making today's situation impossible, that shrank genius, that top-tier growing blade embryo, those epic-tier accessories. Perhaps they could have been brought into the Shun family's fold. The old man had ruined everything, but he held a high status as an elder of the clan. Even causing such a disaster today, he would probably only face a few mild reprimands and a few days of confinement back home. Just as they flew out of the Donghai War Academy's territory and entered a desolate hilly region, a scream pierced the air. Ah! Shen Huai, still being dragged by Shenpei, suddenly let out a pained shriek. He had been relying on his pseudo-rank physique and residual supernatural power to barely keep his injuries from worsening, but now his supernatural power ceased to circulate. My! Shenpei was startled. Though he wished the old man dead, he couldn't die by his hand nor here. Otherwise he would have no way to explain himself back home. He immediately halted his flight and poured pure supernatural power into the old man, trying to stabilize his injuries. Yet the moment his power entered Shun Huai's body, it acted like a fuse igniting a bomb buried within. Terrifying cold energy erupted instantly. Even Shun Pei suffered minor injuries from the ice blast. Looking at Shun Huai on the ground, he could no longer be called human. His body was shredded with only a faint rise and fall of his chest, proving he clung to life. Save me. Save me, Elder Pei. Shun Huai begged in despair. Shin Pei instinctively reached for the last of his life-saving elixirs. Just then a thought flashed through his mind. If third great-uncle Shun Huai died here slain by the trap Shin Liqing left behind, then those elders within the Shin family, who still harbored illusions about recruiting that rebellious girl, would no longer maintain their ambiguous stance, would they? Shin Pei slowly ceased his flow of supernatural power and simply watched him. Shun Huai's remaining eye first showed pleading, then confusion, and finally once realization dawned venomous hatred. Shin Pei, you beast! He gasped with his last strength. I am your father. The curse stopped abruptly. Shin Pei wondered if he had misheard. The old man claimed to be his father. Impossible. His father was the previous clan leader. He had obtained so many resources thanks to both his talent and his status. He must have misheard. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward to collect evidence. The residual ice-based supernatural power within Shun Huai's body was ample proof that little wretch Shun Liqing had done the deed. He carefully probed the wounds on Shun Huai's corpse, preparing to extract a trace of ice energy to seal away. But at that moment, a familiar earthy brown energy surged out from the corpse, beginning to neutralize the ice energy. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, all traces of the residual ice energy, along with the earthy brown energy, vanished into thin air. Shin Pei froze. The evidence was gone. After a delightful lunch, Su Li, full and content, had praised her father along with her mother, and now slept soundly in the children's room, her soft snores barely audible. In the living room, Shin Liqing sat on the sofa poring over a material list. The sheet was densely packed with names, images, properties, and prices of various auxiliary materials that could be used to fuse into the blade embryo. Dean Feng had already sponsored the rare main ingredient, but the first stage of forging still required many common yet essential base materials. At his feet knelt a particularly diligent white-furred fox girl in a cheongsam, Su Luo. She had resigned herself to kneeling on the soft carpet, her posture impeccably correct. Her 2 small, delicate fists, neither too hard nor too soft, rhythmically massaged Shun Liqing's calves. Her large white foxtail was also busy gracefully curling around a coffee cup filled with freshly brewed hot coffee. The tail subtly adjusted the angle, ensuring the coffee could be steadily handed to her master at any moment. Without using her supernatural power, relying solely on physical effort, her knees began to ache and her wrists grew sore after a while. Su Luo silently complained about Shin Liqing. Why was he taking so long to look at the materials? Yet her face maintained a docile and obedient expression, occasionally moving her numb toes discreetly. Just when she felt her knees were about to give out, Shin Liqing seemed to finish reading. He looked at the hard-working little fox girl. Sensing his gaze, she immediately raised her eyes, displaying a perfectly appropriate hint of inquiry and ingratiating smile. She thought her master wanted coffee, so she quickly controlled her tail to carefully nudge the cup closer to his hand. But Shin Liqing shook his head, refusing the coffee. He seemed to ponder for a while, as if mentally preparing something. After a long time, he finally made up his mind, but the words that came out were a mess. Woman, you have pleased me. Su Luo's hands froze mid-massage. Her beautiful eyes reflected a huge question mark. What the hell was he on about? Ever since their last meeting at her home, his behavior and words had become increasingly bizarre, awkward, domineering, pretentious. Each time worse than the last. Su Luo's toes curled adorably, digging into the carpet, unable to comprehend and unwilling to respect. After much thought, she decided to indulge him one last time. This is what Luo should do. One last time. If he went crazy again, she would no longer tolerate it. She could accept a cold and aloof master's orders, but not a brain-dead, greasy CEO wannabe. After uttering that unbearably cringy line, even Shun Liqing couldn't help but want to laugh. He pretended to be calm, turning his gaze away, afraid to see Su Luo's expression. Just then a system notification tone only he could hear echoed in his mind. Ding. Skill actor level increased. Current level LV. 2. Exclusive roleplay mission declaration of the CEO completed. 33 mission evaluation. The maid did not see through the master's act, but cooperated fully. Mission completion perfect. Mission reward issued. Master and maid each receive 1 skill level upgrade opportunity, can be used to upgrade any existing skill of choice. Shin Liqing felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Finally, that damn mission was over. After the last reconnection, he had acquired this new skill actor. The origin needed no elaboration. He had initially thought it quite useless, but to his surprise it had spawned a system quest function. The first task was this embarrassingly cringeworthy roleplay of a domineering CEO. Fortunately, the rewards were generous, and with the skill's enhancement, he would never have agreed otherwise. He couldn't help but sneak another glance at Su Luo. Well, although she seemed dazed and didn't quite grasp it, she was quite cooperative, kneeling when told, massaging legs when asked without undermining him. He really felt like rewarding her with a meal. By the way, the system just prompted that we each received a skill upgrade opportunity. Take a look and see which one you want to upgrade, he said, tapping in the air with his finger to share the master-exclusive information with Su Luo. Su Luo's eyes lit up, and she immediately stopped massaging his legs to check her own system panel. Really? Thank you, master. She sweetly expressed her gratitude, a vague guess forming in her mind. Just after pulling off something big, there was a reward, likely a new system feature. She knew it, a sweet and aloof dual cultivation. Maid wouldn't end up with a greasy, domineering CO. A cool and proud master was her type. The master must have his reasons for doing this, as she shouldn't question him so casually again. With a thought, Shin Liqing directly chose to upgrade Maid's Kiss. This passive skill was both powerful and practical. Maid's Kiss LV. 2 LV. 3 gain a 30 boost to the base attributes of the strongest bound Maid. Su Luo's choice was more straightforward. Frost ILV. 1 LV. 2. Frost Gaze slows target's thoughts and movements, hinders ability activation. This was her most frequently used and most effective killing move, fast to execute, powerful in effect. The most heaven-defying aspect was the mental immunity effect, rendering all mental-type professions helpless before her. The roleplay task was complete, and the rewards were claimed. Shin Liqing looked at the little fox-eared girl still kneeling at his feet, savoring the effects of her new skill, and said, "All right, get up." "Yes, master." Su Luo responded, and stood up swiftly. Perhaps out of habit, she naturally settled down next to Shin Liqing. Kneeling, the hem of her white qipao spread out, and her fluffy fox tail curled docilely. Her posture was practiced to a heartbreaking degree. Shin Liqing opened his mouth, intending to suggest that they could be a bit less master-servant from now on, maintaining a relatively equal relationship. After all, in their current situation, neither could do without the other. But seeing Su Luo's utterly natural posture, as if it were only right for her to kneel beside him, seeing her slightly lowered lashes, and the small smile on her face as she met his gaze, Shin Liqing swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Forget it, as long as she was happy. Let her be. He pulled up the system panel and glanced at the quest log. No new tasks had been generated immediately. It seemed this thing wasn't a continuous series, it required specific situations to trigger. That was fine. It saved him from having to come up with those disgusting lines. "Want to accompany me to the Academy's forging workshop this afternoon?" Shin Liqing suggested, his tone consultative. "Sure." Su Luo nodded immediately, also looking forward to seeing the blade blank that belonged to Shin Liqing. "Get it done sooner. You'll definitely look cooler wielding a blade," she added, a casual compliment. Shin Liqing felt a bit awkward from her praise, and turned his gaze to the window to hide it. On the path through the villa district, students walked by, chatting and laughing, heading toward the teaching building. Students. Shin Liqing suddenly realized. He and Su Luo had been indulging in this luxurious villa for a full 2 days without attending class. And they hadn't even asked for leave. Damn. Shin Liqing leaped off the sofa, panicked. We've missed 2 days of class." Su Luo was startled by him, her fox ears twitching. She blinked blankly at first, then burst into laughter. "You only just remembered now? Isn't it a bit too late?" Shin Liqing was a bit displeased by her carefree laughter. He put on a stern face and said seriously, "What's so funny? This is serious. Even if Dean Feng goes easy on us, school rules are school rules. It's only been a few days since the semester started, and we've already been absent without leave for 2 days. How do we explain this to our advisor? We have to go find the advisor right now to get a leave slip and explain the situation." Su Luo tried hard to keep a straight face and said with mock seriousness, "Student Shin Liqing being absent without leave is a serious offense. Now you can explain the situation to me. Whether you can get a leave slip depends on your attitude in admitting fault." She couldn't finish before she started giggling again. Shin Liqing shot her a glare. This woman had no sense of urgency. He really didn't have time to play around with her. Seeing that he was about to change clothes, Su Luo quickly grabbed him. Hey, look at this." She handed him a piece of paper. Shin Liqing took it. It was a stamped employment certificate, Special Appointed Instructor, Combat Department, EC War Academy, Shin Liqing. His first reaction was that Su Luo was up to her tricks again. Fake, right? Shin Liqing frowned in suspicion. How could this be real? Her, an instructor? Teaching who? Teaching him. Don't believe it. Su Luo crossed her arms smugly. Remember what Dean Feng said before he left. You think I was joking? Shin Liqing recalled Feng Zhen's cryptic remark. Could it be real? How could you possibly? Shin Liqing still found it absurd. An instructor? You. Why can't it be? Su Luo puffed out her chest, her qipao barely holding. I'm an S-rank ice goddess with extensive combat experience. I've even crashed the Deep Sea Emperor's party. Teaching a bunch of rookies is more than enough, okay? She giggled. And I specifically applied to teach the combat department. Well, your class. She stepped forward, leaning close to Shin Liqing, her voice both sweet and provocative. So Su, classmate, from now on in class remember to call me Instructor Shin. Think about how to satisfy Instructor Shin, and maybe he'll take pity on you and give you that leave slip. Shin Liqing was both annoyed and amused. Instructor Shin, he repeated. Guess whether in broad daylight this student dares to take you right here and now. Su Luo's smug smile froze as she saw Shun Liking's familiar aggressive gaze, just like last night. Hey Shen Liqing, what are you doing? Don't you know to respect your teacher? Su Luo shouted, her bravado hollow as she tried to use her new identity as a shield. I'm your instructor, don't you dare mess around. Instructor? Shen Liqing scoffed, completely ignoring her nonsense. Shen Liqing extended his arm, directly encircling Su Luo's slender and supple waist. With a slight exertion of strength, he lifted her horizontally into his arms. It was a classic bridal carry. Su Luo, caught off guard, let out a startled cry, her hands instinctively hooking around his neck. Master, I was wrong. Put me down. She no longer dared to maintain the facade of a teacher. Shen Liqing ignored her, striding toward the bedroom with clear intent. The figure in his arms felt as light as a feather, exuding a cool fragrance. Seeing his determined demeanor, Su Luo was genuinely panicked. She struggled, but Shun Liking's grip remained immovable. No, master. Her voice turned soft and urgent, tinged with a pitiful sob. Please spare me, I haven't recovered from yesterday yet. It still hurts a bit. I really can't. I beg you. As she pleaded, she buried her face into the hollow of Shun Liking's neck, looking utterly terrified. Shen Liqing looked down at the beauty in his arms. Su Luo raised her small face, her big eyes glistening with tears, her pitiful expression seemingly genuine. The unconscious dependence and surrender in her call of master stirred a certain dark fire within Shun Liqing, teetering on the edge of combustion. He stared at her for a few seconds. Just as Su Luo expected him to continue, he relaxed his arms and gently set her down. Her feet touched the soft carpet again, and Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief, though her legs still felt weak. Forget it. Shun Liqing raised his hand and flicked her forehead lightly. This one will be owed for now. As if debts weighed on him. Su Luo covered her forehead, too afraid to speak out in anger, but could only mumble a dejected, "Oh." Finally she added in a voice barely audible, "Disobedient disciple." Shen Liqing raised an eyebrow, about to retort, when the door to the children's room opened. Little Su Li, rubbing her sleepy eyes with a mop of tousled silver hair, clutching her plush starfish, staggered out. Seeing the two in the living room, she immediately perked up and called out in a milky voice, "Daddy, Mommy, hug." Well, any plans for the rest were moot. The family of three got ready and headed straight for the academy's forging workshop. Su Luo conscientiously changed out of her foxgirl outfit into a refreshing deep blue dress. That special attire was only for private enjoyment, though outside, she needed to maintain her aloof goddess image. The workshop hall was bustling with students and staff. Their arrival drew at most a few extra glances, but nothing that made them a spectacle. This was the normalcy of university life. Most people were absorbed in their own affairs. Shen Liqing told the two to wait in the lounge area, while he took the material list and the precious blade blank to consult the master forger in charge. Not long after he emerged. His steps were brisk, but his expression was odd, as if he was holding something back, tinged with embarrassment. How did it go? What did the master say? Su Luo put away her communicator and stood up. "Amen." Shen Liqing nodded, stepping closer and lowering his voice. "The materials are all confirmed fine. I also contacted Master Hong Xian. He's the most skilled craftsman in the academy. Dean Feng did put in a good word, giving us the maximum internal discount." "That's good, isn't it?" Su Luo noticed his uneasy expression. "So what's next? When will it start?" Then, Shen Liqing couldn't meet Su Luo's eyes. The master said, "We need to pay a deposit first." "Deposit?" Su Luo blinked. "How much?" Shen Liqing named a figure. Su Luo let out an, "Oh," not overly concerned. "That's fine, much cheaper than the market price outside." I didn't pay it." Shen Liking's face flushed red. Su Luo understood. "Not enough money?" she asked softly. Shen Liqing nodded reluctantly, his head hanging lower. He felt his face burning worse than when he had been roasted by the furnace in the workshop. Back in the taxi, he had secretly vowed to himself to shoulder the responsibility of providing for the family. But so far the house was what Su Luo had sold herself to the academy to obtain. The jewelry and equipment on him were gifts from Su Luo. Even the blade blank was given by her. Now even paying the deposit for this blade blank required him to turn to Su Luo. Initially he had justified to himself that it was merely borrowing from Su Luo, which he would repay double, and he had prepared himself for mockery. But this time Su Luo's eyes held no trace of the usual derision she showed when he was cornered, nor any blame or disdain. Instead, she deliberately lowered her voice to avoid being overheard by others. This made him even more embarrassed, yet also strangely puzzled. Could his situation be considered eating soft rice? Su Luo seemed to read his mind, smiling. "You've already taken advantage of me, so what's the harm in eating a little soft rice?" Hearing this, Shen Liqing instinctively glanced around like a thief, ensuring no one was watching. This is different," he retorted through gritted teeth after a long pause. "Taking advantage? That was mutual benefit. Soft rice? No way," he said earnestly. "This money counts as a loan from you. You'll repay it double." Just as Shen Liqing always felt he couldn't see through Su Luo, sometimes Su Luo couldn't understand Shen Liqing either. She wondered inwardly, why is this guy so stubborn? They had shared the intimacy of a married couple more than once, raised a child together, and lived under the same roof, sharing a bed. One could say they were not married, but more than married. Yet he was so particular about this small sum of money, a grown man with a prickly temper that was harder to soothe than Su Li's. Besides, if she was raising Su Li, she could just as well raise Shen Liqing. Her maternal radiance, illuminating one more person, wouldn't cost her anything. Oh, come on, it's just a little money. Su Luo dismissed it entirely, taking Shen Liqing's hand naturally. It doesn't matter whether you pay it back or not. Of course, if you really want, I won't stop you, okay? She coaxed and cajoled, trying to lighten the heavy burden of debt and psychological pressure on Shen Liqing. Shen Liqing inexplicably felt this scene was familiar. Oh right, this was the exact tone she had used when tricking him into signing the contract. Just then the background music in the hall suddenly switched, always asking from you, never knowing how to say thank you. Su Luo knew all her efforts to comfort him were in vain. The lyrics were like a tiny needle piercing precisely the fragile bubble of Shen Liqing's self-esteem. He looked at Su Luo, radiant with her smile, then at his own empty pockets. This wasn't a warm family of three. It was clearly a divorced man with 2 kids. This realization made his vision darken, and he nearly staggered. No, I must repay it. Shen Liqing's tone was resolute, almost tragic. As if to prove something, he stubbornly straightened his back. Su Luo was amused by his reaction, both annoyed and amused. Fine, I'll pay back. Such spirit. So now how about paying the deposit first? She waved her hand, grandly. Wait, I'll allocate funds for disaster relief, right now. Full of confidence, she pulled up her communicator's account interface and began tapping rapidly on the holographic screen. However, a few seconds later, that tycoon demeanor vanished from her face. The screen clearly displayed her balance. The zeros trailing behind were pitifully few, not even enough to cover Su Li's daily premium jerky expenses. It seemed she had forgotten. Though she possessed many valuable treasures, she was still penniless. Shen Liqing also saw that glaring balance number. He was stunned for a moment, then noticed Su Luo's crestfallen, embarrassed, and coldly delicate face. The previous frustration somehow dissipated considerably. Instead of feeling sad, he actually felt more at ease. Compared to his own inadequacy, his wife's wealth was far more unbearable. Well, Shen Liqing offered a sympathetic smile of understanding. Maybe we should just forget it. Let's come back when I've saved enough. These words were like stepping on Su Luo's already fragile pride. No way. She immediately bristled and retorted. What's a little money like this? She bluffed, quickly rifling through her mental inventory of assets. I can just sell some useless treasures I have on me. Wait. She began rummaging through her spatial pouch, with great seriousness, muttering to herself, epic dear jewelry. No, that was from old Feng selling. It would be too wasteful, and I need it for combat. Those spare battle suits. Probably not worth much. Monster materials in the space ring. Mediocre quality, hard to sell, and too much trouble. She dug around for a while, pulling out either top-tier items she couldn't bear to part with, or useless trinkets. The more she searched, the more her cold, composed face couldn't hold up, her brows furrowing tighter. Shen Liqing watched from the side, initially holding back laughter, but gradually becoming genuinely curious. He hadn't expected Su Luo to carry so many odds and ends. And judging by her troubled expression, there really didn't seem to be anything suitable for quick liquidation. Su Luo was also frustrated. She couldn't bear to part with the good stuff, and the junk wasn't worth anything. Her eyes darted across several items, and finally, as if making a decision, she said, forget it, I'll go with this. She pulled out the black box that Feng Zhun had mysteriously shoved into her hands before leaving. The box was small, exuding an air of mysterious and expensive, but not quite proper. He'll sell this. Su Luo thrust the black box toward Shen, Liqing, her expression one of utter resignation. I've looked at it. I won't use it anyway, and am confident I can get a good price. Wait. Shen Liqing immediately stopped her, his brow furrowing. How can you just sell something Dean Feng specially gave you? He remembered the meaningful, sly grin and glance Feng Zhun had given him. He paused, his curiosity fully piqued, and couldn't help asking, but what exactly is this thing? Su Luo's heart skipped a beat, panic flashing in her eyes. Well, she stammered, trying to muddle through. I've seen it. It's really not anything proper. Probably we won't need it either. Forget about it. As she spoke, she tried to snatch the black box back, her movements betraying her guilt. The more she evaded, the more Shen Liqing's curiosity clawed at him like a cat's paw. Not needed. That old fox Feng Zhun had specifically emphasized use it well in private. How could it be useless? Oh. Shen Liqing pulled his hand back, easily dodging Su Luo's grab. He put on a stern face and threatened, teacher Shan, if you don't tell the truth, he'll collect that debt you owe me with interest right here, right now. The threat was highly effective. Su Luo's mind uncontrollably flashed with certain memories that made her legs weak. You despicable man. Su Luo glared at Shen Liqing, both embarrassed and angry. Huffing and puffing, yet helpless, she stomped her foot in defeat. Fine, look for yourself, but don't regret it. Old Feng is just a shameless old man. She turned her face away, adopting an expression that said, out of sight, out of mind. It's not my shame. Seeing her reaction, Shen Liqing grew even more curious. He carefully opened the box. It wasn't the kind of exotic equipment or scroll he had imagined. It was a small bottle. The bottle was made of deep blue glass, exquisitely crafted, resembling a high-end perfume bottle. A small, equally refined label was attached to the bottle. The label bore several clear bold characters, Shidi Nafe Plus Edition. Below it was a line of smaller text, nourishes yin and yang, extremely potent. Shun Liqing. He turned the little blue bottle over in his hands, examining it from all angles. The name sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had glimpsed it in some medical journal or street-side advertisement. An energy potion. Something to replenish stamina. Or some kind of advanced supplement. Old Feng Zhun had mysteriously slipped Su Luo a tonic because she was the ice goddess with yin cold disposition that needed yang supplementation. Shun Liqing was lost in the confusion of his knowledge gap. Holding the bottle, he looked at Su Luo with an innocent, curious expression. This is. Su Luo was almost defeated by Shun Liqing's pure ignorance. Was this guy really clueless or just pretending? Seeing his dazed, earnest face, seeking enlightenment, she wished she could crawl into a hole in the ground. She quickly glanced left and right to make sure no one was watching their corner. Then she stood on tiptoe and swiftly leaned close to Shun Liqing's ear. Shun Liqing held his breath. Then he heard Su Luo's voice, barely audible, rapid and low, gritting out a few key words through clenched teeth. Idiot. The little blue pill. You know, the one you take before. Got it. Shun Liqing's head, which had been filled with question marks, exploded with those key words. Cough, cough. He choked on his own saliva and fumbled to close the box. Feng Zhun, Old Feng, the esteemed vice principal of the East Sea War Academy and dean of the combat department. He actually gave Su Luo something like this. This was no longer just being disrespectful to one's age. This was simply too insulting, humiliating. CC. Su Luo felt less embarrassed seeing Shun Liqing's thunderstruck expression. She planted her hands on her hips, trying to maintain some dignity, though her flushed cheeks gave her away. I told you we're young and vigorous. Do we need this kind of stuff? Sell it quickly, out of sight, out of mind. This time Shun Liqing's reaction was unexpected. Shun Liqing nonchalantly tucked the box into his pocket. No, he said, covering the pocket. I can't sell this. Not for now. What do you want to keep it for? Su Luo looked at him suspiciously. Or are you thinking? What are you thinking? Shun Liqing felt uneasy under her gaze. I think since it was a gift from Dean Feng, if we sell it, and he finds out, he'll lose face. It's not good. Besides, selling something like this, it would sound terrible. Seeming to think the reason wasn't strong enough, he added, besides, what if? Just what if? There's some special occasion in the future when we need to make a great impression. Right? Better safe than sorry. Su Luo found his stubbornness rather endearing and didn't bother to call him out, thinking he could do whatever he wanted. The pain in her throat jolted her awake. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. No, she couldn't let him keep it. As it was, she was barely managing by splitting her time between two places. If he took this, even her 3 immortals cave wouldn't suffice for him. Master, she whispered softly in his ear, sweet and gentle. Actually, you're already very strong. Luo really likes you. Do you know the saying, too much is as bad as too little? Some things are better in moderation otherwise. As she spoke, she lowered her head, bit her cherry lips, her pretty face, shy and slightly fearful. It might not be good. See, she's acting again. Faced with Su Luo's coquettishness, Shun Liqing chose to firmly refuse. After spending so much time together, he had figured out the trick to dealing with this troublesome woman. If she calmly made a decision, then no matter how much he opposed it, he had to obediently listen. If she begged, or even pleaded in various ways for a small matter, then it was most likely not to be agreed to. Because that would be the key to controlling her. On major matters, it was fine to listen to her completely, because she was indeed smarter than him. He had to admit that, especially since they were bound together. On small matters, he had to be in charge because this woman appeared virtuous on the surface, but had too many unnecessary little tricks. She needed to be disciplined. However, according to the basic policy of family democracy, actually a constitutional monarchy, in response to a maid's request, the master had the right to refuse, but must give a reasonable explanation to convince the maid. Convince or submit. Either believe or obey. Obedience was the easiest. A good beating would make the maid 100% obedient, but for now, it wasn't suitable. So he activated actor LV. 2. I see, Shun Liqing said with a thoughtful look. It's really not good. Su Luo's heart rejoiced, but then she saw Shun Liqing's eyes suddenly become resolute, and he said with pain and severity, but this is Dean Feng's kind intention. How can we just sell it cheap? Ask yourself, if we casually waste an elder's kindness, do we have any conscience? Are we even human? His resounding words made Su Luo unconsciously touch her chest. Conscience. She felt around, but couldn't find it. Before she could speak, Shun Liqing had already zipped up his pocket and interrupted. All right, you don't need to say any more. This topic is over. We owe Dean Feng too much. Su Luo's lips parted slightly, as she was stunned by the whole speech. How did the boomerang hit herself? And are you mistaken? It's not that we owe Dean Feng, but that you owe me. Fine, keep it if you want. Su Luo said helplessly, then became worried. Now what? Do we still pay the deposit? Where will the money come from? After going in circles, they were back to square one. Shun Liqing also calmed down, and thinking of the practical problem, he frowned. Forget it, I'll get an advance on my salary. Su Luo made a phone call. After waiting 5 minutes, Uniform treasure, 10000 coins received. Shen Liqing stared at the balance on his phone, stunned for a moment. You have this trick, why didn't you use it earlier? Su Luo curled her lip. You think there's no cost? What cost? I have to start teaching tomorrow. I wanted to play for a few more days. Su Luo was hired as a combat instructor specifically for practical training. According to the message she received tomorrow, she would lead students to the border of the safe zone for a freshman practical exercise. She was reluctant to leave the peaceful days, especially the part where she could just lie down and be comfortable. Outdoors it would certainly be hard to be so comfortable again. Shen Liqing, on the other hand, was glad he hadn't fallen for Su Luo's trick and sold the little blue bottle. He wasn't the only one who could act now. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Shen Liqing was the first to arrive at the academy parking lot. The bus responsible for picking up their class was already parked there. He held a list in his hand registering the arriving classmates. The academy ran elite small classes with about 8 people per class. Despite being called the combat department, it included all kinds of professions. Damage dealers, tanks, controllers, healers, and those responsible for reconnaissance and special skills. Everything was available. This arrangement was to teach everyone cooperation. After all, no matter how strong an individual's ability, it had its limits. Humans were currently much weaker than monsters overall, being able to huddle together and cooperate was one of their advantages. As he was thinking, he saw 2 familiar figures ambling over. It was Lin Yi and Zhao Dayong, his former roommates, for less than 2 days. Shen Liqing's mood was a bit complicated. These 2 acquaintances were assigned to the same class, logically, he should be happy. But on second thought, these 2 knew a certain secret. The aloof goddess Su Luo was actually his maid in private. Zhao Dayong was fine, but Lin Yi was a big mouth. If he found out that Su Luo was their class instructor later, it would be even worse. This feeling was a bit delicate. Hey Su Luo, you're early. Lin Yi's loud voice arrived before he did, his face beaming with sunshine. Zhao Dayong followed behind, grinning honestly. Lin Yi was particularly excited, rushing over in 3 steps and grabbing Shen Liqing's neck. What a coincidence, old Su. Now that you're here, this practical class definitely won't be boring. He winked, lowering his voice a bit, but the few classmates who had just arrived could still hear it. I only found out today that you're also in our class. You haven't come to a single theory class in the past 2 days. Tell me, buddy. That day at the freshman ceremony, sister-in-law's line, our new home. Tisk, the sour stench of love is too strong. Your cohabitation life must be really wonderful, making you forget all about home. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the nearby classmates who were eavesdropping lit up. They exclaimed, brother, well asked. Inevitably, Su Luo shone too brilliantly at the ceremony. Flawless beauty, unparalleled strength, and a speech so explosive that overnight, she dominated the campus trending list. Shen Liqing was also thoroughly exposed, with everyone aware of his pseudo-strength class and his ambiguous relationship with Su Luo. Gossip is human nature. Now that the male lead of this legendary romance stood before them, who wouldn't want a taste of the drama? A few classmates subtly edged closer, pretending to admire the scenery while their ears perked up. Shen Liqing's face flushed. He grabbed Lin Yi's arm with considerable force. Come with me, he hissed, nearly dragging the outspoken fellow to a secluded corner away from the prying eyes. Zhao Dayong scratched his head and leisurely followed. Lin Yi. Shen Liqing ground his teeth. I'm warning you, once we reach the combat site, keep your mouth shut. Don't blurt out anything, especially about that phone call. Lin Yi was taken aback by his seriousness, then quickly regained his smirk. Oh, don't be so tense. Everyone's just curious, concerned about a classmate's love life. Concern my ass. Shen Liqing wanted to smack him. Is that something to be concerned about casually? Do you want to get me killed? If the whole class found out that his mentor was secretly his maid, he would never live it down. Oh, Lin Yi, seeing he was genuinely upset, immediately swore, I promise I won't say a word, or I'm a dog. At that moment, Zhao Dayong, who had been silent, suddenly patted Shen Liqing's shoulder earnestly and said in a deep voice, Luo, don't worry. I understand the situation between you and your lady. It must be kept secret. His face bore a solemn expression of I grasp the stakes. Shen Liqing. He retracted his earlier thought that Zhao Dayong wasn't so bad. Lin Yi changed the subject. So is she in our class? Couldn't be in B3, right? I heard Zhao Xinjia and Qin Yao are there, which would make things boring. Shen Liqing was somewhat distracted and replied offhandedly, Probably. He turned his head to follow Lin Yi's gaze. At the entrance, a graceful figure was walking slowly in black stiletto heels. Her iconic silver hair and blue eyes were unmistakable. She wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a sleeveless white high-neck top. The fabric clung tightly, just covering the collar. Below, a black high-waisted pencil skirt accentuated her slender waist and long legs. The skirt had a small slit on the side, revealing stockings on her long legs, adding an indescribable allure to her otherwise strict attire. The silver-haired woman also held a little girl steadily in her arms. The child's silver-white little bun was slightly messy. She was rubbing her eyes sleepily, her head resting on the woman's shoulder. This exquisite, slightly seductive urban elite outfit silenced the entire venue, all eyes on her. Though they had guessed Su Luo would likely be in their class, this outfit was entirely unexpected. They themselves, whether male or female, were all dressed in practical combat suits and carrying weapon bags. Just as Lin Yi was about to voice everyone's question, Shun Liqing quickly jogged to Su Luo, slightly bent down, and handed her the roster with both hands. Shin Dao, he said respectfully, Class A7, 8 scheduled, 8 present, all assembled. Here's the roster. Su Luo's gaze swept over the roster, her expression unchanged, and she merely gave a faint Then she naturally extended the still rubbing Su Li forward. Shun Liqing immediately understood, reached out with both hands, and carefully took the soft little one, holding her in his arms. Su Li seemed accustomed to it, tilting her head to rest against Shun Liqing's chest, continuing her nap. This seamless handover left everyone stunned again. Such coordination couldn't have been achieved without experience living together and raising a child, could it? Su Luo freed her hands, clearly sensing everyone's shocked doubt and curiosity. She offered no explanation, nor did she need to. From her uniform pocket, she took out a silver badge clearly engraved with her mentor identity and the Academy's seal. Class A7, all attention. Su Luo's voice was warm and approachable, not a shout, yet clearer than any command. Now line up in front of me, in order of student number. Move quickly, she added. Her aura intimidated them, and with her identity badge before their eyes, their sense of absurdity and doubt was temporarily suppressed. Lin Yi was the first to react, quickly nudging Zhao Daong beside him and taking his place. The others snapped out of their daze and quickly lined up in front of Su Luo, in student number order. Shun Liqing, holding Su Li, stood at the end of the line. Good, she nodded slightly. This is your first real combat, and we're unfamiliar with each other. Starting from the front, introduce yourselves one by one. Name, awakened, class, current level. Be concise. Begin. She tilted her chin, signaling the first student. The lead student, a boy with a scholarly air, instinctively straightened his back under Su Luo's gaze. Report, Shin Dao. My name is Gu Ming. Class, pseudo rank, Eagle Eye level. LV. 8. A reconnaissance type class, likely with mental abilities. Su Luo nodded and shifted her gaze to the next. The second was a tall girl with a crisp voice. Report, Shin Dao. Liwei, a rank, Heart of Flora, LV. 9. Classic healing type, possibly with control effects. Report, Shin Dao. Introductions rang out in the early morning parking lot. Everyone tried to stand straighter and speak louder. Under Su Luo's calm, yet weighty gaze, no one dared show any disrespect. The introductions continued. Shun Liqing, holding Su Li, stepped forward. Report, Shun Dao. Su Luo, class, pseudo-rank, Ocean, Lord level, LV. 12. He hesitated not to report level 18, as it was too exaggerated. The 8 introductions were complete. The lowest class level was pseudo-rank, and it was a reconnaissance type, fully sufficient. Also close to 20 years old, but Su Luo's maturity both physically and mentally was enough to qualify her as a mentor. The only flaw was that her master was also in the team. However, after last night's agreement of 3 rules, actually someone had accepted an unequal treaty. Shun Liqing showed her due respect on the surface. What about fulfilling the treaty afterward? As the saying goes, one debt is no burden. As for clothing, since there was a transformation function, wearing anything was the same. Dressing up beautifully was a girl's nature. Besides, her master would like it too. The inspection concluded. Very well. Su Luo's aura and pressure dissipated, easing the tension in everyone's hearts. Su Luo, here. Shun Liqing, holding Su Li, immediately responded. From now on, you are the class monitor, fully responsible for on-site command during this actual combat. Su Luo said it as if it were only natural. If there are any issues, everyone can come to him for solutions. As for me, I'll mainly supervise your performance and ensure your safety. No one had any objections, whether due to Shun Liqing's strength or his relationship with the instructor. Shun Liqing was displeased upon hearing this. This was not what he and Su Luo had privately agreed upon. She had promised he would only help share some of the pressure, but now she was acting like a hands-off boss, dumping all the work on him. Holding Su Li, he was about to speak. Instructor Shin, this. Su Luo cast a calm glance his way, a soft hum escaping her lips. Her gaze was tranquil, but Shun Liqing understood its meaning. Dare to contradict me. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed his words. Student. Understands. Just wait, thinking I can't deal with you outdoors. There will always be a moment alone. Seeing him so frustrated yet forced to comply, Su Luo's smile grew even brighter, her mood radiant. She had no fear of retaliation, it was entirely a reward. That's right. She clapped her hands, her tone lightening. Everyone, don't be too tense. I'm about the same age as you, all pure and kind young people, right? Let's not engage in that bureaucratic nonsense. In your daily life, do what you need to do, chat, mess around, as long as you listen to commands at critical moments, and don't drop the ball. Her voice, full of affinity, eased the strained atmosphere. All right, get on the bus. Destination, the border of the safe zone. Su Luo waved her hand and led the way to the parked bus. The students filed in one after another. Su Luo, holding Su Li, walked straight to the back row of the bus, choosing a window seat to sit comfortably. Although she was now very accustomed to and fond of high heels, tired feet were inevitable. She placed Su Li beside her, the little one half asleep, rubbed against her mother's arm, and continued dozing. Shun Liqing took a deep breath, turned around, and faced everyone. Let me briefly explain the specifics of this actual combat. The carriage fell silent, all eyes on him. The place we're going to is the outpost on the western side of the safe zone, the Linluo Mountains. Shen Liqing pointed at a blinking dot on the map. Recently, a monster tide of considerable scale has appeared there. Although the levels are not high, the numbers are substantial, putting pressure on the outpost's defenses. Our Donghai Academy, along with freshmen from several other academies, are tasked with assisting the local garrison in defense. His gaze swept over the crowd. The core of this actual combat is to train the freshmen. Therefore, battle deployment and on-the-spot adjustments will be led by us students. The instructors, including Instructor Shen, will mainly supervise, evaluate your overall performance, and step in to protect when you encounter dangers beyond your capability. One of the most important evaluation criteria, Shen Liqing emphasized, is the military merits you earn by killing monsters in battle. The merit points will be recorded in real time on your academy badges, ultimately converted into practical course credits, and will also affect subsequent resource allocation. So stay sharp. This is not a drill. Murmurs of excitement and tension rippled through the carriage. Class monitor, Gu Ming, sitting in the front row, asked, "Do we know the specific types of monsters? We can prepare our coordination in advance." According to the preliminary intelligence from the outpost, Shen Liqing replied, "The main forces are slave-level rock claw wolves and cave lizardmen, aggressive, but with average defense and speed. There might be a few elite-level rock armor giant lizards or goblin throwers, but those above warlord level are rare. With a reasonable class composition, proper front and back row positioning, focused firepower, attentive healers, and vigilant scouts, it shouldn't be a major problem." Understood. Gu Ming nodded and began discussing coordination with Li Wei beside him. Having finished his briefing, Shen Liqing also took a seat near the front. The vehicle started smoothly, leaving the academy area and heading toward the mountains outside the city. After a while in the carriage, perhaps because Su Luo was sitting in the back row with her eyes closed in repose, the atmosphere gradually became livelier. Lin Yi was the first to lose his restraint, squeezing into the empty seat next to Shen Liqing. Before he could speak, Shen Liqing's threatening gaze, "You promised me," silenced him. He nodded with tears in his eyes. Who could understand the agony of knowing a huge secret but being unable to speak? Another male student named Wang Hai, whose class was a rank windwalker, also approached, asking anxiously, "Class monitor, I heard that students from other academies sent to support earlier. Some went missing. Although the official word is that they got lost, rumors are flying wildly." This caught the attention of several people, and even Su Luo opened her eyes. Shen Liqing frowned slightly. "I've heard that too, but the specifics are unclear. Since the authorities haven't classified it as a major incident, it should be fine." Su Luo. The voice was soft, but it instantly silenced the carriage, and all eyes subconsciously turned to the back row. Shen Liqing's hair stood on end. Here it comes. This woman was about to stir up trouble again. He steeled himself and turned around. "Instructor Shen, what are your instructions?" Su Luo lounged lazily in her seat, raised her hand, and gently rubbed her shoulder. "My shoulder is a bit sore. Uncomfortable. What should I do about it? What should be done?" "Something grand and splendid. Sitting for a long time does make it sore." Shen Liqing's mind raced, searching for a reasonable excuse to decline. "Instructor Shen, I still need to study the map, familiarize myself with the outpost environment, so I can command later." "Oh, I asked you what should I do." Su Luo looked puzzled, and the familiar pressure returned. Even more outrageously, she slowly raised 3 slender fair fingers, beginning a silent countdown in front of everyone. 3, 2. Shen Liqing's heart raced with each bent finger. Before 1 could fall, Shen Liqing shot up, strode to the back row, and sat down heavily in the empty seat beside Su Luo. "Gently, don't need it like dough." Su Luo narrowed her eyes in comfort, still giving orders. Resigned, Shen Liqing placed his hands on her shoulders and began to knead stiffly. Feeling the force that was clearly reluctant, yet unavoidable, Su Luo's heart was immensely satisfied. So this is what it feels like to be the master. Truly intoxicating. She turned her head slightly, seeing Shen Liqing's expressionless face, and teased, "Oh, I thought even I, your advisor, couldn't move you, the class monitor." Shen Liqing's hand on her shoulder tightened, almost causing Su Luo to cry out. He tried to control his expression. This student wouldn't dare. "Advisor, please command as you wish." The atmosphere in the carriage became exquisitely tense. The flirtatious advisor and the aloof class monitor. It was a pair the students couldn't get enough of. Su Luo cared not about the students' thoughts. She closed her eyes, savoring Shen Liqing's service, nearly drifting off to sleep in comfort. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on her delicate profile, languid as a cat basking in the sun. Shen Liqing's hands kept moving, but inside, he was howling. Aggrieved, so aggrieved. This woman, relying on her status as advisor and his thin skin, had turned the tables on him. Ding. System quest refreshed. Quest name tit for tat. Shen Liqing was stunned. After reading the specific description, he felt like giving up, but then he thought of Su Luo's mocking gaze and her smug expression that had been pushing his buttons. He couldn't let this continue, otherwise she would only escalate, losing all sense of hierarchy. He must counterattack. A sense of tragic determination, like burning his boats or dying together, surged in Shen Liqing's heart. He lowered his head, leaned close to Su Luo's ear, and asked softly, "Advisor Shen, is your shoulder feeling better? Would you like your student to massage your legs too? Your legs might get sore from sitting too long." Su Luo, who had been drowsy from the massage, was instantly delighted by his words. It seemed that her earlier training had been quite effective. Without even opening her eyes, she condescended. All right, you've learned your lesson. Go ahead, moderate pressure. A glint of triumph flashed in Shun Liking's eyes, but his face remained respectful. Yes, Advisor Shun. He carefully moved Su Luo's long, beautiful legs that had been resting on the armrest, and gently removed the exquisite black stilettos from her feet. Her feet, sheathed in black stockings, made Shun Liking's heart skip a beat. He grasped her slender ankle, gently lifted her leg, and placed it on his thigh. The silky texture transmitted through his pants. Su Luo, with eyes closed, felt the comfort of her leg being carefully cradled, and Shun Liking's rare docility and her smugness grew even stronger. Heavenly, even if she had to activate Deep Freeze Suck 10 more times, it would be worth it. But soon her smile vanished. Shun Liqing adjusted his posture, one hand firmly gripping Su Luo's ankle, and the other hand, without hesitation, pressed directly onto the sole of her foot. It was not a gentle tap, but a precise, forceful, vengeful foot massage. His thumb pressed hard on the Yongquan acupoint. Ah! Su Luo cried out, nearly jumping from her seat. All the students in the front rows turned their heads in unison. Su Luo, both embarrassed and in pain, felt tears welling up from the sour, numb, and swollen sensation in her soul. Struggling to pull her foot back, she forced calm and commanded sharply, "What are you looking at? Turn back around. Don't look back." Frightened by the advisor's authority, the students quickly turned their heads back, but remained silent, afraid of missing any strange sounds. "Gu Ming, you'd better retract your eagle, or it'll gouge its eyes out." "Yes. Yes." Gu Ming hastily withdrew his spiritual energy. "You? Let go." Su Luo gritted her teeth, her ankle struggling futilely in Shun Liking's grip. Shun Liqing, however, wore an innocent smile, not reducing the pressure. He even pressed that deadly acupoint again, causing Su Luo to gasp in pain. He asked slowly, his voice just loud enough for the eavesdroppers in front to hear, "Advisor Shun, how do you find your student's technique? Is the pressure suitable? Isn't it very filial of me?" "Filial, my ass." Shun Liqing made as if to press again, and Su Luo backed down. Her beautiful blue eyes were misty, no longer sharp and smug, but filled with pitiful pleading. She shook her head, desperately, small movements, silently conveying, "Master, please don't stop." Luo admits she's wrong, okay? Seeing her yield, the pent-up frustration in Shun Liking's heart finally released in a long, satisfying sigh. "Now tell me, who is the master?" The system reward of spiritual power and life force arrived. Su Luo's eyes lit up, and her tear-stained face broke into a cheerful grin, as if she had eaten honey. He lightened his pressure and began to massage her properly, his technique almost professional. Su Luo was a bit surprised. Before the swap, she had sneaked out for foot massages, but of course purely professional. She didn't want her master to misunderstand. Even the master's technique wasn't as good as his. Facing Su Luo's puzzled and admiring gaze, Shun Liqing couldn't be bothered to explain. He had been chosen as a marriage candidate and deliberately learned these skills of pleasing others just to annoy the old fogies of his family. A glorious history of rebellion, actually a history of resistance. Did he need to explain that to her? Su Luo was comfortable, but she didn't know that to the students in front what they saw and heard was open to interpretation. The bus drove on the mountain road for over an hour. The scenery outside became increasingly desolate, and the terrain grew steeper. No one spoke in the carriage. Everyone was immersed in their own experience, letting their minds wander. "We're almost there." Shun Liqing put down Su Luo's foot and knelt to help her put on her high heels. Su Luo felt a bit reluctant to end the moment. She imitated Shun Liqing and patted his head as a reward, causing him to freeze. Only a few boys liked being patted on the head, and Shun Liqing seemed to be one of them. The students, curious and tense, looked out the window. A military outpost built into the mountain appeared before them. Gray walls, towering watchtowers, the walls scarred with bullet holes and claw marks, exuding an aura of killing and iron blood. Soldiers in camouflage patrolled the walls, their expressions vigilant. The bus stopped at the outpost gate for inspection. A man in an officer's uniform, about 40 years old, with a firm face and a hint of weariness in his eyes, strode forward with several soldiers. The door opened, and Shun Liqing, as the class monitor, was the first to get off. The officer's sharp gaze swept over the young faces as they disembarked, landing on Shun Liqing. He forced a stiff smile. "Welcome, students of Donghai Academy. I am the highest commander of this outpost, Wang Jun." Su Luo, carrying Su Li, who had just woken up and was rubbing her eyes, leisurely walked at the end. Her steps were light, her high heels clicking on the gravel, a sound somewhat out of place in the surrounding grim environment. Her noble and aloof aura instantly made Wang Jun identify the protagonist. Though young, she exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. "You must be the mentor from Donghai Academy." Wang Jun extended his hand. "You've traveled far, it must have been tiring." Su Luo freed one hand, her voice cool and clear. "Commander Wang, you're too kind." Shun Liqing, the team leader. Young and accomplished mentor Shun. Wang Jun withdrew his hand and said seriously, "Welcome all students for your support. However, I must say a few words beforehand." His expression turned grave. "These days the Linluo Mountains have been unstable. Besides the constant harassment by small groups of demonic beasts, we've also had several cases of soldiers going missing. The moment these words were spoken, the students who had just relaxed a bit tensed up again. Wang Hai even swallowed hard. The rumors had heard before were now officially confirmed. Wang Zhen's voice was low. No trace of them alive or dead. Several search parties were sent out, but they couldn't find a single useful clue. Moreover, the mountain has been inexplicably shaking lately, with frequent small earthquakes. It's eerily strange. He sighed, rubbing his temples, looking even more weary. So I must ask all students to stay extremely vigilant. The atmosphere grew oppressive. The students exchanged glances, seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Oh, Su Luo raised an eyebrow. So dangerous. People missing and earthquakes. She hugged Su Li, patting the little one's back soothingly. Then maybe we should go back. Wang Zhen gave a slight smile, taking it as a joke to lighten the mood. Mentor Shun is joking. Shen Liqing didn't think so. He quickly stepped forward, cutting off Su Luo before she could continue embarrassing them. Commander Wang, rest assured. Since we've come, we are prepared to face the danger. Students of Donghai Academy never retreat from the front line. He turned to Wang Zhen, getting straight to the point. Commander Wang, may I ask which specific sector our class is responsible for? Wang Zhen pointed to a hillside with noticeably more complex terrain and denser vegetation. Over there's Sector C on the flank. The terrain there is rugged with relatively poor visibility, requiring more flexible defense. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's beautiful brows furrowed. Commander Wang, isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's our class' first real combat, and you're assigning us such a tough spot. Wang Zhen explained patiently. Mentor Shun, you misunderstand. The main pass is indeed flat, and the primary direction of the demonic assault bearing the greatest pressure. That area has already been assigned to elite classes from other academies. For instance, the team, led by Mentor Xie Yi, is at Sector B of the main pass. They have more experience. After careful consideration, we entrusted the less pressured flank to you, Donghai Academy. He paused, then added, besides, you're not the only ones on the flank. The team that just went in is a class led by Mentor Li Feng, responsible for Sector D, not far from you. If anything happens, you can support each other. A class led by Mentor Li Feng. Shen Liking's heart stirred. Lin Yes' eyes lit up, and he immediately chimed in. Class monitor, I know. That class has Zhao Xinjia and Qin Yao, the same Zhao Xinjia who challenged Mentor Shun at the freshman ceremony. This remark caused a small stir in the ranks. Compared to unknown dangers, open competition with peers of the same age actually ignited the fighting spirit of these young people. Shen Liqing also understood Wang Zhen's arrangement. From a tactical deployment perspective, it was indeed hard to find fault. Su Luo pouted and said nothing more. By her nature, if something offered high returns, she would try it no matter how dangerous. But for something with low returns and high risk, she would avoid it at all costs. She had originally thought this was just a field trip, but it turned out not to be safe at all. She hadn't even had 2 days of peace yet. Seeing that Su Luo didn't insist on going home, Wang Zhen breathed a silent sigh of relief and quickly called out. All right, everyone. He'll send a veteran familiar with the terrain to take you to Sector C to get acquainted with the area. Remember, stay alert and keep in touch at all times. He pointed to a dark-skinned, sharp-looking veteran beside him. Xiao Lu, take them there. Yes, sir. The veteran named Xiao Lu immediately straightened up and replied, then waved to Shen Liqing and the others. Follow me, students. This way. Class A7 a move out. Shen Liqing gave the order and led the way, following veteran Xiao Lu toward the complex flank hillside. Su Luo walked at the back of the group, her high heels struggling on the rugged mountain path. She looked at Shen Liking straight back ahead, then down at Su Li, who was curiously looking around in her arms. She muttered quietly, so troublesome. This lousy place doesn't even have a single lounge chair. Shen Liqing turned back, took Su Li, and let her ride on his neck, making the little one giggle. Brother, so high. He glanced at Su Luo's feet. Why not use your supernatural ability? Masochism. Su Luo leaned close to his ear. Luo wants master to carry her too, Shen Liqing. Dream on. After a while, he stepped back to Su Luo's side. Liars had enough fun. Get on. Su Luo smiled sweetly. Hold your daughter tight. Then she very naturally lay down on Shen Liking's broad back, wrapped her arms around his neck, and rested her chin comfortably on his shoulder. Not bad. Pretty steady. Su Luo commented with satisfaction. Shen Liqing steadied the mentor on his back with one hand, and held the curious Su Li with the other. He automatically tuned out the teasing glances from the surrounding classmates. See that? That's what we call family status. Li Wei and Gu Ming whispered. Li Wei seemed to regard Shen Liqing as the benchmark of masculine charm. Lin Yi, overhearing, widened his eyes. Wrong, completely wrong. If he really became your husband, you'd be tamed. Even a high-quality human female like Mentor Shun had been thoroughly subdued. That Su Luo was definitely no good person. Lin Yi could barely contain himself, desperately wanting to join their conversation. On the other side, Su Luo hadn't stopped the whole way. One moment she complained he was walking too fast, and jostling her the next she grumbled that a branch had snagged her new dress. She would also lean close to his ear from time to time, whispering in a breathy voice only he could hear, Master, are you tired? Want Luo to get down and walk on her own. All utterly insincere, purely teasing. Enduring this the whole way, Shen Liqing felt his face had grown a lot thicker. Habit is truly a terrifying force, the strongest weapon of humanity against hardship. Finally, led by veteran Xiao Lu, they arrived at a relatively open slope. This is its Sector C. Veteran Xiao Lu pointed to the surrounding terrain. You just need to hold this hilltop. He gave a few instructions on precautions, handed Shen Liqing a simple topographic map, and then hurried back to the outpost to report. Shen Liqing carefully set down the mom baby, sometimes a mom, sometimes a baby, on his back. Su Luo landed on her feet, flexed her wrists and ankles, and casually pulled Su Li, who was still clinging to Shen Liqing, over to her side. Few finally hear him exhausted, she said, looking utterly relieved as if she had been put through the ringer. Shen Liqing, who had carried her the entire way, heard this and promptly collapsed onto the ground. Scanning the students who were watching her waiting for instructions, Su Luo assumed the air of a mentor. Class monitor Su. Here, Shen Liqing resurrected on the spot. Tactical planning and on-site command are in your hands. Su Luo patted his shoulder, entrusting him with a heavy responsibility. Lead the students well and give a good performance. This is your first real combat. Anyone who embarrasses me will get a sharp kick from my high heels, understood? The students immediately perked up and chorused, yes, Coach Shen. Su Luo nodded with satisfaction, then changed the subject. As for me, I can't be idle either. She pointed to the dense forests around them. This terrain looks unsafe. There might be some big creatures hiding. They'll take Lyre and scout the area to eliminate potential dangers. Shen Liqing's mouth twitched. He had never noticed this woman being so lazy before. When she was at home, wasn't she always diligent? Doing laundry, cooking, entertaining the child in all sorts of ways, kneeling and serving. After a long day, she was still full of energy at night. But there was no help for it. Rank outweighs everything, especially when it's one's own wife. Yes. Shen Liqing had to put on a respectful expression. Coach Shen, you've worked hard. Su Luo ignored the silent accusation in his eyes and waved her hand with a smile. No hardship, it's my duty. You all keep up the good work. With that, she took Su Li's little hand and turned to walk along a scenic path. Her back looked leisurely. Wow, Coach Shen is so responsible. She's personally scouting and clearing the way. Yeah, with the mentor protecting us from the shadows, I feel much safer. We have to fight well and not let Coach Shen down. The students watching Su Luo's back as she ventured into danger were moved and inspired, their morale soaring. I want to be kicked. A weak voice abruptly changed the tone. Collective silence. Say something nobody wants to hear. All right, what are you all thinking? Snap out of it. Shen Liqing's expression turned stern. Gu Ming. Here. You're in charge of aerial reconnaissance. Report any unusual activity immediately. Understood. Gu Ming immediately concentrated, his eyes glowing faintly green as his invisible spiritual power spread out like a hawk's. Sun Chong. Shen Liqing looked at the burly barbarian berserker. Here, squad leader. You and Zhao Daong will take the front line using those large rocks as a defensive position. You are the shields. Hold firm and don't let the monsters break through easily. Don't worry, squad leader. Leave it to us. Sun Chong thumped his chest in assurance. Zhao Daong muttered a gruff. You'll hold the line. Wang Hai. Shen Liqing turned to Windwalker. Your mobility is high. You're responsible for flank support and covering gaps. Wherever the pressure is greatest, you go. Roger. Wang Hai blurred, stirring a faint breeze, and took up a position on the flank with a wide field of view. Li Wei. Shen Liqing looked at the only healer heart of wood and grass. Squad leader, go ahead. Li Wei stood straight. Your position is behind Sun Chong and the others, acting as the central pivot. Monitor the team's status and prioritize keeping the front line standing. Also be aware of your surroundings and assist with crowd control. Yes, I'll pay attention. Li Wei nodded solemnly. Lin Yi. Shen Liqing finally turned to Flame Demon. Squad leader, my great pillar of fire is itching to be unleashed. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together excitedly. You, Shen Liqing pointed at him, and another ranged attacker, Stellar Archer Fong Ping. You two are the main firepower. Take positions behind cover and wait for my command to focus fire. Shen Liqing quickly completed the deployment. Our objective: advance steadily and clear all monsters in this area. As soon as the order was given, the entire A7 class sprang into efficient action. The battle erupted instantly and quickly became intense. Roars, explosions, colliding energies, and the nervous yet excited shouts of the students mingled together, shattering the silence of the forest. Although it was their first real combat, the students' coordination was fairly smooth. Waves of Rocklaw wolves tried to break through the line, but failed. Not far away by a clear stream, Su Luo sat on a large rock, having taken off her speed shoes. Her fair feet were soaking in the water, and she hummed a cheerful tune. Su Li crouched beside her, holding a small branch and poking at the tiny fish and shrimp swimming by, completely absorbed in the fun. The sounds of battle reached them faintly. Su Luo listened for a moment. Tisk, quite a commotion. Looks like they're having a lively fight. She looked down at Su Li. Liar, hear that? Daddy is fighting the big doggies. Su Li looked up, her voice childish. Daddy is strong. Beat the doggies. Su Luo smiled and reached out to ruffle the little girl's silver hair. Yeah, your daddy is pretty strong. Mom can't handle him either. She leaned back against the rock, letting out a comfortable sigh. This is the life a mentor should have. The team advanced steadily. With the previous practice, their coordination had noticeably improved. Ordinary servant-level rockclaw wolves and burrow lizardmen could no longer pose a real threat. Shin Liqing stayed slightly behind the group, rarely needing to intervene. Only when too many monsters surged at once did he help relieve the pressure. After the battle, cleaning the battlefield was routine. The students efficiently cut off the most representative parts of the monsters, the fangs of rockclaw wolves and the tail segments of lizardmen, as proof of kills to exchange for military merits. Occasionally, if they were lucky, they could dig out demon cores from elite monsters, which were far more valuable than simple materials. Few is this area about cleared. Lin Yi shook his hands. He felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The group had just relaxed about to find a place to sit and drink some water when suddenly a deafening roar erupted from the dense forest ahead. Then a massive bear-like monster covered in thick armor plates charged out. Its left eye was a bloody mess, and its right hind leg was scorched black. Clearly it was badly wounded. But the injury didn't weaken it. On the contrary, it fully ignited its ferocity. General-level steel-mane ironback bear. Gu Ming warned, though not overly alarmed. This was the strongest monster they had encountered since entering the battlefield. The team's morale was high, and everyone was eager to take it on. Zhao Daong and Sun Chong reacted swiftly, charging forward like two human shields firmly blocking the charge. But the impact of a general-level monster was immense. Both were thrown backward, repeatedly sustaining injuries. Li Wei pressed her hands down in a gentle gesture. A soft emerald glow enveloped the two, swiftly mending their wounds. The attacks from Lin Yi and Fang Ping also arrived. A fireball slammed into the bear's back, while the star arrow cunningly struck its wounded eye socket. But the bear's defense was too thick, only further enraging it. Shin Liqing flicked her fingers, and a water arrow shot forth, deflecting the bear's paw, so it struck the ground beside Zhao Daong's shoulder. With Shin Liqing's timely assistance, the team regained its footing. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Everyone in Class A7 had sustained some injuries. Yet under the pressure of life and death, their coordination became increasingly exquisite. Finally, the ferocious warrior-level monster let out a reluctant howl and crashed to the ground. "Clean up the battlefield, move quickly," Shin Liqing said. The materials from a warrior-level beast were valuable, especially the magic core. Wang Hai, who was closest to the fallen bear, drew his short blade and prepared to harvest. Swish! A crossbow bolt, gleaming with cold light, struck the ground in front of Wang Hai, less than half a chi away. Wang Hai flinched in shock, leaped backward, and looked with fury and alarm toward the direction of the bolt. A crowd surged out from the forest on the side and rear. The leader was none other than Zhao Xinjia. Beside him stood Qin Yao, followed by 7 or 8 students. It was Class B3, who were in the same area. "Hold on, this steel bristle ironback bear is our prey." Zhao Xinjia's face lacked the modesty he had shown during the freshman ceremony. Only arrogance and a hint of smugness remained. "Bullshit." Lin Yi jumped up first. "We risked our lives to take it down. Are you blind?" Gu Ming also spoke coldly. "Zhao Xinjia, what do you mean? Trying to steal military merit?" Zhao Xinjia sneered and pointed at the still-twitching giant bear on the ground. "Steal? Look closely. The wound on its left eye and the scorch mark on its right hind leg were made by us. We chased it all the way here, almost had it, and then you snatched the spoils. Do you even have a leg to stand on?" The students behind him from Class B3 chimed in, accusing Class A7 of stealing the kill. Shin Liqing's expression remained unchanged. "You failed to stop it, and it ran into our defense zone. We encountered it, paid the price to kill it, so the military merit naturally belongs to us." The atmosphere grew tense. Just then Qin Yao, who had been standing quietly beside Zhao Xinjia, stepped forward. She wore a white nun's habit-style combat suit, clearly no ordinary garment. Her demeanor was gentle and saintly, always wearing a smile that made it hard to feel hostility toward her. "I am Qin Yao." Her voice was as soft as holy light. "Xinjia is impatient and speaks bluntly. I apologize to you on his behalf." However, Qin Yao's tone shifted, still gentle but firm. "This steel bristle ironback bear was indeed first discovered and severely wounded by our Class B3. The two most serious injuries were inflicted by our classmates. According to convention, the final blow usually belongs to. The implication was clear. The prey should be theirs. The aura of the Slevel holy light nun, combined with her gentle yet assertive attitude, placed immense pressure on Class A7. Lin Yi wanted to argue, but Gu Ming pulled him back. Their opponents were clearly about to use their superior position to overwhelm them. Li Wei whispered to Shin Liqing, "Class Monitor, Qin Yao's enhancement ability is very strong. Their overall condition is far better than ours." The implication was that a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous. Both instructors, Li Feng and Su Luo, who was supposed to be on logistics inspection, were nowhere to be seen. Evidently, this conflict needed to be resolved by the students themselves. In the distance, the mother and daughter were in a completely different scene. Su Luo held Su Li's hand, deliberately heading into areas swarming with monsters. She found a secluded small valley packed with all kinds of monsters from servant level to warrior level, a dark teeming mass. "Liar." Su Luo crouched down and pinched her daughter's cheek. "It's your turn." Su Li nodded, pouted her little mouth, and her ice blue eyes lit up with a deep azure glow. An intangible bloodline-born monarch-level pressure spread outward. Low-ranking servant-level monsters collapsed in terror, fouling themselves. Even the warrior-level ones fared little better, spinning in panic and letting out despairing whimpers. Good girl. Su Luo's eyes brightened, and she patted Su Li's head. She released her daughter's hand. Mommy is going to harvest. You watch nicely, okay? Before the words faded, Su Luo's figure had already vanished. No complex tactics were needed. The power of an S-level ice goddess against these terror-stricken monsters was like cutting weeds. An ice blue light flickered in the valley. Wherever Su Luo passed, ice blades flashed, bringing forth sprays of blood and frozen limbs. Her efficiency was terrifying. While others struggled to kill a single warrior-level monster, and even fought with other classes over it, for Su Luo, it was just convenient experience points. Su Li obediently stood on a large rock at the valley entrance watching. Her small face was expressionless, as if she was used to this elegant slaughter. She even bared her little fangs in excitement. Occasionally a stray monster panicked and rushed toward her, but before it could get close, Su Li casually flicked a small water bubble to trap it. Then the bubble burst, and the monster vanished without a trace. In less than half an hour, the entire valley fell silent, leaving only monster corpses and frozen bloodstains. Su Luo clapped her hands, walked back to Su Li with ease, and picked up her daughter. Done. She called up her own system panel, watching the experience points skyrocket, and quickly calculated in her mind. Well, this batch of experience is enough for your daddy to reach level 20, and for mommy to solidly reach level 19. Su Luo casually pinched Su Li's little nose. Liar is amazing. You helped mommy a lot. The experience needed for mommy to reach level 20 is a bit daunting, not something that can be done in a short time. She knew well that her strength far exceeded her peers, so leveling up required far more experience than ordinary people. But her killing speed and volume, aided by Su Li's help, made her efficiency ridiculously high. Su Luo pondered how to get Shen Liqing to transfer the experience that night, whether to directly ask or give a little hint. In her arms, the usually quiet Su Li suddenly squirmed, her little brows furrowed. Mommy. Su Li murmured uneasily, her small hands clutching her mother's clothes. What's wrong, liar? Su Luo immediately looked down and asked. Su Li lifted her face, confused and troubled, uncomfortable. There's something around, and underground. It makes liar uncomfortable. She couldn't describe it exactly. She pointed at the ground beneath her feet, then looked around, trying to radiate her pressure to scare off the danger. Su Luo's gaze sharpened. She also vaguely sensed an indescribably eerie aura in the vicinity. Got it, we're leaving now. Su Luo made a swift decision, carrying Su Li in her arms and turning away without any lingering attachment to the pile of spoils awaiting collection. The mother and daughter's figures soon vanished at the valley entrance, signaling the end of this expedition. On the way back, Su Luo's steps were brisk, her mind still occupied with thoughts of experience points. She recalled that her first experience transmission had also taken place outdoors. At that time she had been utterly reluctant, but now her mindset had completely changed. Su Luo even began comparing the advantages and disadvantages of outdoor versus indoor settings. Inside a house, one could let loose and do whatever one wanted. Out in the wild, though not as convenient, it seemed more thrilling. The thought itself made her blush and her heart race. Su Luo shook her head, suppressing those lascivious thoughts, but her steps quickened. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinjia, believing he had the upper hand, taunted. If only Shen Liqing were in your class, otherwise the gap between classes is too vast, making it utterly boring. Of course, even if she were here, the outcome wouldn't change. That woman is just so-so. He still thought his previous loss to Su Luo was purely due to bad luck, and if given another chance the result would be different. Little did he know his words only made the atmosphere more tense. The expressions of those around him turned odd. Even his own B3 classmates exchanged uncertain glances, questioning each other. Was this guy really that unpopular? Had no one told him what happened after he was knocked off the stage? The A7 class, on the other hand, couldn't hold back their reactions. In truth, even if this Sigma man knew, he would likely think those challengers were too weak, and that he would prevail if he stepped up. Others regarded him as a joke, but Shen Liqing, who had been calm until now, could barely contain himself. That day, Zhao Xinjia's challenge to Su Luo had already made Shen Liqing see him as a nuisance. Now hearing him belittle Su Luo again only fueled his anger. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Even knowing that Instructor Li Feng was lurking in the shadows, he was confident he could silence this guy with a single strike before Li Feng could intervene. Just as he was about to act, a clear, lazy, and pleasant voice came from behind him. Who's looking for me? The voice was not loud, but it possessed a magnetic quality that instantly drew everyone's attention. Zhao Xinjia's eyes lit up, and a surge of ecstasy rushed through him. Just what he wished for. He had been itching for a chance to avenge his humiliation. He immediately followed the sound, and saw Su Luo holding Su Li's hand, walking down the hillside path. Her pencil skirt accentuated her graceful figure, and the black-rimmed glasses added a touch of intellectual charm. And of course there was that signature infuriating calmness. Qin Yao Sharpied was the first to notice the silver badge pinned on Su Luo's chest, and her face turned pale. She reached out to tug Zhao Xinjia's arm, trying to stop him from courting disaster. But it was too late. Zhao Xinjia dashed forward, blocking Su Luo's path, his chin raised high, and sneered. Shen Liqing, just the person I wanted to see. Last time you only won by sheer luck. Do you dare to have an unknown fight with me now? A life-and-death battle. He was certain that his previous loss was due to the arena. This time, with a real fight, he would definitely win. Then he heard the clear, respectful address from the opposite side. Director Shun. Director Shen, you're back. Director Shun, there's a situation here. Zhao Xinjia's fervor and battle intent instantly cooled. He cooled down enough to calmly observe the other's expression, trying to detect any trace of acting. Keep acting. Pretty convincing, aren't you? About to burst out laughing. Stop acting, please. It's over. I'm dead. The way they looked at Su Luo was filled with genuine respect for an instructor. Su Luo seemed to ignore Zhao Xinjia's challenge to a life-and-death fight and asked Shen Liqing in a flat tone, Monitor, Shen, what's going on? A sense of pressure slowly radiated outward. Zhao Xinjia broke out in a cold sweat. Logically, his instructor was also nearby, so there was no reason to be afraid. But he had just initiated a life-and-death duel, a challenge from a subordinate to a superior. Unlike a friendly spar, this was a blatant attempt to climb over the other's reputation. In layman's terms, it was a challenge to the turf. If the other party chose to ignore it, fine. But if they insisted it was a provocation, even his instructor couldn't protect him. As Su Luo's gaze hadn't fully locked onto him, yet he instinctively tried to shrink back into the crowd, hoping to lower his profile. Don't move. Su Luo spoke calmly, casting a glance that pinned him to the spot. One look confirmed it. He was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Shen Liqing stepped forward and quickly recounted what had happened, emphasizing how Zhao Xinjia had claimed the bear was his kill and how Qin Yao had reasoned with them. Oh. Su Luo's brow arched slightly after hearing the story. Instead of losing her temper, she broke into a smile. She looked at Zhao Xinjia, then glanced at the pale-faced Qin Yao, and finally fixed her eyes on the giant bear, letting out a light laugh. Heh. The laughter carried no warmth. Only absurdity and a cold, offended anger. Interesting, truly interesting. Su Luo shook her head, her silver hair swaying with emotion. I've always been the one taking things from others. I've never encountered someone daring to set their sights on me. Her icy blue eyes through the lenses fixed coldly on Zhao Xinjia. Just now were you trying to overthrow your superior? This accusation was extremely harsh. If Zhao Xinjia admitted it, they would engage in a no-holds-barred, free fight. His face contorted in terror. Qin Yao, gritting her teeth, stepped forward to defend him. Director Shen Xinjia didn't mean that. As in strength support, she was considered a prodigy by others. Insight had always been her strength, allowing her to roughly gauge others' strength. But now this ability filled her with despair. The other's unfathomable power was no less than Instructor Li Feng's. Perhaps even stronger. That was the conclusion she reached, no matter how hard it was to accept. Facing a peer, she felt as weak and insignificant as a child, leaving only a profound sense of helplessness. The spoils should rightfully belong to your students. Well, leave immediately. Before Qin Yao could finish her sentence, Su Luo's hand had already risen. The authentic ice storm. Even facing a far weaker opponent, she had no intention of being chivalrous. The biting wind howled, instantly engulfing every member of Class B3. Caught off guard, the students of Class B3 were frozen stiff by the sudden terrifying cold, their movements sluggish. Their faces drained of color, leaving only terror. Holy light shelter. Qin Yao reacted the fastest. A soft white glow radiated from her body, quickly expanding into a light shield that barely managed to envelop the nearby classmates. And Zhao Xinjia, at the very epicenter of the storm, felt it most acutely. Qin Yao's light shield was far too slow to cover him. He felt the soul-freezing chill swallow him, whole, summoning every ounce of his ability to resist. But that pitiful energy against the ice storm was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He couldn't even cry out. A frost began to form on his body, and in moments he was frozen into an ice sculpture. His face still bore a terrified expression, only his eyes could move. Qin Yao's face darkened. Was the gap between strengths so vast? It inspired no will to fight. Instructor Shen, please show mercy. Li Feng, the mentor who had been observing from the shadows, finally intervened. A surge of dense energy erupted from his palm, forcibly cutting between the ice storm and the Class B3 students. Such pure and domineering ice elemental energy. Li Feng was secretly astonished. He was over level 30, yet blocking this attack was somewhat strenuous. The condensation of this energy far surpassed in ordinary strength. No wonder someone so young could become a specially appointed instructor. Dean Feng had truly struck gold this time. The ice storm gradually dissipated, and the students of Class B3 remained shaken. Zhao Xinjia's lips were purple from the cold, trembling uncontrollably, supported only by his classmates to keep from falling. Li Feng inwardly cursed the fool. This was supposed to be a normal competition between classes with no reason for either mentor to intervene. But this idiot had to court death, giving them leverage. A genial smile spread across his face. Instructor Shan, it was just a student's jest, no need to take it seriously. His tone was sincere, showing no arrogance despite his seniority. As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at Zhao Xinjia. Zhao Xinjia apologized to Instructor Shen at once. Who gave you the nerve to provoke a mentor? No rules. Startled by his mentor's roar, Zhao Xinjia shuddered, forgetting his pride. and stammered Instructor Shun. I'm sorry. I only wanted to spar. I didn't know you were a mentor. Su Luo traced circles on the ground with her high heel, feigning difficulty. The apology is sincere, but I'm a woman, and this body's heart happens to be quite small. It's not very good at forgiving someone who wanted my life. The others were confused, but Shun Liqing understood perfectly, making snide remarks about him in public again, getting more unruly. But it's fine. This body of his also had its own specialties which could be used to discipline a disobedient little maid. Facing a meta-tier opponent who was in the right, Li Feng was also at his wit's end. He made a swift decision. Instructor Shun, my apologies. It's my failure as a mentor to properly discipline my student. I was nearby earlier thinking that young people might have some friction, healthy competition promoting growth. Who knew this brat was so clueless, daring to speak rudely to you? Su Luo had no interest in such platitudes, and was about to interrupt, when Li Feng continued. How about this? Let him kowtow to you, and perform a kiss-foot ceremony as an apology. At these words, everyone present, including Su Luo, was stunned. Such a malicious suggestion from a top-tier institution's mentor. Had they really survived that tsunami? And this was exactly Li Feng's intention. As a seasoned veteran, he knew that only magic could defeat magic. He didn't believe Su Luo would actually accept. Zhao Xinjia was the first to object. Mentor, shut up, you ungrateful thing. Is a kowtow not worth saving your life? Li Feng scolded. Good scolding. It echoed everyone's thoughts. Indeed, ungrateful. They all turned to Su Luo. Please don't agree. Reward him, Instructor Shen. If someone had to bear such humiliation, they would rather shoulder all the pain for Zhao Xinjia. Su Luo was a bit at a loss between laughter and tears, feeling outmaneuvered, but the other party had used an open strategy. Li Feng's gamble paid off. Zhao Xinjia couldn't accept it, and neither could Su Luo. Perhaps someone else could. Forget it. She hadn't really intended to do anything to Zhao Xinjia. She was just looking for some amusement. Now that a senior mentor had lowered himself, risking his face to entertain her, there was no reason to persist. She was now a mentor and had to strictly discipline herself. How else could she set an example and train students? Humph. Su Luo let out an ambiguous light snort, which served as a response. She also maintained her tsundere image. She no longer looked at Li Feng or Zhao Xinjia, her gaze instead falling on Qin Yao. Qin Yao's face was still pale. Maintaining the holy light shield had drained her considerably. The white nun's habit she wore was disheveled by the cold wind. This kind of nun's uniform was not the traditional conservative style. The hem had a high slit. As she turned slightly, her two long straight legs were faintly visible from the opening, revealing a touch of alluring fair skin. The sacred aura combined with this slightly provocative attire created a unique charm. If paired with white stockings. Su Luo paused, shaking her head wryly. Even after becoming a personal maid, could she not stop pursuing such beautiful things? Hajiro, you rascal. She quickly suppressed this stray thought. Her appraisal of Qin Yao wasn't just about her looks. And shrank holy light nun with great potential, that sacred aura, and those features and figure. Su Luo scanned Qin Yao's delicate face and impressive curves. Although a bit inferior to herself, her overall score would still be extremely high. The master was almost level 20. Based on previous experience, breakthrough at such a critical level would likely cause a class evolution. And each evolution required binding a new high scoring maid to unlock new abilities or raise the cap. Wu Yufei had already been devoured. The next time Shen Liqing's class evolved, he would probably need to bind a third maid. This Qin Yao, with her holy light attribute, high talent, top tier looks, she was the perfect candidate for a new maid. Her score, surely above 90. Capturing her to serve the master as a maid would be perfect. Of course, Su Luo was just thinking about it. Leaving aside whether Qin Yao would agree, she herself could never accept sharing a master with another. The master could only belong to her alone. So even if a binding actually occurred, the only option would be to resort to the old method of devouring again. But now they had no enmity with the other party. Not even a harsh word had been spoken. Old Feng had been sincere with her, giving her ample resources and housing along with his trust. After much deliberation, it was better to retire from the fray and refrain from committing any more inhuman deeds. Better to let her master worry about it himself. She was now somewhat inclined to take it easy, if such a life was truly pleasant, and there was no need to take risks repeatedly. With this thought, she also gave a friendly smile. Directorly, let's leave it at that. After all, we're from the same school. We need to look out for each other. That stands to reason. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Su Luo led her students carrying their spoils and completely parted ways with Li Feng's class. Just as she turned to leave, Su Luo's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. A faint trace of malice came from behind. She whirled around to look, but only saw the retreating figures of Class B3. Most of them looked dejected, clearly still recovering from the ice storm. Su Luo didn't pay it much mind, assuming it was just resentment over her domineering intervention. Nevertheless, she heightened her vigilance and kept a watchful eye. No one noticed that in the ranks of Class B3, someone flashed an extremely brief, eerie, triumphant smile. The sun had fully set and the sky darkened. This practical training was a 2-day, 1-night affair, meaning they had to camp out in the wild. The campsite was chosen on a sheltered slope. A campfire was lit, dispelling the chill and dampness of the forest. On the grill, skewers of rock claw wolf leg meat sizzled and dripped with oil, the aroma spreading. Su Li had long since awakened, her little nose twitching, her big eyes sparkling as she stared at the roasting meat, her face clearly saying, "I want some." Shen Liqing held her in his arms, keeping the little one from getting too close to the fire. Su Luo sank into a folding chair. Shen Liqing had somehow conjured up, actually he had guessed, she would wear high heels, and specially brought it. Though not as comfortable as the recliner at home, it was still better than sitting on a rock. She took off her high heels, her feet clad in black stockings, warming themselves at a moderate distance from the fire, feeling that the day's toil had finally found some solace. "All right, everyone, come sit down." Shen Liqing, as class monitor, spoke first. "While we eat, let's briefly report today's battle situation and individual performances so Director Shen can understand everyone's actual combat status." The students sat around the campfire, the flames reflecting on their young, slightly tired, but more excited faces. Shen Liqing's eyes flickered and he looked at Su Luo with a serious expression. "Director Shen has been observing everyone's battles from the shadows. How about you start with a few comments?" Su Luo was idly poking the campfire with a small twig. Upon hearing this, she shot Shen Liqing a sharp glare, wanting to put on her shoes and stomp on him. Didn't he know how much experience he had siphoned from her through the system? Ungrateful master. Little did she know that this angry, glaring expression appeared utterly enchanting in Shen Liqing's eyes. Ahem. Su Luo sat up straight, pushing up her black-rimmed glasses. Yes, everyone performed excellently. She racked her brain, then realized being able to spout a bunch of grand, empty, meaningless yet correct platitudes was also a profound skill. Facing actual combat, you showed no fear, and your coordination was fairly good. Especially, when encountering that battle-grade steel bristle ironback bear, you didn't panic. In the end, you worked together to kill it, demonstrating the style of Donghai Academy students. Commendable. She paused, unable to fabricate more details, and quickly passed the buck. As for the specific tactical execution and details, let class monitor Su summarize. He was on-site commanding and saw it more clearly. Shen Liqing smiled slightly and smoothly took over. Director Shen's summary was spot on. Now I'll briefly report the overall battle results of Class A7 today. He was concise, cleared the designated area in Sector C, encountered and killed 17 servant-grade rock claw wolves and 3 elite servant-grade cavern lizardmen. Encountered 1 battle-grade steel bristle ironback bear, and after a fierce battle successfully killed it. No serious injuries, a few minor ones, all treated. All kill confirmation materials have been collected. The report was extremely brief, not mentioning individual performance details, but covering everything necessary. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly quickly nodded, and regained some of her instructor's authority. On the first day of actual combat, to achieve such results without any losses, I am very satisfied. Everyone worked hard. Hearing the instructor's affirmation of satisfied, the students finally relaxed their tense nerves from the day. The atmosphere around the campfire instantly became lively. He, the monitor, commanded well. Sun Chong and Zhao Daong were so reassuring in front. Eagle Eye gave timely warnings. Lin Yes, Great Fire Pillar was awesome. Sister Weiss healing was crucial. The classic mutual praise session ensued with everyone grinning after victory. Su Li couldn't wait any longer, wriggling in Shen Liqing's arms, pointing her little finger at the sizzling meat skewers. "Brother, meat yummy liar wants some." Shen Liqing smiled, picked up a skewer that was nearly done, carefully blew on it, tore off a small piece, and confirmed it wasn't hot before feeding it to Su Li's mouth. The little one chomped down, her eyes squinting in bliss, her little feet happily swinging. Su Luo watched this harmonious scene, smelling the aroma of roasted meat, and her stomach let out a rumble. She patted her belly. The earlier hunting had taken a toll. "Want some?" Shen Liqing picked up another skewer and held it to her lips. People with striking looks often inadvertently become the center of attention. The surrounding students keenly observed the situation and began to tease and whoop. Su Luo's face flushed slightly. How had he suddenly dared to flirt in public? She refused to back down, and without using her hands, she parted her cherry lips, bit into the meat, and slowly tore it off, all the while gazing at Shen Liqing's face with deep affection. Shen Liqing involuntarily swallowed, then turned his face away. This scene always involuntarily reminded him. Su Luo gave a sly smile and pressed her advantage, leaning close to his ear and whispering in a voice only he could hear, "Luo wants to eat something more nutritious. Would the master bestow it?" Shen Liqing's body stiffened. He had originally intended to seize the initiative, but instead found himself outmaneuvered by this little enchantress. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He really wanted to take her away to a secluded place and have his way with her. But now Su Luo was the instructor, and he had to consider her dignity. Shen Liqing shot Lin Yi a desperate look, urging him to help ease the tension. Lin Yi, being a seasoned player, caught on instantly with just a glance from Shen Liqing. The class monitor wanted him to set the mood, making the subsequent events flow smoothly. "You with those honest-looking eyes are such a sly one." Yet as one of the few who knew the true relationship between the two, he felt obligated to seek happiness for them. "Hey, class monitor Director Shen." Lin Yi cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "I heard that you two were survivors of the Binhai tsunami. You barely escaped with your lives." He deliberately steered the conversation toward romance. "Tisk, how desperate it must have been back then." Was it because you relied on each other, trusted each other with your backs, and weathered it together that you finally ended up as a couple? At these words the students around the bonfire lit up. Indeed, survival in dire straits, true feelings tested in adversity. This plot was far more thrilling than some rich boy chasing a school beauty. All eyes turned to this perfect couple. Tell us your heart-rending love story where you'd sacrifice everything for each other. Seeing the eager gazes, Shun Liqing clenched his teeth to stop himself from drawing a blade and chopping Lin Yi into mincemeat. He asked for help easing the tension, but got this mess instead. Su Luo's expression also turned awkward. She looked up at Shun Liqing and asked, "Is that so?" Shun Liqing lowered his head to meet her gaze. "Don't look at me. Do you want me to tell them our souls swapped? We bickered all the way. You stabbed me in the back, I stabbed you in the back, and then we reconciled. That's our love story. Yes. Yes, we both are willing to sacrifice everything for each other. No, sacrifice everything for each other." Shun Liqing laughed it off. Su Luo reacted quickly. She thrust forward the little Su Li who was nibbling on meat and forcibly changed the subject. "Actually, you've probably guessed, Liar really isn't biologically ours." She tried to sound light and natural. "She hatched from an egg we found in a monster spawning chamber amidst the ruins of the coastline. She belongs to the merfolk race, which bears no hostility toward humans. We took pity on her and raised her by our side." This tactic worked. The students' attention smoothly shifted as they began observing Su Li's small face with its silver hair and blue eyes that clearly set her apart from ordinary humans. "Oh, so that's it. No wonder she's so beautiful. She's adorable. Can I give you a kiss, little one?" Su Li, initially nestled in Su Luo's arms with her head resting on her mother's shoulder, suddenly jerked up. Her icy blue eyes were already misting over. "Mommy." Her childish voice trembled with tears as her tiny hands clutched Su Luo's clothes. "Mommy is lying. Liar is Mommy's baby. Liar knows Mommy's scent." Flustered, her face flushed red, she turned to Shun Liqing and cried, "Daddy. Daddy, tell me, am I not your and Mommy's little treasure? Daddy's sin is on Mommy too." She pointed at Su Luo with her little finger, wearing an expression of irrefutable evidence. The atmosphere, which had just eased, solidified again, 10 times more awkward than before. The information overload was immense. This kid knew way too much. Su Luo felt her vision darken. What a troublesome child. Seeing that her parents remained silent, and the surrounding big brothers and sisters wore strange expressions, Su Li's little mouth puckered, and pearly tears began to fall. "Wah! Mommy doesn't want Liar anymore. Mommy lied. Liar is a pitiful nobody." The little one sobbed heart-wrenchingly, her shoulders heaving. Su Luo's heart melted instantly. All the embarrassment and mortification were cast to the winds. She quickly pulled Su Li tightly into her arms, patting her back frantically, her voice as soft as melting honey. "Oh, my precious darling, don't cry, don't cry. Mommy was just joking. How could Mommy not want Liar?" She kissed Su Li's little cheek. "Liar is Mommy's most beloved little treasure, Mommy's little angel. Mommy loves you forever, forever, and always wants you." While soothing her, she skillfully wiped Su Li's tears and snot with a handkerchief, her movements gentle and swift. "Really?" Su Li lifted her tear-streaked face, sniffing as she asked. "Truer than gold." Su Luo raised 3 fingers, her expression serious. "He'll be a dog if I lie. Then, pinky swear." Su Li extended her short little finger. "Okay, pinky swear." Su Luo quickly hooked her pinky with her daughter's and shook it. "Pinky, swear 100 years no change. Whoever changes is a dog." Su Li finally broke into a smile through her tears, burying her little head back into Su Luo's embrace, nuzzling, as she cooed, "Mommy is the best. Liar loves Mommy the most." What a bright, dazzling light. Everyone quickly shielded their eyes. After this whole display, the radiance of maternal love was blinding. Didn't someone just say this child wasn't biological? It probably wasn't Director Shun, the virtuous wife and good mother, who said that. Lin Yi elbowed the equally stunned Zhao Daong and whispered, "See that? My epic assist." In his view, these two must have been unwilling to admit their past mistakes, afraid to face the fruit of their love. With his help, they learned to confront their true feelings, face the past, and cherish what they had. Zhao Daong secretly gave a thumbs up. Greatness needs no words. Shun Liqing watched Su Luo holding Su Li and speaking softly. The awkwardness and restlessness in his heart strangely subsided, replaced by an indescribable warmth. He silently picked up a skewer of wolf leg meat, charred on the outside and tender within, tore off a small soft piece, and brought it to Su Luo's lips. "Eat a bit more, you'll get hungry," he said gently, unlike his earlier deliberate flirtation. Su Luo, busy holding Su Li and unable to free her hands naturally, opened her mouth and took the piece. Her tongue inadvertently brushed against Shun Liqing's fingertip. His finger quivered slightly as if zapped by electricity, and he quickly withdrew it. Chewing the meat, Su Luo mumbled to Su Li in her arms, "Sweetheart, look, Daddy is roasting meat for us." Su Li immediately poked her head out, staring eagerly at the meat skewer in Shun Liqing's hand, and called out in a babyish voice, "Daddy Liar wants more meat." Shun Liqing smiled helplessly, the last of his awkwardness gone. He resigned himself to tearing more meat and carefully feeding these two little masters. The students watched this warm family interaction, and the earlier gossipy curiosity gradually gave way to a more relaxed atmosphere. Lin Yi was still excitedly boasting to Zhao Daong about his heroic deeds, while the latter grinned foolishly. Sun Chong and Wang Hai discussed their own partners, their laughter hearty, but their eyes full of tenderness. Li Wei leaned on Gu Ming's shoulder, their fingers intertwined, gazing at the sky, hoping for a shooting star to grant their wish a modest wish, to never be apart. Night fell. The campfire gradually died down as everyone prepared to settle in for rest. Suddenly a rush of hurried, chaotic footsteps approached from afar, shattering the camp's tranquility. The group looked up alertly to see Instructor Li Feng leading his class, his face dark with displeasure, striding over. Qin Yao and the group wore a worried expression, while the other students were mostly tense and indignant. Only Zhao Xinjia was nowhere to be seen. Li Feng's gaze locked directly onto Su Luo, looking aggressive. The students of Class A7 immediately stood up and gathered around Shen Liqing and Su Luo. Lin Yi muttered under his breath, "What's going on? Didn't we settle the matter from earlier today?" Li Feng demanded angrily. "Instructor Shen Liqing, regarding today's incident, my student was disrespectful and I apologized on his behalf, which you accepted. We're all from the same academy, always crossing paths. Why must you be so ruthless?" At these words the brows of Class A7 members furrowed. Shen Liqing's eyes turned cold. In a single step he moved in front of Su Luo, shielding her behind him, and faced Li Feng directly. "Instructor Li Feng." Shen Liqing rarely showed anger. "Please watch your words. Instructor Shen has been with our Class A7 since we set up camp, and hasn't left for even a moment. What exactly are you implying?" Some students from Class B3 behind Li Feng stirred, while Qin Yao softly urged him to calm down. Su Li nestled in Su Luo's arms, stirred awake, slightly uneasy. Su Luo comfortingly patted her, and gently tugged at Shen Liqing's sleeve, signaling him to stay calm. "Instructor Li Feng," Su Luo said without beating around the bush, "if you have something to say, just say it directly. What happened?" Li Feng, after being rebuffed by Shen Liqing, and then calmly questioned by Su Luo, suppressed his anger a little. But the anxiety and worry on his face remained undiminished. He tried to steady his tone, though his words still came rapidly. "Fine. They'll be direct. Zhao Xinjia is missing." "What?" A soft gasp escaped from the students of Class A7. Shen Liqing's eyes narrowed, but his protective stance in front of Su Luo didn't change. "Just now," Li Feng explained hurriedly, "the incident from earlier today left him simmering with anger. After we set up camp this evening, he probably wanted to prove himself by earning a military merit, so he left the camp alone. He said he was going to track the warrior-level demon beast wind-chasing leopard that our class had wounded and that had escaped earlier. But he never came back." He paused, incredulous. "We followed the trail and only found the demon beast's corpse and signs of battle. Zhao Xinjia had simply vanished into thin air." Li Feng turned to Su Luo again. "Who else could make my elite student disappear right under my nose without even a distress signal, except someone far stronger than me, or at least on par with me?" The more he analyzed, the more convinced he became of his guess. "Instructor Shen, don't you owe me an explanation?" The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Su Luo, after listening, wasn't angry. "I admit I'm not particularly magnanimous, but I'm also lazy. I don't have that kind of free time." It sounded absurd, but it was actually a valid point. Why would she bother to kill a Chinibyu guy who had provided her with supplies and entertainment? Just as Li Feng's expression shifted, and he was about to say something else, another group of people arrived at the edge of the camp. "Instructor Li, Instructor Shen." Judging by their uniform badges, they were instructors stationed at the main pass, led by Xie. His face was even more anxious than Li Feng's. "Great, you're all here. Listen, something's happened." Foregoing formalities, he spoke rapidly. "A kid from the Wu family in our class, Wu Kai, went to hunt a demon beast this evening and ended up missing." Xie caught his breath and said hopefully, "Did any of you see anything or hear any unusual noises?" Xie's words made the atmosphere even heavier. If Zhao Xinjia's disappearance alone could still be attributed to personal grudges or an accident, then another student from a different class and a different family disappearing in almost exactly the same manner, this was definitely no coincidence. It also proved Su Luo's innocence. Li Feng's expression turned extremely sour, but he still apologized sincerely. "Instructor Shen, I lost my temper earlier." Su Luo could understand his state of mind. When a student gets injured in combat, even seriously, if treated promptly, it's still manageable. But disappearance and death are major issues that require accountability. Xie also grasped the situation. After a brief discussion, they decided to return to the outpost immediately. They would report everything that had happened here to Commander Wang Jun without omission. Then they would ask him to dispatch a search and rescue team immediately, while also raising the alert level across the entire defense zone. This practical training had already changed its nature. When the group retreated to the outpost, they found it had transformed drastically. The originally spacious square was now packed with people. Students wearing uniforms from different academies gathered in clusters, their faces tense and bewildered. Instructors huddled in small groups, whispering to each other. The atmosphere was clearly off. "Wow, so many people." The social butterfly Lin Yi craned his neck to look around. "Instructor Shen, shall I go find out what's happening?" He glanced at Su Luo. Su Luo nodded, and Lin Yi slipped into the crowd like a fish. Shen Liqing holding Su Li moved half a step closer to her, his tall frame subtly shielding her from prying eyes. Not long after Lin Yi returned, his usual playful demeanor gone. Class monitor instructor Shun, I've got the scoop. Many classes are in trouble. Students have gone missing. From what he gathered, all of this happened this evening. Not only at Donghai War Academy, but also at the neighboring Tianqi Academy, the Demon Suppression Academy, and others. People had disappeared too. And it seemed more classes were pulling back here one after another. As Su Luo listened to his torrent of information, she keenly noticed a pattern. The missing students all shared a common trait. They were highly talented, strong, and mostly elite scions of major families. For example, Wu Ting of the Thunder God Wu family, Zhao Xin of the Gun King, Zhao family, even the Shin family. And even some new recruits from the tribunal who had been sent in for a gilded resume. However, not all members of those families had gone missing. Wang Hai muttered, that doesn't prove anything. In a big forest there are all kinds of birds. Maybe the unlucky ones just happen to be the strong ones. No one answered. The logic was sound, but the unease in everyone's hearts lingered. The murmuring in the square grew louder, panic spreading. Just then the outpost's highest commander, Wang Jin, finally appeared. He wore a faded combat uniform and walked steadily onto the temporary platform erected in the center of the square. The noise immediately subsided, and all eyes focused on him. Wang Jin swept his gaze across the assembly, his expression heavy with sorrow and solemnity. Esteemed mentors and fellow students, I am Wang Jin, the chief commander of this outpost. Regarding the disappearance of the cadets today, on behalf of the outpost, I extend our apologies. This is our failure. His voice resonated with the soldier's characteristic firmness. Rest assured, we have immediately reported the situation to the authorities and rescue forces are rushing here at full speed. I hereby solemnly promise that we will arrange for everyone's safe evacuation from Linluo Mountains and return to your respective academies. These words instantly eased the taut nerves. The mentors visibly relaxed, and the students exchanged glances, their faces brightening with relief. Being able to leave was a blessing. This accursed place was too eerie. Great, we can finally go, a student whispered in cheer. Yes, the sooner we leave the better. The mentors murmured among themselves, preparing to organize the students for an orderly evacuation. Just as everyone thought the matter was settling, and they could pack up, a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe and spectacles hurried through the crowd and approached the platform. Upon seeing him, Wang Jun immediately bent sideways. The man, addressed as Mr. Shun, leaned close to Wang Jun's ear and whispered urgently for a few moments. Wang Jun's complexion visibly darkened. He straightened up, his gaze resolute as he swept over the crowd, his earlier sorrow and reassurance replaced by iron resolve and determination. Wait. Everyone please hold. Wang Jun raised his hand and shouted loudly, suppressing the burgeoning sense of relief. Everyone froze, looking at him in confusion. Wang Jun took a deep breath and said gravely, I have just received Mr. Shin's prediction. An unprecedented medium-scale beast tide is hurtling toward our outpost at an alarming speed. A medium-scale beast tide? The crowd erupted in chaos. Beast tides were categorized into three types: small, medium, and large. Small-scale beast tides were easy to handle, usually formed by irregular migrations of demonic beasts, posing no threat to humans and rarely involving high-level creatures. They could be used to train low-level awakened. However, medium-scale beast tides were different. They were often orchestrated attacks on humans, sometimes with high-level demonic beasts pulling the strings. Large-scale beast tides, needless to say, were outright disasters like the recent tsunami, each one a tragedy for humanity. Although the outpost was sizable and well-garrisoned, dealing with a medium-scale beast tide would still be a daunting challenge. Wang Jun pressed his hands down, signaling for silence. Everyone, I know you've just endured the fear of the disappearances and are eager to return home. I, Wang Jun, promise to ensure your safe evacuation. He shifted, his tone growing heavier. But behind this outpost lies human territory, countless defenseless compatriots. If this defense line is breached, the demonic beasts will surge through and the consequences will be catastrophic. He straightened his back, his eyes sharp as blades sweeping over the young and mature faces. I, Wang Jun, earnestly request this of you all. I implore every awakened comrade to stay and lend a hand to the outpost soldiers. Let us hold this line and buy time for our compatriots behind. For the safety of humanity, for the land beneath our feet. He beat his chest with force, producing a dull thud. Of course I will not force anyone. Stay or leave is your choice. But I, Wang Jun, and all the soldiers of this outpost will not retreat a single step. We will stand here, live or die with this position. We will shed our last drop of blood to defend this patch of ground for humanity. These words, resounding with the tragic valor of a soldier willing to die for his country, struck deep into the hearts of every young cadet. The iron-blooded spirit, the declaration of sacrifice for the greater good, ignited their spirits. Adrenaline surged to their heads. Damn it, let's do it. A burly student roared, his eyes bloodshot. Commander Wang is right. If we run, what about the ordinary people behind us? Yes. Stay well, stay and fight. For humanity. Fight to the death, never retreat. The young students, filled with fervor, raised their arms and shouted until their voices grew hoarse. Fear was replaced by a kindling of tragic responsibility and passion. To leave now would be cowardice desertion. The mentors exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions complicated. In this situation, it would be optimal to let the young cadets leave first. But Wang Jun's words had placed them on a moral high ground. Watching the students' fervor and feeling the solemn atmosphere of fighting for humanity, they found it impossible to voice any desire to leave. Finally, an elderly mentor stepped forward representing the group and nodded solemnly to Wang Jun. Commander Wang, we understand. For the greater good we will stay and fight the enemy together. Stay and fight the enemy together. The other mentors echoed without hesitation. Even their calm hearts were rekindled by the students' fire. The square was filled only with the united cry of defiance, and the young faces lit by passion and a sense of duty. Wang Jun himself was moved, the iron-blooded soldiers' eyes glistened with tears. I thank you all on behalf of the outpost soldiers and the people behind us. Please hold out tonight. By dawn tomorrow reinforcements will surely arrive. Su Luo stood at the edge of the crowd watching the impassioned mentors and students. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. The beast tide seemed too coincidental. Shen Liqing seemed to sense something too, leaning close to whisper, I know that Mr. Shun. He is a scholar from the main family, even more esteemed than Shin Pei. I wonder why he is here. Su Luo's heart stirred. With that remark, she felt that Mr. Shen had been deliberately glancing their way. They exchanged a look, something was amiss. She had just sent Gu Ming, who was in charge of reconnaissance, to try contacting the outside world. He returned to report, the signal is poor, seems to be jammed by some magnetic field. Neither communication devices nor psychic methods can get through. Upon hearing this, Su Luo did not hesitate and raised a question publicly. Commander Wang, I am Shun Liqing, a mentor from Donghai War Academy. May I ask why our communication devices cannot connect to the outside? At once she became the focal point of the entire square, all eyes fixed on the strikingly young and beautiful female mentor. Others tried their devices and indeed found no signal. Wang Jun, not offended by the challenge, looked at her and patiently explained, this is one of the peculiar phenomena of Linluo Mountains. Many means of communication fail because a specific type of demonic beast here can affect magnetic fields. The previously respected senior mentor nodded, confirming the truth of his words. Su Luo listened to the old man's explanation without committing to a response and continued to ask, since the signals are all jammed, how did you manage to contact the outside world? Could it be that the interference is selective? Her words were direct and probing. The square fell silent for a moment as all eyes converged on Wang Jun and that Mr. Shun. Mr. Shen adjusted his glasses and spoke up. We are using a military-grade encrypted channel that is not affected by this area's magnetic field. That is classified and cannot be detailed. Classified. Su Luo raised an eyebrow, refusing to let go. Then Commander Wang, please use your classified channel to contact President Feng Jun of the EC War Academy for me. I have important information that needs to be reported to him directly. Wang Jun frowned slightly, seemingly not expecting this woman to be so troublesome. Mr. Shun interjected, sorry, our encrypted channel can only directly connect to the high command of the military, not to local academies. Ha, Su Luo sneered. Fine, then connect me to your high command, and I'll speak to them myself. Ask when the reinforcements will actually arrive and report the strange situation here. She pressed on, refusing to back down. At this, the crowd in the square began to stir. Many young students' gazes towards Su Luo shifted from initial admiration and respect gradually to dissatisfaction and doubt. What does Instructor Shin mean? Doesn't she trust the military? Exactly. They said they have a special channel to contact the outside, and she still wants to verify it herself. Isn't this kind of questioning disheartening the soldiers? She's so young, who knows how she got her instructor title? Also, she's delicate and precious, doesn't want to die together with us lowlifes. The murmurs grew louder, and many even resorted to personal attacks on Su Luo's youth and beauty. Most were hot-headed students stirred up by Wang Jun's speech. There were also a few who remained silent, thinking Su Luo's words made sense. Su Luo glanced around at the young faces pointing at her. This feeling of being condemned by everyone wasn't too bad. Curse on, after they finished cursing, she would have a reason to leave. Since Commander Wang is so insincere, all members of Class A7, listen up, pack up immediately, and follow me. The entire venue erupted in uproar. The curses escalated instantly, more intense and vile than before. At that moment, Wang Jun raised his hand, emitting a powerful pressure that suppressed the noise. Silence. When the sound subsided, he looked at Su Luo with a complex gaze, his tone heavy. Instructor Shin, the young students are the future sparks of our human race. They can leave whenever they want. Wang Jun will never force them to stay. I understand the principle of preserving the sparks and continuing hope. These words were powerful and immediately earned him a wave of admiring glances. However, Wang Jun's tone shifted, becoming extremely stern as he swept his gaze over all the instructors present. But, you, he pointed at those instructors. As instructors, you are the role models of the students, the backbone of the defense line. In this time of crisis, in the name of the highest authority of this outpost, and with the supreme command power granted by the state of emergency, I demand. No, I command you, you must stay. fight side by side with all the officers and soldiers of the outpost by time for the rear, and create opportunities for the students to evacuate. He exerted his iron fist and issued the final order: no instructor may leave the battlefield early for any reason. This is a responsibility and an order. Violators will be treated as deserters and executed without mercy. Then with a meaningful glance at Su Luo, his tone softened, becoming tolerant and encouraging. As for instructor Shun wanting to verify, no problem. I Wang Jun act with integrity and openness. I welcome it. You can come with me to the communications room right now and see for yourself how we contact the outside world, and see for yourself whether we are lying. Wang Jun's words were a textbook-level response. They not only demonstrated the military's determination to fight to the death, rekindling the students' passion, but also dispelled everyone's doubts. You want to verify? They'll let you verify because I have nothing to hide. The effect was immediate, garnering a wave of applause and cheers, even more fervent and fanatical than before. This was the passion of youth. It could be a stimulant to overcome powerful enemies, or it could be a poison that numbs. Wang Jun clearly knew how to exploit this. Now the pressure was on Su Luo. She and her students stood alone at the edge of the crowd, out of place. In everyone's eyes, Su Luo's silence was undoubtedly a sign of guilt, confirming the accusation of cowardice. However, Su Luo paid no attention to those gazes. She adjusted the black-rimmed glasses on her nose, and her ice-blue eyes through the lenses coldly locked onto Wang Jun on the platform. His seemingly open invitation to see the communications appeared frank and flawless. She was sensing the invisible pressure emanating from Wang Jun. It was the aura of a powerhouse, the natural coercion brought by energy level. This pressure weighed heavily on everyone's heart, and combined with his iron-blooded speech, its effect was remarkable. Initially judging Wang Jun's strength was not inferior to the previous Shinpei. Su Luo's heart sank slightly. A commander of an outpost, though sizable, with a level above 40, it was itself unusual. This meant that if Wang Jun was indeed problematic and determined to stop her, it would be extremely difficult for her to forcibly take Class A7 away in defiance of orders. Her mind raced as she began to reevaluate everything that had happened since entering the outpost. From her perspective, upon first arriving at the outpost, Wang Jun had warmly welcomed them, proactively reminding them that the Linluo Mountains were unstable, mentioning missing soldiers and inexplicable earthquakes. In the evening, large-scale disappearances began to occur, with the missing students sharing commonalities. When everyone decided to retreat to the outpost for help due to the successive disappearances, Wang Jun first readily promised to arrange a safe evacuation immediately. This had just let everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Then this Mr. Shun ran over and whispered a few words, and Wang Jun's expression changed as he announced the unprecedented medium-scale beast tide. Wang Jun's impassioned speech successfully elevated the young students and most instructors to the high ground of righteousness and responsibility. When she raised doubts about the communications, Wang Jun not only did not become angry, but instead behaved extremely openly, and even invited her to the communications room to verify in person. Even the respected old instructor came out to testify. Everything seemed so reasonable, so flawless. But upon careful consideration, it was full of mysteries. One thing was certain: this Mr. Shin was absolutely suspicious. His sudden appearance, his whispered words, his so-called predictions, they were the turning point of the entire incident. And as for the Shin family, then the most critical question: was Wang Jun also compromised? If Wang Jun was innocent, then he was merely a hardened soldier misled by Mr. Shun or forced by circumstances, his methods simply too rigid. Troublesome, but far from the worst-case scenario. But what if Wang Jun himself was in on it? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Luo's heart tightened. That would mean they were now facing the outpost's strongest figure, an officer over level 40 with absolute command authority. Moreover, the entire outpost communications would be cut off, isolating them from the outside world like a stranded island. This would be a massive problem. However, there were many instructors and students from various academies present, including some formidable experts. Even if Wang Jun wanted to use force, he would have to weigh whether he could suppress everyone's backlash. His earlier stance of voluntary departure and verification invitation was to some extent a means to placate and avoid escalating conflict. So what was the real purpose of forcibly keeping them here? Su Luo's mind raced. She recalled the experience at the Panshir base and the organization of ability traffickers, the biotech company. Could it be that Wang Jun was colluding with such an organization aiming to strip these young prodigies of their superpowers? But she quickly dismissed the thought. It didn't add up. That shady, crooked organization had limited influence. How could it possibly coerce an officer of Wang Jun's rank? And how dare they touch the safety zone's most valued future seeds? These young awakened individuals from elite academies with powerful backgrounds. Not for their powers, then what? Su Luo quietly activated her frost eye, scanning the students in the square and the instructors who, despite their grim expressions, had decided to stay. An unnatural fervor glowed on their faces, and the soldiers around them oozing killing intent. Soldiers. She looked around, surveying all the fully armed soldiers present. Finally, her gaze settled on Wang Jun's resolute, yet subtly weary face. Now she understood why everything felt so familiar. These soldiers, including Commander Wang Jin, Mr. Shun, and even the old instructor, they all carried the same aura. It was the same dangerous aura from the surroundings and the earth that she had sensed while ganking with Su Li during the day. She couldn't quite describe it, so she temporarily called it the earthy scent of the land. It seemed the worst-case scenario had unfolded. Not only was Wang Jin compromised, but even the respected old instructor among the faculty was in on it. She felt trapped in a vast invisible web, its center radiating an unsettling greedy aura. And the source of that aura was deeply rooted beneath the mountain range. The earlier heart-pounding tremor from underground faintly returned. Was this the hell-level difficulty right from the start? Old Fengjin stuff was never easy to get. With that thought, the apparent danger seemed clear. Yet she still felt something was missing. Wang Jun's question interrupted Su Luo's train of thought. Instructor Shun, what's your decision? Will you come with me to the communications room to verify or trust the honor and commitment of our military? Wang Jin stood on the platform, eyes like blazing torches. Su Luo snapped back to reality and shook her head. No need, Commander Wang. I have no more doubts. I was overthinking earlier. At a critical juncture like this, we should indeed unite against external threats. I trust the military's arrangements, and I trust you. Since Wang Jun dared to let her verify, he must have prepared thoroughly. Orchestrating a scheme to trap elite students and instructors from several top academies required unimaginable influence. Perhaps, even the military high command had their people. Insisting on verification would only invite humiliation and achieve nothing. Hearing this, some of the students who had glared at her earlier eased their hostility. Although they still thought her questioning the military was inappropriate, at least she had seen the light and acted with overall interest in mind. Good. Instructor Shin, you are wise and principled. Wang Jun commended, then declared solemnly. I repeat, leaving is voluntary. This is not cowardice, but preserving the flame and continuing hope. And no one will be looked down upon for choosing to leave. He paused, his voice ringing with force. Now those who wish to leave, please step forward. We will immediately arrange escorts to evacuate you. The square fell silent. Students exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Some hesitated, some were reluctant, but most felt the heavy weight of being trapped by greater good and passion. Those who had shouted fight to the death moments ago now fell silent. Wang Jun waited patiently for a few seconds, then spoke again, his tone softer, like an understanding elder. No one. Don't feel burdened. You are still young with immense potential. In the rear, on broader battlefields, you can make even greater contributions to humanity. As long as you always remember you are warriors of the human race. That is enough. He looked at the students whose faces showed clear struggle and fear. Instructors, please also consult your own classes. This is the last chance. Those who stay, Wang Jun will no longer treat you as students needing protection. Instead, you will be true soldiers. Upright men. Here there will be no academy privileges. Only orders as unyielding as mountains. These words further solidified the resolve of those determined to stay, their chests puffing higher. For those genuinely wavering and afraid, Wang Jun offered a dignified, even strategically meaningful way out. This made them feel a surge of gratitude toward Commander Wang. The silence was broken. Movement began in the crowd. 1-5. Gradually, students' heads bowed or with expressions of shame stepped out of their original formations and gathered in the open space at the center of the square. Their instructors watched with complex emotions, but most did not stop them, merely nodding silently. Soon a considerable number of students had gathered in the middle, roughly 1/3 of the total. Wang Jun looked at those who chose to leave, his face showing no displeasure, only a hint of relief. He raised his voice. Anyone else? This is the last chance. After confirming no one else stepped forward, he turned to Su Luo and the A7 class behind her. The 8 members of A7 stood neatly behind Su Luo, with Shun, Liqing, holding Su Li at the front. None had moved. Instructor Shun, Wang Jun asked deliberately, not one of your students wants to leave. Young people, it's normal to be afraid. Su Luo turned to look at her class. Are you all sure about this? There's still time to leave now. Commander Wang said it's not shameful. As her question fell, the 10 members of A7 class, including Shun Liqing, who was holding Su Li, almost spoke in unison, their voices resounding above the clamor of the square. Report, instructor, we're not leaving. Su Li was also caught up in the atmosphere, waving her little fists in Shun Liqing's arms and shouting in a childish voice, liar, won't leave either. Let's fight the monsters. This scene drew numerous glances of surprise and admiration from those around. Wang Jun made a symbolic praise. Good. The A7 class of Donghai War Academy, all fine people. With backbone. Su Luo looked at her foolish students and smiled helplessly. In truth, the moment she realized what they were about to face. She had already instructed Shun Liqing to quietly pass an extremely brief message to everyone in the class, suggest staying, don't ask why. Since it was confirmed that Wang Jun was problematic, the students would not be evacuated safely. Only by staying by her side could there be a glimmer of hope. She rarely took responsibility for others, not out of lofty teaching ethics, but purely because she didn't want to betray the trust that old man Feng Jun had placed in her. Old Feng had entrusted these students to her. If she lost them, or got them killed, how would she explain herself when she returned? Of course, she didn't tell Shen Liqing to reveal the reasons. One, it might expose them. Too deep down, she didn't want to drag along so many burdens. If they didn't listen, she would be free and easy, and if something happened, it wouldn't be her fault, and she could feel at ease. And now they had all chosen to stay. They had chosen to trust her. This seemingly unreliable and always lazy instructor. This unreserved trust, even for someone like Su Luo who was accustomed to self-interest and calculation, brought some comfort. They had only known each other for less than a day. Of course, more than that, it was a headache. Alright, since they had placed their bets on her. Then, this game Su Luo accepted. She turned around facing Wang Jun again on the platform, her back straight as an arrow. Commander Wang, as you can see, A7 class, all staying to share the fate of the outpost. After speaking, she turned and strode toward the main pass with her students behind her. The wind blows bleakly over the cold river. Once gone, the hero shall never return. She suddenly recited in a high, clear voice, ethereal and cold, with a magic that cleansed the soul. The students in the square who had just pointed at her and called her deserter and coward fell silent. They watched the one who had first raised doubts, now walking first toward the most dangerous battlefield, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The students with phosphorus-type personalities ignited again, including Lin Yi. Those who had chosen to leave felt even more ashamed, their heads nearly dropping to their chests. As they followed the soldiers toward the departing buses, they couldn't help but look back at the receding outpost. They silently vowed when they grew stronger they would never again be cowards. Several buses carrying these sparks drove away from the outpost, wheels churning up dust. But the vehicles twisted and turned, heading in an increasingly wrong direction. By the time someone finally noticed the anomaly, it was too late. Outside the windows, only thickening shadows and dead silence. They hadn't left the mountains, they had entered darker, more terrifying, deep mountains. Over here, Su Luo and her group marched valiantly for a while, leaving behind a tragic, heroic silhouette of unyielding sacrifice. Once they were completely out of sight of the crowd in the square rounding a rocky outcrop, Su Luo didn't stop or turn around, but lowered her voice and asked Shen Liqing beside her, "Is anyone following us? Don't look back, just sneak a peek." Shen Liqing adjusted his posture, holding Su Li, quickly scanning behind with his peripheral vision. No one. Great. She snapped her fingers with a smile, then arise, my giant. Meanwhile, Wang Jun and his men had been watching Su Luo and her group until their figures disappeared. He glanced at Mr. Shen, who nodded. Wang Jun pretended to be moved. To have a righteous person like Instructor Shen, truly a blessing for humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, let us also set out. Wait, what is that? The usually composed man let out a sharp, piercing shriek. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a majestic, divine, frost giant slowly revealing its full form from behind the small hill. It had no facial features, its limbs and torso made of solid ice appearing without warning, terrifying in the night. It strode toward the people in the square, the very earth trembling faintly. Mr. Shen, who was preparing to quietly withdraw and begin the capture operation, was also stunned. A frost giant. In the mountains. After snapping her fingers, Su Luo's face had noticeably paled. Taking advantage of the crowd's shock, she gave the command, run. The students who had been immersed in the spectacle she had created bolted in the next second, though they had no idea why they needed to run when their instructor possessed such power. Su Luo knew well that the frost giant looked imposing, but her level was too low to unleash its full strength. Its actual combat power was on par with Li Feng's, and once exposed it wouldn't hold up long. However, this delay should be enough to temporarily break free from Wang Jun's control. From Wang Jun's targeting and the appearance of Mr. Shen, she had guessed that she was likely one of the main targets of this conspiracy. A group of people dashed wildly along the mountain path, their footsteps and gasps shattering the forest stillness. Lin Yi ran diagonally behind Su Luo, exhausted, panting, and unable to resist, asking Instructor Shen, are we running in the wrong direction? The battlefield is over there. He pointed toward the main pass behind them. Without even turning her head, Su Luo struck him precisely on the forehead with a flick. Frontline, my ass. Do you want to die? Run faster. You can't even outrun Li Wei, yet you're still talking so much. Lin Yi winced, covering his forehead, and grumbled inwardly, then why did you act so determined to die, just now making me burn for nothing? Su Luo controlled the pace exactly at the student's limit. She pushed them to run with all their might, but never let them fall behind. Under this extreme sprint, everyone's mind was filled only with gasping and moving their legs with no time for stray thoughts. They ran wildly until everyone's face turned pale, their legs trembled, and their lungs felt like they were about to explode. Only then did Su Luo shout, stop. Rest here. At the command, the students, as if pardoned, collapsed to the ground in disarray, gasping for air, unable to speak. Shen Liqing set down Su Li, who was not tired at all, and curiously looked around. He vigilantly observed the surrounding environment.